Chapter 401. Our primary target is no longer the Great Demon. Yaoan turned around and said to everyone. Both the Silent Sisters and the soulless soldiers following Yaoan hesitated. They didn't know much about the Black Stone, even the soulless soldiers in the Tyrone sector, because Tyrone didn't have the Black Stone before. In the courses everyone took, the Black Stone was only mentioned occasionally, and it was vague. The Silent Sisters knew even less than the soldiers, because they were not nuns in the palace, and they might have never left the world where the order was in their entire lives. The nuns and soldiers all thought that killing the big demons was more important, because the entire galaxy was already riddled with holes, and the big demons they encountered along the way were more than those described in the stories and history circulated in the order. Under normal circumstances, this demon world and galaxy and other nearby worlds and galaxies should have been exterminated long ago. The soldiers knew a little more than the nuns, and after a moment of hesitation, they still understood Yaoan's decision and supported him. But the nuns were different. We should still hunt more demons. Cressa and her sisters made a few gestures and stepped forward to advise Yaoan. Do you know how many demons we encountered along the way, in the history that my sisters and I know? Any one of those demons is a terrible demon that can destroy a world. Compared to that, high towers and strange buildings are not important. We have seen too many similar weird things along the way. The opinions of the entire team diverged at this time. Yaoan believed that the Black Stone should be dealt with quickly to prevent the Black Stone from gathering into a large number, to offset the influence of the Black Stone fortress on the demons. The nuns believed that there were too many demons in the Talon sector, and the number had reached a terrifying level. If they did not clear the demons while the Black Stone was effective, it would be disadvantageous to the next war. You don't understand the Black Stone at all. It's easy for us to kill the demons when the Black Stone suppresses the demons. Otherwise, the highest priority should obviously be the Black Stone used by the enemy to amplify the influence of the subspace. Yaoan tried to persuade Cressa. Cressa and her sisters communicated in sign language for a while, and then looked at Yaoan firmly. We are not your subordinates, and have no obligation to obey your orders. You can do what you want to do, my sisters, and I will continue to hunt demons. Yaoan opened his mouth, swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, turned around and waved to his subordinates, signaling them to follow him. Clarissa and the Sisters of Silence watched Yaoan lead his people away, and the two groups of soulless people parted ways. Those Sisters of Silence. I don't understand. A young soulless soldier walked up to Yaoan and asked in confusion, aren't they the same kind as us? Why do I feel that the gap between me and them is greater than that between me and normal people? Yaoan remained silent. They are slaves of the throne, domesticated loyal dogs. No matter how the Emperor's empire treats them, they will lie down and endure like loyal dogs. Belanti had a gloomy face. During the days of following Bologna, Belanti had seen nuns several times. The impression left on him by the nuns was that they were loyal dogs, just as stupid as Bologna's apprentice, who was used as a tool. No! Yaoan looked at Belant and corrected him. They just have their own duties and missions. They are neither pathetic nor need sympathy. While the soulless ones were looking for other black stone towers, Death on the Iron Man side was doing the same work. The Iron Man mothership in charge of the war collected information from all over the battlefield and learned about the Black Stone Tower. After calculation, it was decided that the tower should be cleared first. The Iron Man did not have the ability of the soulless ones to just approach the demons and do nothing, which was enough to make the demons feel extremely uncomfortable and retreat. They could not travel around the demon world on a small scale. The only way to destroy the tower was to fight all the way. A vast plain with no end in sight became a battlefield between the demons and the Iron Men. 8 Blackstone towers were orderly distributed on the plain, shrouded in void shields. Nearly 1 million Khorne demons gathered together near the towers, obviously not wanting to leave the Blackstone towers' range. These demons were much more active than other demons the Iron Men had seen along the way. Death stood on the shoulders of a giant war body. It could see the gathering of Khorne demons when it lowered its head, and could see the 8-pointed star-shaped building floating outside the planet, which was the Blackstone Fortress, when it raised its head. Under the influence of the Blackstone Fortress, the Khorne demon army can still remain active near the tower, and facing the oncoming Iron Man army, they sharpened their knives and roared out war cries. Death did not want to listen to any orders from the Iron Man mothership intelligence because it had deceived Death, but in the matter of destroying the tower, Death's obedience to intelligence was 70%. The remaining 30% of disobedience was because the Iron Man mothership intelligence had deceived it. Bomb them. Death gave orders to the 2 million Iron Men he brought with him. The regular Iron Man battle bodies continued to walk slowly and powerfully, while the giant battle bodies gradually stopped and covered the Corn army with firepower 70 kilometers away. Various flying battle bodies flew over their heads, whizzing over the Corn army and dropping bombs or bombing the ground with various heavy weapons they carried. The first wave of bombing did not have any effect. Various live ammunition and energy bombs were fired vigorously, and then fell on the void shield and disappeared silently, but fortunately, the void shield protecting the Blackstone Tower was overloaded after enduring the first round of bombing. When the second bombing began, Heat Death's visual system could no longer see any demons, because the only light from the explosion and the light curtain produced by the explosion of energy weapons were the locations of those red demons. The second round of bombing even permanently changed the terrain, turning the plain into a strange terrain with canyons and basins intertwined with each other. When the explosion completely subsided, Heat Death could see the situation ahead. The surface of the Blackstone Tower was covered with a layer of blood, and the heads of humans or other servants of the dark gods were hung on the tower. These things that seemed to have no defense at all actually protected the tower. As for the Corn demon army under the tower, they were blown to pieces, and a rain of debris and blood was falling from their positions. Some places that were blown into basins were even filled with debris. It turns out that long-range firepower can still effectively kill the Corn demon army. If not, it must be that the firepower is not enough. However, the Corn demon army is indeed resistant to long-range firepower. The 2 rounds of bombing just now were enough to evaporate hundreds of millions of Tyranid war beasts on the surface of a planet in the Hades galaxy, but the Corn demon army only killed most of the demons. The remaining demons are still roaring and gathering again. There are more demons who easily come to the real universe with the weakened reality membrane and curtain, and line up side by side with their kind. Chapter 402. As Corn demons were continuously thrown into the battlefield, the number of Iron Men also skyrocketed. The high production of Iron Men ensured that the opponent could never gain a numerical advantage. Just like in the late stage of the Hades Galaxy battle, each Blade Worm in the Tyranid War Beast had to deal with 2 Iron Men on average. The various war bodies of the Iron Men were still bombing, and the conventional war bodies equivalent to infantry had approached a position 20 kilometers away from the Corn demon army. At this time, the Corn demon army took out weapons that made Heat Death feel complicated. Trebuchets. Iron Men also dream, at least Iron Men like Heat Death do, but from birth to now, he has never dreamed that he could see the enemy take out a weapon like a trebuchet. A total of 10 trebuchets appeared at the rear of the demon army at the same time, operating automatically without anyone controlling them. With the humming sound of the ropes tightening and unfolding, the empty buckets of the trebuchets quickly bounced up. A shrill scream resounded throughout the battlefield. Heat Death, who was on top of the giant battle body, saw 10 giant skulls flying towards the Iron Men's troops and looked for his target. The first to be attacked were the 10 giant war bodies. The 10 skulls howled as they drilled in and out of the Iron Man army, leaving behind a pile of burning steel and metal fragments, and finally crashed into the energy shield of the giant war body. The energy shield offset the impact of the skulls, but it was also broken. When the Iron Man army began another round of bombing, and the Corn demon army threw skulls again, the 10 giant war bodies were smashed to pieces by the skulls, but then 10 more war bodies were teleported out to make up for the damage. More and more catapults appeared behind the Blackstone Tower along with the demons, and the giant war bodies of the Iron Men also increased. As the bombings continued to escalate, the demons in the Corn army began to prepare for the battle with the Iron Men's regular war bodies that were getting closer and closer. So Heat Death saw a scene that it could not understand again. The Corn demons gathered and formed squares one after another. The main force in these squares was the Bloodletters, who held long swords in their hands, stretched out their slender tongues when they roared at the Iron Men, and blood spurted out of their fanged mouths. There was even a cavalry phalanx, and the vampires in this phalanx rode a mighty mount called the Bronze Bull. Standing vampires, vampires riding things. In short, vampires were everywhere. What are they doing? Heat Death asked, and then deduced the answer. The Corn demons were roaring. It was just like the movie made by the Talons that Heat Death watched when he found a planet to stay with UR-025 after delivering Blackstone Fortress. The army armed with cold weapons gathered together in a phalanx. The generals, or the Corn demons, slowly walked from the back of the line to the front, raising their weapons and roaring as if to boost their morale and show their courage. Who? Heat Death heard the heavy breathing, and he looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the largest Corn demons. Skarbrand, the blood god's favorite servant, came to the front of the Corn demons. The 2 weapons bestowed by the blood god, slaughter and murder, were raised high by Skarbrand. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skarbrand's roar even reached the Iron Men. The vampires became more active. The bronze bulls and the cavalry square roared and sharpened their hooves on the ground where blood and lava intertwined. When the Khorne army was shouting and fighting, they could not avoid being bombarded. The skull trebuchets and giant war bodies were bombarding each other all the time, but no matter how strong the bombardment was, the Khorne army always maintained its formation. Strangely, the shells never fell on Skarbrand's head, who was showing off his might in front of the demon army. The blood god would not allow the demon army to stand still and wait for the Iron Man to attack, and the Khorne demon himself would not allow this to happen. Facing the Iron Man, who was advancing in unison under the giant beams and shells that streaked across the sky, the Khorne demon army chose to launch an active attack. For the blood god, Skarbrand raised his strong right hand and pointed forward, taking the lead and marching forward. The demon army followed behind with roars. Their steps were not as neat and consistent as the Iron Man, but they definitely maintained a neat line. Artillery fire flew all over the sky, and screaming skulls flew away. From time to time, a square was engulfed by the explosion, and the impact of the explosion rolled up the fragments into the sky and fell on the heads of other squares. The servants of the blood god were not in a hurry, and they advanced in an orderly manner in the artillery fire, and the fragments of the same kind. Whenever a square was blown up to only 3 or 2 bloodletters, the living bloodletters would get up and join the other squares. Amazing order. Heat Death was surprised. It originally thought that Chaos demons had no order at all, and Khorne demons should be a kind of reckless man who would not care about anything when fighting, but would only scream and rush forward stupidly, but this was not the case. The discipline of the Khorne demon army is definitely the highest among all the species that Heat Death has seen. Of course, except for the hive-thinking creatures like insects. Standing on the giant battle body 70 meters high, Heat Death could overlook the entire battlefield. He saw that the Khorne demon army was still approaching in an orderly manner. The infantry in the front line was advancing slowly, and the cavalry riding bronze bulls went out from behind the front line, outflanking the side and rear of the Iron Man army from the left and right wings. Leading the charge of the left-wing cavalry was a big demon, who was slightly smaller than Skarbrand and rode a huge war beast. The demon stared fiercely at the maintenance bodies behind the left side of the Iron Man. After the charging speed was increased to the extreme, he pointed the big knife in his hand straight ahead and roared with a ferocious expression. The bloody mouth full of fangs opened to the limit, and saliva stuck between the fangs. Heat Death admired the courage of the Khorne demon, but it really didn't think that this cold weapon fighting method would be of any use. It instantly transmitted a message to each Iron Man. The maintenance bodies began to move, and the specialized firepower support Iron Man carrying the heavy weapon platform was mobilized to the front of the cavalry. In front of Khorne's cavalry were countless neatly arranged Iron Men, and various heavy weapons not only blocked the cavalry's route of charge, but also blocked the cavalry's route of retreat or detour. But the Khorne demon riding on the war beast was fearless, and the cavalry behind it was also fearless, and even charged faster. Heat Death had almost no experience in fighting demons, and of course, it didn't understand why the demons used this cold weapon tactic, and what they could do with it. The fearlessness of the cavalry in the face of the all-round fire blockade pleased Khorne in the warp. The blood god cast his eyes on the battlefield, staring at the cavalry. The Iron Man troops opened fire. The demons in the cavalry were exiled one after another, but this was already very abnormal. In the Heat Death scenario, the cavalry could not withstand the firepower of the Iron Man for more than 2 seconds, but the cavalry held on. The heat that could penetrate the carapace of the Tyranid tyrant could only create deep wounds on the bloodletting vampire, or the bronze bull. The cavalry charged forward under the firepower of the Iron Man, and after paying half the sacrifice, they crashed through the Iron Man wall. But it was of little use. Skarbrand, who was still leading the walking vampires forward, soon lost sight of his subordinates. And Heat Death saw a scene that shocked him greatly. The big demon riding the war beast was only covered with wounds after being focused by the hot melt for a minute, but it was accidentally attacked by an agile Iron Man, and then it was cut in two by the swords attached to the limbs of the agile Iron Man. Chapter 403. Did you see that? Heat Death contacted the intelligence in the mothership. The scene of the Khorne demon being cut into 2 pieces by a sword just now really shocked Heat Death. It felt that everything stored in its database had become a joke. The melta can't kill the enemy, but the sword can. This kind of thing is just like calculating 1 + 1 = 3 when doing a math problem, and no matter how you verify it, it proves that the answer is correct. It's incredible. I saw it. The mothership intelligence responded to Heat Death coldly, and then warned it, continue your battle, observation and summarizing experience are not your tasks. Heat Death agreed with this statement, but it did not immediately jump off the giant war body to fight with the cavalry, but shifted its sights and looked straight ahead. The Khorne Demon Army infantry phalanx, who were shouting and fighting fiercely, were not far from the first row of iron men. In addition to the long-range firepower, they suffered from the bombardment of giant war bodies, artillery war bodies, and flying war bodies. They also suffered from the concentrated fire of conventional war body weapons. But the Khorne Demon Army was still fearless, and walked forward. Groups of demons fell from the sky as reserve troops, but they did not join the battle immediately. Instead, they set up blockades around the battlefield to ensure that no third party would intervene in the war on the plain. A moment later, 1 or 2 cinch demons who came over and tried to rub against the Blackstone Tower were chased and killed by Khorne demons. Heat Death found that the Khorne Demon Army seemed to be pursuing martial virtues and honor. It didn't know what the purpose of these demons pursuing martial virtues and honor was, but they were doing it. For the Blood God. For the Blood God. Skarbrand seemed to never get tired or cool off, and walked in the artillery fire for a long time and kept yelling. Heat Death thought it was meaningless to continue bombing the phalanx of the Khorne Demon Army, so it issued an order to let all long-range firepower focus on Skarbrand alone. The sky was full of artillery fire covering Skarbrand, and this was a bombing without blind spots. Even Skarbrand, a great demon that was considered the most terrifying entity in the real universe, could hardly withstand the firepower that could change the terrain. When the smoke rolled away, and the flames and flashes all dissipated, Heat Death saw Skarbrand holding up his body with an axe, panting. Its extremely strong body was covered with wounds, some of which could be seen from the front to the back. Even one of Skarbrand's wings was blown off, and one of his arms flew away to who knows where. But Skarbrand's wounds were healing quickly, just like a dying person quickly recovering to a healthy person. Second bombing. Heat Death gave the order. After the encrypted order was transmitted to each Iron Man, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the battlefield. However, this was not the roar of firing and explosion. Skarbrand was not bombed, but the Iron Man troops in front of it suffered heavy damage. It was like a giant planet holding an axe and chopped down at the Iron Man troops. The location of the Iron Man troops was left with an axe-shaped canyon abyss, and all the giant war bodies that had been transmitted to the battlefield so far were destroyed. Heat Death, who was standing on a giant battle body, was also affected. Half of his body was gone, and he lay at the bottom of the canyon with axe marks, struggling to survive. Heat Death's body began to print and repair itself. It did not pay attention to its own injuries, and it was still paying attention to the battlefield while waiting for its body to recover. Through the drone, Heat Death was able to see that the phalanx of the Khorne Demon Army had already engaged the Iron Man front. This scene was still the same as in the movie Tyrone's Cold Weapon. The soldiers in the front row of the infantry phalanx fought with the enemy, and the infantry behind did not surround them to fight together, but stood behind and waited. This may be to maintain the composition and order of the phalanx, and prevent the battle from turning from orderly to chaotic. The battle went on for a while. The phalanx of the Khorne Demon Army was advancing step by step, and the line of the Iron Men was like a sandbag in front of the Demon Army. Heat Death lamented that this battle could no longer be viewed with common sense. If the enemy was not the Khorne Demon Army but other enemies, they would not be able to withstand a round of volleys from the skirmish line formed by the Iron Men, when the number was insufficient. Thinking of this, Heat Death began to think about how to proceed with this battle. The enemy was too strange. This was different from all the enemies encountered so far. Your mission is complete, come back. The voice of the Iron Man Mothership Intelligence was transmitted into the communication module of Heat Death. It looked at the black sphere in the sky in confusion. That was the Iron Man Mothership. There are records about the so-called Blood God in my database. The Mothership Intelligence began to explain. The influence of the 4 gods is not all negative. They can also bring positive effects. The Imperial Astra Militarum troops fighting bravely on the battlefield between the stars may also be blessed by the Blood God to become fearless and have amazing discipline. I just want to say that the 4 gods have their own rules. If you want to deal with them, you have to follow their rules. You are just here to collect data. I don't really expect you to lead the troops to defeat these demons. Now that the data collection is completed, you come back for transformation. After that, the Mothership intelligently transmitted 2 templates to Heat Death. One is Heat Death's new body template, without any long-range weapons, just as strong as Skarbrand. The other is the template of the new Iron Man force, which is named the Anti-Khorne Demon Army Specialized Iron Man template. The Iron Man in this template has no long-range weapons, a sturdy body, and no head-like structure with integrated modules such as sensor communication and observation. Instead, The originally integrated modules are distributed throughout the body. Heat Death does not know the significance of this headless design, but it thinks that the database of the mothership's intelligent link is higher than its own, so it should know more about Korn. Changing the sensor communication and observation modules from integrated to distributed will definitely be useful. Teleport me back, along with these Iron Men on the battlefield now. Heat Death said. No, we can't run away. The Iron Men who go with you will all be killed. So the next step of the battle is not for us to run away and evacuate and then start the battle, but for us to continue to invest troops and fight a meat grinder with the Korn demon army after the vanguard is destroyed. Hearing this, Heat Death climbed out of the canyon and took a look at the battle between his own kind and the enemy. The combat efficiency is too poor, even no different from that of humans with flesh and blood, or even worse. Learning, analysis, and improvement are the advantages of Iron Men. Using a new combat plan against a specific enemy is indeed the best choice at the moment. If you want to do porcelain work, you have to use a diamond drill. I don't need to teleport either. Heat Death stretched out all his arms, took out the 4 power swords he carried, and teleported directly to Skarbrand, who was killing people in the Iron Man line. In order to collect more detailed data, Heat Death first opened the shell of his chest and fired a shot at Skarbrand with the core. This shot was enough to penetrate the Titan, but it only opened a small hole in Skarbrand's abdomen. The big demon turned his head to look at Heat Death, howling and raising his axe to chop it down. Heat Death did not dodge, facing the axe head-on and stabbing with a sword. The power sword blessed by Heat Death easily pierced Skarbrand's neck, but it was also chopped into pieces by the falling axe and returned to the mothership to be reborn. Chapter 404. Inside the Dark Mothership. Heat Death's intelligence was transferred to a new body, which was larger than the bloodthirsty demons, like Skarbrand. For the sake of fairness in the upcoming war, no appendages were installed. 2 drones floated over and handed Heat Death a big sword and a long spear. More than 1 million anti-Korn model Iron Men made according to the new template have been modified and can be put into the battlefield again. Get ready. The mothership intelligently reminded Heat Death, look for an opportunity to fight Skarbrand after you go down, and try to fight a soldier-to-soldier and general-to-general battle. Okay. Heat Death nodded. The next second, the Iron Men were sent out of the mothership and instantly teleported to the plain battlefield just now. The battlefield has now become a plain again. Because too many Korn demons have descended in one area, coupled with the amplification effect of the Blackstone Tower, the plain has become a Korn demon domain. Everywhere are piles of Iron Men's skulls. There was nothing to burn, but flames that could burn and grow stronger were everywhere. Lava was surging between the skull mountains. The sky was covered with smoke. Brass ornaments of various shapes were hung on the heads of giant war bodies. Skarbrand and the other 2 bloodthirsty demons could sense that the blood god's gaze had not moved away, indicating that there would be another bloody battle, so they did not order the vampires to disband their formation, but continued to maintain the square formation. Those steals. Skarbrand talked to 2 of his kind. They have no blood, no emotions, and their only weakness is that they rely too much on long-range weapons and artillery fire. That's good, at least they still have heads left, and the feeling of chopping them down can satisfy me. You are so easily satisfied. Skarbrand and his kind didn't agree with each other, so he turned around and looked straight ahead. It felt a slight fluctuation in space. Then it saw a dimensional rift open on the battlefield, and the Iron Man army appeared again. However, these Iron Men were completely different from the previous batch. They were made for close combat, and did not carry any long-range weapons, only close combat weapons. Moreover, they no longer used hot weapon tactics like before, but also lined up in squares one after another. The generals among the Iron Men came to the front of the line. Skarbrand frowned, realizing that things were not going well, but he was not nervous. On the contrary, he felt very happy, because such Iron Men were the Iron Men who could make the entire demon army fight happily. Skarbrand. The demon heard someone calling his name. It was not his real name, but the loudest and most frightening one among thousands of names. Skarbrand looked in the direction of the voice, and saw an Iron Man, who was much stronger than himself. Heat Death came to the front of the Iron Man formation, leaning on a big sword, raised his spear and pointed it at Skarbrand. I will chop off your head and hang it on the spear. I will chop you into 888 pieces. Skarbrand was panting, and roaring loudly facing the front. The armies of both sides approached each other again. At this time, a vampire ran to the skull trebuchet, and tried to manually control the trebuchet to fire a few shots at the Iron Man on the opposite side, but it was smashed by the axe thrown by Skarbrand just as it started to do so. I want a fair bloody battle. Skarbrand turned around and raised his axe, roaring at the demon army behind him. The demons in the demon army cheered and raised their weapons to respond to Skarbrand. At this time, the skull of the Iron Man turned and moved by itself, gradually forming a throne. There was nothing on the throne, but Skarbrand could feel the blood god sitting on the skull throne staring at him, and he gave him a satisfied look because he wanted a fair bloody battle. Then the axe called Murder Throne by Skarbrand floated in the air and flew back to Skarbrand's hand. The axe was still attached with a flame that would not burn Skarbrand, but was enough to melt steel in an instant. This series of situations made Skarbrand ecstatic. For the blood god. Amid Skarbrand's roar, the Khorne demon army marched forward. For the Lord of Iron. Death raised his great sword and shouted, and the Iron Army's phalanxes began to march forward. The two sides quickly engaged in battle, and each Iron Army phalanx faced a Demon Army phalanx. Until the second before the battle, Death was still doubting whether the new Iron Man created by the mothership's intelligence really had the ability to fight against the Khorne demon army. The next second, Death no longer doubted it. Because the Iron Man, who could not kill a few bloodletters even if he shot the melta at the bloodletters until his weapon was overloaded, has now become extremely efficient. Each Iron Man was much taller than the vampire. They were pre-programmed for close combat, so their movements were still clumsy, but the clumsiness was only because the mothership's intelligence made a trade-off between defense and agility. The Iron Men in the front row of each square were slaughtering the vampires like a meat grinder. Death even saw an Iron Man fellow who had his sword-holding forearm chopped off by the vampire, and then used a broken arm and the other intact arm to smash the vampire into a pulp again and again. This was a scene that he had never seen before. But the Khorne demon army was not defeated. They fought more and more bravely, trying their best to maintain a stalemate, ensuring that they would not be passive in less than half an hour after the battle began. Skarbrand wielded two axes and rushed through the Iron Man square. After killing countless Iron Men, he roared to his cavalry, make a detour and attack their flanks. This loud roar quickly spread to the cavalry. The new cavalry was led by a bloodletter riding a larger copper bull. It immediately responded to the call of the demon and led the cavalry to gallop across the plain. After making a big circle, it attacked the right wing of the Iron Man army. Death noticed this situation, and it only took a thought to transmit its order to its fellow Iron Men. 10,000 Iron Men holding spears and shields separated from the right wing and blocked the cavalry's charge route. The cavalry commander, the bloodletter, stepped on the back of the bronze bull, wielding a flaming sword and roaring, charging at the head of the troops. The cavalry soon engaged in battle with the Iron Men who blocked them. Among the many Iron Men holding spears and shields, there was a special template model Iron Man named Centurion against the demon army. It was 5 meters tall, and the layers of armor on its body wrapped it like an obstacle. The Centurion's observers on his arm stared at the vampire leading the cavalry charge, and found the right moment to stab him with a spear. The bronze bull and the vampire were pierced from bottom to top by the spear. It led the charge, and was also exiled. The following cavalrymen clanged against the shields of the Iron Men, and each Iron Man's arm twitched with a spear like a piston, and it took 5 seconds to quickly slaughter the cavalrymen who were lying on their backs. In the previous battle, the Iron Men could only try to concentrate fire with long-range weapons in 5 seconds, and then they were penetrated by the cavalry in 2 seconds. Chapter 405. Data shows that our combat efficiency has increased by 90% compared to before. The Iron Man mothership's intelligence is paying attention to every Iron Man. The data of these Iron Men who either killed the bloodletters, stabbed the cavalry to death, or was hacked to death are gathered into a torrent and then sent to the data processing station in the dimensional space for analysis. No matter how long the analysis takes, the Iron Man mothership's intelligence outside the dimensional space will receive the analysis results in an instant, because the flow rate of time inside the dimensional space can be changed freely. This can be regarded as a new application of the Forger dimension. It's good that the efficiency is improved. Death did not receive the analysis results, but as a microscopic individual in a war, it did not need to analyze it. It only needed to observe part of the battle situation and draw an inaccurate and vague conclusion. Seeing that his own front line was stable, Death could finally go to duel with Skarbrand with confidence. Skarbrand chopped the Iron Man and rushed to Death. Death chopped the vampire and rushed to Skarbrand. The two sides soon met, and the moment he saw Death, Skarbrand was ecstatic. Previously, it had been very upset because these new Iron Men not only changed their fighting methods to gain an advantage, but also lost their heads. Blood sacrifice to the blood god requires skulls. Although the skulls of Iron Men are not naturally generated, They also integrate a series of functions such as observation, analysis and thinking, similar to the heads of living things. Offering them to the blood god is definitely not as pleasing as offering the skulls of space marines or humans, but it can be made do. Now it can't even be made do. What makes Skarbrand most depressed is not that the Iron Men have become stronger and found the right way to fight, but that killing them can't get any results at all. The reason why Skarbrand was ecstatic after seeing Heat Death was because he found that Heat Death had a head. With his wings spread out and his thick leg muscles tightened to accumulate strength, Skarbrand leaped to a height of 40 meters in the next second, and then fell towards Heat Death while holding up his 2 axes to accumulate strength. Heat Death stood there and looked at Skarbrand, who was about to behead him, without any reaction or movement, as if he was a dead person. This did not make Skarbrand feel secretly happy, because the opponent's lack of reaction would only make the blood god servants angry. The demon fell to the ground and roared, slashing with 2 axes. As the axes slashed, it saw the Heat Death flash and instantly moved 2 meters away, but it was too late to retract its power, and the 2 axes slashed on the ground. The roar hit the hearing module of the Iron Men. The surface of the entire demon world was shaking because of Skarbrand's slashing. The regional reality membrane within 400 light-years of the dead zone has been weakened to no effect, but the curtain still exists fragilely. Skarbrand's strength after passing through the curtain and descending into the real universe is not as strong as 10% of its strength in the subspace, but it is still a powerful entity called the bloodthirsty demon in the real universe. Each of the Khorne demons is far more powerful in close combat than the other 3 gods. But the problem is that this is still the real universe, not the warp. Even if the reality membrane is weakened to the point where the demons can enter and exit at will, it is still the real universe. Heat Death's body is huge, but his movements are not affected at all. He flashed to the side of Skarbrand and tried to chop with his great sword, but Skarbrand's reaction speed exceeded his expectations. He turned around and knocked the great sword away with his double axes in an instant. The powerful power of the demons even caused Heat Death's body to react inertially. When the great sword was knocked away, his upper body and arms turned to the other side. This is the big demon's chance. Skarbrand roared and pounced on Heat Death, slashing at the left and right sides of Heat Death's neck with 2 axes. Heat Death couldn't react. Even though its processor performed more than a dozen calculations in less than a millisecond to try to find a countermeasure, it only got a result that the body couldn't react quickly, and there was an 87% probability of being beheaded. But as the most special one among the Iron Man, the one that the Lord of Iron Man is most proud of, Heat Death's body that can be abandoned and rebuilt and will has the highest shaping budget, that is, all forged with improved living metal. At the moment when the double axes were about to decapitate Heat Death, Skarbrand saw the body of the Iron Man dissipate, and then each atom re-anchored new coordinates and reassembled. Heat Death's body turned from facing Skarbrand sideways to facing him directly, and his arms reassembled directly in front of Skarbrand's neck. Skarbrand's neck was held by the arms, like an iron clamp. Even the great sword that was knocked away was decomposed into atoms, and reassembled 5 meters above Heat Death's body, and the spear that was not useful in close combat was thrown away by Heat Death. Skarbrand could foresee what would happen next, and opened his bloody mouth and roared at Heat Death. Wow! Hiss. The roar shattered Heat Death's auditory module, but as the first syllable came out from the gap between the fangs, the sound of flesh being cut and fangs being broken also sounded. Skarbrand's mouth and spine were pierced by the great sword. Heat Death caught the sword just as the great sword was reassembled and fell above his head, and inserted his backhand into Skarbrand's roaring mouth. The battle ended in less than a second, not because of the huge gap in strength between the 2 sides, but precisely because they were evenly matched. There was no room for repeated probing and looking for loopholes, and whoever could catch the opponent by surprise could win in an instant. Skarbrand lost control of his body due to spinal damage and fell to his knees, his body holding up his arms from the Heat Death to keep him from falling to the ground. The demon's eyes gradually lost color, not because of sadness or regret for losing the battle, but because it saw the blood god's eyes moving away from itself. Skarbrand was once the blood god's favorite servant, constantly blessing him and even rewarding him with dual axes, but Skarbrand became proud and arrogant because of his continuous victories in the war, and even took advantage of the blood god's inattention to swing his axe at the blood god. This is definitely the most despicable and wrong thing Skarbrand has ever done, but it does not refer to swinging his axe at the blood god, but to sneak attacking. After the sneak attack failed, and he was knocked away by the blood god, and flew in the warp for several days and nights, Skarbrand reflected that if he did not launch a sneak attack, but openly asked the blood god to duel with him, the blood god would probably agree very happily, and then easily defeat him and bless him again. In any case, at this point, Skarbrand still wanted to gain the favor of the Blood God, but now the Blood God looked away, which meant that the Blood God was disappointed. At this time, a command from the Iron Man mothership's intelligence was transmitted to Heat Death's brain. This was an order for Heat Death to show off his power after his victory. Heat Death thought for a moment, raised his hand, and smashed the hilt of the great sword that was inserted into Skarbrand's mouth. The sword tip drilled out from the demon's spine and stuck into the ground, supporting the demon's body. Then Heat Death used all his strength with both hands to tear off the demon's head and raised it high. The extremely cruel execution brought an end to the entire war. Chapter 406. The war on the plains will soon have a winner. Heat Death stood there holding up Skarbrand's head. The vampires retreated from Heat Death's vicinity. The Blood God's laughter echoed in the smoke rolling over the battlefield. Khorne did not use an axe to smash Heat Death like he did to the Iron Man giant war bodies before, and it did not want to do so because it really liked this Iron Man named Heat Death. The whole war ended with the Iron Man's defeat at the beginning. Millions of Iron Men were slaughtered by the demon army after the giant war bodies were destroyed, and their heads were all piled up. As the war progressed, the Iron Men changed their tactics and fought back. This time, they used the tactics that Khorne liked. They gained the upper hand and won the victory. They killed Skarbrand in the Battle of Generals, and the victors executed the defeated cruelly. The two sides fought back and forth in the war. The strength of both sides led to the battle between them being a cruel meat grinder. This made Khorne very happy. There were two shortcomings in Khorne's eyes. The first point is that Skarbrand is too stupid to use clever tactics and amazing strategic arrangements, but he has the courage to lead the army to advance under fire, so overall it is not bad. The second point is that these Iron Men have no soul in self. They have no feelings whether they kill or are killed. They are simply disgusting soulless puppets. But Heat Death is different. Khorne can see that Heat Death has self-thinking, and it is proud and satisfied to be able to kill Skarbrand. Khorne cannot see Heat Death's soul and cannot interfere with it, but as a chaos god in the warp, it can see many things that ordinary people cannot see. It thinks that Heat Death can bring a lot of killing and war that it likes just by surviving and continuing to fight for its creator. The future is promising. As for the technology used by Heat Death in the battle just now, Khorne does not hate technology, especially technology that can make war more cruel and terrifying. Technology is the crystallization of mortal wisdom. Technology developed by countless mortals with their lifespan and energy is fundamentally different from those witchcrafts that can make battles unfair with just a flick of the finger. Khorne could watch the giant war bodies slaughtering his own bloodletters in large numbers, but he didn't want to see Skarbrand being focused on and exiled by all the war bodies. Instead, he wanted to see it killed by the enemy in a fair duel. That's why he destroyed the giant war bodies and his own trebuchet troops with one axe. In short, Khorne was very satisfied with this war. Skarbrand was killed in the duel because he was inferior to others. He should have accepted the defeat with a clear conscience and continued to hone his combat skills. Khorne only cares whether a head is chopped off or not, and it doesn't care whose neck the chopped head was originally attached to. If Heat Death was a human, or other species with souls, Khorne would give birth to a demon for him on the spot, but now it can only think of other ways to reward him. The Blood God's eyes are still on the battlefield, because the war is not over yet, but his focus is no longer on Skarbrand but on Heat Death. The demon army without Skarbrand's command did not fall into chaos, but still maintained order. They quickly decided on a new commander, which made Khorne very satisfied. However, the demon army could no longer confront the Iron Men. The soulless iron golems were far superior to the vampires due to the blessing of technology. Even the most ordinary individual could deal with 3 vampires at the same time, and their number was as numerous as cattle hair. The demon army began to retreat. The retreat did not serve tactics and strategy. This made their blood god not very satisfied. The Iron Men pressed forward step by step, but soon suffered setbacks. On the west side of the plain, a group of Cinch demons and Nurgle demons emerged at the same time, cooperating with each other to launch long-range bombing on the Iron Men. Long-range bombing with flashing blue flames wiped out the Iron Men in large numbers. The bacteria that could infect even the Iron Men's steel bodies made many Iron Men lose their combat capabilities. The reason why they joined the battlefield in time was that a Cientian demon ran to the Nurgle demon army and persuaded a great unclean one to cooperate with him to help defend the 8 towers on the plain, otherwise the direction of the war would be changed. The great unclean one asked Nurgle, and Nurgle's response was to do whatever you want without asking me. So the 2 groups of demon armies joined forces to come to support. In the past, The Khorne army led by Skarbrand would not cooperate with the Tzeentch army, because the Khorne demon adhered to the principle that those who played witchcraft could not be dealt with. But the situation was different at this time, so he could only hold his nose and endure it. The demon who led the Tzeentch army to promote cooperation was named Vlad. Vlad wanted to deceive the Khorne and Nurgle demon army to fight rather than promote cooperation, but Carlos felt that the situation would not be good if it continued, so he threatened Vlad that if he did not obey his orders, he would use the Staff of Tomorrow to turn Vlad's mouth into soft noodles. Vlad wanted to ask Carlos what he was thinking. Even the Lord of Change had just deceived one of its lords, and the army led by the Lord to die in the Soulless Ones. Why did Carlos care so much about the war situation? But there was no way. Carlos was holding the Staff of Tomorrow and the Book of Destiny. If Carlos wanted to deceive someone, he would be accurate. Vlad often went deep into the Khorne demon realm to perform military reconnaissance missions in the subspace. Among all the Lords of Change, he was the one who knew the temperament of Khorne and his servants the most. In order to prevent the Khorne demon army from taking his kindness for granted, Vlad prohibited the demon army he led from using witchcraft. In addition, the Khorne demon army was now at a disadvantage, and the leader was not Skarbrand, so the cooperation would most likely succeed. While the changelings were bombarding the Iron Man, Vlad found the great demon who led the Khorne demon army and used verbal hints to help him think of a tactic that would please the blood god. Everything about war, whether it was bloody battles or tactics and strategies, these were what Khorne liked. A person who could lead troops to fight and use exquisite tactics and strategies, and whose personal force was very strong would be blessed by the blood god, even if he was an enemy, a blessing that he could not refuse. So just as Vlad imagined, seeing that the Tzeentch demon army did not use witchcraft, the current situation was forced, and his servants came up with a brilliant tactic. It tolerated cooperation and continued to pay attention to the battle situation. You don't need to change the battle body, continue to fight. The Mothership Intelligence ordered heat death. Different methods must be used to deal with different demon armies. The Mothership Intelligence learned this in the battle with the Khorne demon army just now. A new Iron Man unit was teleported to the battlefield. This unit was not a melee Iron Man, but a giant battle body. The Tzeentch demon army that poured firepower on the Iron Men was first bombarded by the giant battle body. When the first round of bombing ended, 60% of the demon army led by Vlad was exiled. Tzeentch change spirits can't walk leisurely in the face of the explosion shock wave like vampires. Chapter 407. When the demon army was bombarded, Vlad had no choice but to use witchcraft. A witchcraft shield with the same principle as the Void Shield was formed above the Tzeentch demon army. The attacks of the giant Iron Men could no longer hurt the Tzeentch demon army. No matter how much artillery fire they fired, all kinds of shells and beams could only dissipate silently on the shield. However, this was not the strongest witchcraft that Vlad could use. It could even teleport those Iron Men directly out of the planet and into the void, but the problem was that it could not be used now. The witchcraft shield was already a provocation to the blood god. If he used stronger witchcraft, he would be chopped off by the blood god with an axe. Vlad felt like he was walking on a tightrope. He had to ensure that he could execute Carlos' orders and maintain the three-party cooperation, and he had to be careful not to make the blood god angry. The great demon Tzeentch had to take care of Khorne's emotions, which made Vlad feel outrageous. But there was no way, because his boss didn't care about anything. Witchcraft. The strongest witchcraft. The one you can use? A whisper sounded in Vlad's ears, and the whisper made Vlad's hair stand on end. It was the whisper from the Lord of Change. The Lord of Change, Tzeentch, was urging his demon lord to use the most powerful witchcraft directly. As for the anger of the blood god, there was no need to worry. Tzeentch would help Vlad deal with the blood god. Vlad was very happy at first, but after thinking carefully about the temper of the Lord of Change, he began to doubt whether the Lord of Change was planning to harm him. Don't listen to it. Hurry up and do what the master says. Two contradictory, but completely consistent voices echoed in Vlad's ears. The one who spoke was Carlos. In order to make the Lord of Change still feel that he was loyal and willing to die, Carlos even called on the power of the Well of Eternity to transmit this communication to prevent the Lord of Change from hearing it. But who these two voices listen to is a question. The head that is talking to you now is the one that speaks the truth. Remember, the first sentence is the truth. Bullshit. I am the head that speaks the truth. The second sentence is the truth. Don't listen to the other head, it's lying to you. As always, Carlos said two contradictory sentences. However, as one of the Lords of Change, Vlad was so wise and intelligent that he immediately deduced that the first sentence was spoken by Carlos' head that spoke the truth. Vlad asked Carlos, Should I listen to my master? No, the Book of Fate wrote the consequences of your obedience. Vlad believed Cinch's lies, and used large-scale witchcraft. Korn furiously hacked at the Cinch army, and Cinch was indifferent to it, and did not intervene at all. Vlad was exiled by Korn amid Cinch's laughter. Listen to it, or you be dead. It was still a self-contradictory statement, but Vlad had already learned to listen selectively. Cinch would not help him fight, which didn't sound very reliable after all. It was Cinch who facilitated the Dark Gods to reach an agreement, but Vlad believed it was true. Cinch's goal was to leave a demon world in the Talon sector, rather than completely destroying the Talon sector. In the Crystal Demon realm, Cinch told every demon lord that if they accidentally killed a living person, who was dead in the past and the future, the end result would be to be thrown into the well of eternity. This was not a lie, it was a promise. After Cinch finished his instructions, and withdrew his attention, Carlos used the Book of Destiny to confirm, and found that Cinch's words were what he really thought. The Book of Destiny stated that a demon lord accidentally killed an unpredictable person, who could cause all kinds of changes, and was thrown into the well of eternity. Cinch's goal has now been achieved, and he really won't do his best in this war. After thinking for a long time, Vlad chose to believe Carlos. At least Carlos had a head that spoke the truth, while the seemingly careless actions of the Lord of Change could be full of lies. During the time when Vlad and Carlos were talking, the giant combat body of the Iron Man had already shattered the witchcraft shield, and the next round of bombing that was enough to wipe out all of Vlad's demon army was about to begin. So here comes the problem. Using witchcraft will anger the Blood God and lead to exile. Not using witchcraft will still not withstand the bombing of the Iron Man, and the end result will still be exile. The results of these two approaches are exactly the same. What should I do? Help me. Vlad asked Carlos. You asked me to promote cooperation. You are extremely concerned about the war. You should give me advice. You deserve it. It is your duty. Vlad only received silence in response. Seeing that the cannons of the giant Iron Men in front of him were charging, Vlad tried to communicate with Carlos, but heard Carlos' screams. Carlos used the power of the Well of Eternity, just for communication. This matter was discovered by the Lord of Change, and then the punishment came. This punishment was not imposed on Carlos himself, but was used to interfere with psychic energy and block communication. Cinch was not angry that Carlos had lied to him. Instead, he found it quite interesting. However, the psychic communication still had to be blocked. Before the psychic energy was completely drained, when Vlad fell into despair, Carlos tried his best to roar and give Vlad the final instructions. Use powerful witchcraft. Quick, I will help you suppress the psychic energy that releases witchcraft, so that your witchcraft can be effective without being excommunicated by the Blood God. Carlos has the Book of Destiny. When Vlad is about to release witchcraft, it can see the future consequences. Then, it was enough to just interfere and help Vlad precisely control the effect of the witchcraft. This was as difficult as ascending to heaven for other demon kings, but it was easy for a demon king like Carlos, who had two ways to see the future. So Vlad began to mobilize his spiritual energy, and waved his scepter to brew witchcraft. The witchcraft was brewed successfully after the giant battle body opened fire. By the time it was released, the demon army under Vlad had been blown to pieces, but Carlos assisted Vlad from the side to move the effect of the witchcraft from the future to the past. The giant war body's cannons were all paralyzed by witchcraft when they opened fire, and Vlad's demon army was able to survive. This was a witchcraft that spanned time and space. It would definitely not be released without Carlos's assistance. Wait. Vlad suddenly realized something, and then, he heard Korn's roar coming from the sky. The witchcraft that spanned time and space angered Korn. A huge sword as big as a mountain fell from the sky, causing a terrible explosion, like a nuclear explosion. Vlad and his demon army were instantly banished back to the subspace. Ha ha ha. Carlos' 9x9 psychic projections appeared beside Vlad, mocking the Demon King in 99 and 81 directions. Vlad had already understood at this time that he actually obeyed Carlos' orders to rush to the battlefield, promote cooperation, and perform witchcraft. This series of things was originally Carlos's deception. And Carlos not only did not weaken the witchcraft just now, but instead strengthened the witchcraft to the extreme, triggering the anger of the Blood God, and it wanted to do this. Carlos. Being banished is a shame for a demon. Even the Lord of Demons will be mocked and ridiculed by his weaker counterparts. Vlad stared at Carlos' 9x9 projections, and his beak creaked as it moved. Ha! Ha ha! After staring at Carlos for a while, Vlad couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed at his own stupidity. Chapter 408. With Vlad's death, this cooperation, which was already full of lies, also ended. The Nurgle demon army began to withdraw, and the Iron Army continued to march towards the Blackstone Tower. The remaining bloodletters were quickly slaughtered. Go and remove the Void Shield. Heat Death gave orders to the agile Iron Men. These Iron Men immediately rushed into the Void Shield protecting the Blackstone, located the structural part of the Void Shield by detecting the subspace energy and directional scanning, and then blew up the Void Shield by self-detonation. At the same time, Heat Death stood in the center of the shrinking Khorne domain, stepping on a pile of bloodletting skulls that had gathered out of thin air. He looked around, and the situation after the war looked like a fierce cold weapon battle. Heat Death was still confused until now, and its logic module really couldn't figure out why Khorne demons that could not be killed efficiently with powerful long-range weapons could be killed like slaughtering with inferior and simple cold weapons. However, Heat Death found a trick, which is that when fighting demons, it is best to understand their characteristics and then fight in a way that matches their characteristics. At present, the Khorne army has been defeated, and at least 8 Blackstone towers are about to be destroyed. There are Blackstone towers everywhere on the planet. Heat Death is very confused about who built these towers. It didn't know the existence of the towers before Yeowen and his party arrived. Buzz. All the Blackstones were destroyed, and at the moment of their explosion, a spiritual energy wave was generated, spreading to the entire continental plate. This psychic fluctuation stopped Heat Death's thinking, and it looked at the fragments of the Blackstone. The entire Khorne domain was shrinking, but the surging smoke and magma gathered together before fading, merging with the Blackstone fragments, or using the remaining psychic energy on the Blackstone fragments. In short, they gathered together, and turned into a tornado-like red vortex. Heat Death was about to issue an order to prepare for battle. It thought this was a scene where the Khorne demon army was about to descend here, but the development of things was beyond her expectations. The tornado vortex swept across the plain twice, and finally came to Heat Death. After the tornado dissipated, a long sword appeared at the eye of the storm. The long sword looked to be 2 meters long, with a red blade and a spinning vertical eye attached to the hilt. Heat Death's visual module could not analyze the long sword, but it could sense the psychic fluctuations released by the long sword. There was no doubt that it was a psychic sword, but who created it? Heat Death walked forward, carefully looked at the long sword, and looked up at the sky. In the warp that the Iron Man could not sense, the Blood God sitting on the brass throne withdrew his gaze from the Iron Man. That sword was a gift from the Blood God, a long sword formed by the essence of the demons in the demon army. The long sword could not affect creatures such as the Iron Man or the Soulless. It was not created to affect certain creatures, but a war weapon created for killing. Khorne knew that Heat Death could not sense its existence either. It was completely isolated from the warp, and could not even create a psychic black hole like the Soulless. But it didn't matter, even if Heat Death used this sword to slaughter more vampires and bloodthirsty demons. It didn't matter, because as long as it was fighting, it would be fine. Khorne could foresee that this Iron Man would fight all kinds of annihilating wars for its creator in the galaxy in the future. It would be enough for this Iron Man to continue to fulfill his duties as a warrior and to kill more people. Don't touch that sword. After the Blood God withdrew his gaze, the intelligence of the Iron Man mothership ordered Heat Death. Heat Death himself suspected the origin of this sword, and of course, he didn't want to touch it. Now conduct a mind check. The intelligence ordered Heat Death, open your mind module permissions, I want to explore it. Heat Death opened it obediently. Then the Iron Man mothership intelligence began to check Heat Death's thoughts in the battle just now. Common combat program logic operations. This is most of the thinking. And a small part of the thinking comes from the personality matrix. The mothership intelligence transmitted the execution order when Heat Death just killed Skarbrand. The purpose is to make Khorne feel that this battle is going smoothly, so as to prevent it from acting unethically like before. But now the mothership intelligence found that it was too nosy, because Heat Death felt pleasure in the battle, and it actually planned to execute Skarbrand before receiving the order. Just like the execution in the human cold weapon movies it had seen. The greatsword stuck in Skarbrand's mouth was hit by Heat Death, and the blade drilled out from the spine and hit the ground, allowing Skarbrand's body to support. Then Heat Death tore off the big demon's head. This execution looked brutal and unique. If Skarbrand was replaced by Khorne, Heat Death would also execute Khorne in this way, but even if it did not worship the Blood God, what it did also pleased the Blood God, which is why the sword appeared. If Heat Death's self-thinking is not based on the personality matrix, but on some kind of subspace influence, then the mothership intelligence will render Heat Death harmless. As for pleasing Khorne, there are too many people and things that please Khorne. The war that the Iron Man just fought. A tragic war going on in the galaxy at this moment. The mutual murder between several nobles. Even the Astra Militarum troops, who are in desperate situations, roaring for the Emperor and the throne, and launching a counterattack against Khorne's servants and believers. Whether these people and things are willing or not, they are trying to please Khorne, because war is closely related to Khorne. Unless there is no war in the galaxy, even a war against Khorne can benefit it. Go clean up the next Blackstone Tower. The mothership intelligently issued an order, and dispatched a drone to seal the magic sword given by Khorne with black stone. This magic sword is already a real universe entity. It is not appropriate to leave it on the planet, but it is not appropriate to take it away. How to clean it up in the end depends on how the Lord of Iron decides. How is UR-025? Heed Death asked the intelligence before leaving. UR-025 also participated in this war, but it volunteered to go to the place with the most demons on the planet for reconnaissance. It was not under the management of the mothership intelligence, so no one could stop it. I don't know, maybe it's dead. The place it went to is the most dangerous. The mothership intelligence responded coldly. No. Don't say that, it's one of our kind. Heed Death felt that the intelligence was too cold, and always had an inexplicable hostility towards 025. One of our kind? There was a hint of teasing in the mothership intelligence's voice. I am an artificial intelligence created by the Creator, and I am different from you iron lumps. Heed Death didn't want to listen to these cold words anymore, so he took the initiative to interrupt the communication and walk towards the next target location. Chapter 409. The southern part of the demon world. There are the most Blackstone towers, and demons here, and even many Chaos followers can be seen. UR-025 is walking in this hell. It has done the best camouflage, with various Chaos symbols mounted on its steel body. When it sees a Nurgle demon, it will take off other Chaos symbols, and replace them with the 3 holy emblems. The same is true when it sees other demons or Chaos followers. If it encounters the Astra Militarum here, it will replace it with the double-headed eagle emblem. This kind of camouflage seems quite ridiculous to 025 himself. But it works well in this absurd universe. After all, even the political commissars in the Astra Militarum do not believe that a Chaos believer can wear the double-headed eagle symbol without being excommunicated by the God Emperor. And the veterans of the Long War among the Chaos believers do not believe that a pseudo-emperor's lackey can wear the Chaos symbol without being corrupted. Don't ask, the reason is psychic. 025 walks openly among demons and Chaos believers, and sends the location to Heed Death after seeing a newly built Blackstone Tower. All this is done without concealment, and when those Chaos Space Marines pass by it, they only take a look at the Chaos symbol on its chest and think it is the private property of a lucky warband lord. After 3 hours of open reconnaissance, 025 suddenly encountered 10 Chaos Space Marines of the Word-Bearers Legion. These 10 Word-Bearers were no different from the Space Marines encountered before, and would not have attracted 025's attention, but this time was different. The Word-Bearers were holding a tied-up Iron Man. This Iron Man was obviously made by the mothership, and 025 could tell from the process analysis. But it stands to reason that the Iron Men made by motherships other than Heed Death should all be conventional combat types, or agile types, or giant combat bodies. The Iron Man in front of him was different. It looked like a human made of living metal. Slim. No edges or corners. There was a butcher's nail on his head, similar to the one used by Chaos Space Marines who believed in Khorne. 025 knew that the butcher's nail was originally used by intelligent Iron Man or Stone Man Bionic Man, and its function was just to receive signals. Save me. Please. 025 saw the Iron Man raised his head and looked at him. He was bound by the Word-Bearers, and could not break free, but he sent a binary communication message. The Word-Bearers had not noticed yet. You are? 025 looked at the Iron Man in surprise, ecstatic and unbelievable. This is another fellow Iron Man. It can call for help, which proves that it has intelligence and is fundamentally different from the standard model Iron Man of Castellan and Talon. I don't know why I am here. Save me. They want to corrupt me with a ritual. The Iron Man continued to call for help. 025 looked at the Word-Bearers. The Word-Bearers also noticed this strange Iron Man, and gathered around 025. Can't you find the way to the Black Mechanicus? It might be the creation of those Iron Heads. If you give this Iron Man to them, maybe you can exchange it for some weapons or something. Iron Head? You mean Iron Warrior? This Iron Man looks quite delicate, not stupid and rough. Maybe it is the property of a gang leader, or it was made by the Black Mechanicus. The Word-Bearers talked around 025. They didn't expect 025 to respond, because the things like Iron Men they saw were either security robots from ancient times or iron golems made by the Black Mechanicus, And these two things had no intelligence at all. I am an Iron Man. 025 said. Hearing it speak, the word bearers were shocked and began to discuss again. Has the technology of the Black Mechanicus improved? Is there a human head inside this thing? The word bearers began to discuss the thin Iron Man they captured. 025 then learned that the thin Iron Man suddenly appeared in front of the word bearers. At that time, the 10 word bearers were helping the demons build the Black Stone Tower, and they captured the Iron Man who appeared, preparing to use the ritual to corrupt the Iron Man and send it to the Black Mechanicus in exchange for some good stuff. Just like using the Black Stone, the Dark God's power was used to corrode the Black Stone and use it for his own benefit. After understanding the situation, 025 no longer hesitated. A word bearer was instantly torn apart by 025's power claws, along with his body and armor. The remaining word bearers were either killed by the assault cannon's 3 consecutive shots through the head, or torn into pieces by 025's power claws. The battle ended easily. Thank you. Iron Man thanked 025. My signal receiving module is damaged, can you? Before he finished speaking, 025 took out the gift from Heat Death, which was a printing device, and helped the Iron Man repair the damaged signal receiving module. The so-called signal receiving module is something like a butcher's nail. Every Iron Man in the Tyrone Iron Man mothership will install this thing to form a neural network connecting the integrated modules in the brain. After the repair was completed, the Iron Man, who was as thin as a human, could stand up from the ground. You should be the new Iron Man created by the Tyrone people. 025 looked up and down at the Iron Man, and saw many components similar to Heat Death in the components of the Iron Man, including a personality matrix. Maybe the transmission system is wrong and sent you to the enemy base camp. I don't know what you were talking about. The Iron Man shook his head helplessly. He had no memory at all. He only remembered that he saw the power hammer of the word bearer smashing his signal receiving module when he opened his eyes. Scholar, this is your name. 025 projected the name engraved in the Iron Man's personality matrix so that the Iron Man could see it. The Iron Man named Scholar nodded in confusion and had no impression of this name at all. I take you away first. 025 turned around and motioned the Scholar to follow him. I come back to perform the mission after you are safe. 025 is willing to lend a hand to every fellow Iron Man. It volunteered to perform the reconnaissance mission just to thank the talents for creating a true Iron Man and expanding the number of Iron Man species that are already on the verge of extinction in the galaxy. The Scholar also believed in 025 and followed it to leave the demon realm. The 2 Iron Men had not walked a few steps when they suddenly ran into a group of word bearers. There were a total of 20 word bearers Chaos Space Marines, escorting a group of mutant slaves from the demon world, and those slaves were carrying black stone slabs ready to be assembled. The 2 sides suddenly met and stared at each other for a few seconds, and then the word bearers identified the enemy through the fragments of their battle brothers on the ground and immediately focused their fire on the 2 Iron Men. The Scholar was not a combat type at all, and his instinctive reaction was to find a bunker to hide while the bombs were flying. 025 and the word bearers exchanged fire. A word bearer took advantage of the chaos to get behind 025 and pierce 025's chest with a power sword. The Scholar was extremely anxious when he saw his compatriot was injured, but he could do nothing. But his heart to help 025 was real and urgent. Driven by instinct, the Scholar stood up from behind the stone and raised his hands to the word bearers. Lightning condensed in the palms of 2 iron hands out of thin air, and spread back and forth between the word bearers. Every word bearer who was attacked by lightning screamed, and every hole on his face released psychic light, and his soul was shattered and extracted. God of all machines. 025 looked at the Scholar with a sigh, an Iron Man who can use psychic energy. Chapter 410. Tyrone Galaxy. Utopia World. Research Facility. How is the Iron Man called Scholar? Chi Nemo walked in the corridor, communicating with the mothership. I have put it into the deepest part of the demon world as you said. There was a small accident in the middle, but it was found and rescued by 025, and then everything is normal. It can use psychic energy, and is not corrupted. Very good. Chi Nemo nodded with great satisfaction and walked to a door. After the scan, the gate opened. Vanessa was sitting on the sofa in the laboratory. Her nose was bleeding, and she was breathing rapidly. She looked not in good condition. During this period, Chi Nemo had been carrying out a big plan with the Emperor. As the carrier of the human side of the Emperor, Vanessa was always in a state of being possessed by the Emperor, which brought her great pressure. You should go and rest today. Chi Nemo wanted to continue the plan with the Emperor, but looking at Vanessa's appearance, She might not be able to hold on for too long. However, Vanessa just shook her head with a calm expression, took out an injection from her bag, and inserted it into her neck. The liquid in the injection was injected into Vanessa's blood along the artery, and spread throughout her body. Her body, which was damaged by the overload of psychic energy, recovered quickly. The repair injection, which looks like a panacea, actually has side effects. If used multiple times in a short period of time, it will reduce the user's lifespan. I am not a spectator in the Talon Star Zone. I told you before that I have an effect. Vanessa stood up with a smile, her eyes sparkling, her golden hair fluttering in the windless laboratory, and her whole temperament changed. It was obvious that the Emperor had possessed this woman again. How is the scholar? The Emperor asked about the thing he cared about most. He and Qin Mo had a big plan, which was to create an Iron Man who could use psychic power. The Emperor himself was an experienced and intelligent scientist. He had discovered another wonderful use of the personality matrix before, which was to transplant souls. The birth of the scholar was neither an accident nor a mistake. The Emperor condensed a soul-like substance in the warp, and then used Vanessa, a real universe entity whose existence principle was similar to that of the Chosen One or the Great Demon, as a bridge to allow the soul substance to be transplanted into the personality matrix. In this way, the Iron Man is equivalent to having a soul projection in the warp, and can use psychic power. The Iron Man named Scholar is the experimental subject. Everything is normal, it has not been corrupted, and has not lost its soul projection. It has used psychic power to destroy 20 word-bearers Space Marines. Qin Mo said. The Emperor was very satisfied and excitedly walked to the research table to continue studying the psychic uses of the personality matrix. But this time, Qin Mo did not walk to the Emperor as before to help him understand the personality matrix, a pure and real universe creation. Are you sure it is very safe? Qin Mo asked. The Emperor turned his head and looked at Qin Mo, nodded. Of course, otherwise how could I propose to let the Iron Man mothership send scholars to the most corroded place? It is still normal, proving that it is safe. The Emperor also likes to do research work. He turned his head and continued to study the personality matrix, while excitedly talking about the benefits of the successful plan. You will have a psychic Iron Man, a safe psychic Iron Man. Its soul projection is protected by the entity condensed by my other will in the subspace, and it can also call on the psychic energy of the entity condensed by my will. Its principle is completely different from the way humans call on psychic energy. The Iron Man does not need a soul, and he does not have a soul. The so-called soul material is only equivalent to a bridge that can be opened and closed, a bridge for calling psychic energy. So, it will not be negatively affected by the use of psychic energy, such as self-destruction. What the Emperor said was only part of the plan. The effect of the entire plan after it is finally achieved is to create a psychic Iron Legion, relying on the production capacity of Iron Men to shape a large number of psychic Iron Men, and then condense an entity representing Iron Men in the subspace. Just like the hive mind of the Tyranids. It's just that the subspace entity condensed by the Iron Men is the Gestalt will. And this entire plan is also part of the future plan. Through the subspace entity, many things can be done, such as interfering with the psychic energy of an area like the hive mind, and creating an area in the subspace to accommodate the souls of the dead. Before the Gestalt will of the Iron Man condenses, the psychic Iron Man will be protected by the Emperor's will, just like those psychics who have linked their souls to the Emperor. And because the individuals that make up the warp entity are essentially pure creations of the real universe, not purely condensed by soul projections, they will eventually be restricted by the real universe. The effect is like the real universe opening an eye of fear in the warp, allowing the power of the real universe to interfere with the warp. The Emperor hopes to help Qin Mo find a way to counter the warp in this way. Otherwise, even if all the chaotic influences in the real universe are eliminated in the future, chaos will still be in the warp waiting for the factors that will allow them to interfere with the real universe one day. The real universe can do nothing but cover up the warp, just like now. I know you hate psychic power, and in fact I hate it too. I designed a plan to clean up the psychic organization after the Great Crusade 10,000 years ago, but it is useless now. The Emperor continued, but the warp exists objectively. Compared with the warp, the real universe is the weak one. If you want to have a more powerful force to deal with the warp, you have to try to study and use psychic power. Heat Death. A powerful Iron Man warrior, its melee ability may develop to the point where it is not inferior to the original body in the future, but in any case, it is extremely vulnerable to psychic energy, and the brainworm kills it like squeezing an ant. Using psychic energy to fight psychic energy is the best way. Qin Mo did not need the Emperor's persuasion. If he did not agree with the Emperor, He would not start the Psychic Iron Man project with the Emperor. However, it was not the Emperor's persuasion that made him make up his mind, but a night of meditation. Qin Mo sat on the sofa in the laboratory and pondered the future of the entire universe. Even if all Chaos Space Marines were exterminated, even if the Eye of Terror and the Great Vortex were completely blocked by Blackstone, even if all humans moved to the webway or dimensional space like the Dark Eldar, what would it be of use? The warp still exists, and the Dark Gods still exist. Humans may be able to spend a safe life in the real universe, but after they die, their souls will still enter the warp and suffer the torture of the Dark Gods. In this way, the souls of the creatures in the real universe generation after generation became playthings in the hands of the Dark Gods, until one day the Dark Gods had a plan to break through the patch made by the Black Stone and reach out to the real universe again, and then a new round of catastrophe began again. This made Qin Mo feel uncomfortable. The souls of the dead Tyrone people also returned to the subspace, whether in the past or the future, whether they died in the Cadian War or the current war, whether they were Cadians or Tyrone people, the souls of the victims were in the subspace, and it is conceivable what they are suffering. Perhaps the plan carried out with the Emperor cannot solve this series of problems, but in Qin Mo's opinion, it would be enough if it could just allow the real universe to reach into the subspace and change the passive situation where the subspace creatures can run to the real universe and shit everywhere, while the real universe can do nothing but clean up the mess left by the subspace creatures. Chapter 411. Why don't you protect the souls of mortals? Qin Mo suddenly asked. The Emperor, who was fiddling with the personality matrix, trembled and did not respond. The people of the State Church say that everyone's soul will return to the Golden Throne after death, and that humans who do not believe in the Emperor can only become wild ghosts in the warp after death. I have always believed so, but what my captain named Sane saw after entering the warp was not what the State Church said. I allowed the State Church to continue to promote their ideas as long as they did not send opponents to the stake. But after Thane came back, I issued an order that if the people of the State Church continue to talk about people's souls returning to the Golden Throne after death, their mouths will be torn apart. Qin Mo continued. The Emperor listened silently, took out another powerful soul material that was shaped by the will that was as happy as him for the rationality and prosperity shown by the Talon sector, and applied it to the personality matrix. This is not a real soul, but a substance similar to the soul. This is why it is said to be a bridge to the subspace rather than a door like the soul. After finishing this, the Emperor put down his work, turned to Qin Mo and said, "Why do you think I can protect every human soul?" The Cursed Legion. Qin Mo only said one word. The Emperor shook his head helplessly. Do you think it is a legion composed of the souls of protected space warriors? What is the difference between them and Celestine? Qin Mo thought about it and nodded. Although he didn't say anything, he felt that the Cursed Legion was indeed related to the soul, but it seemed no different from the other four gods' demon armies. I would have become the fifth god, but I'm sitting on the Golden Throne, unable to go up or down. The Emperor turned around and continued to fiddle with the Matrix. Even if I became the fifth god, I couldn't protect human souls. What's the difference between me and humans after becoming a god, and Slaanesh and the Eldar? There are reasons why I can't pull human souls in the warp, but I don't want to talk about them. The state religion prohibits worshipping anyone other than me. You're counting on the state religion's words about protecting souls to be true. It's better to ask Utilonians to worship the dead more often. At least the dead can be strengthened by the will of the living, so that they won't be slaughtered in the warp. Qin Mo listened to the Emperor's words, and suddenly began to think about the Emperor's future. The Emperor was supposed to be the fifth god of the warp. The Horus heresy was essentially a ceremony of ascension. Whoever survived between Horus and the Emperor would be the fifth god. But the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne was something the gods had not expected. As long as he did not come down from the Golden Throne, he would not become the fifth god, and the sixth, seventh, and eighth gods would not be able to ascend. Then it seemed that the Emperor's fate could only be to sit on the Golden Throne. Regardless of whether the current plan could succeed, he had to sit there, otherwise humanity would be doomed. Thinking of this, Qin Mo suddenly felt that the Emperor was really miserable. Isn't this eternal damnation? Before the Iron Man's will condenses into a subspace entity, part of my will protect them, and prevent them from being eroded by other subspace entities. The Emperor turned his head, and stared at Qin Mo with his golden eyes. This is our gift to you. When the Emperor said the word we, Qin Mo didn't feel anything, because he would not be affected by psychic energy, but he could feel that the part of the Emperor's humanity in front of him became a representative. Representatives of the Emperors will who have a favorable impression of the Talon sector. How long will it take you to create a soul material? Qin Mo asked. 10 years. 10 years? then we should strive to realize our plan within 500 years, which should be possible. There is no time in this subspace. Even if I use 1,000 years to create soul material, it will only take a breath in the real universe. Don't worry about whether the soul material is enough. You should worry about whether the personality matrix you created is enough in the real universe where there is time. Believe me, it's much easier to rub the personality matrix by hand than to rub the soul matter. Shi Nemo continued to conduct research with the Emperor to better integrate the soul matter with the personality matrix, a real universe creation. During the research process, Shi Nemo suddenly thought of a more efficient way to use the matrix. That is to create a psychic matrix similar to a computer instead of a personality matrix, and use the psychic matrix to form an entity faster in the subspace. A controllable entity that is not a Gestalt will, but equivalent to a supercomputer. Precision and efficiency. Iron Men with soul matter personality matrix can call upon psychic energy through this entity, rather than a large group of psychic Iron Men gathering together to form a subspace entity. The Emperor also thought this was feasible. He wanted to do this from the beginning, but he didn't know if the personality matrix could be used in this way. The answer is of course not. Shi Nemo must build a psychic matrix from scratch, which will be a very easy task with the Emperor's psychic assistance. When making the psychic matrix, Shi Nemo suddenly thought of another use for the psychic matrix, so he took the Emperor to the bottom of the research facility. After a series of security checks, Shi Nemo and the Emperor came to a facility similar to a treasure house. The claw of Horus was placed in a storage box made of black stone. "Why did you bring me here?" the Emperor asked. "I'm giving you a return gift." Shi Nemo looked mysterious, walked slowly to a wall, and pressed the button on the wall. The dimensional rift opened on the wall, spitting out a nearly 5-meter box. After the box was opened, the Emperor saw Sanguinius inside. It's not a body, but a shell made of living metal. Even the living metal is not the kind used by Qin Mo's shell and the dead spirits, but a container that has been input with the gene sequence and is most suitable for the user. I extracted Sanguinius's genes from the claw of Horus. Shi Nemo looked down at the shell. This shell is made for Sanguinius. If its subspace essence still exists, it can live in the shell and move briefly in the real universe. The living metal is implanted with his genes, otherwise it cannot serve as an anchor to carry his subspace essence. Once we build a psychic matrix, we can connect it to the warp. Sanguinius can see a beacon in the warp, which is this living metal body. Then it can get in. The Emperor listened to Qin Mo's words, and other Emperor's wills in the warp also saw Sanguinius's living metal body through Vanessa's eyes. Those wills complained. They thought Qin Mo could come up with something good as a gift for them, but it turned out to be just a container for a damaged tool. Why did he give the container of this tool to himself instead of to the defective offspring of the tool? Some wills with malicious attitude towards Tyrone even insulted Qin Mo, accusing him of pretending to be a good person. Otherwise, he should not only give a container of Sanguinius, but also an Emperor container. Completely ignoring how difficult it is to study the Emperor's genes with too high a concentration in the subspace on the claw of Horus. The Emperor, who was living in Vanessa's body, did not complain. He leaned down and gently stroked Sanguinius's face. After a long silence, he raised his head and said, "Thank you." Chapter 412. No need to thank me, because we won't need him in this war. Qin Mo snapped his fingers, and a small black box appeared in his hand, and he put Sanguinius's body and the container into it. This small box is a portable dimensional space storage warehouse. Since Qin Mo gave Sanguinius's body to the Emperor, this box is of course also the Emperor's. The Emperor stood up and looked at the box Qin Mo handed over, and suddenly doubted his purpose in making Sanguinius's body. He is no longer needed in this war. Could it be that Qin Mo regarded Sanguinius's body as a tool and wanted to throw it into this war and use it as a weapon, instead of creating a carrier for Sanguinius to move freely in the real universe? Although the Emperor's other wills angrily scolded the damaged tool container given by Qin Mo in the ear of the human will that it was useless, the human will did not think so. He did not want his son to become a war machine of the star god. If Sanguinius had to face a terrible war as soon as he woke up, and then fell into a deep sleep again after the war, it would be better for Sanguinius not to wake up. Lord of Baal, descendant of the Emperor, Sanguinius, he has suffered too much. What are you thinking about? This thing is for you, and the right to use it is naturally yours. Qin Mo stuffed the box into the Emperor's hand. The Emperor attached to Vanessa's body could not bring this box into the subspace, so he did not think that the right to use it was in his hands. Both the body and the box must remain in the real universe, and the user of this gift is actually still Qin Mo. The right to use it is yours. I will do what I say. Qin Mo opened Vanessa's pocket and put the box in it, You can tell this woman not to use it without your permission. The emperor was silent, nodded, and then gently opened his mouth to speak, but before the first syllable came out, Vanessa's body began to tremble, and blood flowed from her eyes and nostrils. The golden light representing the emperor dissipated. Now it was not the emperor who was talking to Qin Mo, but Vanessa. Vanessa subconsciously reached out and took out the injection. When she was about to stab her neck, she found that Qin Mo's hand was pulling her clothes. The scene was awkward for a moment. Governor, don't inject anymore, you can all go and rest. Qin Mo took the injection and gently put it back into Vanessa's pocket. Vanessa nodded, saluted and turned to leave. Qin Mo did not stay in the research facility, he also left. The psychic matrix can be easily manufactured, but now there is a more important thing. Just as the body of Sanguinius will not be used in this war, the psychic matrix will not be used either. Not necessarily. At least Qin Mo thinks not necessarily. And the most important thing right now is the war. The war on Bison number 1 continues to escalate. The Tyrone army and the Nest Guard have deployed nearly 1 billion troops on the battlefield. The scanning detection results show that the enemy is still deploying the army. This shows that the enemy intends to have a decisive battle on Bison number 1. And Qin Mo also has this intention. A moment later. Bison Galaxy. Most of the Tyrone Navy has withdrawn from other galaxies and deployed its fleet to the Bison Galaxy. The Celestial Engine has also arrived. The Red Pirates fleet invested more, almost the entire fleet moved to Baisu, and even sent the Blackstone Fortress of the New Badab into the galaxy. The fleets of both sides immediately began to bombard each other. The Celestial Engine needed to deal with the Blackstone Fortress. It was unlikely that the Void War would produce results in a short period of time. It would take no more than 10 days, or half a month, to see the orbital control fall into anyone's hands. So this was a decisive battle in which the land battle and the void battle were carried out in parallel. When the Lord of Tyrone covered the transport fleet and sailed towards Bison number 1, Qin Mo and all the guards except Yao En stood in the bridge, preparing for the next decisive battle. Including the mimicry that had previously transformed into an orbital defense platform, it had a land combat mission. The burner was naturally transferred to Baisu. The next battle is likely to end the entire war. We must withdraw from the battle outside the star zone and concentrate on dealing with the subspace creatures inside. Each of us must be prepared to sacrifice. Qin Mo stood in place with his hands flat. Drones flew up and down around him, putting on power armor for him. Yes! Everyone in the bridge responded in unison. You can predict the future. Is there anything we should pay attention to? Qin Mo looked at Mimicry. Mimicry closed his eyes and tried to see into the future. As a star god in the real universe, its method of predicting the future is exhaustive method, which is to calculate what may happen in the future through the movement trajectory of all matter at this time. After the insight, Mimicry said seriously, we should be careful of the Blackstone Fortress, which will amplify the influence of the subspace. Qin Mo nodded and looked at others. Everyone nodded. However, Qin Mo did not arrange a plan for them to attack the Blackstone Fortress. The number of guards and the army was limited, and they needed to deal with the enemies on the ground. As for the Blackstone Fortress, Qin Mo would personally deal with it after the land battle situation stabilized. Just like smashing the slaughterhouse of the undead with a hammer, smash the Blackstone Fortress. Why do we have to fight a decisive battle? Mimic asked. This sentence was transmitted secretly, and the people present could not hear it. We have to fight. Qin Mo looked at the Mimic calmly, and also transmitted the words in a secret way, either we fight a decisive battle on Bison number 1, or we watch Bison number 1 being taken by Huron with its superior military strength. Perhaps from a macro perspective, the importance of a galaxy is not very great, but Baisu is connected to the galaxy where the demon world is located. If the occupier transforms Baisu into a demon world. I understand, no need to say more. The Mimic suddenly became very irritable. Qin Mo noticed the Mimic's mood and frowned and asked, what did you see just now? We lost the war. Why don't you pay more attention to yourself? The Mimic asked, I saw you being sucked into the subspace. Then I just need to pay more attention? Qin Mo didn't care much about this prophecy. He felt that he was not without legs. If he saw the situation was not right, he would have run away long ago. The Mimic looked at Qin Mo in silence without saying a word. Don't be too nervous. Qin Mo smiled. What would happen if the star god entered the subspace? I know you haven't seen this kind of thing, but you can speculate. Mimic thought for a while and replied, because there is no soul, the pure real universe gods will lose all their power in the subspace. The entire subspace is like a system that squeezes out the alien impurities. I'm not talking about squeezing you out of the subspace, but crushing you, us soulless aliens. Okay. Chi Nemo nodded. At this time, the guards had led the army to start deploying to the surface. Chi Nemo, Burner and Mimic did not go down immediately, but began to replenish supplies for the next decisive battle. Absorbing stars. Chapter 413. The Lord of Tyrone rushed towards the star of the Batio system. Because this behavior was too confusing, the Red Pirates' warships completely ignored it. And this would become the biggest mistake made by the entire Red Pirates in the war. The Lord of Tyrone approached the star. The energy shield sizzled under the burning of the star's energy. Chi Nemo and the other two star gods had already arrived at the observation deck, where they could see the star approaching the warship and gradually enlarging in their field of vision. It's finally time to eat. The burner was eager to try. The last time I ate was 10,000 years ago. Star gods need to eat, but Chi Nemo and Mimic have never eaten in the past 10 years, because 10 years is just a blink of an eye for star gods. This is equivalent to the fact that it is impossible for a mortal to want to eat the next meal just after breakfast without even a second. Even Mimic had eaten when he was imprisoned, because he was the only fighting force that the weak dynasty could show off. As for the burner, who had not eaten for 10,000 years, it was not affected by hunger. Stop here. Chi Nemo ordered Adam. The fleet marshal immediately ordered the warship to stop. Then the transparent metal shell of the observation deck opened, and the surging heat energy poured into the warship, which was extracted and discharged into the void by the temperature maintenance system. The three gods slowly floated out of the warship and flew close to the star. Chi Nemo could even see the flames leaping on the star, which was a novel experience. Take out the rice bowl, chef, the burner said. Chi Nemo took out a device called a forge. This device called the forge was once used to fuse fragments for the burner, but its original purpose was actually to feed. Just like the breath of the gods device that the dead used to feed the star god, it can extract energy from the past, present, and future of the star. Eat quickly, and give those mortals a little shock after eating. The burner showed a cruel look. We are the most powerful at the moment we just finished eating, and we have to take advantage of that moment to burn more people to death. Chi Nemo nodded. He had studied himself, and knew that the star god was the most powerful at the moment he finished eating. The star god forge floated up from Chi Nemo's hand, split into two, and was transmitted to the upper and lower poles of the star in an instant. Then the blue light was distributed on the surface of the star. The activity of star sunspots became intense in an instant, and solar flares were continuously released in the galaxy in a weird state. At this time, the non-psychic communication system of the Red Pirate fleet was paralyzed. The forge began to extract star energy from the past, present, and future at the same time, and infused it into the bodies of the three star gods. This activity made the Black Stone Fortress aware that the substance similar to the machine soul inside it became active. Vastra had helped Abaddon build a new control system, but now it was not of much use. Now that it fell into Huron's hands, the Black Stone Fortress began to move towards the star, trying to attack the star god. Chi Nemo glanced at the fortress. This fortress was regarded as the key to the war by Huron. The entire Red Pirate fleet was guarding the Blackstone Fortress. In addition, the Blackstone Fortress was in an extremely active state at this time. It was a pipe dream to break the defense line of the Red Pirate fleet and then break the Blackstone Fortress. But the Blackstone Fortress was being consumed by the Celestial Engine. When its defense was disintegrated, it would be the time of its fall. The Forge had completed the task of supplying energy and gradually calmed the star down and restored it to normal. Then the three star gods flew vertically towards the surface of Bison number 1. During this period, the Blackstone Fortress fired at Chi Nemo, and the subspace torrent came to Chi Nemo in an instant, but it did not cause any impact. Chi Nemo's power is now at its peak. Not only was he not injured by the vortex cannon, he even released dimensional lightning at the Blackstone Fortress. The 14 Red Pirate warships on the dimensional lightning shooting route disappeared from the real universe in an instant, but the lightning was disintegrated by the subspace energy surrounding the Blackstone Fortress, which only reduced the range of the energy a little bit. The Blackstone Fortress had just opened fire rapidly, but now it was fully charged. But Chi Nemo had already entered the atmosphere of Bison number 1 before it was completely charged. While the star gods were filling their stomachs just now, the armies of both sides deployed in Bison number 1 were already fighting in the hilly areas on the equator. The Titan legions of both sides were bombarding each other from a distance. The armored forces were charging ahead. Tens of thousands of cannons were fired simultaneously. There was no tactical approach to this war, because the scale of the war had exceeded the ability of the commanders of both sides to strategize, and the main control intelligence in the celestial engine was still fully focused on dealing with the Blackstone Fortress, and could not strategize. The only tactics that can be called tactics in an apocalyptic war are beheading and boarding. Other than that, it's a bloodletting fight to the death, and the competition is about who has more people and more guns. Just like in the Battle of Cadia, the average life expectancy of the army of both sides can be shortened to 20 years old. But strong combat power can still turn the tide, which proves the necessity of powerful individual soldiers such as Space Marines. When the two sides were fighting in the hilly area, which was enough to turn the hills into canyons, 3 meteors fell from the sky and landed in the distance of the Tyrone army line, in the center of the Chaos Army. This is the west side of the equator of Bison No. 1. When the 3 meteors fell to the ground, the geology in the circular area with a radius of 1,000 kilometers near the equator was thrown into the sky, and a deep pit appeared on the surface continental plate that was very eye-catching even from orbit. The entire planet shifted slightly to the east, and the ecological environment of the entire eastern hemisphere was permanently destroyed by the terrible disaster caused by the planet's shift in orbit. Even the Red Pirate transport ship in orbit was pulled to the surface by the gravity anomaly caused by the planet's shift. If the western hemisphere was not protected by an invisible force, the impact of the 3 meteors would have affected the armies of both sides that had already been deployed on the surface of the western hemisphere. When the geological storm caused by the impact gradually weakened, Chi Nemo stood up and stabbed the scepter on the ground. The moment the scepter touched the ground, the cracked ground instantly merged perfectly. "Ha! See, I was right." The burner looked around. If the Mimic and I were not fragments but intact, the 3 of us together could cause a series of collisions between the planets in the galaxy. Chi Nemo nodded. He felt that his strength had indeed increased a lot after absorbing the stars just now, but now that feeling has dissipated. At the moment, it is indeed cool to appear like a meteor in the core of the enemy's front, but there are consequences. The 3 gods who appeared brilliantly were locked and bombed by the long-range firepower unit. When Chi Nemo looked up, he saw a rainstorm. Powerful missiles such as Scorpion, Tail Lion, and Cyclone were just insignificant raindrops in this rainstorm, which was even mixed with a large number of nuclear weapons. At this moment, the Red Pirate transport ship that escaped by chance in orbit saw a long-lasting flash in the deep pit near the equator. The deep pit seemed to be full of mushrooms. It was the mushroom cloud produced by the explosion of the nuclear bomb. Chapter 414. The Bison No. 1 hive world has suffered a catastrophe again. The entire planet will suffer a nuclear winter in the future, and the surface will become a radioactive wasteland. This ecological disaster is only the most insignificant type of collateral damage caused by the war since the beginning of the war. The nuclear explosion did not kill Chi Nemo and his men, and did not even cause any harm. The powerful energy released by the nuclear reaction is now surrounding the burner. It absorbs these insignificant nuclear energies compared to the energy of the stars, and then is not satisfied with the tribute offered by the enemies, because these nuclear energies cannot even support the burner's body to fly from the surface of the planet to orbit. Long-range firepower obviously cannot solve the star god, and this result was also known to Huron in advance with the help of Carlos. But this was just a delay. Give Magnus some time to perform the ritual. Soon a subspace vortex appeared in the deep pit smashed by Chi Nemo, and the reserve troops withdrawn from the front line and joined the battle were all sent to the deep pit by the vortex. The Lord of the Great Vortex, the Chaos Lord of the Red Pirate War Gang, the Quasi-Chosen God, the Quasi-War Marshal, the Blackheart King. In short, Huron was the first to walk out of the subspace vortex. Huron was very dissatisfied at this time, because just after 3 meteors fell to the surface, the entire army's communication system was paralyzed by countless casualties. The impact that just happened on the surface of the planet killed 42 Astra Militarum troops, including the new Viscani Armored Regiment, who had abandoned the dark and joined the light, totaling 70 million people. They were originally the backbone of the front line, and they were going to play a key role in taking down Bison No. 1 in the future, but now they are gone. Seeking a decisive battle is the most wrong decision you have ever made, Chi Nemo said to Huron. The two sides were 1 kilometer apart, but Huron still heard it. Hee, that's not necessarily the case. Huron shook his head. Huron at this moment looked completely different from usual. He was wearing red armor with blood flowing in it, holding 2 purple swords, and a vertical eye gem inlaid on his green helmet. Huron, who obviously didn't want to be a lackey of the 4 gods, accepted some gifts from the dark gods, but in his opinion, it was completely worth it. In this battlefield full of monsters and demons, the original combat power is still not enough. Chi Nemo moved his eyes away from Huron and scanned the others. A large number of Chaos Space Marines from other war bands, Carlos. A psychic think tank wearing black armor, who looks like a Black Templar space marine. Magnus. And no, there is no Carlos. When Shin-Mo turned his eyes back, he just saw Carlos' feathers completely immersed in the vortex. Shin-Mo has always wanted to find an opportunity to kill Carlos, the two-headed dead bird. It makes trouble everywhere, but because it knows when to run away, no one can find an opportunity to kill it. Since the real universe has no means to counter the subspace, it can only passively take the beating. No matter how Carlos makes trouble, he will not be punished. As long as he does not encounter someone who is capable of completely ending a demon, the worst result is nothing more than being exiled, then staying in the subspace for a while, and then running back to the real universe to continue making trouble. This is the disgusting part of chaos. When Shin-Mo scanned the enemy, the Tyrone army was also teleported to the deep pit one after another. This pit was the new battlefield that determined the direction of the war. It's not that the Tyrone army didn't want to use long-range bombing to deal with the enemy, but the enemy had land vehicles carrying void shields, and 10,000 shells fired at them would only make a dull sound, so they could only find a way to go deep into the void shield to shut it down. The situation on the Tyrone army side was even worse. With the physical energy shield, even the tactic of going deep into the shield didn't work, let alone long-range bombing, which resulted in the battle distance between the two sides being seriously shortened. The informationized tactics were really not as good as the human wave tactics like the Terra 2K battle. In addition, the generals are too powerful, so the war can easily turn into a battle of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, decapitation tactics, boarding. Just like the current situation. If Huron doesn't find a way to eliminate Shin-Mo in the decisive battle, then he can only lose his troops in Tai Long and roll back to the Maelstrom. Even if he really doesn't want to accept the gift of the four gods just because he has to fight with the Star God, there is no way now. I think we should shout a few blood sacrifices to the Blood God, for the Lord of Change, for the Prince of Darkness, and long live the kind Father. Magnus muttered quietly. I just won't shout. Huron slowly drew his sword. They have to look at me too. As soon as he finished speaking, the artillery fire of the Tyrone army bombarded over. Magnus, who was not protected by the void shield in the back, raised his hand lightly and created a psychic shield to easily resist the artillery fire. Huron led his men and Magnus to charge forward. For the Lord of the Great Vortex, the Red Corsair Space Marines, former veterans of the Star Claws, followed the leader's steps. Their purpose is clear, which is the decapitation tactic. The guards were teleported near Shin-Mo at this time. Gray handed the chainsaw sword that belonged to Shin-Mo back to him with both hands. Shin-Mo suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he was back on the battlefield of Tyrone's Nest, wearing power armor, a scepter in his left hand, and a chainsaw sword in his right hand. Don't burn others, don't separate from me. Shin-Mo instructed the burner and Mimic, we must kill Huron, his priority is higher than Magnus. Mimic looked at Shin-Mo puzzled, totally unable to understand. Huron was only a human being after all, and his threat was definitely not as great as that of a demon prince like Magnus. However, Shin-Mo thought further ahead, and he had been worried about people like Huron since the beginning of the war. Now Abaddon's life and death are unknown. It's okay for Huron to become a war master, but it's not good to become a figure like Archeon, the eternal chosen next door. I just don't know if the four gods of this universe are cheap, and prefer ruthless characters who are close to them, but not close to them. Huron was heading straight for Shin-Mo, which made him happy. Magnus was one step ahead of Huron, and came 10 steps in front of Shin-Mo to cast a spell on him. But before the spell was cast, a blood-red figure suddenly fell from the sky, landed behind Magnus, and cut off his left wing with an axe. Cabana! Magnus' angry roar and Cabana's roar sounded at the same time. Cabana was heading straight for Shin-Mo, and the burner intercepted the bloodthirsty demon halfway. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Cabana roared and tried to knock away the burner and go straight to Shin-Mo, but he overestimated himself and was caught by the burner and thrown to the satellite of Bisa number 1. The burner saw Shin-Mo nodded to him, so he flew into the sky and headed straight for Bisa. The Blackstone Fortress was amplifying the subspace energy in the galaxy. This would have been very inefficient, because Huron had no other way except to use rituals to corrode the Blackstone for his own use. The Blackstone used by the Chaos Party could not wipe out half of the Eye of Terror like the Blackstone on Cadia. But now the Blackstone Fortress is very active, which means that although there are 3 star gods in the galaxy, the strengthened reality structure cannot resist the erosion of demons or psychic energy. Cabana's power has been weakened a little, but the burner still needs to deal with it alone. Chapter 415. Cabana, this beast. Magnus looked at Chin Mo and Mimic, who were approaching aggressively, and touched his wound painfully. He never dreamed that Cabana would appear in the northern star system, and fell from above his head to chop him with an axe. However, Huron was optimistic and said something that made Magnus even more angry. Cabana's arrival proves that the blood god's eyes are indeed projected on this battlefield. It fell down and chopped off one of your wings. Maybe your master assisted you. Magnus wanted to slap Huron, because no matter how bad Cinch was, he would not watch the fun of his demon prince. Huron was immortal, and his qualifications were not as good as those veterans of Abaddon's long-term war. How could he dare to make a rash conclusion? However, Huron was not talking nonsense. Magnus' soul was not complete now. Maybe Cinch had seen his fun, but he didn't remember it. There was no time for Magnus and Huron to debate. Chin Mo and Mimic came to them. Magnus tried to use witchcraft to expel Chin Mo directly from the Batio system, but Mimic took the lead and turned the scepter in his hand into a broom. The psychic energy used to brew witchcraft has been gathered in Magnus' body through the scepter. Now that the scepter as a medium has been lost, uncontrollable serious consequences have occurred. The temperature on the battlefield dropped to below zero in an instant, and Magnus himself was wrapped in psychic ice. His expression was still the same as when he saw his scepter turned into a broom. Only his eyeballs could move. Waste. Huron scolded Prince Cinch, his eyes swept between Chin Mo and Mimic, and then he decisively rushed towards Mimic. The moment the purple sword was swung towards the Mimic, the latter suddenly saw an illusion. A charming goddess holding a Huron sword chopped down at him with a 1,000-meter-tall body. This sword looked like it was chopped from top to bottom, but it didn't seem to be. This sword seemed to come from all directions without dead ends, but it seemed to be only from top to bottom. It didn't seem to be ever-changing, but just a god with superb swordsmanship that made all creatures ashamed swung the sword thousands of times in an instant. Mimic realized that he couldn't dodge, but when he was about to bear the sword, Huron, who was holding the sword, was suddenly hit by the scepter and flew backwards. At this time, the armies of both sides were fighting in the deep pit. Huron, who flew out, was hit in the head by a grenade, and was hit by the dimensional lightning that flew in immediately after his body disappeared in the smoke. The impact of the lightning explosion dispersed the smoke. This scene seemed very wrong to Chin Mo, because the dimensional lightning he released should be able to wipe out Huron silently, instead of producing an explosion effect. Now it is not the time to use lightning to blow up the Chaos Egg at the top of the Nest City. Huron climbed out of the deep pit created by the explosion and brushed off the dust on his body. Angry and roaring human faces appeared on the blood-red armor, and the blood flowing on the armor bound Huron's body like a chain. You are extremely brave to face the Star God. The voice of the blood god sounded in Huron's mind as before. Pray to me. As long as you pray to me, I will grant you the power to split a planet. The voice of the blood god shook Huron's brain like thunder and lightning. Don't listen to it. You'd better beg me instead of it. I give you enough psychic energy to crush the sun, and teach you the spell to throw the star god into the subspace. You don't need to pray, just say, grant me the power of levitation, grant me levitation. Shut up. Huron roared at the four gods, who tempted him, but the roar did not suppress the whispers of the four gods. The whisper distracted Huron, and he did not notice Chin Mo's fist-clenching action. He was pulled in front of Chin Mo without any defense, as if someone took away the distance between them, and they were face to face in an instant. The double-headed eagle scepter hit Huron's head, followed by the chainsaw sword stabbing at his chest. The broken saw teeth could not have pierced the armor given by the blood god, but they pierced it easily. The saw teeth turned, and blood, sparks, and broken bones and flesh spurted out from the wound. Huron struggled to fight back, but Chin Mo grabbed his sword arm as soon as he raised it. Lightning rushed from his arm to his whole body, and the smell of burning came from under the armor. His legs turned into charcoal, and could no longer stand. After breaking, Huron's upper body fell to the ground. The chainsaw sword was still bleeding Huron. Chin Mo thought he would see Huron's painful and unwilling expression, but he only saw a relaxed look, as if he was relieved. But this expression soon disappeared and turned into pain and anger, because Huron thought his soul would be shattered by the power of the star god, and he would never have to hear the whispers of the four gods again, but the fact was just the opposite. He was now seriously injured, and his will was not as firm as before, and he heard more and louder words from the four gods. The four gods were constantly offering conditions for Huron to fall to them, and when they saw that Huron was indifferent, they began to insult him. Korn rebuked Huron for being a coward who feared the blessing of the gods, while Slaanesh angrily accused Huron of being an ignorant fool whose fighting skills were not as good as a curl of Lucius' hair. However, Huron remained unmoved. He was not afraid of the blessing of the four gods, but he knew too well what it would cost to accept the blessing. The weapons and armor on his body were the greatest blessing he could accept. At this time, Huron suddenly thought of something. The effects of these weapons and equipment on his body were completely different from when the four gods gave them to him. Moreover, the future predicted by the gems given by Carlos was different from the present, and the help promised by the four gods did not come. If Huron was not 80% sure, he would not seek this decisive battle. Erase my soul. Huron screamed in fear. He felt that the four gods were forcibly invading his weakening will. Shin-Mo began to prepare the strongest attack he could release, preparing to directly annihilate Huron's soul and his body. Am I qualified to be a war master? Huron suddenly asked when he felt the current raging in his body. Shin-Mo didn't understand why Huron asked him, but he thought about it carefully and then shook his head. Huron's expression became ferocious, and he glared at Shin-Mo with hatred. No! Shin-Mo shook his head. The position of War Master is not worthy of you. Lightning was released from the teeth of the chainsaw sword, completely piercing Huron's body. Huron's body turned into charcoal, but he was still not dead. His expression kept changing, and his eyes were different. We can revive him with just a thought. He won't die. Yes, he won't die. Huron's mouth emitted various voices. We can send demons to your star zone and slaughter the people you care about, but what can you do to us? We can let people like Huron or Abaddon launch countless expeditions against the Empire. What can you do? You won't die, but you will watch the people you care about die, and the souls of the dead will become our playthings. You can only watch, helpless and furious, because you can't even enter the Sea of Souls. This is the first time Shin-Mo has talked to the four gods, and the four gods don't seem to be angry, but rather like, I will win in the end, and you will lose. The four gods ridiculed Shin-Mo 9,876 times in less than a second. They ridiculed Shin-Mo for not being able to kill the big demon they cared about, because before the big demon was killed, they would be stripped from the real universe by the timeline they returned to. They ridiculed Shin-Mo for thinking that he had protected many things, but in fact, he could not protect anything except material things. The doctor and his daughter who had rescued him. The soldier who had not worn a helmet just so that the commander of the Shin-Mo army could see his face. All these people were tortured in the subspace, and they were singled out by the four gods to play with them, just to have the greatest stimulation effect on Shin-Mo at this moment. Chapter 416. Huron's charcoal-like head was cut off, but the head was still driven by the four gods to chatter. Shin-Mo crushed the head, but the voices of the four gods still echoed in the residue. We can have countless pathetic puppets, like Abaddon and Huron, and we can drive the puppets to carry out 13 billion dark expeditions. We just need to wait for the day when the real universe will be riddled with holes, and time has no meaning to us. We can't even perceive it. The mimic walked to Shin-Mo and whispered, Don't listen to them. You have protected billions of people who might have died in suffering. Compared with that, the number of people who were tortured is insignificant. They are right about one thing. Shin-Mo looked at the remains of Huron, with a calm expression and gnashing anger, that is, I really can't do anything with them for the time being. I can't even kill Huron before his soul falls into the hands of the four gods. This is indeed the current dilemma. Shin-Mo has always acknowledged and faced the dilemma. You can't be extremely angry when you are extremely angry. Sad? Shin-Mo glanced at Huron's ashes, and suddenly felt that he was very tragic. Huron has been resisting the erosion of the four gods, but in the end, he was still unavoidable. His soul has fallen into the hands of the four gods. But then again, the practice of fighting chaos and chaos itself is a fantasy. The defense of Blackstone Fortress has collapsed. The voice of the master control intelligence in the celestial engine sounded in Shin-Mo's ears. Well done. Shin-Mo nodded with satisfaction and glanced at the mimic. Just one glance made the mimic understand what it should do next, which was to assist the army in the battle while the burner dealt with Cabana, and Shin-Mo went to destroy the Blackstone Fortress. Because the geographical location of Baisu was too important, this planet could not be lost in any case, and it could not even be tolerated that it would become a demon world and be changed back in the future. Leave it to me. After receiving the response from the mimic, Shin-Mo had an idea and appeared in the void outside the planet. The Tyrone Navy was still fighting the Red Pirate Fleet, and the two sides had entered a stalemate. The Blackstone Fortress was bombarded by the celestial engine again, and its defenses were destroyed. The subspace energy surrounding the fortress dissipated. Shin-Mo could not teleport into the Blackstone Fortress, so he could only fly over. The auspicious instrument used by the Red Pirate Fleet could not allow them to detect a human-sized object flying past the warship, and Chi Nemo entered the Blackstone Fortress without being blocked. The entire fortress was operating automatically. Surprisingly, when Chi Nemo stood at the core of the 8-pointed star structure of the fortress and looked out, the real universe scene he saw was not the war that was going on now. The void was full of planet-sized undead weapons, which were called world engines. An astronomical number of warships surrounded hundreds of world engines. The world engines and warships were attacking the Blackstone Fortress. Looking from another direction, Chi Nemo saw some streamlined warships with a reptilian style, warships made of spirit bones, and the Blackstone Fortress. In order for your compatriots to evacuate the galaxy safely, we will conduct a desperate charge. This is our mission and obligation. Chi Nemo suddenly heard a voice and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of Eldar kneeling in front of the Ancient Saint. The Ancient Saint was using its psychic energy to resist the bombardment from all directions. With the Blackstone Fortress attracting firepower, those reptile ships quickly evacuated the galaxy. Charge! The Eldar prophet stood up and raised his hand to add psychic energy to the Blackstone Fortress, driving the fortress to rush towards the star at an astonishing speed. Charge towards the star, for our creator, for the Eldar race. All this didn't seem like an illusion, because it was too real. Chi Nemo could even sense the psychic shield created by the Ancient Saint. Everything in front of him was not happening now, but more like the Blackstone Fortress amplified the subspace and produced psychic fluctuations, creating past entities in the Blackstone Fortress. Like ghosts, the Blackstone Fortress and the psychic entities inside did not think they were fighting against humans. They thought they were fighting against the star gods and the Necrons as the Vol amulets and Vol amulet users of the Eldar during the war in heaven. And the Blackstone Fortress was indeed charging towards the star of the North Star. If the Blackstone Fortress really rushed into the star, the terrible consequences would be unimaginable. Chi Nemo immediately used the power of the caster star god with all his strength. A blue giant appeared in the Blackstone Fortress. Its body penetrated the entire fortress, and the forging hammer in its hand was about to hammer down on the fortress. At this time, the power of the star god caused space fluctuations, and the Ancient Saint looked at Chi Nemo, who had turned into a giant, and the Eldar also looked at him. A Caton who jumped over. Change course. The Eldar prophet, who was very immature, suddenly became excited. With a gleam in his eyes, we can exchange our lives for a Caton. Detonate the Vol amulet. Use the soul rift created by the Vol amulet to pull it into the Sea of Souls, and perish with it. Chi Nemo smashed the forging hammer in his hand. In the dark void, blue waves spread to the entire galaxy, followed by purple waves released by the Blackstone Fortress, which shattered twice. The subspace rift opened in the galaxy, and then closed immediately, and the remains of the fortress and everything floating in it disappeared without a trace in the void. Everything has a first time. And the first time right now is the first time Chi Nemo least wants to enter the subspace. Contrary to what the mimic said, Chi Nemo did not die immediately after entering the subspace, nor was he excluded by the subspace. Perhaps the mimic's speculation is not correct, and the star god may be able to enter the subspace. Or maybe it's for some other reason. In short, Chi Nemo came to a vast area that looked like the entrance to the demon realm, and there were small creatures of the subspace running around everywhere. There was a battlefield in front of him. Purple and blue demons were fighting on a plain full of gold. Both sides immediately noticed Chi Nemo, the uninvited guest, and cast their eyes over. After a brief pause, the demons from both sides rushed towards Chi Nemo at the same time. Their number was astonishing. After all, this was the subspace, not the real universe that needed to penetrate the veil. Chi Nemo only took a quick look and saw nearly 100,000 demons. They were not cannon fodder similar to the changelings mass-produced by the four gods. These demons pushed and shoved each other, crowded together, as if they had seen something very tempting, and rushed straight to Chi Nemo as if the canteen was open for dinner. Chi Nemo stood in place and looked at the demons rushing in front of him, and stuck the chainsaw sword into the ground. The sea of fire released from the sword's tip instantly devoured the demons. Fortunately, they were brought in after they were full. Chapter 417. The demons that tried to prey on Chi Nemo were burned to ashes by the flames. Their essence in the subspace was annihilated by the pure flames of the real universe, and turned into impurities, like black snowflakes floating in the subspace. The black snow did not come down from above, but from below. Even if they rose to the sky, they would still condense on the ground, like snow. What kind of fucked up physical performance is this? Chi Nemo frowned at the scene in front of him. He could not feel the physical laws of the real universe, nor could he try to distort the laws of the area in the subspace. Everything here gave Qin Mo the feeling that it was like trying to use the star god's ability to perceive and distort matter near the black stone obelisk on Cadia to perceive and distort the black stone. Qin Mo did not try much. It was obvious that the star god could not distort the laws of the subspace. It was not even certain whether there were things like the laws of the real universe in such a disordered place as the subspace. The only thing that bothered Qin Mo was why he didn't feel any discomfort after entering the subspace. He could even call upon the power of the star god in his body. Just like burning those demons to death just now. What is going on here? Qin Mo muttered to himself. He knew that there would be no answer to his question, but he just wanted to ask, because being in the subspace made him feel a little uneasy, and hearing his own voice would make him feel that he was still normal. This is the subspace. Qin Mo passed through the ashes of the burning demons. Every step he took, he could see some demon circling and wailing in the subspace. From time to time, a torrent of wailing souls surged through the purple void above, and was eventually swallowed by the planet in front of him. Qin Mo confirmed again and again that he saw the souls of demons, but not the souls of the demons he killed, but the souls of the demons who died on the battlefield before he arrived at this battlefield. Soul, this is a very metaphysical thing. It is related to the subspace, and the relationship between the two can be seen from the fact that the Eldar call the subspace the Sea of Souls. But such a metaphysical soul can be detected and devoured by the star god. Qin Mo has always wanted to try the feeling of devouring a soul. He stopped and looked at the soul of a demon. Most demons are part of the essence of the dark gods. They may not all have souls, but the demon in front of him has a soul. It does not look like a servant of any of the four gods, and of course, it cannot be a servant of the Emperor. It is more like a subspace creature that can be classified as chaos. No, no, no. No, no, no. The demon soul kept retreating, trying to escape from the predator in front of it, but the entity it had condensed in the subspace had been destroyed, leaving only a fragile soul. Qin Mo originally raised his hand to pull the demon's soul, but he stopped his hand when he thought of something and asked the soul, "Where is this place?" Ah? The demon had never heard of the question, "Where is it?" Because there is no concept of geographical location in the subspace, like in the real universe. However, the demon still understood in a hurry and answered hurriedly, "How should I put it? Use your way. That's right. This is the entrance to the demon realm of Slaanesh. If you want to obtain the treasure in the demon realm, just enter from here." The demon pointed to the golden gate in front. Wait. Then when did the gate appear? Qin Mo didn't remember seeing the golden gate just now. The high heaven is different from the material universe. Since you are here, you should understand, the demon said helplessly. Qin Mo nodded, turned around and looked at the other chaos demons who were watching, raised his hand, and pulled their souls. The souls instantly entered Qin Mo's body, and were swallowed and digested by his star god power. The demon being questioned by Qin Mo trembled as he looked at everything in front of him. To him, it was like the feeling of humans watching aliens eat people. All the demons who died at the hands of star gods instead of demons just now died. The demons who had long died at the hands of demons were swallowed by star gods and had the same fate. Qin Mo, who once wondered what the purpose of the star god eating souls was, now knew the purpose of eating souls. The answer is that it has no effect. It's like eating snacks. The enjoyment is the process of eating snacks. It doesn't matter whether the snacks fill your stomach or not. The star god actually devised a plan to eat the souls of the dead. He really has nothing to do. Qin Mo looked at the demon and said to it with emotion, "He ate the souls of other people's entire clan just for the sake of eating. I think the star god has become what he is now because of his own actions." The demon didn't understand what Qin Mo meant. It rarely went to the real universe and didn't know much about the current situation of the real universe. But since Qin Mo told it, the demon still forced a smile, shrugged, and nodded in confusion. "Well, maybe. Take me into the Slaanesh realm." Qin Mo suddenly pointed to the golden gate in front. The golden gate no longer existed at this time. After hearing this, the demon rolled his eyes and trembled and answered, "Excuse me, I think you should want to leave the subspace now. Why don't you let me help you get out? Can you do it?" "Well, not long ago, a star god was sucked into the warp, and it died immediately, so I have no other similar people who have tried to send star gods out of the warp. But you have to try, otherwise you will die in the warp sooner or later. Creatures without souls are very fragile here." The demon talked for a long time, until Qin Mo ran out of patience, and raised his hand to pull the demon's soul. The demon got closer and closer to Qin Mo's body, but what it saw was not a body, but a blue energy that released stellar energy and swirled in the void. That energy was like a meat grinder, ready to crush the unlucky ghost sucked into it. When the demon was about to be drawn into the energy, he suddenly realized that Chi Nemo had stopped, and then he saw the golden double-headed eagle scepter stretched out in front of him. The demon's soul was stung and burned by the light of the scepter. I didn't expect to get out, and I know you can't send me out. You are just a weak subspace creature that is not even a running dog of the four gods. Chi Nemo stared into the demon's eyes. I only want to do one thing now, that is to kill all the running dogs of the four gods that I see, one by one, group by group. The demon realized his own stupidity at this moment. The star god in front of him, who could move freely in the warp, was here to seek revenge. This was indeed the case. Chi Nemo was in a place he hated. His mind kept flashing back to the scene of killing Huron, in the wild laughter and ridicule of Slaanesh, in the ashes of Huron's body scattered all over the ground. The doctor and his daughter, who had rescued him, became toys of the evil god's servants in the palace of Slaanesh. The girl was made into a toy that would rotate on the burning iron when the switch was pressed. The bones and fascia were pulled by iron hooks, making a grinding sound, which gathered into a hateful music. Even Slaanesh deliberately projected her into the ashes, so that Chi Nemo could see her miserable state and her wailing for help. Chi Nemo felt that he would probably not be able to get out of the warp, so what he wanted to do was to kill demons until the energy in his body was exhausted. Those demons like to torture the souls of mortals with the means that mortals fear the most, and Chi Nemo will also use the means that demons fear the most on demons, that is, to completely erase them from the warp and the real universe with pure material power. Demons are not afraid of torture and pain, but they are afraid of death, the kind of fear that will make them kneel down and beg for mercy. Chapter 418. I lead the way for you. The demon realized that Chi Nemo was seeking revenge, and his glasses turned. He immediately made the most correct and wise decision in Chi Nemo's opinion, and walked in front to lead the way. The golden gate had disappeared, and was replaced by a more gorgeous gate inlaid with jewels. Behind the gate was a vast area in the shape of a ring. When he stepped into the gate, Chi Nemo saw gold and jewels all over the ground. Every mountain in this twisted environment was built with gold. Some mortals who looked half dead fell on the gold mountain, with greed flashing in their deep-sunken eye sockets. When they picked up the gold in their hands would turn into gold coins, and then these people counted them one by one, repeating this cycle for an unknown period of time. This is the Ring of Greed. The demon walked to the top of the gold mountain, and kicked over the gold coins in the hands of the mortals. The mortals panicked and rushed towards the flying gold coins, and then continued to count the money. Chi Nemo understood the Slaanesh demon realm. The Slaanesh demon realm is a place full of depravity and desire. 6 desire circles surround the magnificent palace of Slaanesh. If you want to enter the palace, you must pass through the 6 desire circles. The current greed ring, as the name suggests, is a ring representing greed. These mortals who fell on the golden mountain may have counted the yellow turbans for thousands of years, but they can't count them all. I heard that these people are willing to stay here. Chi Nemo walked up to a mortal, and the mortal didn't even look at him, and continued to count the gold. They can leave here as long as they feel that the amount of gold they have obtained is enough, but their greed is insatiable, and they will never feel that the gold is enough. That's true, but it's not that simple. The demon pointed at the mountain of gold under his feet. The Dark Prince promised everyone here that as long as they counted the value of the mountain of gold, they could take all the gold away. But the big demon guarding the Ring of Greed would raise a storm to blow down the mountain of gold when they found out the amount of gold. It's hard to say that this is not what the Dark Prince told the big demon to do. It's difficult for any creature to leave the Slaanesh domain, whether they don't want to leave subjectively, or can't leave because of the Dark Prince's tricks and temptations. The demon returned to Chi Nemo, and continued to lead the way for him, while talking about what he had realized in the warp. In a way, the Slaanesh realm is a microcosm of chaos. It never forces anyone to fall, but only uses various means to lure, and eventually makes the creatures of the mortal world have to fall. Like the Lord of Change, its great demons regard it as a shame to deceive others with lies, because this is the lowest form of fraud. They prefer to always tell the truth, but use hints and situations to drive the fraud targets into traps. Chi Nemo listened to the devil's words, and found that the devil was the one who knew the devil best. In order to prevent the devil from taking him astray, Chi Nemo decided to make a promise to the devil. What's your name? Picker. It sounds like the name of the devil. In any case, as long as you take me into the palace of Slaanesh, I will agree to a request. Hearing this, the devil named Piccolo pondered for a while, and thought carefully about what he should ask of this star god. Then, seeing the chainsaw sword and scepter in Chi Nemo's hand, he suddenly realized that this guy didn't want him to ask for anything, but wanted him to ask for something he could, and was willing to give. Live. Just promise not to kill me after reaching the palace of the Dark Prince. Vic said. I promise. Chi Nemo nodded. You don't have to go into the palace with me. You can leave by yourself when the time comes. Getting the guaranteed response, Vic nodded with satisfaction, but there was one thing he didn't dare to say, that is, whether he could reach the palace did not depend on the person who led the way, but on Chi Nemo himself. The man and the demon continued to move forward, gradually going deeper into the interior of the Greed Ring. Various treasures can be seen everywhere in the twisted environment inside the Greed Ring. The miraculous palaces built by all races in the galaxy during their heyday stand here, and the treasures stored in the treasury in the palace are also here. The legendary weapons used by ancient generals of all races in the galaxy are just a collection here, inserted into the ground like trees, used to hang pearl necklaces. Those weapons have suffered severe corrosion, mutation, and proliferation, and there are distorted human faces everywhere on them. The weapons here. Piccolo pointed to a spear. I advise you not to take them. Chi Nemo nodded and acknowledged Piccolo's reminder. He really didn't want to take the weapons here, because these weapons have been in the subspace for too long. Just like the bodies and armor of Chaos Space Marines like Huron, they have mutated and have no other function except to bring nightmares to the users. The area where the Ring of Greed connects to the next Ring of Desire is exactly the same as the area from outside the Slanish demon realm to the Ring of Greed. There is a towering gate and a vast plain in front of it. Of course, there are also indispensable Slanish demons. Nearly 1 million Slanish demons guard the golden gate leading to the next circle. The great demon responsible for guarding the Greed Ring is also here. It looks like most of the Slanish demons in front of it, with spikes on its body, pliers on its hands, and a body that is like a muscular man or a soft woman. Except that this great demon is about 3 meters tall, with more female features, and the pliers on its hands are also bigger. When seeing Chi Nemo and Piccolo, the Slanish great demon was stunned at first, and then immediately howled and gathered the demon army to line up in front of the Golden Gate. I suggest we stay out of the spotlight for now, and wait for me to find a demon who can do tricks. Pic grabbed Chi Nemo's arm, signaling him to run back with him. But Chi Nemo shook off Piccolo's clutches, and walked slowly towards the Slanish demon army in front of him alone. Because his momentum was so overwhelming, Piccolo even subconsciously looked around to see if Chi Nemo had some invisible helpers following him. But there were no helpers around, neither humans nor demon army. In front of the Slanish demon army, that seemed to have no end in sight, there was only a man wearing black power armor, holding a double-headed eagle scepter, and a chainsaw sword, walking slowly forward. Piccolo realized that his judgment was correct. Chi Nemo did not come to the warp and Slanish demon realm on his own initiative. He did not want to seek power, steal wealth, or satisfy his desires. He was just trapped in the warp with no hope of escape and was full of anger, so he just wanted to kill more demons before he was buried in the warp. While Chi Nemo was slowly approaching the Slanish demon army, Piccolo, the Chaos Demon without division, tried to see through Chi Nemo to answer a question, that is, why Chi Nemo, as a star god, would not be erased by the warp. Using his insight, Piccolo saw Chi Nemo's essence. Almost all living beings have only one essence, but Chi Nemo is different. He has two. One is the forging hammer representing productivity, which is the source of his divine power. The other is an outsider, a spectator. This is his soul essence. Because this essence is too unique, there is no soul projection in the subspace. But no projection does not mean no soul. Although Piccolo felt that he was blind or dreaming about the fact that the star god had a soul essence, it was true. Chapter 419. Kill this invader. The Slanish demon stood seductively, with its claws raised and pointed at the lone invader in front of it. The cavalrymen on Slanish horses charged ahead of the other demons, and the strong wind that swept past the demon blew the few pieces of silk cloth on the demon's body. Thousands of cavalrymen charged first, followed by other Slanish demons on foot. Chi Nemo stared at the demons, and at this moment, he recalled the ridicule of the gods he heard before entering the warp, and the miserable scene of human souls in the ashes. He was furious, and roared with his sword eyebrows raised, and ran towards the galloping demon cavalry. At the moment the two sides engaged in battle, lightning formed by pure material power rushed out from the top of the scepter, smashing the Slanish horse thunders under the crotch of hundreds of Slanish cavalrymen into pieces. Then the chainsaw roared, and the chain sword stained with the blood of the Chaos War Master was swung out with force, with an attack distance far exceeding the attack distance of a chain sword. Piccolo and the Great Demon, the two temporary spectators, heard the roar of the chainsaw, and then saw a group of Slanish demons torn into pieces, like wheat cut by mortals in the fields, and their souls screamed and rose from their broken bodies. The scattered souls howled in panic, crawling upwards in the air without any objects to cling to, but were soon pulled back. Souls gathered from all directions, and were forcibly pulled into Qin Mo's body. The great demon saw the end of those who were devoured by their kind, being crushed in the blue meat grinder, and turned into some kind of soul nourishment. In short, they died. Not only the great demon, but even the lowest level Slaanesh demons saw the end of their kind. The fear of death replaced the expectation of enjoying the pleasure of fighting. Those Slaanesh walking demons that had not yet charged to Qin Mo stopped, and the cavalry that had already rushed to the front turned around in the subspace without the restrictions of physical rules. The demons and horses turned 180 degrees and ran wildly in one go, running 1,000 meters in an instant. But the cavalrymen were too close to Qin Mo after all. The star god's lightning was used in a different way, turning into a torrent like a rope, wrapping around each cavalryman and dragging them away from the releaser. The chainsaw roared, and the long sword was swung. The bodies of groups of Slaanesh demons turned into fragments crushed by saw teeth, and their souls howled and separated from the fragments, then frantically crawled upwards to try to escape, but in the end, they were all pulled back into Qin Mo's body and turned into nutrients processed by the meat grinder formed by the star god and the soul essence. The cavalry was slaughtered. The last one to be killed was a half-human, half-snake demon with female characteristics that was wrapped around the Slaanesh horse. The Slaanesh horse tried to protect its master and fled back desperately, but was turned into charcoal by lightning. The demon wrapped around the horse flew into the air, and then was bound by some force, and pulled in front of Qin Mo. No. Hiss. The cry for help, and the sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh sounded at the same time. The chainsaw did not turn, but the teeth pierced the flesh, piercing through the back of the snake-shaped demon's neck and out of the spine at the waist and tail. Who? The Slaanesh demon looked hideous, panting, and staring at Qin Mo. It was obvious that it had a good relationship with the snake-shaped demon. Qin Mo stared at the demon with his sword-like eyebrows raised, and his right hand holding the hilt of the sword exerted more force and gently stirred. The snake-shaped demon cried miserably, howling and reaching out to the Slaanesh demon. In the end, the star god fire that gushed out from the sword ended the snake-shaped demon's pain. Its soul essence and body were wiped out by the fire, and nothing was left. The demon realized that his lover was dead, and he couldn't get a response from the Dark Prince, which made him almost crazy. I will cut off your limbs, and make them into a chair. The demon roared and ran towards Qin Mo. The body of this demon was very large, 3 meters tall, and half of the male body was extremely muscular, but its speed was not slowed down by its body, and its running speed was far faster than that of the Space Marines. The demon's fury drove its demon army, so that the demons surrounding it who dared not move forward had the courage to face the destructive power, and rush forward with the demon on both sides. First, a demon with horse feet was easily smashed by the double-headed eagle scepter, and then the big demon jumped up after the scattered fragments, raised his arms and smashed down. Qin Mo subconsciously used the scepter to block, and the crab claws hit the scepter firmly, and the shockwave generated shattered thousands of low-level demons surrounding nearby. The force of the big demon in the subspace is far from comparable to that in the real universe. The entire greed ring was shaken by the aftermath of the attack. It was impossible for Qin Mo to block the blow by himself, but the double-headed eagle scepter in his hand was shining with golden light, like an indestructible shield. The moment the Slaanesh demon's pincers touched the scepter, he felt the faith of nearly 10 billion mortals. Those mortals were either standing on the road looking at the double-headed eagle scepter, or huddled in the ruins, trembling and looking forward to seeing the scepter, or kneeling in front of the statue, staring at the scepter and speaking. In short, this scepter is no longer just a scepter, but represents all the martial arts and glory that a person who changed the world had established from his appearance to this moment, as well as the supreme power he possessed among 10 billion mortals. When the golden light stung his eyes, the demon didn't have time to dodge the scepter that was pulled out from under the crab claws and smashed on his head. The body that was hit hard knelt on the ground, and the abdomen was pierced by the chainsaw sword. The demon was not dead yet, but he had lost his fighting power, and his body leaned back. When he was about to lie on the ground, he was stopped by the chainsaw sword that pierced his abdomen. The demons no longer rushed forward. They surrounded Qin Mo and the demon, hesitating and not daring to move forward. The teeth of the chainsaw sword did not turn, but it was cutting the soul of the demon. The demon then discovered why this chainsaw sword looked so fragile, but could easily separate the demon's body in the subspace. Because it was stained with the blood of the War Master. When the armor and body of a Chaos War Master were pierced through by this chainsaw sword, Then this chainsaw sword was attached with a strange concept, and any creature below the War Master could not resist the sharpness of the chainsaw sword. Chin Mo took his hand off the hilt, looked at the other demons, and looked around, and then punched the chainsaw sword inserted into the demon's abdomen deeper. The demons were still cowering and just watching. Seeing that the demons were indifferent, Chin Mo walked to the big demon with confidence, grabbed the big demon's purple horns with his free right hand, and smashed the big demon's head with the scepter in his left hand. Again and again, until the big demon's head exploded, the soul drilled out of the body and was pulled, and let out a heart-wrenching scream when it was swallowed. It's your turn. Chin Mo pulled out the chainsaw sword and pounced on the nearby demons. The demons trembled and fled in all directions. Chapter 420. At the passage from the Ring of Greed to the Ring of Gluttony, Piccolo stood in a hidden place, waiting for the battle to end. Chin Mo held up the chainsaw sword and the scepter and chased the panicked demons everywhere. Anyone who was slower would be hit by a sword. This was a massacre. Piccolo suddenly had a question in his mind, that is, demons actually have no form in the subspace. Why are the demons fighting this star god like they are bound by their bodies in the real universe? But Piccolo's desire for knowledge ended here, because the fact that a living being has two essences is confusing enough, and it is completely expected that something strange will happen, and there is really nothing to worry about. The killing did not stop until the last demon was killed, and its soul was annihilated. Chin Mo's chest rose and fell violently under the power armor, and his breathing was rapid, but he was not tired, but excited. Because he saw the fear and panic of the demons just now. These demons can enter the real universe countless times, and be exiled countless times, but this time is different, they are really dead. Although this number of demons is not as much as 1/1000th of the number of demons that died in the battle between the four gods, it doesn't matter. Chin Mo just wants to see the miserable state of those demons, who can easily play with mortals, and the virtue of being so scared that they kneel down and beg for mercy when facing death. Pick! Chin Mo shouted the name of the Chaos Demon, and looked around for the trace of the demon's soul. Then he saw Piccolo using his soul to cast a spell to kill a demon hiding in the corner. We really fought a bloody battle. Piccolo's voice was tired, and he sat on the ground like a human and took a few deep breaths. It was indeed a bloody battle. Chin Mo walked to the Golden Gate. Are you too tired to walk? Do you need me to lead you here? No need to bother. Piccolo quickly floated to Chin Mo and helped him open the door to the next circle. This circle is called the Taotai Ring. After entering the Taotai Ring, Chin Mo saw one giant round table after another, on which were placed all kinds of tempting delicacies. Countless creatures crawled on the round tables like ants, because their bodies were so fat that they could not walk. Those creatures devoured the food as if they would never be full. Piccolo's familiarity with the Slainish demon realm exceeded Chin Mo's expectations, and it could always find a shortcut to the front. Due to the terrain of the Taotai Ring, Piccolo was able to lead Chin Mo around the demons and the demon armies they led. While on the road, Piccolo suddenly said, "Do you know which god I am a servant of? Aren't you Chaos Undivided?" Of course now, but not before. Piccolo seemed to be telling a series of past events to relieve boredom. Not long ago, there was a god in the subspace who liked to watch and record. This god was a benevolent entity in the supreme heaven in the words of the real universe. Then it was smashed by 3 demons because it recorded the failure of Slainish's temptation plan against mortals. This kind-hearted entity who likes to watch is the creator of Piccolo. After listening to these stories, Chin Mo just said him. You just said him after listening to these? Piccolo said with some dissatisfaction. Whether you are the lackey of the 4 gods or not, you are a demon, and I treat everything the demon says as fart. Chin Mo pointed forward. Lead your way, or I will eat you. Piccolo raised his eyebrows helplessly, and continued to lead the way honestly. While leading the way, Piccolo thought that there were too many mysteries about the creatures around him, but no matter what, he was like a creature in the real universe, who liked to solve problems with threats, did not understand the rules of communication in the subspace, and only knew to establish a relationship of threat and being threatened with the demons. In fact, we can sign a contract. Piccolo turned to look at Chin Mo. As long as the contract is signed, it will take effect regardless of whether it is fair or not, so you can trust me. You have to bring it with you whether you sign the contract or not. Chin Mo walked expressionlessly. Okay. Piccolo nodded helplessly. Piccolo was still thinking about how to make Chin Mo understand that not all creatures in the subspace are untrustworthy. And more importantly, it did not lead Chin Mo because it was afraid of death. If it was afraid of death, it would not have stayed on the road to the Slainish demon realm in a soul state. The man and the demon took a shortcut and walked for an unknown amount of time before they came to the entrance to the next circle. This time, Chin-mo did not see the demon guarding this place. Anticipating that Chin-mo would want to ask about the demon's whereabouts, Piccolo told him directly, "The demon here has gone to the real universe to seduce Gilliman, so we can go to the next circle without bloodshed." "Gilliman?" Chin-mo was stunned for a moment. "You still know Gilliman?" Piccolo reluctantly took out a book and turned to the page with the label. "Who knows what Gilliman is, anyway, that's what it says on it." "What is this?" Chin-mo looked at the thing that looked like the Book of Destiny. This thing looked like the Book of Destiny, but it only looked like a book. The things recorded on it would not change. It looked more like someone had written it with a pen. The Book of Insight. Piccolo lowered his head and stroked the pages with deep eyes. "This is the legacy left by my master. It records the events of the real universe 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later." Chin-mo nodded after listening, realizing that Piccolo was using this thing to lead the way. Piccolo put away the Book of Insight and suddenly asked, "You know that even if you go to the palace of the Dark Prince, you can't kill it, right?" "I know." Chin-mo nodded, "But I can't get out anyway. Once I enter the palace, I will smash everything I can see and release all the toys controlled by Slaanesh." Piccolo nodded silently and did not move forward, just standing there motionless. When Chin-mo opened his mouth to ask, Piccolo suddenly rushed to say, "The Book of Insight records a way to kill the dark gods." "What method?" Chin-mo asked anxiously. He knew that the 4 gods were already conceptual gods, and could not be killed by conventional methods. Now that there was a way, of course he could not wait. "I would like to state in advance that this method was thought up by my master, and no one has tried it. Even he himself wrote in the book that he did not know if it would work." Vic first said a series of disclaimers, and then began to explain the method. Let a mortal kill a god or a quasi-god who is about to become a god, and brand the gods in the subspace with the concept that they can be killed by mortals. Hearing this, Chin-mo smiled and asked, "So, how can a mortal kill a god? Didn't I say that the gods should be branded with the concept that they can be killed? Then how to brand them with this concept? Let a mortal kill a god." The smile on Chin-mo's face disappeared instantly. "Try to talk nonsense again." Chapter 421. Pick finally shut up and continued to lead the way. 1 man and 1 demon entered the Golden Gate and came to the next ring. As they continued to move forward, Pick reminded Chin-mo, "No matter what, please be vigilant and don't fall here." "What do you mean?" Chin-mo didn't understand. In his memory, the arrangement order of the 6 rings in the Slaanesh demon realm was unclear. He didn't know what kind of ring this was, but only knew the types of the 6 rings. Pick stared at Chin-mo's eyes, because this is the ring of debauchery. As soon as the words fell, a purple light bloomed in front of Chin-mo. Everything in front of him changed. A magnificent palace, a pool filled with fine wine. Countless men and women were doing things in this palace that made Chin-mo subconsciously close his eyes. Then a woman appeared in front of Chin-mo. Her figure was the best Chin-mo had ever seen. Even if she was disguised as a human, she would not be as good as her, because Chin-mo's imagination did not allow him to disguise himself as such a woman. The woman's dress can only be described in 2 words: frugal. After seeing Chin-mo, the woman was stunned for a moment, then quickly got into the mood, walked to Chin-mo and grabbed his arm. Chin-mo looked around, and Piccolo disappeared without a trace. "Are you looking for a more beautiful woman?" The woman's voice was full of temptation, "But you definitely won't find one, because I'm the most beautiful one here." The woman seemed very experienced. Without Chin-mo's response, she could judge his preferences just by observing his every move and expression. Then the woman knelt down in front of Chin-mo, took out a collar from somewhere, and put it on her neck, and handed the chain connected to the collar to Chin-mo. "I can feel your desire for control. You can dispose of and dominate me, my tyrant." Chin-mo looked down at the woman, and took the chain in his hand. The woman knelt on the ground, with a look of pity and respect in her eyes. The chain was pulled hard, and then Chin-mo leaned down and said in the woman's respectful eyes, "Get out, you filthy thing." The woman's face showed fear. Everything in front of her disappeared, replaced by a mountain of dirty and smelly corpses. There were no magnificent palaces, no beautiful men and women, only one deformed monster after another. The temptation of this ring was simply at the conceptual level, and even through Chin-mo's preferences, an illusion was created for this star god, who was not disturbed by psychic energy. Originally, only the most determined will could break the illusion. But in Chin-mo's case, it was not his will that helped him escape from the illusion, but his understanding of Slaanesh. He knew the essence of everything that was just beautiful. The demon guarding the circle was entangled by the chain in Qin Mo's hand. It wanted to seduce Qin Mo personally, at least to stabilize this uninvited guest first, and then remind the demons in other circles to come and clean up this alien. In the end, it failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice, and was trapped instead of pretending to be cool. Piccolo, who had disappeared before, also appeared in Qin Mo's sight. It was looking at the slainish demon army rushing in front of it in horror. The demon bound by the iron chain tried to break free, but the current flowing from Qin Mo's wrist controlled it. The big demon was dragged by Qin Mo and brought to Piccolo. Facing the surging demon army, he raised his scepter. The double-headed eagle shone with golden light in the dark slainish demon realm, and lightning and fire fell from the sky and poured out from the cracks in the ground. Qin Mo vented his desire for destruction, and turned the demon army in front of him into ashes in an instant. The flames and lightning were deliberately controlled to destroy only the bodies of the demons, not their souls. Their souls screamed and gathered together, and circled into the sky, but they were pulled to Qin Mo before they could escape. At this moment, Piccolo suddenly realized something that Qin Mo himself did not realize, that is, his power became stronger, like the soul essence of a bystander shining outside the essence of the star god representing productivity. No. Don't kill me. Don't eat me. The big demon gave up struggling and begged Qin Mo for mercy. I can do anything for you, as long as you don't eat me. Please. I am willing to do anything. Do anything? Qin Mo said, looking to the right. His chainsaw sword was stuck there. Maybe he had just entered the illusion, and threw it away, when he took the iron chain handed by the demon. He was not tempted, but just took advantage of the situation to catch the iron chain and trap the demon. This was Qin Mo's thought at the moment. The iron chain in his hand was loosened. The chainsaw sword flew into the air, and fell into his empty right hand. Are you willing to do anything, including dying? Qin Mo raised his right hand high, and pressed the button, and the roaring chainsaw directly pierced into the demon's head. The body was destroyed, and the soul flew out and was swallowed. Piccolo watched the whole process silently. As a demon, he did not feel terrified, but just felt comfortable. Once upon a time, the big demons slaughtered their own kind, and killed their masters, like Qin Mo. Now the two levels are reversed. It is really a cycle of cause and effect. After killing the big demon and the demon army, Qin Mo drew out the chainsaw sword and prepared to move forward. But Piccolo dissuaded him, and talked about the things he must pay attention to next. I can roughly guess what kind of person you are. So you must listen to what I say next. The next ring is the Ring of Domination. This ring is the nemesis of all tyrants, philosopher kings, or ambitious people. In short, it is the nemesis of all creatures with a desire to dominate. You may see many people kneeling down to you under your throne. But this is all false. You must remember that this is all false. Don't succumb to the satisfaction brought by domination and domination. Qin Mo didn't care much when he heard what Piccolo said. After all, he knew what Piccolo said. If a person knows that what he sees is false and fraudulent, and that he will get nothing even if he compromises and surrenders, then he will be hard to be deceived. But Qin Mo still fell into deep thought. Ring of Domination. The way this ring corrodes will remind Qin Mo of the temptation that Guilliman will face next. The Book of Insight says that a great demon went to tempt Guilliman, so he was not watching the gate at the Ring of Gluttony. The temptation that Guilliman faced is the same as the temptation in the Ring of Domination. He will see himself becoming the ruler of the highest point in the empire. Under normal circumstances, there is nothing to worry about. Although Guilliman's magic resistance is low and has to be counted with a negative sign, he is determined and can easily identify what is illusory and what is real under the influence of a sense of crisis. But the situation of the empire is not very urgent now. Cadia has not been destroyed, and Guilliman may not have a particularly strong sense of crisis. After thinking for a while, Qin Mo chose to put aside his worries, and strode with Piccolo to the next circle to meet new challenges. At this time, Qin Mo was determined to rush into the palace of Slaanesh and destroy it, and nothing could stop him. Chapter 422. At the same time. Real Universe. Holy Terra. Outside the Terra Library where the pre-march was, a blue transport plane slowly landed. Ultramarines Chapter Master Calgar walked out of the cabin, ready to meet the Gene Father. On the way to the library to be introduced, Calgar suddenly saw another group of people who were also preparing to meet the pre-march. These people were obviously members of the Mechanicus, with a black and white skull logo printed on their red robes. They were obviously members of the Order of Agrippina Forge World. What are they doing here? Calgar passed by the people of Agrippina Forge World and couldn't help wondering. When the Agrippina people saw Calgar being brought into the library by the waiter, they all looked at him with dissatisfaction. This look was not directed at Kaldar, but Kaldar didn't know why they were dissatisfied, so he just turned around and continued to walk towards the library door. Kaldar walked briskly all the way to the deepest part of the library and met Gilliman, the father of Jeans. At this time, Gilliman was sitting among a pile of documents, rubbing his hair anxiously, and lowering his head to correct the documents on the table. As a space marine, Kaldar had amazing eyesight. He saw a white hair hidden in the Primarch's thick golden hair at a glance, and was immediately shocked. "Father!" "Kaldar." Gilliman raised his head, his eyes were tired, and his eyebrows were slightly haggard. Kaldar's heart tightened, and he wanted to ask the father of Jeans what he had experienced during this period of time, and why he became like this now. But Gilliman did not give him a chance to ask, and asked first, "Do you know why I called you here?" Kaldar lowered his head and thought. The nominal purpose of this trip to Terra was to call him to Terra to ask about the recent situation of the 500 worlds. But Kaldar felt that things were not that simple, and the Jean father had other purposes. "You noticed it, it's about the Talon sector," Gilliman said. While the defense of Talon was going on fiercely, the Empire was not unaware of anything. First, the Tyrone sector lost contact with the Empire. A violent subspace storm swept around the entire sector. The Imperial tax collection ships had no motivation to enter Tyrone without the Tyrone Navy to pay taxes. As for other Imperial ships, few dared to brave the storm to enter the sector. The Tyrone Navy seemed to have disappeared from the universe, and no traces of Tyrone Navy ships were seen in the various star regions of the Empire. Kaldar already knew all this, so he asked the Primarch, "Have you tried to contact the Tyrone sector? I remember you had their communicator." As soon as he finished speaking, Gilliman pushed a pile of documents to the ground, and a fist-sized black sphere appeared under the documents. That was the communicator of the Talonians. "I tried to contact them, and I am more certain that they need support." Gilliman began to tell the information he got from the communicator. The Talon War is still going on, and it is developing in a bad direction. Magnus was exiled. Huron died, but resurrected. Chi Nimmo was sucked into the subspace. Without Chi Nimmo as its leader, the Tyrone sector might split. Even if it doesn't split, but a new successor emerges, the army commander might not trust the successor. Gilliman felt that the Tyrone sector was in danger, and was worried about Chi Nimmo. He sighed tiredly, and leaned towards the bookshelf behind him. The bookshelf was leaned against by the Primarch's back, and the piles of documents were scattered in the library hall like snowflakes. After hearing this, Carl was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. "Excuse me, but father, you should provide support to the Tyrone sector through the High Lord's Council now. The High Lord's Council has upgraded the issue of whether to support the Talon sector to the highest priority." Gilliman still had a blank expression on his face, but it was not indifferent, but the indifference of being extremely disappointed with something. Then after 12 years and 4 months, whether to support the Talon sector can be put on the agenda. Hearing this, Kaldar looked helpless. He now understood why the Jean father was so haggard and tired. Gilliman knew that Kaldar did not want to support Talon, but he was more concerned about his Jean father. Gilliman is now the quasi-imperial regent, the highest authority in the Empire. He should think from the perspective of the Empire, and do things in the Empire's way, instead of bypassing the Empire and sending troops to support Talon like the vassal kings of the 500 worlds. He must show an attitude. "I am the current supreme commander of the Empire. No matter how I change the affairs of the Empire in the future, I must endorse the authority of the High Lord's Council for now." Because the High Lord's Council was established by the Lord of the Ultramarines, the reform of the Empire in the future will also require the cooperation of the Council. Making a decision by bypassing the Council at this time would make Gilliman look like an outsider. That's why Gilliman asked Kaldar to come. And Kaldar also understood what the Jean father meant. "I will return to Makridge immediately, and summon the fleet and the regiment to the Maelstrom to pursue Huron and the remnants of the Starclaws," Kaldar said. Gilliman nodded. He was very satisfied with his offspring. A powerful warrior. A wise leader. Everyone knew that Huron was not in the Maelstrom at this time, but Kaldar still had to lead the regiment to the Maelstrom, and then halfway suddenly discovered Huron is not in the Maelstrom, and has changed his route to pursue the traitor leader. Cleaning up the mess is the job of the Ultramarines. It doesn't matter if the High Lord's Council is inefficient. Anyway, the Ultramarines are helping the Talonians on the way to clean up the mess. The High Lords, those smart people, will not fail to realize the real purpose of Kaldar and Gilliman, but officially, this is an action to clean up the mess. With the official statement, those 1 or 2 High Lords who privately oppose the Primarch cannot bring this matter to the Council for discussion let alone use it to question whether Guilliman's arrangement is intended to bypass the High Lord's counsel to support Talon. Go ahead. You will command the Macridge's glory. Guilliman nodded. Yes. Calgar bowed respectfully, and turned to leave. After watching his most proud offspring leave, Guilliman lowered his head, and used an iron hook to pick up a document from the ground and placed it on the table. The document only wrote one thing. The state church requested the pre-march to participate in the parade ceremony tomorrow, and to declare to the people the trust of the Son of God in the state church surrounded by the state church staff. Guilliman didn't want to participate, but he had something to ask of the state church. The people of the state church are good at using rituals. Guilliman hopes that they can help find Chin Mo's location in the warp. Even if they can't find it, at least predict whether Chin Mo is still alive. So, the pre-march grabbed a feather pen made of fine gold and wrote on the document that he would participate in the parade ceremony tomorrow. Calgar sighed. Calgar saw those people from Agrippina's Forge World on his way out of the library, but this time he was stopped by them. A man with appendages all over his body came in front of Calgar, and behind him there was a man dressed like the marshal of the Crusaders, with his hand on the hilt of the power sword at his waist. Captain Calgar, I have heard of your name for a long time. He greeted him with a smile on his face. I am the Sage Vic, the ruler of the Agrippina Forge World. Sage Vic, what can I do for you? Calgar did not want to offend the Forge World, so he listened patiently. Will we be lucky enough to have the pre-march take a little time out of his busy schedule, and grant us the honor of meeting the pre-march? Vic asked. Calgar did not know what purpose these people had in meeting the father of Jeans, so he did not answer. At this time, the waiter of the state church came over and said to Vic, the Son of God has many affairs, and may not have time for the time being. Please go back and wait for a while, great sage. If the pre-march mentions the sage, I will take the sage to see the pre-march. Calgar took this opportunity to leave. Vic looked at the waiter coldly, then looked at the library, and left without saying a word. The general of the Guardian army following behind Vic was the war sage Severn. This man who had undergone an unknown level of transformation, and whose body was covered with iron parts that the waiter of the state church could not recognize, followed Vic and left together. When he left, he bumped into the waiter of the state church. The group of people from the Forge World left in a rage. The waiter, whose shoulder was broken, watched these weirdos leave, and cursed in his heart. A bunch of transformation lunatics. I told you whether to support Talon is on the agenda, but you still come to ask the Son of God. It's really presumptuous, damn it. Chapter 423. The next day, Guilliman was invited to attend the ceremony of the state church. This time, it was just like the ceremony when the pre-march returned. It was just a walk. However, the protagonists around Guilliman this time were not the people of the High Lord's Council, but the state church. Therefore, no matter whether it was other High Lords or important institutions of the Empire, they had to stand aside in this ceremony. The Mars Forge General could not stand in front of Guilliman, let alone Vic and his group from the Forge World of Agrippina. On the day of the ceremony, Terra's continuous acid rain suddenly stopped. On Terra's main road leading to the Imperial Palace, the ecclesiarchy procession led by Guilliman was slowly advancing. On the golden platform carried by imperial slaves, the ecclesiarchy pope loudly preached that the emperor loved his Son of God so much that he used his great power to create a sunny day for him. Guilliman himself was not very happy. He sat on the throne with a stern face, his chin supported by his arm on the armrest, and he looked bored. The pre-march doesn't seem to care much about this parade. He doesn't seem to care about anything, including the Talon sector. On the top floor of the mansion on the right side of the road, Agrippina Forge World ruler Sage Vec and war sage Severn stood by the window, looking down at Guilliman below. Both of them looked unhappy. The audience with the pre-march yesterday was about Talon. After learning that the defense of Talon had begun, Vec had been running around to meet this person and that person, trying to organize a group of reinforcements for the Messiah of Om and the heaven in the Milky Way in his mind. In the previous events of the return of the pre-march and the gathering of the Adeptus Mechanicus, Vic did not participate. It was Agrippina war sage Serwin who came to Terra for him. So naturally, Serwin did not know how well Vic's organizational work was done. If we bypass the Forge General and the pre-march, Serwin said as he walked to the table in the room, sat down generously, and put his legs on the table, but his hand was still holding the hilt of the power sword at his waist. If we bypass them, how many reinforcements can we bring to Om Messiah? Severn's question reached Vic's ears. The Sage of Domination thought for a moment and replied, at least 279 Forge Worlds are determined, and there are hundreds of others who are wavering, and other Forge Worlds who have been instructed by the Forge General not to get involved. If we bypass the pre-march and the general, we can only consider the 279 Forge Worlds. Hearing this, the Sage of War nodded slowly, was silent for 2 seconds, and asked again, are they 279 Forge Worlds that don't even have Titan legions? They don't even deserve the honor of being cannon fodder for Om Messiah. At least the group that likes to play with plasma is one of them. Vic withdrew his gaze from the street, and sat opposite Severn. Playing with plasma, Reza? Who else? Okay, I feel relieved. The conversation between Vic and Severn fell into silence. Both of them were thinking about their own things. One was thinking about how many fleets he could organize. The other was thinking about where to start from in the Talon Gate defense zone, and tear open a passage that would allow reinforcements to reach the interior of the Star Zone under the siege of the enemy. The world's willing to join us, as reinforcements have already sent fleets to Agrippina. When you came to Terra to accompany that so-called general, who was as tall as a mountain to meet the pre-march, the fleet had already begun to modify the dimensional engine. It is estimated that the modification is almost complete now. Vic continued. Then what are we waiting for? The pre-march doesn't want to see us at all. Seven spread his hands. It's a good opportunity to send reinforcements, this time to replace the dimensional engine for the Forge Worlds that support us. If they find that this thing is useful, they will continue to use it instead of dismantling it after the war. Vic listened to Severn's words and nodded in agreement. In fact, Vic didn't say one thing, that is, even if he met the pre-march and discussed with him about sending reinforcements, the pre-march would not allow Agrippina and the other nearly 300 Forge Worlds to send out fleets. After calculation, there is an 80% probability that the pre-march will not allow it, because he is afraid that this matter will become the trigger for the second split of the Mechanicus. Vic can calculate it because he and Severn have received blessings on the celestial engine. The ruler sage becomes more skilled in calculation and ruling. The war sage becomes more skilled in fighting. By the way, if we organize reinforcements without authorization, will it be considered a rebellion and then be confiscated by the Empire or the Order? Serwyn suddenly asked. I don't care. Vic's eyes were deep and his tone was low. We have already sold everything we have. Even if our property is confiscated, we can still seek a place to live in the kingdom of God on earth and rebuild our Forge World. Serwyn nodded with satisfaction. He could see that his old friend was far more determined than himself, which was a good thing. While the two sages were discussing, Gilliman was also thinking about the two Agrippina sages. Gilliman could guess why Vic and Severn wanted to see him yesterday, so he didn't meet them. No matter what the reason, the Agrippina Forge World is far more concerned about the situation in the Talon sector than anyone else in the Empire. Yesterday morning, the Forge General received a joint letter from 600 Forge Worlds, asking the General to discuss whether to support Talon at the High Lords meeting. The attitude of the Forge General can be imagined. He refused without hesitation. Gilliman did not want to support Talon, otherwise he would not have called Kalar and sent the Ultramarines to support Talon in a roundabout way. He just did not want the situation that some of the Mechanicus would sell everything to support Talon, while others would just stand by and watch. Because this would probably cause the second split of the Order. As for what the Sage Ruler of Agrippina would do, this Forge World is mainly about rebellion, the color of the Order's logo, and their leader is not called the Forge General but the Sage Ruler. Vic would definitely support Talon, no matter what resistance he encountered. But Gilliman was willing to let it go, because he didn't believe that Vec would have much appeal. At most, he could only send more than 200 warships and nearly 100 million Scutarii. Vec was only a ruling sage, not a Forge General. Most of the Forge Worlds that signed a letter with him and asked the Forge General to immediately put the support on the agenda were fence-sitters, just thinking that Vec would give them a share of the spoils when the defense of Tyrone was over. In addition, Vec's reputation within the Mechanicus was similar to that of Kull. Anyway, there is no need to worry too much about this matter. Your Highness, the Son of God? The Pope of the State Church gently called Gilliman, pulling his attention back to reality from the exhausting balance of forces of the Imperial high-level officials. What is it? Gilliman looked at the Pope and asked with a stern face. The Pope bowed respectfully. A living saint hopes to present you with a crown. Chapter 424. When the Pope of the State Church finished speaking, the living saint, who wanted to offer the crown, had already walked to the golden platform. He was an old man in ragged clothes and smelled bad, but from the eyes of others around him, it could be judged that he was very respected. Obviously this guy was an ascetic. Gilliman was willing to give a good face to the ascetics. He smiled and stood up from the throne, and helped the living saint, who was kneeling devoutly, to stand up. Please let me put this crown on you, Son of God. The living saint requested. Gilliman naturally nodded in agreement. The living saint bowed respectfully again, then took out the crown from his backpack and gently placed it on the Primarch's head. Thank you. Gilliman nodded to the living saint, then motioned him to stand in front of his throne, walk with him, and accept the respect of the people of Terra. The parade continued to move forward. Gilliman sat on the throne, his expression solemn, without the indifference just now. Almost everyone on Terra gathered on both sides of the road, people next to each other, adults holding children. They came from thousands of miles away just to offer their respect and gratitude to the Primarch. Countless flowers fell from the top of his head. Among the flowers, Gilliman saw the guards guarding him, and the Emperor-class Titans walking slowly behind the team. Ultramar 500 worlds, solar system, Talon's fleet marched in formation above the planet. Gilliman. Primarch. Godson. You are the savior of the Empire, you are the savior of mankind. You have done greater things than your father did. My Lord Primarch, how can I express my respect to you? Please let me kiss your shoe. Great Primarch. Cheers filled Gilliman's ears. Gilliman stood up and waved in response, because these cheers were not exchanged from the commoners and nobles by the high lords with a thrown coin for shouting a word, but the shouts and gratitude from the hearts of the human people who have suffered for generations after escaping from the sea of suffering. A tyrant likes to see the biggest pomp, and see an endless sea of people kneeling to him. But a philosopher king, a ruler like Gilliman, he just wants to see people who have escaped from the sea of suffering gather on both sides of the street, without kneeling or flattering, just standing there and saying words of gratitude from the heart. Father, we have recaptured the Badab sector. My Lord Primarch, the Terra Academy has been established. By this time tomorrow, there will be children enrolled for free, even those from the slums. Captain Calgar and living Saint Celestine stood in front of Gilliman, recounting the great achievements they had established under Gilliman's command. Very good. Gilliman nodded with satisfaction. We can leave when the next generation grows up, because that generation will become rational. They will live in a rich and safe environment, no longer suffer from any suffering. They will be full of rationality, fairness, justice, and kindness. Yes, Primarch, Celestine said. Gilliman sat back on the throne. The entire procession entered the palace. After stopping at the golden platform, the Talonians came closer. The guards, the senior officers of the Talon army and navy, the scholars of Talon. The Lord of Talon. Thank you, Gilliman. Chin Mo nodded to Gilliman. With our cooperation, the 500 worlds and the Talon sector have spread rationality to the entire human empire. I should also hand over the authority to mortals. I wonder what your plans are in the future. Do you want to travel the stars with me? Of course, my comrade. Gilliman jumped off the platform, holding Chin Mo's hand, and walked to the highest point of the palace surrounded by the imperial guards and guards. This is where the emperor and the primarchs watched the military parade 10,000 years ago. The high lords, nobles, and civilians of Terra gathered in the giant square below the high point. After seeing the primarch appear, everyone fell silent, quietly waiting for the primarch to say something inspiring. But before that, Gilliman looked at Chin Mo first. We will hand over power to mortals, but the threat to the empire has not been lifted. We still need to fight and fight, so... As he spoke, Gilliman raised Chin Mo's hand and raised his arm with him. I, Gilliman, the 13th son of my father, the lord of the 500 worlds of Ultramar, regent of the empire. The Primarch's voice resounded through the palace like thunder. I declare as the regent of the empire. The ruler next to me, from the Talon sector, will become the new sigillite of the entire empire. Cheers to your sigillite, the eternal friend and collaborator of the regent of the empire. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the palace applauded fiercely for the enthronement of the new seal holder. Seal holder? Chin Mo's expression turned cold, staring at Gilliman. Why are you so generous? Just because we are like-minded people? Why don't we turn the empire into a country within a country and form a federation? No. No. Gilliman shook his head and stepped back. He suddenly realized that everything in front of him was not real. Chin Mo stood there, looking at Gilliman coldly, saying words that made Gilliman feel strange at this time, but familiar in the past. Slanish. It projected itself into the crown, and used all its strength to weave an illusion for you, a unique illusion that suits you best. I saw you sleeping in the environment for a week before you realized everything and woke up. You can use your own strength to break free from the illusion woven by the evil god, but I don't want to give you too much time because you still have too many things to do. Time is precious. 13. Chin Mo finished speaking. Gilliman suddenly heard the sound of something shattering, and then opened his eyes, and found that he was still on the golden platform. The living saint who presented the crown was standing there, with a light of disbelief in his eyes. The living saint first faced the silence and gaze of the Primarch, and then faced the Primarch's rage. The Emperor's sword was unsheathed, the Primarch roared, and the living saint was split into two. The whole process took less than a second. In the burning body of the living saint, a great demon crawled out, wailing and annihilated in the flames of the Emperor's sword. But Guilliman did not think that he had killed the instigator, because the great demon was just a carrier, and the real mastermind behind the scenes was not here. In the shattered remains of the crown, Guilliman heard the evil laughter of the Dark Prince. A ball of purple warp turbulence appeared on the broken gem of the crown, staring at Guilliman. Originally, I would not seduce you personally. I thought you would sleep for a few days before escaping from the illusion. There is no need to say this now. Everything you see in the illusion will not become reality, because the empire you and your father built will eventually be destroyed, and the entire universe will fall into the end. We can fail countless times, but what about you? After the subspace energy attached to the crown fragment completely dissipated, part of the essence projected by the Dark Prince Slaanesh on it completely dissipated in the real universe. Son of God. The Pope of the State Church reacted from the panic, walked to Guilliman and kowtowed continuously, trying to explain how pious the corrupted living saint had been before. It's not your fault, Pope, and it's not your state religion's fault. Guilliman raised his head and looked down on the Pope. It's that as long as you believe in something in the Sea of Souls, one day you will be affected by other evil entities in the Sea of Souls. After saying that, the Primarch put away his sword, turned around, and walked through the ecclesiarch priests, who came to exorcise the demon. As he left, Guilliman recalled the illusion he had just seen, and had to admit that it was indeed what he had dreamed of seeing. As he thought about it, Guilliman thought of Qin Mo's troubles again. He really wanted to know whether Qin Mo was still alive after being sucked into the warp. If he was alive, how was he now, and how to get him out? Guilliman did not directly place his hopes on the ecclesiarch. After learning about Qin Mo's entry into the warp, he first went to the Emperor, who remained silent. It was unknown whether he didn't know, or some part of his will that had ill will towards Qin Mo was unwilling to speak. Then he went to Evelyn, the chosen god of the Eldar Death Army, and Evelyn said that a star god without a soul would die if he entered the warp, and the Primarch might as well consider how to integrate the star sector after the Talon sector was leaderless and split. Where are you? Guilliman was extremely annoyed, looking up at the sky and muttering to himself. Chapter 425. Qin Mo is in the ring of domination in the Slaanesh realm. Unlike the temptations that Guilliman was tempted by, Qin Mo did not see the well-fed and well-clothed civilians grateful to him, nor did he see himself as the supreme ruler like other people who entered the realm. He only saw scenes that made him angry and sad. The Talon sector became chaotic. The guards used force to ensure that Talon still existed, and that no ambitious people would jump out to replace Qin Mo, but they were too few in number, and could only do this. The Stonemen refused to obey the rule of the guards and humans, and turned into technological warlords. The Ironmen felt that the Talon sector without the creator was meaningless and had no value to continue to exist, but they did not want to destroy Talon. They just collected all the statues of the Lord of Talon and left, killing aimlessly in the galaxy. After the war, they collected the heads of every Chaos Space Marine or psychic creature, and used cruel transformation methods to dig out the memories in the heads, trying to find clues about the creator. On Talon I, in the chaos, no one cared about the soulless settlement. Those who hated the soulless rushed into the settlement and slaughtered every man, woman, old and young they saw. And the war continued. Huron did not die completely. After his resurrection, he was closer to the four gods and stronger. The Ultramarines and reinforcements arrived and repelled Huron, but the damage caused by the war to Talon was irreversible. The Inquisition took advantage of the opportunity when Guilliman could not withdraw from the reform for the time being and organized the Sisters and the Grey Knights to attack Talon. After another war, the Star region was completely ruined by the war. People returned to ignorance and suffering. Only a few people were left standing on the surface of the planet, looking up at the giant man-made projects in the galaxy, telling their descendants about the prosperous past of the Talon Star region, and encouraging them to awaken their psychic powers to explore the subspace, and one day, they must find the Lord of Talon. As for the Star God, the Mimic was imprisoned by a stone man, and became the energy source of the new celestial weapon to deal with another stone man, who obtained the celestial engine during the separation. The Burners fled and disbanded as early as the end of the Battle of Tyrone. The purpose of the Stonemen's War was just to seize control of the Star Zone, and make the Star Zone return to what their creator wanted, and this requires force to achieve. Seeing all this, Qin Mo sat silently on the ground. When he saw that Genestealers appeared again on Tyrone and another army was sent to die in the governor's foolish decision, tears welled up in his eyes. Chinemo is not a person with a weak will, otherwise he would have swallowed a gun after coming to this universe, and couldn't survive even half a day. But everything he saw, whether true or false, hurt the softest part of his heart. That is to watch everything he built turn into ashes, leaving nothing but a more chaotic situation for those who suffered, and those people did not think that the departure of Lord Talon caused the collapse of everything. Generation after generation, they secretly developed psychic power under the rule of the Stone Man, hoping that one day they could find Lord Talon in the warp. I don't believe it. Chinemo rubbed his eyes, stood up and glared at the guy who created the illusion of destruction. That was not a Slaanesh demon, but a blue demon with no fixed appearance. Its identity was obvious, Tzeentch's changeling spirit. Among the demons fighting in front of the Golden Gate to enter the Slaanesh demon realm, there was a changeling spirit of Tzeentch. Then the changeling spirit lurking in the Slaanesh demon realm, and playing pranks everywhere, followed the will of its master, and waited for Chinemo at the Ring of Domination. Tzeentch even gave power to help the changeling spirit slaughter all the demons and demon armies here, just to replace the Ring of Domination and create an illusion for Chinemo. What do you mean? The spirit changed into Chinemo's appearance, paced back and forth, and asked coldly. Tyrone is not that fragile. The stone people are programmed to communicate and assist humans. If the riddle man is written into their underlying structure, they can't go to war with each other, let alone rule humans violently. You are helpless against me to this extent? Use the lies and frauds you despise the most to deal with me? Chinemo said, as he released lightning to the spirit. The changeling raised the scepter and caught it easily. Tyrone will not fall. Chinemo pressed the button on the chainsaw sword. I can never return to the real universe. I can no longer enhance the real structure of the star zone. The people of Tyrone will at most become conservative, but they will not fall into chaos directly. The illusion you show is poor and pitiful. No, this is not a lie or fraud. This is just the possible direction of everything in the universe. I just stripped it out and showed it to you. I didn't mean to deceive you. The spirit of change said with a smile. Chinemo was silent. The probability of the illusion shown by the spirit of change being real was indeed very low, but it caused him real damage. That was the direction that Chinemo absolutely did not want to see and had been avoiding, so he felt uncomfortable. Do you know how much the Lord of Change loves you? It is willing to do a lot of things for you. As long as you nod now, it can send you out of the subspace. The spirit of change continued to speak. Lord of Change, what a favor is this? If you nod now, it will send you out of the warp, but it wants to make a deal with you. You can sign a contract, it will help you take revenge in the Slaanesh realm, and then send you away when you are willing to leave. It will even teach you how to isolate the influence of the Supreme Heaven, so that the Talon sector will never be troubled by corruption. Chinemo listened quietly to the words of the changeling, and waited until it finished before asking, then what is the price? Be hostile to all humans except the Talons, and come up with a way to please the Lord of Change every week in the real universe. The Spirit of Change replied, this is not a verbal promise, but a contract. If you don't know what the consequences will be if the Supreme Entity violates the contract, then try to sign it with the demon next to you. Hearing this, Piccolo on the side looked at Chinemo and shook his head vigorously. Don't believe any evil entity's words. You worry too much. Chinemo glanced at Piccolo. I always treat what the Tzeentch demon says as fart. This was also a reply to the Spirit of Change. The Spirit of Change didn't care whether Tzeentch arranged it for it or not, but was thinking about how to make the Lord of Change think that Chinemo agreed to sign the contract, and then see Tzeentch's disappointment after a while. However, the Spirit of Change thought too much. It couldn't deceive Tzeentch, even if Tzeentch was willing to be deceived. Tzeentch could feel that he was deceived and fooled from Chinemo, because Chinemo could not be predicted, and everything he did represented countless changes to Tzeentch, which made Tzeentch excited and satisfied. Chapter 426. My master knows that you don't want to sign the contract. The Spirit of Change felt disappointed at this time, but it advises you to think about it carefully, and don't make a decision in a hurry. I will give you another gift. As soon as the voice fell, a blue portal opened in front of Chinemo. The scene displayed in the portal was the palace of Slaanesh full of decadence and horrifying sensory stimulation. Step over it, and you will go directly to the palace of Slaanesh. The Spirit of Change said. Your master doesn't understand my temper? I said. I treat what it and its lackeys say as fart. Chinemo glanced at the portal, turned around and walked away. Picker immediately followed Chinemo's footsteps, still leading him to the next circle as before. The changed spirit behind him turned into the appearance of the great demon of Slaanesh, turned around and left, ready to play the next prank. But perhaps because of the scolding of the Lord of Change, the changed spirit stopped, turned around and transmitted the power of the Lord of Change. The portal closed and opened again, and the position changed. When it opened, it appeared directly under Chin Mo's feet. Chin Mo and Piccolo fell into the portal, and then fell out of the corridor of the Slaanesh palace. It turned out that Cinch was indeed showing goodwill. The place where Chin Mo came out was really the Slaanesh palace. He even appeared directly in the middle of a group of demons who were enjoying decadence. Look at this mortal who once helped you. As the Dark Prince said, I made her into a music box. Do you like it? A demon was talking to a purple gem. Behind the demon was a red-hot platform with a woman tied to it. Every joint of the woman was hooked by the iron hook. She screamed and struggled, and at the same time, the whole body made the sound of joints or biological tissues being torn apart by the shaking of the iron hook, and these sounds gathered into music. This is exactly what Chin Mo heard when he faced the ashes of Huron on Bison number 1. Because there is no time in the subspace, Chin Mo is now in the time before he entered the subspace, listening to the four gods chattering in the ashes of Huron. This is a very novel experience. Why are you all silent? The demon who tortured the woman turned around and found that his fellow demons were all looking at one person. The man was wearing power armor, holding a scepter and a chainsaw sword. There was also a demon of chaos beside him. Prince of Darkness. The demon first subconsciously looked back at Chin Mo on the purple gem, then turned around and attacked Chin Mo first. There were a total of 66 demons in the room. They followed the first demon who attacked and rushed forward. Chin Mo was naturally unable to resist for a while. Just as Chin Mo kept blocking and retreating, and was gradually forced into a corner, a howling living missile bombarded the group of demons. I saw that Piccolo had condensed into a physical body at this time, holding a missile launcher with facial features and howling. The exploding missile did not kill the big demon, but injured more than a dozen big demons, embedding shrapnel into their bodies. I said, we are a group, do you believe it? Facing the angry gaze of 66 big demons, Piccolo said something like begging for mercy. Some of the demons were sent out to deal with Piccolo, and they fought on two fronts at the same time with Chin Mo and Piccolo. When the lightning and flames of the Star God were released, the demons would be seriously injured or dying, but because there were too many of them, if one was defeated, another would fill the gap, so Chin Mo still couldn't resist. Seeing that the claws of the demons from all directions were about to stab without dead ends, Chin Mo heard the voice of humans at the critical moment. Let us imagine the Lord of Tyrone. Whether we are soldiers, civilians or priests of the state religion, whether we are in the church or guarding the intergalactic communication equipment, kneel down now and do as I say. Close your eyes and pray. Lord Talon, we are praying for you, hoping that our will can help you in the cold and dark warp. We hope that you survive, return, and continue to spread the will of the God Emperor in this sector. What did you say? Okay, Lord Talon, we hope that you survive, return, and continue to spread reason and prosperity in this sector. At first, there was only one priest's voice. Then there was the voice of a group of people. Then there were the voices of hundreds of thousands of people. Until the voices of nearly 10 billion people in the entire star region echoed in Chin Mo's ears. The golden light on the power armor, scepter and chainsaw sword became more and more dazzling. The power armor easily resisted the attacks of the big demons, and then the chainsaw sword swung out to cut off the heads of a whole row of big demons. The howling souls drilled out of the broken flesh, and then were pulled and swallowed. The big demons who were besieging Chin Mo subconsciously avoided the edge temporarily, so as not to face the end of death immediately. The situation became chaotic. Some big demons tried to launch a counterattack after avoiding the edge temporarily, and others were running away. Not only Chin Mo escaped, but even Piccolo escaped from danger, wearing armor with ferocious demon faces and holding the howling missile launcher. The two who escaped looked at each other, and then stood together in tacit understanding to chase the fleeing demons. Show them some color. Piccolo took out a living missile from somewhere. No, I can live one more second. Mr. Piccolo, The crying living missile did not get Piccolo's mercy, and was forcibly smashed into the launcher's magazine, and shot out again. Star God lightning followed the missiles. Those big demons who rushed up were quickly killed. Chin Mo continued to rush forward while pulling the soul, sometimes waving the chain sword and the scepter, and sometimes releasing Star God lightning and fire. Until the end of the battle, the last big demon was targeted by Piccolo. Call me Demon Widowmaker, bitch. Piccolo pulled the trigger, but the launcher with facial features did not fire the missile. It was Chin Mo who killed the last demon. I'm sorry, sir. I'm too tired. The missile launcher cried to Piccolo. Waste. Piccolo angrily swung the launcher and smashed it against the wall. Why can I only create a waste like you? Realizing that getting angry was useless, Piccolo had to give up after smashing it twice. He looked at Chinemo and saw that Chinemo was trembling and walking up to the red platform, approaching the woman tortured by the iron hook. Piccolo did not urge Chinemo and turned around and left the room. Chinemo, who was left behind, came to the woman and looked her up and down. This is exactly the doctor and his daughter who had saved him 15 years ago. Yes, it is the father and daughter. The father's soul was merged into his daughter, and his rough face was attached to the woman's neck. Kill us, the woman cried. If you still remember that we helped you, then kill us, kill us. The face on the neck roared at Chinemo. Okay. Chinemo nodded in agreement and raised his hand to lead the souls of the father and daughter. Their souls, like the demons before, were crushed by the meat grinder like star god essence, and then turned into nutrients for the soul essence. The only difference was that after the father and daughter realized that they would indeed be annihilated, they screamed and laughed, shouting, "Freed! We helped you and you helped us, thank you," and so on. Chapter 427. You gave them a quick death? Beak outside the room saw Chinemo coming out, with the star god's blazing fire burning behind him. Faced with the question, Chinemo said nothing and walked with a cold expression. Opening the rooms in the palace one by one, slaughtering the demons inside, and then setting the rooms on fire. No matter the demons or tortured souls he met, Chinemo devoured them. Because the mortal creatures can no longer return to the human world without the material carrier, it is better to free them than to leave them in the slainish demon realm as playthings. During this process, Chinemo even saw the souls of the Cadians. They asked the High Lord whether he had received the glory he deserved. They died on Tianwei, and did not see the end of the war. Chinemo did not mention Creed's investigation by the Inquisition, but only said that Creed participated in the victory celebration ceremony in Terra and Talon, and finally returned to Cadia with full glory. What he saw along the way made Chinemo even more angry. He could hardly bear the anger in his heart. He skipped many rooms, and walked straight to the front and deepest. The Palace of Slaanesh is ahead. Piccolo grabbed Chinmo's arm. The Dark Prince is not here, but we may also encounter powerful enemies. You have to think about whether to continue going. What else should I do? Make a deal with Cinch to leave here? Chinemo continued to move forward. Piccolo wanted to say that Chinemo might agree to Cinch's terms of trade. Even if he didn't agree, sending him out of the subspace was just a way to show goodwill. As long as he was willing to beg, Cinch would definitely send him back to the real universe. But considering the characteristics of Genchi, forget it. When Piccolo followed silently, Chinemo stopped. Why are you following me? Didn't I say you can leave after taking me to the palace? Why do you care about me? Piccolo asked back, took out the missile launcher and knocked it hard on the ground twice, and then continued to say in the cry of the launcher, if you don't let me leave, I can't leave. Okay, I order you to leave. Okay, I choose to stay. Picker's expression became gloomy, and he stuffed the living missiles into the launcher one by one, and finally loaded it fiercely. I am also here to seek revenge. Chinemo looked at Piccolo. Picker looked directly at Chinemo. Finally, a plea broke the silence between the man and the demon. I am not here to seek revenge, please let me go, the launcher cried. Chinemo nodded, turned around and ran straight to Slaanesh's bedroom. Picker followed closely with the launcher in his hand. As it turned out, Slaanesh was indeed not in the palace. When the door of the bedroom was blasted open by lightning, Chinemo and Bick only saw the bedroom furnishings that embodied decadence and indulgence, but did not see an evil god staying here. The only thing that caught Chinmo's attention was a sword placed on the bedroom furnishings. This sword looked like it was cut from the finger bones of a huge creature. Such a strange thing reminded Chinmo of the weapon style of the Eldar. But when he walked up and took a look, Chinmo realized that it was not a complete sword, but just a scabbard. Chinmo looked around, trying to find the sword, but he didn't find it. He only found two snake tails swinging in the shadow of the bedroom. As if sensing his gaze, the two snake tails stopped swinging, and then a male demon poked his upper body out of the shadow. The demon with female features followed it, and covered her body with silk, looking at Chinmo cautiously and fearfully. The face of the male demon was clearly Fulgrim, the demon prince of Slaanesh. Baby, I have a more interesting idea. Fugen reached into the shadows, and with a rustling sound, he took out the long sword that was very much in the style of the Eldar, and stuck it into the ground. Chinmo looked at Fugen vigilantly, as if he was facing a great enemy. Fugen also looked at Chinmo, but he looked at him with amusement, and suddenly laughed. I know what you like, hee hee. Fugen grabbed the hair of the snake-like demon with female characteristics and dragged it out of the shadows. Then Fugen's snake-like lower body coiled layer by layer and said with an evil smile, ravage it in front of me, and it would be better if you can say something insulting to it during the process, such as who is stronger between me and Fugen. Chinemo said nothing. Don't be nervous, this is just for fun. What could be more important than having fun in the Dark Prince's demon realm? Fugen crawled over with a smile. Or if you are not interested in it, then have fun with me. Chinemo still said nothing, and slowly raised his hand. Lightning was released from his fingertips, and Fugen's fallen body was immediately enveloped in the rushing current. However, Fugen did not feel pain or anger, but instead enjoyed it with an intoxicated look on his face, and then licked a wound on his body caused by the electric shock. It's so cool. I have never experienced it before. Chinemo wanted to release more electric shocks, but Fugen threw a few scales at Chinemo first, and then took his playmates and quickly crawled away while he was not paying attention. Fugen's speed was amazing, and his figure was even incoherent in Chinemo's eyes. A scale was inserted into the leg of the power armor, and the scale was quickly squeezed out and crushed by the golden light on the power armor. Chinemo breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Piccolo, only to find that there was a scale stuck in the chest of this demon. The scale seemed to be highly poisonous, gradually corroding Piccolo's body and soul, making it impossible for this demon to even stand in the subspace. Chinemo immediately stepped forward to support Piccolo and wanted to help him pull out the scales, but Piccolo's hand grabbed his hand as soon as he reached out to the scales. Leave here. Piccolo spoke incoherently. Take what you want to take away. Remember what I told you. Help me kill Slaanesh. One day. Use the method I taught you. After hearing this, Chinemo thought that the method you taught was useless, because there was no way for mortals to kill gods. But at this point, Chinemo could only nod. You don't need me to tell you that I will also tear Slaanesh into pieces, not just Slaanesh, but also the other dark gods. If I don't perish in the warp, I will find a way to kill the 4 gods. Picker wanted to say something, but he couldn't even use his psychic power to speak, and his body quickly decayed. Chinemo looked at Piccolo with mixed feelings, slowly stood up, walked towards the Eldar's sword and pulled it out. After taking one last look at Piccolo, Chinemo turned and left Slaanesh's bedroom. But he came back halfway, as if he had forgotten to do something. Slowly walking to the bed covered with human faces in the Slaanesh palace, Chinemo picked up the chainsaw sword and swung it quickly, leaving a line of marks on the bed with the power of the Star God and the Sword of Faith. The demon realm in the subspace will constantly change and has no fixed form, but this mark will always remain in the deepest part of the Slaanesh demon realm. Chinemo did everything he wanted to do, leaving only the regret of not being able to challenge Slaanesh, and then walked out of the palace. Behind him, the branded words engraved on the bed shone brightly, flashing the light of the Star God, and the essence of the soul Chinemo has been here. Chapter 428. Outside the Slaanesh demon realm. Chinemo, who had fought his way out of the demon realm, did not know how far he had walked or how long he had walked. There was no concept of time and distance in the subspace, so Chinemo could only rely on his intuition to feel that he seemed to have walked a long way and was already far away from the Slaanesh demon realm. After fighting for such a long time, Chinemo did not feel tired at all. He still felt that his physical strength and spirit were very abundant, and his Star God power was still at a state close to the peak state when he had just absorbed the energy of the star. But the body is not tired, but the heart is tired. Chinemo saw that the Slaanesh demon army was out of sight, so he found a place to rest. He looked for something that could be used to make a fire, as if he were in the real universe, and then tried to light a fire to make himself feel a little warm in the cold subspace, and then he really found a tree that could be used to make a fire. While looking for and cutting down trees, Chinemo looked around and found himself in a very strange place. This is an empty island. It shouldn't be an island, but it is now. And the island is vertically downward. The reason why it is vertically downward is not because Chinemo can still feel the coordinates in the real universe, but because he can see the treacherous land in the subspace when he looks up and judges that the island is downward. And this island is not simple, it is a subspace entity, and the land part of the entire island is imposed on the back of a giant whale-shaped subspace entity. Entities are not always giant whales. When Chinemo looked at it, he saw it was a giant whale, and then a turtle-like thing. Then, he recalled that the entity in his memory looked like what he saw now. Chinemo couldn't even think of how he came to the island on the back of this subspace entity. In his memory, he was clearly rushing forward without jumping or flying. In short, There is only one word to describe Chin Mo's feelings: chaos. Chin Mo was too lazy to think about it. After collecting enough wood, he found a dilapidated temple-like building on the Sky Island, found a sheltered corner to sit down, and lit a fire with wood and star god flame. This fire really brought warmth to the surroundings. No matter howling cold winds were in the warp, Chin Mo felt warm and comfortable. No! It was not the howling cold winds in the warp, but the unbearable heat. It was strange. It was clearly the howling cold winds just now. But it didn't matter. The fire brought a cool feeling. After a while, the cold winds were howling again. In short, Chin Mo always felt comfortable in front of the fire. Where do you want to go? A voice echoed in the ruined temple, as if it came from the hole in the temple, and it seemed to come from the top of the temple. Chin Mo's body trembled. When he looked around, he didn't see anything talking. He could only see twisted and squirming subspace creatures. These subspace creatures had no intelligence and could not speak. I am the giant whale, the subspace entity you see. The voice sounded again. My destiny is to keep traveling and guide souls from the real universe into the subspace. You are in the temple on my turtle back. I can see it. The entity said again. Hearing this, Chin Mo frowned and asked, Didn't you say you were a giant whale? When did you say that? I just said I was a giant turtle. The subspace entity responded. Then Chin Mo recalled and found that what the subspace entity had just said was really, I am a giant turtle. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Chin Mo shook his head slowly. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want a temporary shelter, so I can rest and think about the past, present and future. The giant whale was silent, swinging its tail, and swimming slowly in the subspace. Chin Mo sat in the temple, feeling the warmth brought by the flames, leaning against the wall, and thinking about what happened after he entered the subspace. At first, Chin Mo thought he could not kill any demon. Demons only have entities when they pass through the curtain and enter the real universe, because this is the rule of the real universe. Anything that moves must have a physical entity. But after fighting in the subspace until now, he found that every demon he slaughtered had an entity, and the evidence was that they were killed first and then released their souls. However, this is not the only strange thing that needs to be carefully considered. Piccolo said that a star god entered the subspace and was crushed, so why was he not crushed, but fought in the subspace for such a long time? He did not become more fragile, but became more courageous. Also, the souls absorbed by him did not seem to be useless. It felt useless to absorb the soul of a small demon before, but later facts proved that the soul of the small demon was too weak and too small. The souls of those big demons that were swallowed did play a role in replenishing physical and mental strength, and it might even be more than replenishment. When entering the palace of Slaanesh and fighting with 66 demons, Chin Mo could feel that every time he absorbed the soul of a demon, the power of the next attack would be slightly stronger, a little stronger. The increase was not big, but it did exist. Then, there was another biggest question. That is, the demons and gods seemed to not see him. Every Slaanesh demon was stunned when they saw him, and then they realized that there was an intruder. They seemed to be forcibly given the battle rules of the real universe in the subspace. First discover, then must pass, so that everyone can know the appearance of the enemy. The changeling said that it was the soul of the Tsinch demon who died at the entrance of the Slaanesh realm that knew of Chin Mo's existence, and because it was in the Slaanesh realm, it was ordered by Tsinch to receive Chin Mo in the Ring of Domination. This may not be a lie, but the Tsinch demon has a faster and more efficient way to transmit information. Otherwise, Slaanesh should have discovered the intruder after the big demon of the Greed Ring was killed, and then ran back to fight. But then again, the subspace itself is a chaotic and disordered place. It is possible that all the doubts in Chin Mo's mind are due to the state maintained by the subspace at this time. The doubt was suppressed by an ambiguous answer, followed by emotion, nostalgia, and sadness. I will probably never go back. Chin Mo muttered to himself. His body slowly fell down, lying on his side in the corner of the temple, staring at the leaping bonfire. The Lord of Tyrone has a luxurious residence in the Tyrone No. 1 research facility, and Chin Mo missed the warmth there. Somehow, Chin Mo suddenly recalled the mimicry, and the time he spent with the mimicry in the residence one night. Previously, the mimicry was ordered to become a blonde woman, and then ordered to become white-haired. Mimic asked, Why do you attach so much importance to hair color? Could it be that special visual signals activate a certain area in your brain and make you feel happier? Chin Mo thought about it carefully, and felt that it was true. Then the two discussed biology for an entire night, and even wrote a paper titled Summary of the Biological Characteristics of the Fusion of Star Gods and Humans. Ha ha ha. Chin Mo suddenly laughed when he recalled this. But then he thought that he would probably say goodbye to everything in the real universe forever, and the smile on his face disappeared again. It's so cold. It's so cold in the subspace. Chinemo, who was lying on his side, shrank into the corner of the wall, grabbed a piece of wood and threw it into the fire to make it burn more fiercely. Chapter 429. You don't feel cold, but lonely. The giant turtle carrying the temple, and Chinemo spoke again. This sentence touched Chinmo's heart, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Chinemo has always been a person who is afraid of loneliness. In the giant project of transforming Tailong No. 1 into an ideal city, the stone man who undertook the project didn't understand why the creator required a TV to be placed in every compartment in the research facility. If he wanted to entertain himself, he could go to the entertainment area. But the stone man still obeyed obediently, and put TVs in all the rooms in the research facility. When Chinemo was doing research in the research facility, he would turn on the TV and listen to the sound from the TV while doing research, which would make him feel less lonely. Of course, there are many media devices in the Tailong Star region that can replace TV, but Chinemo just wants TV. Because this is how he spent his loneliness in his previous life. On the night of the New Year, he was alone. He turned on the computer to play games and listened to the sound from the TV, and felt that the house became lively. I really hope Piccolo is not dead now, Chinemo said. Piccolo? The companion who entered the subspace with you? Chinemo did not answer the whale's question, staring at the flames in silence. He really hoped that Piccolo did not die in the palace of Slaanesh. He hoped that the demon of chaos without division, who should be his enemy, and who should suspect and frame each other, was not dead. Because there would be a demon who could talk. I noticed that you came from the Slaanesh demon realm. Did you seek desire and wealth like those people before? No, I'm going to seek revenge. Revenge? Yes. Chinemo told the giant turtle about his plan. When entering the warp, Chinemo was already angry at Slaanesh for torturing the dead souls. He was always easy to accept the status quo, so he immediately realized that he could not leave the warp and might be crushed by the warp, so he chose to die heroically. Enter the Slaanesh domain, slaughter demons, either kill demons or be killed by demons. But Slaanesh was not sure what he was doing, and was not in the palace. After hearing Chinmo's idea, the giant whale sighed. This is really a crazy idea. Why would a mortal creature challenge the gods in the highest heaven? You are even crazier than the servants of the blood god. How dare you? As the saying goes, a common man gets angry. Chinmo's face showed a fierce look. When you are desperate, you will draw your sword to the stronger one. Kill or be killed, never compromise. The giant whale was silent for a while, then asked, Do you want me to take you to the kingdom of the blood god? It should like you very much. No, I said I'm just taking a break here. Chinemo shook his head. I will still return to the Slaanesh demon realm, fight in and out again and again, and humiliate Slaanesh in this way until it has to return to its own demon realm and fight a bloody battle with me. After hearing this, the giant turtle was silent for a while, and finally sighed. Your ability to fight in and out of the demon realm is the ultimate humiliation. The other dark gods will always use this to ridicule the Dark Prince. Your actions may even brand the Dark Prince's kingdom with a fragile concept. The demon armies of other dark gods will be unstoppable in the Dark Prince's kingdom. Chinemo took out the Eldar sword from Slaanesh's chamber, and stuck it into the floor of the temple. He felt that the whale was right. This was the ultimate humiliation. But it was not enough. Chinemo stared at the sword in front of him. He couldn't tell what it was at first, but now that he had time to think about it, it was probably the Eldar's Crone sword. The 5th Crone sword that the Death Army had been dreaming of. Legend has it that the 5-finger bones of Moira Heg, one of the gods of the Eldar, were forged into 5 long swords. The Death Army only needed to collect 5 Crone swords to let the Death God descend to the world to kill Slaanesh. The Death Army had already collected 4, and now they only needed this last one. But they probably won't get the 5th Crone sword, because Chinemo can't leave the warp and take it out. However, the sword that can kill Slaanesh must have its special features. Even if this sword can't kill Slaanesh, it can still provide assistance in the battle. When Chinemo put his hand on the Crone sword, he could feel the sword body resonating with him. The special effects of Eldar weapons are mostly related to the soul, so how can they resonate with a soulless star god? Chinemo no longer thinks that he is soulless, otherwise it can't explain why he can exist in the warp for so long and can communicate with entities in the warp. When Chinemo resonated with the Crone sword, he could feel the effect of the sword, helping the user to gain more power from the soul. Send me back to the Slaanesh realm. Chinemo stood up and put the scepter behind him, pulled out the chainsaw sword at his waist with his left hand, and pulled out the Crone sword stuck in the ground with his right hand. At this time, a black crystal condensed in front of Chinemo, releasing a black light curtain to cover Chinemo. You can go wherever you want through this crystal, and then come back. The giant turtle said, I hope you can kill more demons, because the benevolent entities in the warp are being harassed and slaughtered all the time. Chinemo nodded, thinking about where he was going, and then disappeared into the temple. At the entrance to the Slainish demon realm, the mighty Cinch demon army was lined up on the plain, and several demon lords stood in front of the army with scepters in their hands. Directly opposite the Cinch demon army was the Slainish demon army, and the total number of demons on both sides was nearly 1 million. The one who led the many changing demon lords was the great demon under Cinch, Carlos the Fate Weaver. Standing alone in front of the Slainish demons, and facing the Cinch demon army was the one known as the demonic scourge, Zarasi. The Lord of Change facilitated the cooperation of the dark gods. Zarasi walked in front of the formation, hitting the shield with his spear with every step. We still fight each other constantly, but since the cooperation, no demon lord has led the army to start a war. Are you undermining your master, or are you here to end the cooperation under his orders? Of course, I am under my master's orders, otherwise I would not bother to come. Carlos said, I'm here to spoil things. You know, the Lord of Change likes change. Xiao Laxi stopped and stuck his spear on the ground. Which head is telling the truth? This one. Carlos pointed his arms at his two heads. Xiao Laxi narrowed his eyes, feeling provoked. I just want to take away someone the Lord of Change wants me to take away. Stop talking nonsense, start the war quickly. Carlos said two contradictory words. But Xiao Laxi can now guess which one is the truth. Considering that a bastard had just infiltrated the demon realm to cause trouble, and had also done something low quality in the Dark Prince's bedroom, and the Dark Prince had not yet returned. Xiao Laxi thought for a moment, turned back and nodded to a demon. A chained Slainish demon was brought forward. It was a Slainish demon just now, and now it has turned blue. It is the Changeling. Take it, get out, or I will wipe you out together. Xiao Laxi raised his spear, and put it on the neck of the Changeling. It doesn't matter whether it dies or not. Carlos's head that speaks the truth made a sound. Zalaxi ignored the words of the other lying head and asked Carlos, if you are not here for it, then who are you here for? Don't play dumb. Carlos waved his scepter, and a psychic storm gathered over the plain. Carlos is the riddle man among riddle men. Zalaxi didn't know why the Cinch demon came here. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and their respective demon armies had already advanced. At this time, a black beam of light fell from the sky, and landed in the middle of the demon armies of both sides. The beam of light turned into dots of black light, and a man wearing power armor, holding two swords, and carrying a scepter appeared in the sight of the demons. Chapter 430. The battle suddenly began. Chinemo suddenly pounced on the Slainish demons after appearing in the middle of the two demon armies, but his target was not only the Slainish demons, but also the nearby Cinch demons were targeted and hunted down. Chinemo's combat state at this time can only be described as kill whoever you catch. The demons killed by the Crone's sword and the chainsaw sword screamed and turned into souls, and were sucked into the Crone's sword. Then a white wave was transmitted from the sword body to Chinemo. When Chinemo was killing, a Cinch demon waved his scepter to release ice, sealing Chinemo in the ice. The flames of the star god filled the interior of the ice in an instant, and soon melted the ice. Chinemo jumped up from the erupting flames, and slashed at the Cinch demon, who cast a spell on him. The demon had no time to dodge, and screamed heartbreakingly, and turned into a soul, which was absorbed by the old woman's sword. Don't kill. Carlos pushed away the demon kings. Find out who is your enemy and who is your ally. Carlos responded with lightning rushing from the chainsaw sword. Carlos quickly condensed a psychic shield to resist the lightning, but the shield was broken before it could last even a second, and the psychic shock generated knocked Carlos out. The demon king, who had flown across most of the plain, quickly made a countermeasure, adjusted his body to stabilize his body, and took the summoning portal. He disappeared on the plain the moment he landed. The Slainish demon army wanted to join forces with the Cinch demon army to resist the enemy, but after hearing what Carlos said before he was knocked away, they immediately realized that the Cinch demon army came for the enemy in front of them. They were killed, but it was just like before. So they not only divided part of their forces to deal with Chinemo, but also dispatched demons to kill the Cinch demon army. The Cinch demon army was forced to go to war, and at this time, they did not care about listening to the orders of the Lord of Change. They also divided their troops into two places, like the Slainish demon army, one to besiege Chinemo, and the other to deal with the Slainish demon army. The battle situation can only be described as chaos. Xiao Laxi was leading the demon army to attack Qin Mo, but he saw the flames flowing on the man in front of him, who was holding two swords to kill the demons. He immediately raised his shield. First, it was like a volcanic eruption, sweeping around the sea of fire, then hundreds of flaming meteors fell from the sky, and finally, the thunder of 10,000 pounds hit the heads of the two gangs of demons. Under Qin Mo's deliberate control, this series of destructive attacks only destroyed the bodies of the demons, but not their souls. Xiao Laxi, who used a shield to resist the bombardment, saw that there were no more subordinates around him. There were only thousands of souls circling in the air above the plain. Qin Mo raised the old woman's sword. Souls of all colors immediately gathered into a storm, and the eye of the storm was the old woman's sword that was raised high. Soon the soul storm began to shrink towards the sword body, and the dazzling soul light flowed from the sword body to Qin Mo's body, and finally annihilated forever. This scene seemed to be a shocking soul on the battlefield. Those low-level demons that were not destroyed by fire and lightning began to disintegrate and flee. Only the big demons could keep their minds steady on the battlefield. Xiao Laxi held the shield horizontally in front of him, with his spear extended, and his huge and enchanting body rushed forward quickly. Qin Mo slowly walked towards Xiao Laxi, holding up his two swords. The weapons of both sides collided. The chainsaw sword roared as it sawed the shield, and the old woman's sword touched the spear tip. The vibrations of the subspace spread to the slainish demon realm, and even the mortal creatures who counted gold in the ring of greed hurriedly fled. I am dead now in the real universe, but this is the high heaven. Xiao Laxi pulled out his spear, and at the same time, the shield hit Qin Mo. Its melee power may not be as good as Korn's bloodthirsty demon, but facing its superb fighting skills, even the bloodthirsty demon of the blood god has to consider whether he can withstand it. But at this time, another demon watching the battle took action. The psychic storm gathered on the plain and brewed a spell. The spell formed in the future was applied to the past, and hit Xiao Laxi instantly. The shield and spear were turned into soft and useless food. Xiao Laxi was unable to react in time, and had a shoulder cut off by the old woman's sword. The huge body of the slainish demon burst out with amazing agility. It moved 1,000 meters away in a flash. The cut shoulder grew back immediately, but its essence was eaten away by the damage caused by the old woman's sword. Can't you see that he killed you too? A roar from Xiao Laxi reached the cinch demon, who cast the spell, and the strong wind stirred by the roar blew its blue feathers all over its body. The cinch demon was trembling in panic at this time, and its body gradually collapsed due to the powerful force it had just endured. It murmured like a prayer, "No. No. Master. Don't confuse good with bad." A group of fear demons suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and like a choir, each demon uttered a syllable, and gathered together to form a sentence. "We thought you were captured alive and tortured, so we came here to bring you out, but you killed us too. Heh, since you're all here, why don't you provide me with some strength as souls?" Qin Mo said, as he swung his sword backhand. Lightning surged from the sword tip, and smashed all the fear monsters in front of him. Like the other demons killed before, the soul was absorbed by the old woman's sword. Xiao Laxi was extremely angry, and stared at Qin Mo, who was waving the old woman's sword. This old woman's sword was taken from the Eldar by him, and now it fell into Qin Mo's hands. If it was taken out of the subspace by him, the consequences would be disastrous. So Xiao Laxi changed his strategy, and began to think about how to take back the crone's sword. But wanting and being able to are two different things. Now that Cinch Demon Army is intervening, and Cinch is even protecting this alien that invaded the warp, and the Dark Prince has not yet returned. It is not easy to take back the crone's sword. But Xiao Laxi was wrong. Cinch was not on Qin Mo's side on the matter of the crone's sword. I heard a changeable demon king suddenly say, "Put down the crone's sword and return it. The warp is already full of dangers for you. Don't anger the dark gods here again." As soon as Cinch finished speaking, his head was cut off by the sword. Xiao Laxi recalled what happened before. When Qin Mo invaded the palace, the 66 demons couldn't do anything to him. How could they suppress him in this situation? Just when Slaanesh was completely helpless, a roar came from the palace in the center of the 6 circles. The moment he heard the roar, Xiao Laxi suddenly saw an illusion. Slaanesh, the Prince of Darkness, has returned to his own demonic domain, and is standing in front of the bed in the bedroom, gritting his teeth as he looks at the words carved by the invader. However, Xiao Laxi did not feel happy, but rather fearful. Before the Dark Prince returned, it failed to protect the old woman's sword, and even arrived late from the 5th ring, when Qin Mo had already left. This was dereliction of duty and a sin, and it was probably going to be blamed by the Dark Prince. But no matter what, the intruder was doomed. Xiao Laxi looked at Qin Imo and was no longer in a hurry to attack, just waiting for the Dark Prince to arrive and chop the intruder into pieces with one sword. Chapter 431. A shadow came from the direction of the palace of Slaanesh. The Slaanesh demons sensed the shadow and cheered. The Tzeentch demons also sensed the shadow, and were trying to evacuate. As the most powerful dark god in the warp, Tzeentch certainly would not be afraid of Slaanesh, but its servants would be afraid, because the fight between gods is not as simple as a war. Qin Imo turned and headed towards the palace, holding two swords and ready for battle. After 2 breaths, Slaanesh appeared in front of Qin Imo. In an instant, the world changed, and the place where Qin Imo was seen not to be outside the Slaanesh demon realm, but a dark purple space. The half-female, half-male giant god occupied most of the space, and the place where Qin Imo stood was just a platform in front of it at the same level as his neck. The giant god was Slaanesh himself. Qin Imo once carefully considered the strength of the 4 gods. The strongest of the star gods, Nightbearer, was once repelled by the Eldar god of war Cain, which did not mean that the god of death was not as good as Cain. After all, at that time, Nightbearer had already fallen into madness due to cannibalism, and the astrological signs created by the Eldar gods to change the arrangement of celestial bodies weakened Nightbearer. Therefore, it can be concluded that Nightbringer is probably on par with Cain, and perhaps a little stronger than Cain in a one-on-one fight. But when the Eldar gods fell, the god of war Cain was like a toy fought over by Khorne and Slaanesh. It could not control its own destiny, and could not even stand up and express dissatisfaction when Khorne and Slaanesh fought over it. As for the Eldar goddess of life being fought over by Nurgle and Slaanesh, there is nothing to say. After all, the goddess of life is not in charge of fighting. Qin Imo realized that the forger he had merged with was the same as the goddess of life. Its function was not to fight, and it could not be compared with the goddess of war Cain and Nightbringer, let alone the 4 gods. But the veil separates the real universe and the subspace, and the 4 gods cannot project all their power into the real universe. Now Qin Imo, who is in the subspace, is facing Slaanesh, which has not been weakened and maintains its full power. The moment the 4 gods were born, they existed in the past, present and future at the same time. No mortal creatures have ever faced them, let alone challenged them. Their power has never been measured for the creatures in the real universe. But when Slaanesh appeared in front of Qin Imo sensed its power. Slaanesh, who came to kill Qin Imo in person out of rage, suddenly realized that he had made a big mistake, which was far more serious and irreparable than all the mistakes he and his servants had made in the past, and in the future. When the tiny Qin Imo faced Slaanesh, he branded it with a concept. The subspace always involves abstract things such as concepts. The behavior of a certain person and the experience of a certain thing may have an impact on the existence in the subspace. When Slaanesh appeared in front of Qin Imo in person, its power was measured and a target appeared. This target will provide a direction for all those who have tried to kill gods in the past, present and future. As long as the power of the person who intends to kill gods reaches the target, Slaanesh is no longer an elusive abstract concept for them, but a concrete existence that can kill. Slaanesh made a big mistake, and it hated Qin Imo even more. It immediately raised its hand to wipe out this real universe creature. The raised sword did not fall, and everything except Qin Imo was still. Tzeentch's wild laughter suddenly sounded. In the voice Qin Imo heard, Tzeentch seemed to be laughing wildly, and seemed to be telling something. I thought you were just recklessly seeking death, but your plan is to face Slaanesh and mark it with a memorable mark. From now on, one of the gods will no longer be unpredictable and unpredictable. Wonderful, wonderful. Tzeentch was praising Qin Imo's plan, and he was generous with his praise. But in fact, only Qin Imo, who had been silent all the time, knew what was going on. Marking Slaanesh with the mark of measurement was not part of the plan. When holding the crone sword, Qin Imo sensed some of the characteristics of the sword, one of which involved abstract concepts such as death, paralysis, and extinction. Then Qin Imo wanted to hold the sword and face Slaanesh directly, hoping that the sword could have an impact on the concepts involved in Slaanesh. As for marking the mark of measurement, Qin Imo himself had not thought of it. However, Tzeentch didn't know this. He only thought that Qin Imo had planned all this from the beginning, one thing after another, from the first time he entered the palace until now, from leaving things that angered Slaanesh in the palace, to the second time he came to the Slaanesh demon realm to lure out and face Slaanesh directly, and branded him. These were all wonderful plans from a creature that the Well of Eternity couldn't observe. Tzeentch still praised it, and it could be seen how much it benefited from the changes so far. The dark gods influence the real universe, and are also influenced by the real universe. Some things involving their respective domains will please them as long as they happen. Cinch was excited by the changes brought by Qin Mo. Even if these changes would involve Cinch one day, or even caused Cinch to suffer a great loss, Cinch would be pleased and sincerely happy. After a long period of praise, Cinch paused, and 3 blue flames emerged from the stagnant space. "I can answer 3 questions for you," Cinch said. "No matter what you ask me, I will answer it." Qin Mo hesitated for a moment. He was not sure whether Cinch's benefits were real. His hesitation was not within Cinch's observation, but within his expectation, so Cinch said, "Just think of it as 3 random answers. You don't need to believe what I say, but you have to ask. Just think of it as me asking you to ask." Hearing this, Qin Mo adhered to the principle of not listening and asked Cinch a question: "How to kill the dark gods?" Cinch responded immediately. "To kill something, you must first understand it, such as its vitality and strength. The dark gods are immeasurable and unpredictable. Of course, except for the current Slaanesh, at least it is not unpredictable. The 4 gods, including me, are all involved in certain concepts. We are all affected by concepts. If you can come up with a way to distort concepts, you might even get better results than killing gods. For example, I was distorted into a god of wisdom and intelligence, spreading wisdom to mortals for no reason, just like I like to cause changes for no reason. One way to kill gods that I can think of is to brand the 4 gods with concepts that can be killed. Note that this is different from being branded with measurable concepts. And the concept of being able to kill on the brand alone is probably not a good idea. After all, even if a god can be killed, who has the power to kill a god? So it's better to use a special method to deal with a special god." At this point, Cinch paused for a moment, as if thinking about something. Then, the Lord of Change said the way to kill himself. "You can come up with a plan that catches me off guard in the confrontation with me, fooling me, so that I will become stupid and ignorant. Even if this can't kill me directly, if I become stupid and ignorant, I will be stripped of the concept of wisdom, and can hardly influence anything. What's the difference between this and death?" Chapter 432. What Cinch said gave Qin Mo a lot of inspiration. Thinking about facing Slaanesh directly just now, it is indeed a good way to deal with the 4 gods from the concept. For example, brand Korn with the concept of cowardice, and then it will become the god of cowards. Brand Cinch with the concept of stupidity, it will not be the Lord of Change, but the main god of all fools in the real universe. The one who can become the chosen one is no longer the extremely smart person, but Ogren. But then again, the concept of branding is easy to say, but who can figure out how to do it? Cinch directly pointed out that he would fool it with a plan, but it was not feasible. Qin Mo himself could not be observed, but this advantage only put him in a slightly fairer position. Cinch could still come up with a more powerful plan without foreknowledge or observation. Second question. Qin Mo glanced at Slaanesh, who was frozen in the state of holding the sword. "When I am in the subspace, can I be observed and influenced? If not, why can you talk to me?" Cinch thought about it carefully, and then began to understand Qin Mo. In Cinch's eyes, Qin Mo has the essence of a star god, and the essence of a soul. In the real universe, anyone who observes Qin Mo can only see a vague white shadow, but in the subspace, his essence can be seen, but it is only seen. The essence of a star god cannot be affected. The essence of a soul can't be affected either, because that is the sole essence of an outsider, a spectator. Everything in the game cannot affect the sole essence of this outsider, but this sole essence can affect the game. Everything in the universe, this is unfair, but it is true. It's not that I want to talk to you, nor is it that the reason we can talk is that I am influencing your soul, but that you want to talk to me, so we can communicate, which means that you don't really want to be completely isolated from me at this time. You probably treat everything I say as air, but what I say will also exist as a reference condition. I benefited from the series of changes you caused, but that's because you caused fluctuations, like a boulder falling into a lake, which indirectly benefited me. If your soul is influenceable, I would have upgraded you to a demon prince now." Hearing this, Qin Mo thought about it carefully. He was not sure what Cinch said was true, but he was sure that he had a soul, otherwise he would be swallowed by the subspace. But a soul would not be affected by the subspace. Judging from everything in the past, Cinch could not directly find his position, and did not know what he was doing, unless there were Cinch's servants around. The third question. Qin Mo looked at the 2 blue flames that disappeared, and now there was only 1 flame left. Are the things I did after entering the subspace meaningful? Are they useless? Cinch responded quickly. Of course it makes sense. You fought your way into Slaanesh, and then fought your way out. Slaanesh is no longer solid. Perhaps when I go to war with Slaanesh in the future, I can send demons to easily infiltrate the demon realm. When my demon army fights into the demon realm, it will not be excluded or suppressed by the demon realm itself. You have branded Slaanesh with a measurable concept. This is the best change you have caused. Although it has no practical use at the moment, the road ahead is long. Who can say for sure about some things? Although what you did was effective, I still hope you can restrain yourself a little. Sinch has answered all the questions, and the third sentence is a sincere advice to Chin Mo. For example, you can survive in the warp first, save your life first, don't always think that you will die, so you risk your life. The dark gods can't see your existence, otherwise you won't even have the chance to kill into the realm of Slaanesh. You can survive. You can't kill Slaanesh now, but you have to think like this. A creature in the real universe enters a dangerous place like the warp, kills into Slaanesh's palace, and faces Slaanesh directly. This is enough to make Slaanesh be ridiculed by the other three gods. Humiliation. The laughter of me, Nurgle, and Khorne will forever echo in the warp. You have done something that others dare not even think about. Isn't this a victory? Don't rush to fight. Whether you can get out of the warp or not, you have to find a way to survive. Every soul or evil god essence you absorb will increase your strength. If you change your mindset, for example, if you keep killing in the warp, sooner or later you will be stronger than the four gods. We need to expand our vision and broaden our thinking. Don't get stuck in a dead end. Compromise when necessary, and beg for mercy when necessary. I begged for mercy when I was beaten by the other three gods. Now I am still the most powerful god in the warp. As the saying goes, things change over time. Chin Mo raised his hand to stop Sinch after he had been talking for a long time. Stop, stop. I sacrificed 99 great demons, and added my own strength to stop Slaanesh. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a chance to talk. Sinch continued to talk, and now I will use the remaining power left by the sacrifice to send you out. Remember what I said, don't get stuck in a dead end and broaden your thinking. Before Chin Mo could express his opinion, he was sent away from Slaanesh by the blue storm that blew up immediately. He was in a strange place, and he didn't know where in the subspace he was. The blue storm completely dissipated and gathered into a blue-haired crow, which slowly floated down from the sky and landed on Chin Mo's shoulder. I am your servant and helper, the Raven of Destiny. The crow opened its mouth, and a burst of human words came out of its mouth. I know 9,999 kinds of spells. As long as you move your mouth, I can help you release the spell you want. Even if I can't do it, I can help draw the power of the Lord of Change. Chin Mo reached out and stroked the crow's feathers with a smile on his face. Just when the crow thought it was accepted, it suddenly heard Chin Mo say, your role is probably not just to help me with spells, right? You will help Sinch find me, and you will always tell Sinch what I am doing and where I am. This crow named Destiny Raven had a very rich expression, and his face tightened after hearing Chin Mo's words. Chin Mo's hand stroking the feathers suddenly clenched, strangling Destiny's throat. A bolt of lightning was released from his hand, and the crow turned into ashes in an instant. It was obviously not a demon, but a puppet and a mouthpiece, because even if Chin Mo controlled the power of the star god and only destroyed the demon's body, no soul would come out of the crow's body. After killing the crow, Chin Mo took out a black crystal from the power armor storage compartment and teleported himself to the temple on the back of the giant whale. The flames that had risen before were still burning. The giant whale made an unbelievable sound. You are back? I thought you had died at the hands of the Dark Prince. Take me to where there are many demons. Chin Mo sat down by the fire, took out the crone's sword and laid it flat. At least one of what Sinch said just now was right, that is, the absorbed souls did strengthen Chin Mo's power, so he wanted to continue killing demons now. Aren't you worried about dying at the hands of demons? The giant turtle asked. No. Chin Mo shook his head. He was not worried about himself. Compared to himself, he was more worried about those people he cared about in the real universe. I have been in the subspace for so long, and the real universe may have only passed a second, or it may have passed thousands of years. I don't know what happened to the Talons yet. Chapter 433. Capital of the Tyrone Sector. Equatorial Conference Hall. This is a temporary building, used for meetings of the high-level executives of the sector after the temporary departure of the Lord of Tyrone. The interior of the entire building is completely different from the layout of most conference venues. It is more like a statue of the Lord of Tyrone standing in a dark and boundless space created by technological equipment, and on the blade of the Lord of Tyrone is a holographic conference round table. All the high-level executives of the Tyrone sector took some time out of their busy schedules to use holographic projection to attend this important meeting concerning the future of the sector. The Royal Guards, the Admiral of the Navy, the Field Marshal of the Army. These high-ranking officials sat around the round table of the statue's sword in the form of holographic projection. The other participants floated around the statue's sword in the form of projection, and there were almost 1,000 people. The meeting should have started long ago, but the participants were silent. 3 days have passed since the Lord of Tyrone entered the subspace, and the battle that was expected to resolve the entire war failed to resolve anything except the ecology of Bison number 1. The situation is very bad. Huron is not dead, he is resurrected, with a bunch of warships given to him by the dark gods. The decisive battle will not start or end with someone's will. The decisive battle on Bison number 1 is still going on, and the manpower input of both sides is constantly escalating, but perhaps even the two sides themselves can't explain what the point of continuing the decisive battle is, but they continue to increase their input due to the inertia of the war. It is in this bad situation. Suspicion, these negative emotions and psychological activities of mortals are spreading in the conference hall. At the conference round table, Admiral Adam of the Tyrone Navy smoked a cigar and said nothing. Gray, the leader of the Royal Guard, leaned back in his chair and glanced at the others. The high-ranking officers of the army glanced at Gray and the Navy at the same time. There were also stone men and iron men near the conference round table. Although the conference hall was calm, everyone could feel the turbulent waves under the calm surface. First of all, as a Navy admiral, Adam should not stand on the same front with the generals of the army, but now facing the Royal Guard, they will stand together. The reason is simple. The power of the guards in the Star Zone is too great. If anyone wants to jump out and take over the power after the Lord of Tyrone enters the subspace, it is only the guards. Yaoing can't see the doorway here clearly. He can only wonder why Adam, who usually has a good relationship with him, has a gloomy face and doesn't say a word. There is a strong smell of gunpowder in the air, as if something is accumulating. Gray and Enrita, one pays attention to the overall situation, and the other is a civil servant in the guards. They understand the mentality of Adam and others at this time. As the head of the Royal Guard, Gray had a heavy responsibility, which was to dispel the suspicion and doubt among the people, to talk things out, and to make his position clear. Ahem. Gray stood up and said to everyone, "Before Lord Tyrone returns, we need someone to step up and manage all aspects of the Star Zone. When Lord Tyrone returns, we should return a normal Tyrone to him instead of a ruin." At this time, everyone present turned their eyes to Gray. Adam looked unkind. The field marshal glanced at Gray and turned his head away. At this time, everyone except the guards had the same idea. That is, if Gray dared to recommend himself as the new commander of the Talon sector, there would be no need to continue this meeting. As long as Gray dared to say it, he would set off a powder keg. However, in front of everyone, Gray said something contrary to everyone's speculation. "I propose to establish a temporary parliament." As soon as the voice fell, everyone present whispered. However, Adam and the others' expressions eased a little. Gray's words did work. Then Gray talked about what he had discussed with Andrada in the past 3 days, taking into account every force in the Star Zone, that is, how to form a temporary parliament. There will be 7 positions in the temporary parliament, and the guards will have 1. When this sentence came out, everyone nodded in satisfaction. The guards only took up 1 position, which showed that Gray was a face-saving person. At least, he didn't say to everyone, "The guards are so awesome, so they only take up 2 positions." Since all aspects of the Tyrone sector must be decided by the provisional parliament, the positions of all parties in the parliament are very serious and must be fought for. The 2nd position belongs to the Navy. The 3rd position belongs to the Army. The 4th position belongs to the representatives nominated by the industrial and commercial groups in the sector. The 5th position belongs to the representatives nominated by the governors. The 6th position belongs to the assistant of the Lord of Tyrone. The 7th position belongs to the guy who is on fire. In addition, an advisor on parliamentary affairs will be established, and it will be held by an artificial intelligence. Gray announced the decisions he and Andrada had discussed one after another, and finally added, "These are pending. I said them just for you to discuss. The temporary parliament does not have to be formed according to what I said. After all, the guards only have 1 position in the parliament, and the decision-making power is 1/7. In the parliament envisioned by Gray, there is no place for iron men and stone men. Stone men are excluded from the 7-member parliament, and only have 1 position for advisory affairs. But this is exactly what the stone men and iron men want. A day ago, before the meeting began, Gray was invited to the Iron Men mothership, where the stone men and iron men from various worlds and the main control intelligence gathered. The stone men expressed an attitude: "We will not ask for power, but we want supervision." You don't need to take care of our emotions, because we have no emotions, and our innate duty is to be assistants. I agree with the establishment of the 7-man council. Adam raised his hand. As the Admiral of the Navy, his attitude is very important. If he is not satisfied, that one sentence can make Gray and Andrada's thoughts become empty talk. It turns out that Adam is just suspicious of the guards, who have always had too much power, but he does not want the Tyrone sector to be involved in internal strife while the foreign war is going on. Others also accepted it. Although the formation of the 7-man council was proposed by the guards, fortunately their proposal is fair enough and indeed appropriate. I have a question. Adam suddenly asked, why should we provide a position for that guy with fire all over his body? If those creatures with supernatural powers should have seats, we have already provided seats for Lord Talon's assistants. First of all, they are powerful fighters. They stayed in the Star Zone because of Lord Talon. All the affairs of Talon no longer matter to them after Lord Talon left. Gray explained, but we need these fighters, so we must have a friendly attitude. If they just want to disband and leave, it doesn't matter. The vacant seats are left for artificial intelligence. Chapter 434. We will not disband, at least I won't. An ethereal voice sounded in the conference hall. Mimesis and Burner passed through the door of the conference hall together, and entered among the holographic images. But it was obvious that the 2-star gods did not agree. Mimesis was already very satisfied with having a seat. It felt the kindness of these mortals, and their wisdom in putting aside their different opinions, and at least uniting to maintain the normal operation of the Star Zone. But the Burner was dissatisfied. I am the fusion of 3 fragments, so it is okay to occupy 3 seats, right? This sentence undoubtedly angered everyone. But the Mimic was the first to scold the Burner. You cannot take any seat, just get out of the Talon sector, and do those insignificant little things you want to do. The Burner looked at the Mimic and smiled contemptuously. Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? The Forger may have died in the subspace, he can't jump out to support you. It was the celestial engine that gave me the courage. The Mimic looked around. The participants are only holographic images, their real bodies are not in the Talon galaxy. If you want to seize everything Chin Mo has built, then it is only natural that the Talon people will sacrifice a world and the lives of all the people in the world, and perish together with you under the bombardment of the celestial engine. Hee hee. The Burner smiled contemptuously again, no longer paying attention to the Mimic, standing with his hands behind his back, and slowly floating to the middle of the sword blade of the statue of the Lord of Talon, which is the holographic round table. Facing the humans who cast their eyes on him, the Burner spoke freely. I asked for 3 positions, at least I and Mimic should have 3 positions. I have no interest in ruling a group of ants. If I want, I can leave the Talon sector immediately, and use biotechnology to create my own clan somewhere. I ask for 3 positions because I am older, my thinking is deeper, and I have seen more than all of you combined. Except for the Superman created by the Forger with transformation technology, the rest of you are mortals. You can handle affairs for 3 consecutive days without sleep, and without mistakes without drugs. It is the corpse on the throne that blesses you. After listening to what the Burner said, Gray stood up and looked directly into the eyes of the Star God. If we need a worker who can handle affairs without sleep, then artificial intelligence is more suitable than you. So, if you want to stay in the Star Zone and wait for the Lord of Talon to come back and continue to help you, then find a place to sit down, otherwise you will leave Talon. The Burner was not angry, and actually found a seat to sit down, but his words were still full of contempt. I want to use a fire to give the Star Zone a decent demise, so that the Star Zone will not be led into the abyss by you ants. But somehow, I just want to play house with you ants. When the Mimic also took a seat, the seats of the 7-member council were full. A stone man stepped forward to tell everyone the current situation of the Star Zone, so that the council could discuss and make decisions quickly. First of all, Huron is not completely dead, but has been resurrected. He is leading the army to continue fighting on the planet Baisu No. 1. Cabana, who was defeated and fled in the battle with the Burner, appeared again, appearing on the western edge of the Star Zone, slashing and killing everywhere, and his purpose is not clear yet. An unconfirmed news detected by the Tyrone Navy during the war has now been confirmed, that is, Huron's fleet has more than doubled, and his fleet has a large number of warships made of pure brass and rotten meat. These warships are impossible to fight under normal circumstances, but they are fighting, and they are 100 times stronger than the warships in the Red Pirate fleet. The situation is already very serious. In the past, Lord Talon would use his invention to solve the problem, but now Lord Talon is not in the Star Zone. Although humans only think that he is lost in the warp and has not returned yet, the information obtained by the Stone Man from the Mimic and the burner allows them to make a more rational judgment that the creator has been buried in the warp. We need support. Gray looked around at everyone. What I am going to say next is the worst consideration. The Empire may not provide us with support, and the lords of the 500 worlds in Terra may not bypass the Empire to provide support. At least we should ask for support from the Blood Angels and the Lamenters. What about the Cadians? We once sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people to help them defend the fortress world. Shouldn't they come to support us? Someone asked. The Cadians belong to the Astra Militarum, and Creed is not the supreme lord of the fortress when there is no war. In short, we should understand the situation of the Cadians. Adam said. Everyone fell silent. It is obvious that the only ones who can come to help are the Blood Angels and the Lamenters. But the burner suddenly thought of something and asked everyone, why don't we pull the Agrippina people to join the war? Forge World belongs to the Mechanicus, and the commander of the Mechanicus, General Forge, is a member of the High Lord's Council of Tyrone. It is even more impossible for him to bypass the council to send reinforcements, and the attitude of General Forge towards Tyrone is still unknown. Stoneman said. Why is the human empire so loose, and why can't it be looser and more thorough? The burner spread his hands. I thought their governors and forge directors were similar to lords in the ancient times of civilization. They belonged to the empire in name, but in fact they did their own things and did whatever they wanted. Not really. The stoneman shook his head. After some discussion, the stoneman announced that the agenda item entered the voting stage, that is, each member of the council decided whether to send a request for help to the Blood Angels and the Lamenters. Everyone, including the Star God, agreed. The next agenda item began. After talking about the assistance, the next thing the 7-member council discussed was the strategic matter. Adam had the most say in this matter. After considering the huge disparity in the number of fleets on both sides, Adam proposed to use strategic point defense instead of dispersing the fleets in different star systems. Naturally, the Batio galaxy is still the battlefield where the fleet needs to focus, and it is not suitable for strategic point defense. This item was naturally passed unanimously. The meeting lasted another day and night. Whenever the item was voted on and became a decision, it would be immediately passed from the conference hall and implemented. Every decision of the Parliament may not be perfect, but it definitely stabilized the situation in the Star Zone before the return of Lord Talon. Until the end of the meeting, Gray stood up and saluted to everyone. Thank you for agreeing with what Enrita and I discussed about the establishment of the Parliament. Thank you very much. Everyone also stood up to return the salute. For Lord Talon, for Talon's 120 worlds. Chapter 435. Meanwhile, outside the Forge world of Agrippina, a fleet of the Mechanicus is gathering outside the Forge world. Inside the bridge of the flagship, slaves belonging to the Forge world's property are carrying chains under the supervision and urging of the Scutarii to charge a device called a communication astrolabe. The priest is standing on the astrolabe performing a ceremony and praying. Great and almighty God of all machines, we are driving this astrolabe with the purest original power. We humbly pray to you, praying that you will exert your great power on the astrolabe. For the kingdom of God and OM Messiah in the Milky Way, your loyal servants are ready to go. Amid the prayers, the star discs filled with energy by the slaves roared and started to work, and holographic projections appeared inside the bridge. All personnel in the bridge bowed to the open gate and performed the gear salute. The ruling sage Vic and the war sage 7 entered the bridge one after another. Vic stood still, leaning on the gear scepter. 7 stood behind the ruling sage with his head held high, and his completely mechanized arm rested on the hilt of the long sword at his waist. The two looked around and saw holographic images of directors, or priests from other forging worlds. The fleet you asked for has been assembled. I hope you can lead them to victory, and don't let us down. Director of Reza Forging looked down at Vic and said in a cold voice. When Severn looked out the porthole, he found that Reza's warships were all equipped with plasma weapons. These plasma weapons are indeed very unique. Thank you all. Vic bowed. Everyone saluted in response. But after a few words, the holographic image did not dissipate. These people were obviously waiting for Vic to say something. When the war is over, I will ask for credit for each of you. Vic paced in the bridge, his eyes sweeping over the casting directors one by one. You will receive a gift, just like the gift that Agrippina received when she forged the world. Hearing this promise, Reza's casting director shook his head expressionlessly. It doesn't matter if we don't receive a gift, because this is what we should pay and dedicate, just as we dedicate our entire lives to the God of all machines, OM Messiah, and the original power. That being said, the directors were obviously satisfied after receiving the promise. The holographic images disappeared one by one in the bridge. Vic walked to the porthole of the bridge and looked out. 21 mechanical arcs from other sages. The firepower of these warships was as huge as their size. A total of 700 cruisers and other types of warships were distributed near the arcs to protect the arc formation. In the center of the fleet was the flagship where Vic and Severn were. A 52-kilometer-long mobile industrial arc with integrated research facilities and foundries. This arc, like the optimization and transformation that Vic and Severn had received, was a gift. Sage. A robot servant transformed into a microphone slowly crawled to Vic's side. Vic picked up the microphone and made a speech to the entire fleet that was ready to go. The flagship is opening a dimensional rift, and we will travel 200 light-years away in 10 minutes. In the flagship's engine room, slaves were pulling chains to turn the engine. The engine start ceremony was in progress. We will launch an expedition from Agrippina to the edge of the Talon Star Zone. This is an expedition, but also a pilgrimage. For the God of all machines, for OM Messiah. As soon as the words fell, the engine started. The dimensional rift opened in front of the fleet. The fleet led by the Agrippina Forge world ruler Sage Vic entered the dimensional rift and headed towards the Talon sector. This is an unauthorized expedition. The pilgrimage expedition has begun. Cardiff Fortress World. Fortress Lord Creed stood by the window of the office on the top floor of the office building, looking at the Toyoko plain in the distance. Since the Eye of Terror shrank, the sky of Cadia is no longer purple, and the ecological environment has become somewhat normal. Today is the first time that all Cadians have seen the natural phenomenon of snow on their home planet. Creed felt a little cold, and took out a cigar from his waist, and put it in his mouth. Just as the cigar was about to be lit, the Castle Lord's deputy Kyle ran into the office and shouted in his iconic loud voice, "Lord, an industrial world in the west of the Cadian Gate Defense Zone was raided." According to witnesses, they saw the Black Hand symbol on the raiding warship, which was obviously a member of the Red Pirate fleet. Hearing this, Creed took a deep puff of his cigar, slowly exhaled it, and then said in a deep voice, "Hold a meeting of the Castle Lords to discuss whether the Cadian Gate Defense Zone should enter a state of war. The raid of the Red Corsair warship has now ended. It is conceivable that this is just the personal behavior of a passing battleship lord. Chaos war gangs are like this. They are essentially a bunch of people doing their own things gathered under a so-called leader to seek greater benefits. The Cadian Gate Defense Zone does not need to enter a state of war because of this, and there is no need to convene a special Castle Lord Council, because the battleship has been repelled by the orbital defense platform and has fled. But if it was just about Cadian Gate, Creed would not ask for a meeting of the Castle Lords. And what the meeting needs to discuss is not the defense of the Cadian Gate Defense Zone against the Red Pirate fleet that seems impossible to arrive, but whether Cadia has entered a state of war, and whether the Castle Lord Creed has become the Supreme Castle Lord who controls everything because of the state of war. Actually, there is no need for this," Kyle said, recalling what happened recently. After the defense of Tyrone began, some Cadians spontaneously organized a militia team that was not in the Star Army sequence, and hired transport ships to prepare to go to support Tyrone. Now the generals of the Cadian Assault Army also support Creed to become the Supreme Lord, because in this way, he can directly bypass the Empire, and use the power of the Supreme Lord to issue support orders. In a state of war, the Supreme Lord of Cadia does not even need to pay attention to the Inquisition. Hold a meeting. Creed slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and flicked the ash on the cigar, discuss whether the enemy is likely to attack the Cadian Gate while the Talon sector is under attack, and cannot respond to the previous support agreement. Hearing this, Kyle nodded. Creed continued, "Then mobilize for war. Send 1/5 of the assault troops and transport fleet to support Tyrone, plus those spontaneously organized militias. And the Castle Lord's personal guards." "Yes." Kyle saluted. "Cadia stands." Creed turned his head to look at Kyle, took a deep puff of the cigar, and a steady voice came out of his mouth along with the white smoke. "Tyrone stands." Chapter 436. Red Corsairs. Huron sat on the command throne, looking at the empty space ahead. He was not in a daze. His right eye, which had turned into a blue gem, was revealing to him what had happened in the past, present, and future. The formation of the 7-man council of the Talon sector. The reinforcements of the Ultramarines. The pilgrimage expedition fleet spontaneously organized by Agrippina, and many other Forge worlds. The decision of the High Castle Lord of Cadia. Huron could not see the future of the sector, but he could see that the sector had not fallen into the chaos he had hoped for. "Captain." The bridge gate opened, and a veteran of the Star Claws wearing Terminator power armor walked in. He was covered in the smell of gunpowder, and it was obvious that he had just withdrawn from the Bison No. 1 battlefield. When the veteran saw Huron at this time, he was stunned. Huron was tightly wrapped in the red power armor. His helmet was connected to the power armor. His face was dark, with only 2 red lights that looked like eyes floating in the darkness. A huge green heart was emitting green light under the power armor, beating constantly. "Captain, you..." Tears flowed from the corners of the veteran's eyes. After sobbing for a while, he asked the person he trusted and admired the most, "Are you still you? What are you asking?" A hearty laugh came from under Huron's helmet. "I see that there are not many holes in your thighs. It seems that this Terminator armor really works." The veteran was relieved when he heard this joke, because the captain still remembered that he was always shot in the thigh, and that the power armor on his body was stripped from a veteran of the Black Legion, and the purpose was to protect him. This means Huron is still normal. But this is just Huron pretending. The voices of the 4 gods are constantly emerging in his brain, clearer and more intense than before, almost making him collapse. "I need you to help me convey an order," Huron said. The veteran immediately knelt on one knee and listened attentively. "Send the Battle Brothers to the Alona system, and then transfer the 10th and 23rd fleets there. We will design an ambush for Talon's reinforcements." Hearing Huron's words, the veteran was confused. The Alona system is the most insignificant system in the Tyrone Gate defense zone. It has been captured by the fleet. Although there are still sporadic resistance forces on the 2 worlds there, they will be captured sooner or later. From a macro perspective, the Alona system has no strategic value at all. It is located in the very edge of the Tyrone Gate, far away from other system, and very isolated. It is more like when the Tyrone people established the Tyrone Gate defense zone, they pulled this system into the defense zone. Setting an ambush in such a galaxy may be in vain. "I can see it." Huron raised his hand and pointed to his eyes that had turned into gems. The veteran could not see the gems, because he could only see 2 balls of fire floating in the deep darkness of the helmet face. But Huron did have material eyes under the helmet. The veteran also understood that this should be the infection of the 4 gods against the captain. "I can see that the reinforcements started from Alona, trying to open a route for the subsequent reinforcements to pass through. I can see it really," Huron murmured. "How many reinforcements will attack Alona?" the old soldier asked. Huron was silent for 2 seconds, and shook his head slowly. "I can only see one broken picture after another, they are not coherent, and I can only roughly see a team of extreme warriors fighting with our fighting brothers on Alona. Yes." The old soldier nodded, and stood up to salute. "He has come up with an ambush plan, which is to use the warships brought by the Lord of Change, one of the 4 gods in the fleet, which can make the fleet invisible. Then, a net was set up on Alona. Even if the entire Ultramarines came to attack, they would still be destroyed." Woo-woo. While the old soldier was thinking, Huron suddenly trembled, as if something was hitting his head, and he covered his head, and turned over and over on the throne. "Captain!" The old soldier was startled and hurried forward. Huron did not appreciate his kindness, and took a piece of gravel from the armrest of the throne, and smashed it at the old soldier, roaring, "Get out!" Of course, the old soldier couldn't just leave like that. He knew Huron was emotionally unstable, so he wanted to go closer to check, but was blown away by a psychic energy. "Leave here. Please, leave here." Huron covered his face with his hands, and begged in a trembling voice. He didn't want the person he trusted most to see his irrational side in the whispers of the 4 gods. The old soldier nodded and slowly backed away. "The think tank brothers are outside, if you need help." Get out, Huron said repeatedly. After Huron gave the order, the Red Pirate fleet immediately took action and rushed to the Alona system. The veteran was in charge of the overall situation. Under his command, a blue-feathered warship led a total of more than 300 other warships into the Alona system, first dropping nearly 10,000 space warriors on board onto the surface of Alona No. 1. There were no crew members in the blue warship, but it seemed to understand other people's orders. Under the veteran's order, it opened up a giant blue flame circle in the asteroid belt. When the fleet passed through the ring of fire, it disappeared and hid in the asteroid belt. After the ring of fire disappeared, it seemed as if nothing had happened in the Alona galaxy. In the bridge of a cruiser, the veteran who was entrusted with an important task by Huron was paying attention to all the conditions in the galaxy. He found that he could not even see his body, as if his soul was floating in the void. This wonderful concealment effect gave him great confidence. He believed that no matter whether it was the 500 world fleet of the Extreme Warriors or the Tyrone Navy, as long as they dared to come in, even if they were several times larger than him, they would be completely destroyed when they were caught off guard. However, the truth is this, but the veteran does not believe what Huron said. It is not that he does not believe Huron himself, but he does not believe the blessing that Huron received from other Chaos War bands. Because the blessing seems to be similar to the ability of psychics to predict the future, both are a series of broken pictures, and it is still unknown how what Huron saw will be realized. But there is no way. Since it is an order from the commander himself, the veteran can only execute it. While thinking about Huron's safety and observing the state of the galaxy, the veteran waited for 3 whole days. Then the enemy appeared. A warship over 30 kilometers long suddenly emerged from the dimensional rift that opened in the galaxy. It even threw a drop capsule towards the Alona No. 1 while sailing. Before the enemy fleet can get out of the rift, attack with all your forces. All the warships hidden in the asteroid belt left their hidden state and headed straight for the enemy ship. The warship with yellow and white colors and a bleeding red heart logo on the side of the hull was soon hit by more than a dozen electromagnetic pulse torpedoes. Chapter 437. The dimensional rift in the galaxy then closed. Exceeding the Red Corsair's expectations, no other warships followed. But there was no way. Since they had already left their hidden state and started the war, they could not just watch that big warship provide orbital bombing support to the troops deployed to the surface. It was not the Ultramarines that were deployed to the surface, but the Weepers. It was not the Ultramarines' flagship Macridge Glory that entered the galaxy, but the Weepers' flagship Storm Maiden, which was given by Lord Talon. In fact, the Blood Angels had long known about the start of the Talon Defense War. Before receiving the Talon Sector's request for assistance in the dimensional communication device, Dante had already begun to mobilize the Angels and Blood Slave Auxiliary Army. However, the Talonians handed over a batch of warships before the war, and the chapter had to learn how to operate them, so now it only sent the Lamenters to conduct reconnaissance. The Lamenters were eager to open up a safe route to the interior of the Star Zone for the Mother Group's reinforcements, so they chose the Alona system as the target of attack. Foros had never expected that the Irona Galaxy, a place that was not important at all, would be the focus of defense. The shield of the Storm Daughter battleship was overloaded under the siege of the fleet, and the dimensional engine was still cooling down. We need at least 10 minutes to sail in the dimension again. Wait. The shield was shattered, and the engine and other electronic equipment were interfered by electromagnetic pulses. I know. On the surface of Irona No. 1, Foros and the regiment faced a more difficult situation than the battleship. After more than 700 people in the regiment arrived on the surface in the airdrop capsule, they were almost instantly besieged by the Red Corsair Space Marines and the Mortal Servant Army. The overwhelming artillery fire swept over, and enemies were everywhere in sight. The dimensional transmission device in the airdrop capsule was blown up by the artillery fire before it was activated. The entire regiment could only find shelter on the spot to fight, wait for the warship to be out of the state of electromagnetic interference, and then take everyone away together. There were more than 3,000 Red Corsair Space Marines participating in the siege near the landing point, plus hundreds of thousands of mortal servants, and thousands of Space Marines distributed in other parts of the planet were rushing over. The offensive they launched was unimaginably terrible. But the Weepers are not soft persimmons that can be easily manipulated. 20 years ago, the chapter might not be able to hold out for even a few minutes under such an attack, but now all the Weepers are wearing various types of Terminator power armor. Even the only dreadnought in the chapter was replaced with a Dresses Heavy Siege Dreadnought. A powerful 30K dreadnought armor. In order to thank the Weepers for their support in the defense of Baal, Dante took it out of the Blood Angels' treasury and gave it to the Weepers. Traitors, face the wrath of old Kalen. The old soldier in the dreadnought roared, unleashing a torrential rain of missiles and bombs at the Space Marines and mortals who were charging in groups in front of him. Kalen instantly killed nearly 100 Space Marines and tens of thousands of mortal servants, but he was immediately targeted. However, the atomic shield carried by the dreadnought easily resisted the incoming artillery fire. Instead, the enemies holding heavy weapons were exposed to Kalen's sight after opening fire, and were immediately bombed and annihilated in an organized manner. There were too many enemies, and the slight advantage that the Lamenters had gained in the early stage was quickly filled by numbers, and casualties began to occur. The shield of the Daughter of Storm had been shattered. The Red Corsair fleet was surrounding the Daughter of Storm, bombarding the flagship with damage caused by particle light spears. Hundreds of electromagnetic pulse torpedoes plus ion torpedoes bombarded the flagship's unprotected hull after the macro cannon. But this battleship was too large, even larger than the Queen of Glory class. Even if it was exposed to the firepower of the entire fleet, it could resist for a long time with the hull of the ship. As the battle progressed, Lamenters died every minute and every second, and the crew members inside the Daughter of the Storm near the hull were rapidly decreasing. Foros heard the reports of damages one after another, and while his heart was filled with anger, he also lamented how unlucky he was to run into an ambush. Besides, why would the Red Corsairs deploy here, squeeze out the fleet's strength from the fierce battle with the Tyrone Navy just to defend a galaxy that was not even useful as a springboard for attack and had no strategic value? "Captain, demon engine!" The shout came from behind Foros, and the technical sergeant, who was fighting with the Tyrant weapon, fired and pointed forward. There were demon engines sweeping over there. There were not many of them, but their momentum was amazing. Especially the demon engine of the Lord of the Skulls marching in the front. After firing several times, the huge cannon on its chest finally penetrated the atomic shield of Kirin, and shattered the right shoulder of Dressu's fearlessness. "Follow me to fight." With a roar, Foros led the guards to face the demon engine. As the two sides fought fiercely, no one noticed that a golden light fell from the sky to the ground. Foros wielded his spear to fight the Skull Master. When the spear pierced the belly of the demon engine, the giant axe on the right arm of the demon engine had already chopped down. Kellen rushed to the Skull Master to try to help the Chapter Master resist this attack, but he was a step too late. Just as the giant axe was about to fall, suddenly a golden light pierced the Skull Master from top to bottom. The demon engine roared and exploded. Amid the scattered metal debris, a holy and beautiful figure slowly rose from the smoke. The silver wings spread to the left and right, like an angel. When the beautiful face slowly turned to Foros, the latter uttered a trembling voice, "Father." The one who appeared on the battlefield was the Gene Father of the Weepers, the 9th Gene Primarch Sanguinius. Foros saw the beautiful eyes of the Gene Father smiling, and slowly nodded to him to show his approval, and then turned angry and rushed towards the demon engines. "For the Gene Father!" Foros raised his spear and roared, following Sanguinius's footsteps to kill the demon engine. The appearance of the Gene Father soothed the hearts of all the Weepers, and the Weepers were full of courage and fought bloody battles with the enemies, who gathered from all directions. When Foros fought side by side with the Gene Father, he saw that the body of the Gene Father was not flesh and blood, but living metal similar to the body of the Lord of Talon. This body was gradually collapsing due to the power of Sanguinius, and bits of metal were floating upwards in the golden light. But Sanguinius's power was not restrained by the fragility of his body. He could kill a Skull Lord in an instant. While the battle on the surface of Elona was going on, the warships of the Blood Angels emerged from the dimensional rift. When the Red Corsair fleet hurriedly divided its forces to deal with the Blood Angels. In another corner of the galaxy, another dimensional rift opened. The Glory of Macrich led the fleet of 500 worlds to sail out. Kaldar, the commander of the Ultramarines, stood in front of the flagship's porthole and raised his hand to order the fleet to immediately launch a fierce attack on the Red Corsair fleet. Chapter 438. What broke out in the Arona galaxy was a void fleet battle without any suspense or waves. After the Storm Daughter, the flagship of the Lamenters, plunged into an ambush, the Red Corsair fleet immediately started fighting and was exposed. They lost their concealment advantage, and were no match for the 500 worlds and the Blood Angels fleet that arrived in the galaxy later, in terms of both quantity and quality. The Red Corsair warships suffered losses every minute and every second. The Red Corsair veterans sitting on the bridge could see that the Ultramarine strike cruisers had approached Arona and deployed their army to the surface to participate in the battle. The Red Pirates still have the advantage in terms of the number of troops, but it is only a temporary advantage. After the two fleets that came to support them easily killed the Red Pirates, they would send countless troops to Ilona and let the troops advance rapidly with the help of orbital bombardment. Faced with this desperate situation, the veteran, who was trusted by Huron, felt that he had messed up and had no face to go back to see the Chapter Master, so he ordered the warships to attack Macrich's Glory, and all the battle brothers on the warships had to board the enemy ships and launch suicide attacks. As the warship slowly approached the Glory of Macrich, the veteran thought carefully, wondering if he could do it again. Would he attack the flagship of the Weepers again? The answer he finally came up with was yes. It was hard not to misjudge that a warship as long as the Queen of Glory class was operating alone. Just as the veteran was thinking, an auspicious instrument operator reported loudly. A huge energy fluctuation was detected on the right side of the ship. As soon as the voice fell, the battered Storm Daughter suddenly appeared on the right side of the ship, and the energy shield that had just been maintained suddenly started to work, wrapping the entire warship and rushing forward. The energy shield was gathered to the front at this time, forming an acute angle, like a spear piercing the battleship where the veteran was riding. The explosion in the void was silent, but the flash of the explosion stung the eyes of all the crew members in the battleship. The Daughter of Storm suddenly disappeared just now, and suddenly crossed the dimension space near the enemy flagship to launch a collision, completing revenge for the crew members who had died in the battle before. In the Bridge of the Glory of Makridge, Chapter Captain Calgar looked away from the void and turned to look at the chapter think tank. The librarian closed his eyes, opened them after a moment, and said, "The leader of the Blood Angels fleet is the librarian director Mephiston, who expressed his friendship and gratitude to us." Calgar nodded silently, walked to the holographic image, and looked down at the entire Alona system. "Continue to deploy the army to Alona number 1. The 3rd and 4th companies go to Alona number 2 and number 3. We will quickly take over this system and open up a safe channel for subsequent reinforcements." After hearing Calgar's order, the librarian transmitted a psychic communication to Mephiston. Mephiston responded, "The Blood Angels will be responsible for the battle on Alona I. Then send other companies to attack Alona 2 and 3, and the company deployed to Alona I in the previous fleet battle will assist the friendly forces in the battle." The 2 regiments communicated for a while, and then continued to fight. The war on the surface of Alona I is still going on. The Ultramarines deployed on the surface earlier, the Lamenters who plunged into the ambush, and of course Sanguinius, are advancing on the surface. The 2 strike cruisers of the Ultramarines, and the 4 strike cruisers of the Blood Angels that followed them into orbit were bombing the enemy. The Lamenters, all equipped with Terminator power armor, were responsible for the main attack, and a company of the Ultramarines was covering the Lamenters on both sides to help them clear out the enemies who wanted to outflank them. The situation was very good now. A 6-man Terminator combat team could easily slaughter 2 Red Corsair teams wearing ordinary power armor in an instant. As for the mortal servants of the Red Corsairs, their morale soon collapsed under the orbital bombardment and the fearless onslaught of Dressu, and they began to disintegrate. Foros and Jean Father Sanguinius shuttled across the battlefield. The captain of the Lamenters was given wings by psychic power. He and Sanguinius sometimes soared into the sky and sometimes dived down to kill the enemy commander. When Foros and Sanguinius dived to the ground again, preparing to clean up a Red Pirate Terminator team, a psychic lightning rushed over and instantly wiped out the Terminator team. "Captain Foros, return to your warship." The Blood Angel think tank director Mephiston, who had just been teleported down, had just released lightning to destroy the enemy, and then wanted to remind Foros to return to the Storm Maiden, when he suddenly saw Sanguinius. Mephiston could tell at a glance that Sanguinius' body was not flesh but metal, but he was almost certain that the soul residing in the body must be the soul of the Jean Father. It was the induction in the blood, and with Mephiston's psychic talent, he could be very sure. "Father, you?" Mephiston was so surprised that he even forgot to salute for a moment. Sanguinius did not care about etiquette, slowly walked up to his son, and gently patted his shoulder. The Jean Father said nothing, but it seemed as if he had said everything. Mephiston used his psychic power to sense that the Jean Father praised him for successfully fighting against the Black Rage, successfully blocking Cabania on Baal, who was about to enter the real universe, and had been diligently assisting Dante. At this moment, Mephiston felt that all the efforts he had made, the responsibilities he had shouldered, and the pressure he had endured, were worth it. "This body can't accommodate me in the real universe for too long," Sanguinius said, as he looked around at his other descendants. "If the descendants have anything to say, now is the time." But no one said anything, because the Blood Angels who followed Mephiston had never seen Sanguinius before, and they didn't have anything to say. But after being seen by the gentle eyes of the father of Jeans, they didn't dare to look directly at his beautiful face and lowered their heads. "I have something to ask you." Mephiston saluted. "Please go ahead." Sanguinius nodded slightly. He just nodded, and the action contained elegance and beauty. "Lord Tyrone. Is he still alive?" "Where is he?" Mephiston asked. Before coming here, Mephiston and Dante learned about Tyrone's situation from the dimensional communication device, and also knew that Lord Tyrone had entered the subspace. Now that the father of Jeans was standing in front of him, Mephiston certainly wanted to ask. But Sanguinius, who always knew everything, shook his head at this time. "He is a special person. My father and I don't even know whether he is in the subspace, so naturally we don't know whether he is alive or where he is." Hearing this, Mephiston remembered Cheen Mo's characteristics. As early as the meeting to commission the shipbuilding, Mephiston used psychic power to see Cheen Mo, but he could not see this person's past and future. He was only a blur in the psychic vision. This characteristic made Mephiston envious, which meant that if the Lord of Tyrone would not be predicted by any psychic, his next move would not be predicted by any psychic. But now this characteristic has become a big trouble for the Lord of Tyrone. It's over now. Foros found a stone to sit down. His face was ashen and his will was depressed. Sanguinius walked up to Foros and comforted him. "Remember that I have the ability to predict. It won't end." Foros looked up at the father of Genes. Sanguinius looked at the battlefield where victory was already decided, and said slowly, all the people protected by the Lord of Talon will repay him in the future. This star region is not a utopia built on the basis of powerful forces that will collapse at any time. Foros was not sure that the father of Genes could predict Qin Mo's future, but he was willing to believe it, because it was a glimmer of hope. Chapter 439. In the boundless subspace. A giant whale is swimming in the Sea of Souls. In the temple on the back of the giant turtle, Qin Mo is warming himself by the fire in the corner of the temple. The Lord of Tyrone, who can call the wind and rain and is omnipotent in the real universe, is now curled up on the ground, wrapped in a fur stripped from the great demon of Cinch, staring at the bonfire with an expressionless face and dull eyes. Empty, lonely and cold. This is what Qin Mo feels now. Why is the bonfire not hot? It's so cold. Qin Mo stretched out his hand from under the blue fur, grabbed a piece of wood and threw it into the fire. The fire naturally burned more vigorously, but there was no temperature at all. Because you are in a bad mood now, you don't believe that the bonfire can warm you. The giant whale said. While speaking, the giant whale was still changing constantly, sometimes like a turtle, sometimes like a whale, but no matter what, the mountains and forests on its back and the ruined temples remained unchanged. What does this have to do with whether I believe in warmth? Qin Mo asked in confusion. Why doesn't it matter? The giant whale's voice was vicissitudes and deep. If it really doesn't matter, you might find wood to chop in the Sea of Souls and light a bonfire to warm you. Hearing this, Qin Mo closed his eyes. After a moment, the hot temperature of the flames reached Qin Mo's skin, making him feel extremely warm. But after just feeling the warmth, Qin Mo stood up, wrapped the blue fur of the Cinch demon around himself, and walked out of the temple. Qin Mo trekked through the mountains on the back of the giant turtle. He found the forest, and took out the chainsaw sword to cut wood. This sword that cut through power armor like tofu, this sword that Gray used to cut off 3 Space Marines' heads, was not useful for cutting wood at this time. A creaking sound came into Qin Mo's ears. He lowered his head, and found that the saw teeth were stuck in a tree. There was no other way. Qin Mo had to take out the old woman's sword, cut the whole tree directly, and then cut the wood into planks with the chainsaw sword. The pile of wooden boards as high as a hill was lifted by telekinesis, floating behind Qin Mo and returning to the temple with him. There were some nails in the storage compartment of the power armor. Qin Mo took out the nails, and used telekinesis to control the nails, and wooden boards to repair the holes in the temple. Soon the cold wind stopped howling in the temple, and with the bonfire, it felt a lot warmer. There were still a few wooden boards left. Qin Mo remembered that he had been sleeping on the ground these days, so he used the remaining scraps to build a double bed, and picked up some stones to build a fireplace. After finishing everything, Qin Mo lay on the wooden bed to rest. The fireplace exuded warmth, illuminating half of the temple, making Qin Mo feel quite cozy. If he hadn't lived on the back of the giant turtle for a long time, Qin Mo would not have repaired the temple. Now that he was done with everything, Qin Mo suddenly wondered about the origin of the giant turtle, so he asked, "You are an entity in the subspace, right? Where did you come from? Chaos without division." "No, I'm just a subspace entity." The giant whale said, "It is a subspace entity gathered by travelers of various races in the real universe on a long journey, hoping to reach the destination smoothly and safely. So I was born to serve travelers, like a horse." "I see." Qin Mo nodded. He knew there were benevolent entities in the subspace, but this giant turtle was neither a benevolent nor a malicious entity, just an entity. It was no different from the small creatures drifting aimlessly in the subspace. "Where do you want to go?" the giant whale asked. "I want to go to Tyrone." Qin Mo blurted out subconsciously. Returning to the real universe, returning to Tyrone, this was Qin Mo's most urgent thought now. He didn't expect the giant whale to really take him out of the subspace, but the giant whale responded, "Please take a rest, we will be there soon." "I'm not in the mood to joke with you." Qin Mo turned over and lay facing the temple wall. I don't know how long it took. Qin Mo opened his eyes, and suddenly found that he had just fallen asleep. "You've arrived at the place you want to go," the giant turtle said. "Huh?" Qin Mo couldn't believe it, and walked out of the temple. He didn't return to the real universe, but was still in the subspace. But the scene in front of him was one pure planet after another, which was arranged in clusters in an impossible way. If this scene was copied to the real universe, it would definitely make all astrophysicists feel that life has lost its meaning. On those pure planets, there was a light curtain formed by countless blue light spots. Having been in the subspace for a while, Qin Mo could see that the light curtain on the planet was a soul projection. This is Tyrone. the giant whale said. Chi Nemo nodded in agreement. This is Tyrone, but not the Tyrone in the real universe. It is the real universe structure corresponding to each planet in the Tyrone star zone in the subspace. The soul projections on these planets are naturally the soul projections of the Tyrone people. It is not very peaceful here. A transparent curtain visible to the naked eye covered the real universe structure of the entire Tyrone star zone. It was the curtain of the real universe structure strengthened by the star god. The curtain had a big hole at this time, which was obviously the dead zone where the reality membrane was torn apart due to time travel. The Nurgle army was invading the hole at this time. The one fighting with the Nurgle army was a black sphere like an orbital dock. Around the black sphere were the army, wearing Talon standard power armor, and holding laser rifles. The Nurgle demon army is powerful, and has many troops. The Tyrone army naturally cannot defeat them, so the orbital dock and the army have been surrounded by the demon army. The big demons in the demon army ran into the curtain and roamed around every pure planet, releasing Nurgle's plague witchcraft from time to time. Chi Nemo saw that the soul projection was affected by witchcraft and turned green, so it is conceivable that someone in the Tyrone star region in the real universe will be infected with the plague and become a plague zombie, or a mobile virus bomb, or something. Those who fought against the demon army were not the Tyrone army, but the souls of the Tyrone army dead in the subspace. They didn't know why they gained power in the subspace, and they resisted the interference of the demon army on the corresponding structure of the real universe in the subspace. It's just that they are too fragile. The voice of the giant whale sounded again. Chi Nemo's expression gradually became ferocious, gritting his teeth. The demon army was actually invading the corresponding structure of every planet and every person in the Tyrone star zone in the subspace. It was not enough for them to descend on the real universe and slaughter the living beings in the dead zone. And the dead souls of the Tyrone army have been fighting the demon army alone. Even if the threat they posed to the demon army was not as great as that of the curtain, they were still fighting. The dead still have no peace after death. Still tortured by the war brought by chaos. This series of events ignited Chi Nemo's anger. He jumped up from the back of the giant whale, holding the chainsaw sword and the old woman's sword, and rushed straight to the Nurgle demon army. Chapter 440. A figure fell in the corner of the eyes of the Nurgle demon. It would not care about this person, but the fire and lightning storms that surged around it forced it to divert its attention from casting spells and focus on dealing with the uninvited guest. Chi Nemo slaughtered every Nurgle demon in front of him in the subspace. The crone sword and chainsaw sword emitted golden and white light while swinging, and lightning and fire rushed in the gaps between his every movement. However, Chi Nemo did not kill the Nurgle demon directly, but killed a way through the demon army to the orbital dock and the Tyrone army ghost. The dead gathered near the orbital dock, and continued to hold the defense line even though the orbital dock was riddled with holes eaten by demons. When Chi Nemo fought his way through the demon army and came near them, their pressure was greatly relieved. The rebels' front was torn apart by the Legion commander. For the Hive, for the 1st Army Regiment, for the Legion commander. Chi Nemo heard a roar from the dead, and then a regiment of infantry led by their commander launched a charge in the direction of the Nurgle demon. This is a familiar yet strange war cry. At least the soul that roared was not rational and sober. He still thought that he was facing the Genestealer rebels in the Tyrone Hive, and fighting bloody battles in the counterattack led by Chi Nemo. The void shield of the fortress city has been paralyzed. Charge! Seize Tyrone too! The unification war must be won. Another series of roars sounded. Another group of souls, who died in the Tyrone unification war, rushed towards the line of the Nurgle demon army. Their figures were soon swallowed up by the hideous Nurgle demons one after another. Chi Nemo wanted to protect them, but the Nurgle demons were entangled with him, and he couldn't get away. Ah! Cadia stands firm. A dead soul of the Tyrone army carried the dead soul of a Cadian soldier with his legs blown off, screaming and running wildly. The Cadian soldier carried a giant glittering bomb on his back. Under the cover of friendly forces, they rushed into the center of the Nurgle army and detonated the bomb. Countless Nurgle demons were blown away by the shock wave created by the bomb, and the front line was torn apart. Nay the Charger. Chi Nemo suddenly remembered this name. Nay was a soldier of the Tyrone army. He fought side by side with the Cadians in the Battle of Cadia and faced the demons summoned by Carlos. When the position was about to be lost, Nay, whose arms were burned by the flames released by the Fear demon, rushed towards the Cinch army with the Cadian assault soldiers, whose legs were blown off, and exiled a large number of demons with bombs. After the war, the Cadians built a monument for Nay the Charger on the Toyoko plain. The statue on the monument was him roaring, as if he had lost his mind and charging with Cadian soldiers on his back. No one knew the name of the Cadian soldier on his back, because after the bomb exploded, only the special interlayer in the innermost part of the Tyrone power armor that stored the nameplate was preserved, and the nameplate of the Cadian soldier wearing the carapace armor was blown away. The Cadians could only leave a line of names on the monument for the soldier on Nay's back, a Cadian sister, mother, or wife. Every scene and every roar stimulated Chin Mo, and he also roared and charged with his former soldiers, following the path blown out by the charger Nay, to kill the Nurgle demon. Dirty and bizarre demons rushed towards Chin Mo, blocking the Tyrone army ghosts around him, but Chin Mo still killed the big demon. At this time, the big demon and Chin Mo were only 5 meters apart. The former saw the latter's appearance clearly, and his fat body trembled. "Which bastard got you into the supreme heaven?" This was the last sentence of the big demon. As the voice fell, the big demon's abdomen with fangs and big mouth was pierced horizontally by the chainsaw sword, and countless maggots, flies, and rotten intestines flowed out of the wound. The head of the great demon was cut off by the crone's sword, and its fat body collapsed and rotted. The soul that was screaming and crawling upwards was pulled into Chin Mo's body, wailing and screaming in the essence of the star god, like a meat grinder, and finally turned into nutrients to enhance the power of the soul. Without the leadership and protection of the great demon, the remaining Nurgle demon army faced a massacre. After realizing that the demons killed by Chin Mo would die forever, those Nurgle spirits, who liked to laugh and joke on the battlefield, howled and fled, but were immediately engulfed by the torrent of flames that caught up with them. After the battle, countless demon souls hovered on the battlefield, forming a green soul vortex. Every soul in the vortex was trying to climb up, but they could not get rid of the control, and were swallowed by the old woman's sword held high by Chin Mo. Screams, wails, cries. These sounds disappeared, as the soul vortex was sucked into the old woman's sword. A white wave on the sword body surged towards Chin Mo's arm, making him feel that the energy he had just consumed in the battle was fully replenished, and his own body strength seemed to be stronger. The battle is over. All the dead souls looked at Chin Mo woodenly, and walked towards him like zombies. Each dead soul had a blank expression, and a dull look in his eyes. Chin Mo was very sad and frustrated, because he could not give these people permanent peace. Once upon a time, he wanted to study something that could store souls, just like the soul stones of the Eldar. But later he found that souls were useless to the star gods except for improving their taste. After the carrier of the real universe was destroyed, the souls would inevitably return to the Sea of Souls, that is, the subspace. As for the soul stone, the Eldar themselves might not know how that thing appeared, and there was no god among the star gods who could cry out soul stones like the goddess of life Aisha. As for devouring souls, Chin Mo would not do it until there was no measure to protect the soul. With the creation of the psychic matrix, there is still hope to protect the souls of the dead. When Chin Mo had a lot to say but couldn't, the dead souls had gathered in front of Chin Mo. One of the dead souls stood up and saluted. "Albert, the commander of the 31st Regiment of the 1st Infantry Corps of the Tyrone Hive Planetary Defense Force, salutes the commander. All the members of the regiment are ready, and we can launch a counterattack against the rebels at your command." Chin Mo still remembers Albert. He once fought in the bottom nest of the hive with Duncan, the commander of the armored regiment now known as the Tyrone Iron Fist, and evenly distributed the power armor assigned to them to friendly forces. In the end, he was killed by the psychic bishop of the rebels. Albert, the commander of the 31st Regiment of the 1st Infantry Regiment of the Tyrone Hive Planetary Defense Force, salutes the commander. All members of the regiment are ready to launch a counterattack against the rebels at your command. When Chin Mo tried to communicate with Albert, the latter still saluted and reported numbly. Only then did Chin Mo realize that they were no longer entities with self-awareness, but dead souls in the Sea of Souls distorted by the will of the living. They continued to play the roles they played before death here, because in the consciousness of the living who were commemorating them in the Star Zone, they were soldiers of the Tyrone army. Chapter 441. After a great battle, the dead souls of the Tyrone army all looked exhausted, including the orbital dock that carried them. The reason why it is called the same thing is that this orbital dock is just the corresponding structure of the dock that carries the ashes in the real universe. It is not a dock, but something like a mobile base, or even a living thing. The wounds that were previously eaten by the Nurgle demons are bleeding. The orbital dock is bleeding, which is definitely a scene that can only be seen in the subspace. War is sweeping the entire star region. A voice came into Chin Mo's ears. Then the entire orbital dock and the army of dead souls were covered by light. In this time of crisis, whether you are a soldier resting in the trenches on the front line, a worker producing weapons and ammunition in the rear, or someone driving a mecha to farm in the agricultural world. No matter who you are, no matter who we are, let us mourn for all the victims of the entire star region from ancient times to the present. Praise every victim. The light became brighter and brighter. The belief from the living people imprinted a deeper concept of the dead souls, that they were soldiers, and also strengthened the power of the dead souls. Some of the dead souls even began to recover briefly and realized where they were, and what they were doing. Captain of the Legion. Albert suddenly said, "Why are you here? Did you die too?" While speaking, Albert heard a voice whispering in his ear. "Whose tombstone is this, mother?" "This is your father. He once fought with Lord Talon. At that time, the world we were in was still a nest city." Shin-Emo looked at Albert and shook his head slowly. "I am not dead, I was just sucked into the subspace." "Then you should leave immediately. It is very dangerous here," Albert said nervously. But after saying this, Albert realized that there was not much difference between what he said and what he didn't say. Shin-Emo was not a fool. If he could leave, he would have left earlier. How could he stay in this dangerous place? "Captain, do you still remember me?" A man with a red coxcomb jumped out and asked excitedly. "Bloody coxcomb." Shin-Emo nodded, "Of course, but obviously I can't keep an eye on you, otherwise you wouldn't be dead. Even gods can't avoid being careless." The man laughed and didn't hesitate. Afterwards, more souls who regained consciousness came up to ask questions. What happened to the Tyrone Hive afterwards? Did the Empire embarrass Shin-Emo? Are their family members who are still alive okay? Shin-Emo answered their questions one by one without any impatience, and after answering, he told them what happened in the Star Zone after their death. The dead souls were very happy that Tyrone Hive became the capital of an entire Star Zone. When they heard that the Tyrone Navy had grown from 3 warships to a huge fleet of thousands of warships, the dead souls of the crew members who died in the war were also very happy. The happy conversation ended quickly, and when the living people in the Star Zone finished paying tribute, the dead souls turned back into the subspace army without self-awareness. Fortunately, Shin-Emo found that some ghosts, who seemed to have died in the previous battle, reappeared. The charged Nei was still alive, with her armless body carrying a Cadian soldier, and the Cadian soldier, who lost his legs, was still carrying a bomb as tall as her. This may be the advantage of the subspace entity. Unless the person who killed them has the ability to devour souls, they will not die. Stay here. Sooner or later, I will make you regain your sanity and enjoy peace in a safe subspace area forever. Shin-Emo took a last look at the dead souls of these soldiers and turned away. Albert, the commander of the 31st Regiment of the 1st Infantry Corps of the Tyrone Hive Planetary Defense Force, salutes the commander. All the members of the regiment are ready to launch a counterattack against the rebels at your command. Albert suddenly saluted as before. In the case of losing his mind, he would only repeat this sentence, because in the memory of the living, what impressed them most was Albert's words and his deeds in the bottom nest counterattack that determined the fate of the entire hive. Shin-Emo shook his head, turned around and continued to walk towards the giant whale. The dead souls followed him all the time. The living orbital dock was also floating behind. The group seemed to be walking in the void, without any land under their feet, but they could walk freely. Until Shin-Emo stepped on the land on the back of the giant whale again, he looked back and saw that Albert and other dead souls had come to the back of the giant turtle, and the orbital dock was floating next to the giant turtle. When the giant turtle turned into a giant whale again, the orbital dock automatically made room for its flapping huge tail. Shin-Emo realized that the dead souls and the orbital dock seemed to be attached with some kind of obsession, and when they were not awake, they would act according to the obsession. Perhaps it was because in the minds of the living people in the Tyrone sector, these people died in battle, and their fate was to fight to death, for the sector, for the Lord of Tyrone. Okay. Shin-Emo stopped. The Nurgle demons are trying to attack the corresponding structure of this sector in the subspace. Our mission is to disintegrate the attack of the Nurgle demons, and give them a head-on blow. The dead souls immediately lined up in neat rows, and walked onto the back of the giant whale, and then formed infantry squares one after another. At this time, the giant whale asked, "Where should I take you and your army?" "To the Nurgle demon realm," Shin-Emo said decisively. Compared to the Slaanesh demon realm, the Nurgle demon realm does not have the twists and turns of the 6 rings. When the giant whale said Shin-Emo and his army outside the demon realm, they could only see the vast plains flowing with pus, maggots and flies. These mortal creatures that are hated by the mortal world are everywhere in the demon realm, and those things that look like rocks are pus bags that are swollen to the point of bursting. Strange giant trees were scattered in the pus, with small flowers full of pus growing near the roots. This place looked like a small garden, or a forest, or both. In short, nothing could accurately describe this area. This strange place was a great challenge to the senses of living things. Qin Mo's human senses could not even analyze everything here, and could only force it to be vaguely classified as a concept that existed in the real universe. The essence of the star god is even more confused here. The only thing it can feel is the countless subspace demons scattered in the Nurgle demon realm. It is because of the existence of these demons that Qin Mo can still feel a little familiar, and not feel all unknown. Those demons still exist in the physical form that Qin Mo is familiar with. Demons originally have no physical form in the subspace, but now they do. This is also one of the many questions that have arisen in his mind since entering the subspace. Chapter 442. A demon army was gathering in the garden. The great demon who led the demon army leaned against a tree, as if enjoying the coolness. Nurglings were running around, making a grinding laughter. Other Nurgling demons were staggering, some were sleeping, some were chatting, and some were chasing Nurglings who had stolen their organs. In short, it was a lazy and scattered scene. Compared to the army of a warp evil god, these guys in front of them looked more like a group of forced ducks on the shelf, with no order at all, turning the army gathering into a parade. When the demons had almost gathered, the great demon lazily opened his eyes and took a look, and said lazily, "Our mission is to invade the corresponding structure of the Talon Star Zone in the subspace, and spread the plague to the soul projections of those mortals." As soon as the voice fell, the demons nodded to show that they understood. "What are we going to do?" the great demon asked the demons tentatively. The demons stared at each other without saying a word. "Forget it." The great demon suddenly felt tired. "Anyway, you are not going to do this alone, I have to go with you." After saying what they needed to say, the demon army was ready to go, marching out of the deadwood forest, and heading towards the edge of the garden. Just as the demon army was about to leave the kingdom of the Allfather, a cannonball suddenly fell from the sky and exploded in the center of the demons. The violent shock wave overturned thousands of Nurglings in the demon army. The explosion swallowed up nearly 10,000 low-level demons. The demon army that had recovered from the explosion looked forward together, only to see a black sphere with its mouth wide open, and a cannon barrel with a little white smoke coming out of it shrinking backwards in the mouth. Before the demons could observe carefully, dazzling golden lights fell from the sky, and an entire army was teleported to the front of the demon army. The last one to be teleported was a sturdy man holding the Crone sword and the chainsaw sword. The great demon who led the demon army suddenly remembered that he had used witchcraft to drag Abaddon's warship into the warp during the Battle of Cadia. He had seen this man at that time. Not his appearance, but the power he used. "Why are you here?" the demon exclaimed. The response to the demon was overwhelming artillery fire. After the souls of the Tyrone army were teleported out, they were ready for battle. Among them, the intelligent artillery operators who died in the war drove the artillery like living things to bombard forward. When the dense shells fell forward, the infantry advanced while firing. At first, the demon army could resist for a while, but when Qin Mo jumped up and fell into the center of the battlefield, releasing a sea of fire, the demons who saw their kind being wiped out on a large scale collapsed instantly and fled madly in all directions. No matter how cruel the scene is, it cannot shake the will of the demons, but eternal destruction can. No one is allowed to run. The big demon could no longer remain lazy at this time. He held a bone stick with flesh and pus attached to it to hammer the nearby demons, while roaring loudly to try to maintain order. At this time, lightning fell from the sky to the place where the most demons were. Qin Mo did not control his power, and the thunder directly smashed the bodies and souls of a large number of demons. The living demons collapsed even more. They rushed madly towards the dead souls of the Tyrone army, urging these dead souls to shoot and kill them quickly, because in this way, they would not be directly annihilated by the sudden lightning and fire, and at least they could keep their souls. Keep the soul temporarily. When the demons found that the souls of the demons who died in the hands of the dead souls of the Tyrone army were devoured by the old woman's sword, they completely collapsed. The big demon's efforts to maintain order were in vain, and it finally chose to face Qin Mo. The green storm formed by the gathering of germs set off in the garden. The big demon felt the surging power in the subspace that it could not feel when it entered the real universe, which made it full of confidence. "Face me." The big demon raised the bone stick and roared. The power that was enough to destroy a planet with one blow was brewing in its disintegrating muscles. Don't forget that this is the subspace. Before he finished speaking, Qin Mo descended from the sky. With a flash of cold light, the head of the great demon fell to the ground, and his soul was sucked into the old woman's sword. "Did I fucking ask you?" Shin-Emo slowly turned around and looked down at the great demon's floating body. I don't know that this is the subspace. When the great demon died, the demon army collapsed completely. The dead souls of the Tyrone army chased every demon they saw in the garden. And those demons, who hid behind the trees and tried to escape, were killed by Shin-Emo. The battle ended quickly. When Shin-Emo pulled the chainsaw sword out of the remains of a Nurgling, he suddenly recalled the scene of killing the demon just now, and then realized that his power was indeed stronger. Keep going deeper. Shin-Emo pointed his sword forward and led the army forward. At this time, the old woman's sword suddenly hummed, and when a white light flowed to Shin-Mo's arm, he suddenly heard a voice speaking. There is a warrior fighting not far away. Please help him. Shin-Emo thought he was hallucinating, but the voice kept echoing until he confirmed that he heard someone talking. After raising the crone sword and taking a look, Shin-Emo asked the long sword tentatively, There is no direction in the subspace. How can I know what the place you are talking about not far away is? Follow the guidance of the light. The crone sword responded, which made Shin-Emo believe that the sword seemed to have helped him absorb too many souls in the killing, so that it became a spirit. Or maybe it had self-awareness, but just awakened now. On the sword body, the front of the blade that looked like a finger bone flashed with a light like an arrow, indicating the location of the warrior it mentioned. Shin-Emo thought about it, and felt that the warrior guided by the crone sword should be an Eldar. But now in the warp, no matter he is a human, an Eldar or a green skin, as long as he is an enemy of the dark gods, he can cooperate. Thinking of this, Shin-Emo stepped in the direction of the light. The terrain in the Nurgle garden is not fixed. Those giant trees that look like living things may be in front of you at one glance, but behind you at the next glance. The plants, terrain, buildings of the entire garden. All these dirty things are like the organs and biological tissues of a huge living maze. Shin-Emo found himself a road idiot here. Neither human nor star god senses could record the road he had walked so far, let alone identify the road ahead in the garden. At this time, the guidance of the old woman's sword became particularly important. It could always guide a fast and safe road in the garden to avoid the many demons gathered in the garden. Finally, the light guided Shin-Emo to a dilapidated mansion-like building. This mansion did not look magnificent. It looked like a ghost place where the protagonist's family in a horror movie was determined to continue living. When Shin-Emo came to the outside of the mansion, a sound of breaking sounded, and a tall warrior in silver armor was thrown out of the mansion, smashing a deep pit on the ground. Chapter 443. Caldo Diego. A roar came from the damaged part of the mansion, and a demon prince walked out and called out the name of the warrior. The voice of the demon prince when he spoke was like the pustules on the bodies of millions of Nurgle demons festering at the same time, and also like the screams of mortals in the plague of an entire hive world gathered together. These strange sounds came out of the demon prince's mouth, forming syllables one by one. In the demon army of the dark gods, the demon prince is a being with a higher status than the great demon. They are either the original gene bodies that rebelled against the empire, or the demons in the warp, who were given too many instructions and favors by the four gods, or the mortals, who have made great contributions in the name of the dark gods. The demon prince, who appeared in front of Shin-Emo, was obviously a native of the subspace. He was tall, twisted, and deformed. Compared with the layers of flesh and blood attached to his body, the armor that only covered a small part of his body looked more like biological tissue. The silver-armored warrior beaten by the demon prince attracted Shin-Mo's attention more. This was obviously a Grey Knight. He held a large shield and a long sword. The holy shield-type Terminator armor on his body was full of holy runes, and a storm bolter was pinned on his leg. Caldo Diego. This is the armor of the Grey Knight. Big shield, long sword. All these made Shin-Emo very sure that the Grey Knight in front of him was the famous Grandmaster Caldor. Caldor had a nickname of Drag Brother. He was once trapped in the warp, burned the Garden of Nurgle, went to the Cinch realm to turn the impossible city into ruins, and once wrote his name under the heart of the demon Primarch Mordorion. This is a legendary Grey Knight. When Shin-Emo looked at Caldor, Caldor also looked at him. It was almost impossible for a human to appear healthy in the Nurgle realm, so Caldo only thought that it was an illusion that appeared in front of him because he had stayed in the warp for too long. Why don't you take a break? Caldo looked at the demon prince, who was approaching aggressively. You have too many tumors on your body, I am tired for you. When Caldo was ready to raise his shield to resist the attack, the demon prince stopped and looked at Shin-Emo beside Caldo, and the many human dead souls in front of him. It thought it was hallucinating. After all, Caldo was a powerful psychic, and it was not difficult for him to create illusions. But when it found that Caldo seemed to have seen these people, it confirmed that they were not false psychic illusions. Through the reaction of the demon prince, Cardo also realized that the people in front of him were not illusions. The three parties of demons looked at each other, and were silent for 2 seconds. The first to break the silence was the demon prince. A whirlwind of maggots gathered through the mansion, and swept towards Chin Imo, Cardo, and the dead souls of the Tyrone army. Cardo reacted immediately, raised his sword and released blue lightning that spread across the sky, and the maggot whirlwind instantly turned into ashes scattered all over the sky. The demon prince held a green incense burner in his right hand. When he intentionally drew the power of Nurgle, the incense burner would release a dazzling green light, followed by a larger scale of plague and maggots. The soil under Chin Imo and Cardo's feet turned into a pile of insects, and countless fat maggots, and even more bizarre poisonous insects were climbing up along their power armor. When Chin Imo showed a disgusting and hateful expression, Cardo had already taken the lead in reacting and released psychic vibrations. On the armor, on the weapons, on the ground. In short, the maggots around were blown away by the shock waves generated by the psychic vibrations, turning into a rain of insects spreading all around. However, the maggots and the plague were just the prelude. After the power of destruction brewed in the incense burner for a while, the entire mansion turned into a four-legged living creature. It is conceivable what terrible consequences would be if the demon prince was allowed to brew the power of destruction in the incense burner. Incense burner! Incense burner! Cardo shouted loudly, raised his hand to release spiritual energy, and tried to restrain the demon prince. But the demon prince broke free in an instant, and smashed the incense burner at Cardo. A roar sounded, the incense burner hit the shield, and half of Cardo's body was smashed into the ground with a crack on his armor. When the incense burner was about to fall for the second time, the demon prince's arm holding the incense burner was cut off. It was Chin Imo who jumped up and swung the old woman's sword from top to bottom to cut off the arm. After landing, he turned around and stabbed the chainsaw sword into the demon prince's chest with his backhand. The chainsaw roared. What gushed out from the wound, brought out by the teeth, was not internal organs or blood, but fat maggots that splashed out like a fountain. Die! Die! The demon prince struggled to turn around. Flames spurted out from the teeth, followed by lightning. The body of the demon prince was destroyed by the two destructive elements that Chin Imo could mobilize, but he still had the strength to fight. The arm that turned into charcoal immediately returned to fragmented rotten meat, and he took out a bone stick from somewhere and smashed it at Chin Imo. More violent lightning burst from the wound stabbed by the chainsaw sword. The demon prince was still alive, but he felt that his soul had been irreparably damaged, and his body even began to become paralyzed. Cardo had recovered and was holding up his sword to release psychic lightning to help Chin Imo. Then Sokolan Baron, Kusa Yidolandile, Savinko Kabduk, Kedivans Iruno. A string of awkward words that sounded like a spell was recited by Cardo. Chin Imo first thought it was a spell, then realized it was not a spell, but the real name of the demon prince. The real name of the demon is always long and difficult to pronounce, and the Grey Knight may have to recite it for several hours to exile the demon with the real name. Chin Imo then realized that if he hadn't come, the current battle would be similar to the battle that Carder had fought against Mortarion, who was also a demon prince. First, Carder was beaten back step by step, and it was difficult for him to even defend himself, and then he exiled Mortarion by reciting the real name. Perhaps if Kaldor wanted, he could take advantage of the time when the demon prince was exiled to carve his name on his heart, just like he did in the battle with Mortarion. Don't exile it. Kill it! Chin Imo roared in the roar of the chainsaw. Kaldor thought for a second, and finally stopped chanting his true name, and closed his eyes instead, brewing psychic energy while the demon prince was unable to move. Before facing a powerful demon, like the demon prince, Kaldor had fought in the Garden of Nurgle for too long. He was very tired, and could not focus on releasing psychic energy during the battle. Now was the time for him to adjust his concentration. When Cardo opened his eyes again, spiritual energy gathered and surged in his eye sockets, and then more powerful spiritual energy lightning fell from the sky and hit the demon prince directly. Cardo Diego! The demon prince roared. As soon as the voice fell, the demon's fat head was cut off by the old woman's sword and rolled to the ground. The soul that flew out of the body was swallowed by the old woman's sword and transformed into nutrients to enhance the essence of the soul, and delivered to Chin Imo. Chapter 444. The fight is over. Cardo let out a long sigh, and the tense muscles under his armor stretched out, and he relaxed a lot. Chin Imo turned his head and looked at the dead souls of the Tyrone army. These dead souls were just affected by the maggots and plague released by the demon prince, but fortunately they are fine now. Why did you appear in the Nurgle demon realm? Chin Imo asked. He thought that Cardo should have left the Nurgle demon realm by now. Shouldn't you ask me what my identity is? Kaldor walked slowly to the incense burner that the demon prince had dropped to the ground, and used his psychic power to completely destroy it. At this point, the Grey Knight Grand Master let out a long breath and sat down exhausted. Inside the Grey Knight's Holy Shield Terminator armor, the counter used to help count in the subspace showed 350:22, which meant that Kaldor had been fighting in the Nurgle realm for 350 years and 22 days, and had not rested since the moment he entered the Nurgle realm. Although there is no time in the warp, as a person from the real universe, Cardo is used to keeping track of time. Even if it has no meaning or effect, he just wants to do it. Who are you? Cardo raised his head and looked at Chin Mo. I see that the power you use is not psychic power. How can you kill the demon prince in the warp without using psychic power? It's a long story. Chin Mo looked around and finally decided not to go deeper, but to take Cardo to a safe place to obtain more information about the Nurgle demon realm from the Grey Knight Grand Master, who has been lost in the warp for a long time. So Chin Mo took out the black crystal and teleported everyone present back to the temple on the back of the giant turtle. The fireplace in the temple was still burning, even though there was no wood in it. Cardo walked slowly out of the spreading black light, looked around, and saw a relatively warm haven, as well as Chin Mo and the dead souls of the Tyrone army. The warm fireplace, human fellows, and beds. These instantly relaxed Cardo's nerves that had been tense for hundreds of years. He let out a long sigh of exhaustion, and sat in front of the fireplace to warm himself. I had a whale like this before, but he was killed by a corn demon with an axe, Kaldor said. Chin Mo was silent, thinking about how to talk to this great mentor, gain trust, and get more information about the demon realm. Not only about the demon realm of Nurgle, but also Khorne, Tzeentch demon realm. Kaldor has been to these places. But the Grey Knight in front of him was friendlier than Chin Mo thought. He sat on the ground for a while, then got up and walked to the bed, turned around and asked, Do you mind? No problem. Chin Mo shook his head. Cardo took a breath, sat on the bed, and took out a backpack from somewhere, took out some meat from it, and put it on the fireplace to roast. The two were silent for a while. Until Cardo turned the roast meat over, his hand paused for a moment, and asked, Why don't you ask who I am? I have been in the subspace for so long, and I really want someone to talk to me. I know who you are, and I also know that you are the Grand Master of the Grey Knights, Chin Mo said. Cardo, who was turning the barbecue, suddenly shuddered, turned his head, and stared at Chin Mo. Grey Knight. How could you know this name? Cardo kept looking at Chin Mo while speaking, and made sure that he was not wearing any emblems or ornaments worn by the high-ranking officials of the Empire or the Inquisition, and concluded that he was not someone who should know the existence of the Grey Knight. The Grey Knight has always been a secret in the Empire. In the cruel code of conduct of the Grey Knights, any civilian or soldier who knows the existence of demons and Grey Knights must die, even if they only glimpse a part of the Grey Knight's armor. Signing extermination orders for the world after the demons have ravaged it, and the survivors on it is what the Grey Knights often do. Do you want to silence me? Chin Mo asked. No, of course not. Cardo pointed to his feet. You have stabbed a demon prince to death. I think you are not an ordinary person. Why do you want to silence me? After saying that, Cardo put the shield on his knees, and took out a bottle of oil from his backpack to apply it on it. There was a photo of a nun on the bottle of oil. And the oil in the bottle. Chin Mo could sense that it was refined from human tissue. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to use it either, but in the warp, I have to do something to ensure that the weapon is always in the best condition. Kaldor greased the shield, then put the bottle on his heart, mourning for the nun in the photo on the bottle. Fight in your name, sister. After preparing the weapon, Kaldor moved his eyes to the roasted meat on the fireplace, picked up a skewer, and handed it to Chin Mo. Try the meat roasted by the master chef of the Grey Knight's canteen. Chin Mo took the roasted meat and asked tentatively, Is this the meat of the devil? This is the meat of Cardo Diego. Eat it with confidence. Cardo replied unhappily, picked up another skewer of meat, and took a big bite. Perhaps because he had been in the warp for too long and was too lonely, Cardo took the initiative to talk about the purpose of his trip to the Nurgle demon realm. That incense burner was the purpose. The reason was that Cardo saw the demon prince appear in the real universe holding an incense burner and spreading a devastating plague, and then he went to deal with this demon prince and killed him in the Nurgle demon realm for hundreds of years until now. When I was fighting that demon prince, I was reciting his real name from beginning to end, but I was knocked out before I finished reciting it. You know everything that happened afterwards. Kaldor looked helpless. For him, this battle was no different from the battle with Mortar Ion. It mainly relied on reciting the real name to counter the opponent. There was no way. The enemy of the Demon Prince's level was too powerful. After talking about his own affairs, Carter asked about Chin Mo, and then he knew what happened since he entered the subspace to the last month of the last year of the 41st millennium. The month of shame. The Battle of Cadia. The Battle of Baal. The establishment of the Tyrone sector, and the Battle of Tyrone. Chin Mo said everything except his own affairs. He only vaguely told Kaldor that he was the sector lord, or governor, of the Tyrone sector. Kaldor heard everything, but what he cared about most was the month of shame. The so-called month of shame refers to the cleansing activities of the Inquisition, and the Grey Knights against the worlds ravaged by demons after the First War of Armageddon, and the cleansing activities were obstructed by the founding group, the Space Wolves. The Grey Knights and the Inquisition directly attacked the Space Wolves' warships, almost leading to a civil war. When Chin Mo said that when facing the aggressive Inquisitor, the Wolf Chapter Captain Logan jumped up and slashed, Cardo laughed. Is that old guy Logan still so irritable? This Inquisitor really walked into the trap. Indeed, in addition, Logan's jump slash killed not only the Inquisitor, but also the Grey Knight's Grand Master Joros. What did you say? Chapter 445. When he heard that a Grey Knight Grand Master was hacked to death by the Space Wolves, Chapter Master Logan, Kaldor's smile instantly disappeared. Grey Knight. Emperor's Hammer. A professional anti-demon organization established by the Sigillite Malkador. Each Grey Knight is a carefully selected psyker, and even the Aegis Terminator armor, they were contains fragments of the Emperor's armor. The Grand Master of such an organization or institution has absolute authority, but was hacked to death by the Space Wolves Chapter Master. Even Kaldor in the warp felt ashamed for this. It's not about how a Grey Knight Grand Master could be killed by Logan's leaping slash. Grey Knights are good at psychic powers, and are the elite among the elite, but the Chapter Master is not an ordinary person either. It's not abnormal for him to die at the hands of Logan. The problem is that Logan actually killed a Grey Knight Grand Master like this. What was he thinking? What were the Grey Knights thinking? What was the Inquisition thinking? He could do this, which shows that he was not afraid of the consequences, and Logan was not punished afterwards. This matter was just left unresolved. If it were you, what would you do? Chin Mo remembered one thing, that is, in the Shame Moon incident, the Grey Knight Grand Master, who was killed, even proposed that the Space Wolves go on an atonement expedition for 200 years, and then the matter would be over. Kaldor thought about it on his own, and finally shook his head. I don't know. Chin Mo frowned slightly. He really wanted to know what Carter would do if he was the person involved. Would he release his psychic energy in the face of Logan jumping and slashing? Or should we just let it go, and not make things difficult for the Space Wolves? I have to say that the Grey Knight's decision was not wrong. Even if the world is preserved after the rampage of demons, the civilians will be corrupted, and eventually a large-scale rebellion will occur, and the seeds of chaos will take root and sprout. But the Space Wolves do not want the civilians on their territory to be exterminated. This is also human nature. Moreover, they have proposed a measure that they think is very effective in screening out the corrupted. This is the most terrible game. Cardo and Chin Mo looked at each other, speaking in a steady voice. Do you know what the most terrible game in the world is? It's not a game between two gangs for profit, but a game between two gangs of people who both think they are right. They will fight to the death for their own ideas. If it were me, I would also insist on issuing an extermination order. If Logan jumps over, all I can do is slide on the spot. After listening to all the words, Chin Mo thought for a moment and nodded, indicating that he agreed with what Cardo said. The experience of the Grey Knights is not wrong. The civilians protected by the Wolf Group in the shameful month are chaos mines that may explode at any time. Chin Mo thought about it. If he were the Grand Master of the Grey Knights, he would definitely destroy this mine firmly, because that is the duty of the Emperor's Hammer. But then he thought again, it was the Grey Knights who wanted to exterminate some people in the Talon sector. Chin Mo felt that he would not hesitate to use a dimensional lightning on the Grey Knights. Either the Grey Knights would be wiped out in Talon, or the people of Talon would be exterminated by the Grey Knights because he was the Lord of Talon. This is the duty. Logan's situation is no different from what Chin Mo imagined. When two groups of people who are extremely committed to their duties collide, it is difficult to end. Let's talk about the current situation. Chin Mo changed the subject. Do you know much about the Nurgle Demon Realm? I know that the Demon Army is trying to release the plague on the corresponding structure of the Talon Star Zone in the subspace, and I have to stop them. Cardo looked at Chin Mo, and after 2 seconds of silence, he asked back, Don't tell me you really want to go back to that damn place. Chin Mo did not answer, but looked at Cardo firmly. Cardo sighed helplessly. If I were still an ordinary person, the planetary governor would be a person like you. Of course, I am very familiar with the demon realm, and I also know that several groups of demon armies are gathering. Take me there, please, Chinemo said. Cardo did not immediately agree or refuse, but flipped his hand, took out a bomb-sized cigar from somewhere, held it in his mouth, and took 2 puffs. Chinemo had no idea that Cardo had the same habit as Creed, so he was surprised and looked surprised. Cardo thought that Chinemo was surprised that he could easily conjure up a cigar that was effective against the transformed Superman warrior, so he explained, "This is the subspace. As long as you have psychic power, you can easily do things that you can't do in the real universe, such as conjuring something." Chinemo understood the principle. He thought that he had no psychic power, and he could only make the fire in the subspace produce warmth by doing everything he could. In fact, no matter how many demons we kill in the warp, it is meaningless, just like the Garden of Nurgle that I burned will reappear, and the impossible city that was smashed will be rebuilt. Cardo's words sounded a bit depressed, as if he was unwilling to lead Chinemo to the assembled demon army. But he immediately changed the subject. "I found that you can completely kill demons. Maybe our killing behavior is meaningful." After speaking, Cardo pinched out the cigar, raised his hand to release psychic energy, and condensed a warehouse. He opened the warehouse, and took out many things. This warehouse was like a treasure house. More bottles filled with sham oil, as if they were copied by psychic power, with the same photos on them. Boxes of explosive bombs, a handheld heavy bolter from the Great Crusade of the 30th millennium, and an appendage used by a black mechanicus. Cardo equipped himself with all the weapons and ammunition he had collected in the subspace, ready for a fierce battle. Finally, before the warehouse door was completely closed, Cardo took out another black sickle. Chinemo was shocked when he saw the black sickle, because the sickle was different from many other weapons that Cardo found in the subspace. It was not corroded and mutated, and Cardo did not need to purify it with the ashes of the saints or human oil. It was the sickle of the star god Azagorod, the Nightbringer. "Your power reminds me of this sickle, which can also kill demons." Cardo picked up the sickle with the appendage of the black mechanicus and handed it to Chinemo, "But holding it will only make me feel scared, and it will make me weaker, so this sickle is for you to use, as a thank you for talking to me." Chinemo put the chainsaw sword back behind him, and took the sickle. At this moment, he heard countless screams and wails. The sickle contained the concept of death. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Cardo shook his head, and installed the appendages coated with holy oil on his shoulders to hold the heavy bolts, and then stuffed the strings of bolt chains into the feed port under the bolts. The founding master of the Grey Knights still held the shield, and the long sword called the Titan sword in his hands, and his body was covered with explosives and ammunition. "Let's go and show the devil some color." Chapter 446. In the Garden of Nurgle, Chinemo and Cardo walked slowly forward. The ghosts of the Tyrone army followed behind them, and automatically sent out reconnaissance teams to guard the surroundings. It's not that the group didn't want to hurry up, but the path in the Garden of Nurgle was too difficult to discern. "Are you sure you can find the way?" Chinemo raised the crone sword, which was silent at this time, and could not show the way to the two. "You can distrust a Grey Knight Grand Master, but you have to trust Cardo Diego." Cardo took out a hand-drawn map. The lines on the map were crooked and looked bad, but it was not that Cardo did not want to draw better, but that he could only draw such a map in the Garden of Nurgle. Everything here was as messy as the lines on the map. The group walked for a while, and the appendage on Cardo's arm suddenly fell off. At this time, the path changed, and the heavy bolt was very heavy. Even the speed of the power armor was slowed down. Cardo could only take off the appendage and the ammunition chain hanging on his body, and pile them together with the heavy bolt, and then pick up these things and move forward after identifying the path. "Wait a minute. I found the way, this way." Cardo pointed to a hole in front of him that was covered by flesh thorns and trees, then turned around to get the explosive arrows piled on the ground, and the path changed again. Not to mention the path that Cardo had just found, even the weapons piled on the ground disappeared. "Don't eat the sour radish," Cardo cursed, pointing at the sky and cursing, "Nurgle, if you have the guts, come out and face us, don't hide behind your garden." There was no response in the sky, and the change in the path of Nurgle's garden was obviously not intentional by Nurgle. Just as Cardo was about to continue looking for a way, the old woman's sword glowed white, and guided Chinemo to find Cardo as it did before. "You want to destroy the assembled demon army? Go this way." Hearing the voice coming from the old woman's sword, Chinemo immediately pulled Cardo to where the white light appeared. This time, the journey became much more efficient. Not long after, Chin-mo met the first demon army. According to the information Cardo collected here, there were 2 assembled demon armies, and they were one of them. The demon army was collecting small creatures from the Nurgle demon realm in the forest, and throwing them into the crucible of the great demon, who led the demon army, while the great demon stood beside the pot and boiled the plague. It is a plague that is good at wreaking havoc under a high-intensity reality structure. It does not contain much psychic energy. It is more like a relatively pure real universe virus. Kaldor closed his eyes, pointed his sword forward, and was using psychic energy to detect the plague boiled in the crucible. Whatever plague it is. Cardo heard Chin-mo squeeze out a word from his teeth, and when he opened his eyes and looked over, he found that Chin-mo had jumped up and jumped into the Nurgle demon army. Then, there was a fire bombing like a nuclear explosion. The raging flames burned the garden under the feet of the demon army, and the shock wave that swept around the explosion point shook Cardo back half a meter. The dead souls of the Tyrone army followed their leader's footsteps and launched an attack, rushing towards the unprepared demon army. When a group of demons quickly reacted and organized a defense line, the charge Nay, carrying a Cadia soldier on his back, took the lead and rushed to the defense line first. Cadia stands. For the Lord of Talon. Nye's charge was unstoppable. The demon that was brewing the plague rushed towards him, but he couldn't stop it. Kaldor realized that the ghost without arms, and the ghost of the Cadian soldier with bombs on his back seemed to have some concept attached to them, such as no one could stop him before he rushed into the enemy camp. Boom! The charger Nye and the Cadian soldier on his back died together, with the demons within a kilometer nearby. He would not appear again until the next Talon people's memorial ceremony began. Praise the courage of mankind. Cardo raised his sword and shouted, mobilizing his psychic energy to make himself disappear on the spot. Chin-mo rushed straight to the big demon and waved his arms at the same time. The sickle of the Nightbringer cut off the big demon's legs, and the sword of the old woman pierced the big demon's abdomen. When the big demon opened his stinking mouth and wanted to roar, his head was suddenly cut off by Cardo, who appeared behind him. The battle went very smoothly, but the number of demons not only did not decrease, but increased. If Chin-mo could look down at the garden at this time, he would see the demons rushing like a tide and gathering towards the battlefield. That was the second demon army that Cardo had discovered earlier. They sensed the battle and were coming to support their kind. Chin-mo and Cardo were still not at a disadvantage in the face of more and more demons. With their 2 powerful forces, the battle line formed by the dead souls of the Tyrone army was extremely solid. No matter how the demons charged, they could not break through the dead souls line. But the leader of the second demon army was not a big demon, but another demon prince. The ground under Chin-mo and Cardo's feet trembled. When they turned around and looked behind them, they saw half of the demon prince's body coming out of the ground. Its body was unusually large and fat, like a titan, and its head that broke out of the ground was larger than Chin-mo and Cardo's combined body. Chin-mo and Cardo withdrew their gazes from the demon prince, smiled at each other, and attacked the demon prince from both sides. The Nightbearer's sickle and the Titan sword were inserted into the demon prince's left and right eyes respectively, and the severe pain brought back the roar that was about to come out of his mouth. Cardo jumped up, holding the shield coated with holy oil with both hands, and slammed it into the hilt, causing the Titan sword to almost completely sink into the demon prince's eye sockets, and then the psychic shock released from the shield caused the demon prince to lose consciousness for a short time. The torrent composed of flies and insects that gnawed at armor, and flesh leaked out from the wound of the demon prince. Chin-mo and Cardo turned around and took 2 steps back at the same time, and then launched attacks at the same time. Dimensional lightning and psychic lightning intertwined and swept towards the demon prince. Following the lightning came Chin-mo's chainsaw sword and the old woman's sword. The former pierced the demon prince's skull and sawed his flesh, while the latter damaged his soul and made the demon prince scream. It was the first time that Cardo saw such a powerful chainsaw sword, which could cut through the demon prince's skull and cut the entire head horizontally like cutting tofu. I'm afraid it wouldn't be so smooth even if it was used to chop wood. The powerful soul that finally left the body was absorbed by the Crone sword and Chin-mo, and the demon prince was killed by Cardo and Chin-mo, and he was never allowed to condense and reborn in the subspace. The demons began to disintegrate. These normally immortal subspace creatures were surprisingly afraid of death. After the battle, Chin-mo and Cardo shook hands and bumped shoulders. Your psychic power is the most powerful I have ever seen. Your lightning is stronger than any psychic lightning released by any psychic. Psychic power. After praising each other for a few words, Chin-mo suddenly thought of something and asked Cardo eagerly, "Can you use psychic power to see the situation in the real universe?" Cardo cannot leave the subspace, but of course he can use psychic power to see the real universe. Without Chin Mo's detailed explanation, he knows what Chin Mo wants to see. Naturally, it is the situation in the Talon Star Zone. I saw a series of broken pictures. They are perfecting a technological product. This technological product is related to psychic power. I saw them open a portal underground, a portal to the subspace. 2 fully armed teams gathered in front of the door, shouting for Talon, for the Lord of Talon, this and that. After the investigation, Cardo suddenly felt extremely tired. When he used psychic power to explore the real universe just now, he looked for subspace rifts, psychic creations, and weak points in the curtain that could be used in the entire universe, which put a lot of pressure on his spirit. Finally, Cardo opened his eyes. Maybe, we can both get out together. Chin Mo smiled. Trust in his subordinates, satisfaction with the people in the star region. This is what Chin Mo's smile contains. And in the end, this smile turned into a smirk. Do you know what I'm thinking? Chin Mo asked Cardo with a smirk. Oh, I guess. You probably want to do something big before you leave. Cardo nodded with a smile. Then we won't leave here yet. We will kill our way into the deepest part of the demon domain and burn Nurgle's lair with your material flames. Chapter 447. Real Universe. The Battle of Tyrone lasted for about 2 months after Chin Mo entered the subspace. In a series of star systems between the Alona and Tyrone star systems in the Western Star Zone, the Ultramarines and Ultramar's 500-world fleet fought on hundreds of worlds, with or without people. The Space Marines and fleets of the Ultramarines were like a spear, piercing the Huron blockade of Tyrone. The tip of the spear was the 3 companies led by Mephiston, the head of the Blood Angels think tank. They were responsible for opening up the road, while the Ultramarines were responsible for stabilizing and defending the safe worlds that were opened up. There were too few Space Marines, and the Tyrone Gate, a defense zone specifically used for war, was too vast. There were many star systems between Alona and the Tyrone system alone. Even the Ultramarines, which had the largest number of soldiers, plus 4 companies of Blood Angels and Blood Slave Auxiliary Corps, could hardly continue to open up a path to the Tyrone system while defending the already open passage. Moreover, Huron could predict the future, and could always contain the Tyrone Navy and set up ambushes on the Space Marines' path. Calgar and Mephiston had to slow down their offensive. At this time, the Mechanicus and the Pilgrim Expedition fleet joined the war. Under the command of Severn, tens of billions of Scutarii and nearly 1,000 warships of the Mechanicus launched a desperate attack on the enemy-occupied world that the Ultramarines and the Blood Angels could not take care of. Nearly 100 million Scutarii were deployed to the surface every minute and every second under anti-aircraft firepower, charging at the Red Corsairs and other Space Marines of the war band in the name of Om Messiah. Huron tried to capture the Arona system again to block the reinforcements, and at the same time sent the Demon Fleet to contain Calgar so that he could not return to defend. But in the war between the Red Corsair Space Marines and the Mortal Servant Army attacking Arona I, a transport fleet used the Dimensional Engine to jump into the Arona system and deployed a large number of land forces to the surface. Huron soon received a report. A group of soldiers from Cadia shouted that Talon would not fall, and launched a bloody meat-crushing battle with the Space Marines on Arona I. These were not the most troublesome things for Huron, because he received another report that a Necron fleet easily penetrated the siege outside the Talon Gate and rushed into the Star Zone, but did not try to open a path for subsequent reinforcements. In addition to the Necrons, a reconnaissance mission to a system in the Gate of Talon was frustrated. According to the survivors, they saw the Eldar Death Army soldiers coming out of the webway. In addition, a Blood Moon Clan green-skin orc force passed through the edge of the Star Zone, raided the 25th Company of the Red Corsairs in post-war preparation, and then ran away. The war is becoming more and more chaotic. Huron didn't know that from the beginning of this war to now, there has been a bystander who is recording and observing everything that has happened so far. Tyrone System. The surface of the satellite of Tyrone. In a transport plane that was slowly descending to the surface, Vanessa huddled in a seat with a metal suitcase in her arms, looking out the window. On the ground, a group of soulless people wearing inhibitors were looking up at the transport plane. The principle of the inhibitors they wore was to extend the space around their bodies, to ensure that their talents would not affect the surroundings. General soulless people did not need to wear inhibitors, but these soulless people were engaged in a most dangerous research that only they could do researching the subspace. Around the soulless man were 3 guards, who actually came out to take on the bodyguard mission. We're here. The transport pilot glanced at Vanessa from the rearview mirror. This woman now had one black eye and one golden eye. She was staring at nothing, and no one knew what she was thinking. In Vanessa's spiritual world, she was communicating with the human part of the Lord of Mankind. "My lord, what's in the box?" Vanessa asked. A stream of information poured into Vanessa's brain, instantly answering her question. In the box was a semi-finished product of the psychic matrix, and some research materials. The Emperor had borrowed Vanessa's body to submit an application to the 7 Councils of Talon, which was to transfer the secret research of the Lord of Talon to the 7 Councils, and this research was the psychic matrix. The 7 Councils attached great importance to this matter. They wanted a secret research organization on Tyrone 2 to take over the semi-finished product of the psychic matrix, because if the research on the psychic matrix was successful, they could open a subspace positioning portal and bring the Lord of Talon back to the real universe from the subspace. "My lord, why can't you complete the psychic matrix yourself, but give it to mortals?" Vanessa asked again. Then another piece of information came into my mind. The Emperor first revealed the current situation of the Talon sector. Talon is facing the greatest catastrophe in history, which may be unprecedented and unparalleled. First, a hole was broken in the curtain within the sector, and the demons were occupying many uninhabited worlds within 400 light years, attacking the defenses set up around the dead zone. Externally, he faced Huron's attack. Huron was blessed by the 4 gods, and Korn valued him very much. He could even command Cabania. Huron created the Red Corsairs, a Chaos Space Marine Legion, which was a legion, not a war band. In addition to the legion, there were nearly 1,000 warships, and now he had more warships. The number of living demon warships composed of pure psychic energy was close to 1,200. Nurgle, Tsench, and Slaanesh created them by corroding Rex with sorcery, while Korn led his great demon, who was proficient in ordnance forged Korn warships that were more powerful than those corroded by sorcery. If it weren't for Huron, a figure favored by the 4 gods, the 3 gods' followers except Korn wouldn't even know that their own god, who couldn't even get a set of power armor, could actually create a warship. The Tyrone Navy was facing the Red Corsairs, and the Demon Fleet, and the fleet the reinforcements faced was only a small part of the Huron fleet's strength. This level of attack was rare in the entire 10,000 years. Assuming that Tyrone's situation was the Empire's situation, and the Empire was not as huge as it is now, but only as large as 5 Tyrone star regions, it would probably be fighting the Golden Throne defense war now. Well, okay. The Emperor's response did not answer Vanessa's question. He remembered that Qin Mo had said that the Emperor was a real man, and now he thought it was true. Just like when she regained consciousness and found herself inexplicably on a transport plane, she didn't know until a second ago that the box in her hand contained a semi-finished psychic matrix. However, Vanessa immediately sensed a string of information, which was the situation about the current situation that the Emperor had just transmitted to her, just like a brief summary of the previous situation. Then the Emperor did not use consciousness transmission, but used voice to tell Vanessa. The Talon sector has advantages, dimensional engines, material printing. These are brought to them by a star god. The reason why I did not directly hand over the finished psychic matrix to the Council of 7 is because I want to see whether this sector is a utopia built under the protection of a certain god and is prone to collapse, or a human force that can function normally and gain a foothold in the dark universe. If they are destroyed in the war, it proves that they are a false and meaningless utopia. If they can survive the war and find the people who built the entire sector through their own talents, they will be able to prove that they are worthy of everything the transcendent ruler has given them, and that humans, the most perfect and noble race in the universe, deserve a better future. After listening to the Emperor's words, Vanessa lowered her head and looked at the box in her hand. The transport plane had landed, and a guard stepped forward to thank Vanessa, then took the box containing the semi-finished product and information of the psychic matrix. The soulless researchers opened the box on the spot to analyze the data inside, and then they found that this research could indeed bring back the Lord of Talon from the warp, and there was a greater future. That is to condense a controllable entity similar to an observation station or a tool medium in the warp. From now on, the warp, the Sea of Souls, the highest sky. This elusive unknown space will be observed rationally, analyzed, and utilized scientifically. The creatures in the real universe will no longer be unilaterally invaded and slaughtered by demons, and the warriors in the real universe will no longer be able to exile them in the laughter and ridicule of demons, and prepare in advance for their return to the real universe. The perfection of the semi-finished product of the psychic matrix is a challenge to the wisdom and energy of mortals, but mortals are ready. Chapter 448. Subspace. Nurgle's Demon Realm. The dead souls of the Tyrone army were being led by Qin Mo and Kaldor, trudging through the endless demon army. Nurgle's true self was just ahead, but we didn't know how far it was just ahead. At this time, Qin Mo could see a corner of the magnificent mansion, and he realized that he was getting closer and closer to where Nurgle was. The old woman's sword was emitting light, guiding a path in the demon army that would not get lost. Killing Nurgle was not Qin Mo and Cardo's original plan, at least not 99 minutes ago. They just wanted to kill every mansion in Nurgle's demon realm, kill one demon prince after another, and use the material power that can wipe out demons to bring irreparable damage to Nurgle's demon army. But something happened suddenly, forcing Qin Mo and Cardo to take the opportunity to set their goals for the long term. Sinch began to attack Nurgle's demon realm. Above the demon realm, countless blue and green concepts gathered into storms in two different directions. Near the two-color storm was a demon army of countless great demons and demons. They were not in the garden, nor in front of Qin Mo, fighting in a way that was beyond the imagination and observation limit of the creatures in the real universe. It didn't look like the mighty demons of Sinch and Nurgle were fighting on the battlefield. Instead, the abstract concepts of blue and green were intertwined with fragments and fluctuations. Even their colors were forcibly filled in by the self-protection method of Qin Mo and Cardo's almost overloaded senses. Their senses and brains protected them in this way, so that they would not be driven crazy by the countless concrete or abstract conceptual information pouring into the brain from their eyes. Nurgle, who was fighting with Sinch, thought that the two creatures that invaded his garden were Sinch's pawns. Just like before, Sinch used his plan to make trouble. But from Sinch's whispers and murmurs during the battle, Nurgle's judgment was wrong. Sinch knew what the mortal creature named Kaldor would do, but he didn't know what the guy with the crone's sword and side would do. The Lord of Change praised the endless changes brought by the unknown, and thanked Nurgle for his carelessness and stupidity. If Nurgle had been willing to roll out of the mansion and hit the invaders before, he would not have let the Lord of Change find an opportunity to invade Nurgle's demonic domain to seize power and strength. However, Nurgle was not careless or stupid. He just didn't want to be like one of his stupid brothers and sisters, who was impatient to jump out and face a real universe god with mortal concepts, and was branded with the concept of being measurable and challenging. Sinch waited for an opportunity, and jumped out to fight when the invaders invaded the garden. The invaders were bold enough to go deeper into the god's residence in the garden because of Sinch's sudden appearance. In Nurgle's view, this was indeed a consensus reached by evil forces. You and the other two gods once harassed my residents and forced me to give up some of my power and authority. I'm here for revenge. I make you feel the power and authority being taken away from you. I take back what belongs to me. In an instant, Sinch threatened Nurgle, but it didn't seem to be threatening. The concept that can be called speech seemed to contain anger, but it seemed calm. The Lord of Change seemed to launch an attack, but it seemed to be waiting in place without moving. It was ever-changing, making Nurgle unpredictable. In the countless blue waves and intertwined fragments, the concept storm representing Sinch swept towards Nurgle, easily shattering the intertwined green fragments around Nurgle, and countless demons died in an instant. The demon prince did not dare to approach the two gods when they were fighting. The children of the loving father found that the power of Sinch was too strong. Countless changes strengthened its authority, and every fluctuation of the thread of fate entangled in the real universe made it more powerful. But in the warp where the power of the four gods was constantly reduced or strengthened, Nurgle at this time was far superior to Khorne and Slaanesh, and had the power to fight. Corruption and rise and fall swept towards Sinch, and countless great demons dissipated in pain and wailing, and some dying great demons were revived by the power of Nurgle. When the two dark gods were fighting, one of them looked up at the top of Nurgle. In Khorne, the blood god sitting on the brass throne, was eagerly watching the fight between brothers. Such a grand scene was rare even in the turbulent war. In Slaanesh, the Dark Prince, who tried to erase the 6 words Qin Mo was here in the bedroom found that he could not erase the pure material power. These 6 words to the bedroom in the demonic realm are like the curtain of the real universe to the warp, which cannot be interfered with or eroded. Unless it is willing to erase these 6 words, and the palace together, the humiliation of the text will remain in the bedroom forever. The furious Dark Prince had just made his great demon named Shalasi endure nearly 10,000 years of confinement in the real universe, and then he discovered the battle between the gods in the subspace. The Dark Prince Slaanesh summoned the demon army and quietly came to the outside of Nurgle's demon realm, watching the battle between the two brothers, thinking that if Nurgle was defeated, he would kill his way into Nurgle's demon realm and plunder the beautiful Eldar goddess Aisha. This would not only humiliate and retaliate against Nurgle, who had never fought for Aisha but suddenly fought for her and succeeded, but also snatch Aisha's beautiful toy. Every clash between the two gods can stir up a storm in the warp. Hundreds of Imperial routes were suddenly blocked by the warp storm, and countless star systems were cut off from the outside world, spending decades in loneliness until the Imperial Regent sent them a dimensional engine. Countless psychers on countless worlds exploded in roars and screams, and the think tanks of the space marines near the Maelstrom and the Eye of Terror had their souls drained. In the Grey Knights Monastery on Saturn Titan, the Grey Knights, who were just about to set off, had to pause their actions and gather in the chapel to pray to the towering statue of the Emperor. Even the Dark Eldar city of Kimura in the Webway was affected. The Dark Eldar increased their looting efforts, abducting more creatures and sending them to Kimura's tormenting hell, using the suffering of these creatures to replace themselves being devoured by the Dark Prince. The battle between the Lord of Change and the Allfather lasted for a long time, and finally ended with Nurgle's defeat, and Tzeentch was also severely damaged by Nurgle. In any case, Tzeentch, who had won the victory, approached Nurgle and tried to seize power from it. Slaanesh swaggered towards the demon realm, ready to take away the toys it wanted. Khorne was enraged by the victory of the witchcraft bastard, and took up the great axe from the brass throne and chopped at Tzeentch and Slaanesh at the same time. The former was its most hated brother, and the latter was its most hated brother and sister. Slaanesh, who was branded with the concept of measurement, was repelled by Khorne, while Tzeentch used all his strength to resist the great axe of the blood god and continued to approach Nurgle, greedily grabbing what it wanted. At this time, a cold black sun appeared. Chapter 449. In the 10,000 years since the Emperor took the Golden Throne, many people have claimed to be guided by him and act in his name. A certain ascetic of the state church, a certain system governor, or even a pariah in the Terran Hive city. Whether these claims are true or false is unknown, but during the Inquisition's investigation, they found that some psychers, and so-called living saints, who claim to have seen the Emperor all describe the same image, a lightless, cold sun in the warp. This is true. The Emperor looks like a cold sun in the warp. For 10,000 years, the faith of billions of humans has gathered on the Emperor, and his power has definitely increased, but it has also been distorted. No matter what the Emperor becomes, he sticks to one thing, that is, fighting against the dark gods for humanity. When he felt the appearance of the cold sun, Tzeentch felt bad. If it was a one-on-one battle with the cold sun, just like when he fought against Nurgle in his peak state before, Tzeentch would not be afraid. His calculations would tell him that in his current state, there is a 95% chance of injuring the Emperor. The Emperor, who was bound by the Golden Throne and had not been fully promoted to one of the Dark Gods, could not deal with the enhanced Tzeentch. But the problem was that after the battle with Nurgle, Tzeentch was no longer in his prime, and he was even chopped by the angry blood god. Why? How could it be? This series of questions appeared in Tzeentch's thinking. He asked himself why he did not expect the Emperor to appear, why he did not see any clues. Finally, he got the answer. Just as this raid on Nurgle was based on countless unobservable changes caused by the unobservable, the appearance of the Emperor is also one of the countless unobservable changes. The changes that should have brought countless joys and fun to Tzeentch now brought it unexpected trouble. But Tzeentch was not angry or had other negative emotions, but was excited because this unexpected change was one of the fun that Chi Nemo could bring to it. In the joyful laughter, Tzeentch was burned by the flames of the black sun, and the part of the authority it plundered and part of its essence dissipated in the invisible flames. After taking a last look at Nurgle, the blue, flaming conceptual storm quickly disappeared. The Lord of Change fled back to the demon realm to recuperate. Nurgle hid in the garden. Khorne retracted his gaze. Slaanesh returned to his bedroom, lying on the bed, covering the wound cut by the blood god, staring at the 6 words on the bed, gritting his teeth. The Emperor did not want to see Tzeentch become more powerful, and now it has done what it wanted to do. In the cold sun, countless wills cast their eyes on the garden of Nurgle, looking for something. These eyes were either anxious or angry, or sad or worried, or had extreme malice or extreme kindness. In short, it looked at the demon realm. There was nothing in the demon realm. The Emperor failed to find the unobservable person he wanted to find, so he disappeared in the demon realm of Nurgle. In the Nurgle garden, Chi Nemo and his party trudged through the demon sea, gradually going deeper into the abode of God, and came to a giant mansion. The scenery here was no different from the scenery in other places in the garden, with a large number of strange plants and living trees. The only thing that attracted Chi Nemo's attention was a giant crucible. That was what Nurgle used to brew the plague. Don't pay attention to that broken pot. Cardo released psychic lightning to instantly expel more than 1,000 demons, turned around and said to Chi Nemo anxiously, even if this pot is completely annihilated, it can be recreated. You might as well kill more demons instead of paying attention to that thing. Cardo has been urging Chin Mo to kill more demons, because he has not completely erased the demon's ability or weapons, and he can't use the Nightbringer sickle, because when his hand touches the sickle, a huge amount of emotions he has long forgotten will surge up fear. Chin Mo immediately retracted his gaze when he heard Cardo's words, but then looked over again, and used all his strength to release lightning to knock down the giant crucible. The poison that had not yet been successfully refined was poured out, and then the eternal star god flame ignited in the crucible. After doing this, Chin Mo retracted his gaze, and released a nuclear explosion-like bombardment on the demon army in front of him. There was no purpose for this trip, only to kill demons and set fire. Endless demons were slaughtered by Chin Mo, Cardo, and the army's dead souls, and every corner of the garden, where the mansion was located, was burned by flames. The group killed their way into the mansion. Every room here is filled with bottles and jars used by Nurgle to refine plague, and the stench of corruption is everywhere. After Chin Mo cleared the demons in a room, he would release flames to burn everything in the room. The crone sword always guided the way forward, leading Chin Mo to a warehouse inside the mansion, which was full of all the diseases that had appeared in the past and future in the real universe. Nurgle sampled and collected them. The diseases in the real universe were nothing compared to the diseases brought by the plague created by Nurgle, but Nurgle needed them, because there was a place with a solid structure in reality waiting for it to erode. Asshole. Chin Mo released lightning to smash every jar containing diseases, and the entire warehouse was engulfed in flames. Burn it, burn it! Chin Mo suddenly heard a voice not far away, turned his head, and saw a Nurgling staring at him. The momentum of this Nurgling was completely different. Its height was not as high as the weakest zombie nearby, but it was like hundreds of demon princes standing there sharpening their knives. No matter how much you burn, I can collect the diseases of an entire mansion. I will refine a plague that is very effective for you, and let billions of people die in your star region. Amid the gritting of teeth, the body of the Nurgling gradually collapsed. It was obviously bearing a powerful force that did not belong to it. Chin Mo raised his hand and released lightning to kill the Nurgling, then turned around and continued to kill demons and set fire in the mansion. At this time, the old woman's sword once again used light to guide the way forward. Chin Mo naturally felt that there was a warehouse-like place that needed to be dealt with urgently, so he immediately killed it. Kaldor followed closely behind. When fighting side by side with Chin Mo, he found that the souls of those demons were devoured by Chin Mo, and after devouring the souls, Chin Mo became even more powerful, and was very good at killing big demons. This was not the time to ask questions, so Cardo suppressed his doubts, and continued to fight among the demons. Finally, everyone came to a locked room. Cardo had just killed a big demon, and he raised his shield and rushed forward, knocking the door of the room open. There was a prison in the room. A female Eldar was lying on the floor of the prison. It was one of the Eldar gods, the goddess of life, Aisha. Chapter 450. As the goddess of the Eldar, she should be the embodiment of beauty, but now Aisha doesn't look beautiful at all. She fell to the ground, her legs were festering, and there was a big hole on her neck. Countless maggots were crawling on the wounds, and eating the rotten flesh. However, all these rotten and festering wounds were gradually recovering. This is what happened to Aisha, who was imprisoned by Nurgle. She was used to test medicine. When Nurgle made a plague, he would inflict it on Aisha. If the effect was good, it would spread the plague. If the effect was not good, it would eat it itself. Help me. Aisha looked at the people rushing in from outside the prison with only one eye left. Chin Mo was stunned, looked at Aisha, then looked at the crone sword in his hand, and suddenly felt that Aisha's voice was very familiar. Isn't this the voice in the crone sword? So it's not that the sword is alive, but Aisha uses this elven sword as a medium to transmit her voice and power to guide the way forward. So it's not this sword that shows me the way, but you? Chin Mo asked. Aisha was stunned by the question, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, "Why do you think a sword can show you the way?" "Because this is the warp." Chin Mo looked at the crone sword in his hand. Even if it suddenly turns into a human form, takes off the scabbard and wants to repay me for saving it from Slaanesh with its own body, I won't be surprised. Aisha didn't continue to discuss the crone sword, but climbed to the railing with great effort, stretched out her hand with festering bones. "Save me. Take me out. Please." As the goddess of life, Aisha can make an antidote for the plague, and she often does so. After Nurgle made the plague, she secretly told her children, the Eldar, how to make the antidote. Chin Mo thought for a moment, split the railing with a sword, and used telekinesis to control Aisha to float in front of him. At this time, more demons came. A nerdling jumped out and stepped on the shoulder of the big demon, stretched out his hand to Aisha and begged, Don't go with him. Aisha glanced at the nerdling and closed her eyes. I saved you. If you leave my country, you will be targeted by Slaanesh. I am still recovering from my injuries. No one can save you. Hearing this, Aisha's festering face showed fear. If you leave Nurgle's domain, you will indeed be targeted by Slaanesh. Shin Mo glanced at Aisha while killing the demons and asked her, Do you want to continue testing the medicine on Nurgle in order to avoid being taken away by Slaanesh? Or do you want to leave here and enter the webway to make an antidote in a safe environment to save the mortals? Shin Mo came up with a solution when he was thinking about Aisha's request for help just now. As long as he leaves the subspace, he can send Aisha into a complete webway that is not damaged and not connected to other webways. Slaanesh will be helpless by then. Shin Mo, who sensed that Nurgle might take revenge on the Talon region because of his disturbance in the garden, had already made plans for the future, which was to let Aisha make an antidote after the plague appeared after she entered the webway. This was certainly not imprisonment in another place. At least in the webway, Aisha could be closer to her children. Can't you see that he is a star god? He wants to take you away and eat your soul. Seeing that Aisha was indifferent, the Nurgle spirit continued to persuade her. Aisha glanced at Shin Mo. The Eldar gods had fought a war with the star gods, which was a confrontation in terms of status and position, but he is your enemy. Aisha said, That's enough. The Nurgle spirits collapsed because they could not withstand the transcendent power, and then the entire Nurgle demon realm changed. The demons almost crowded towards where Shin Mo was. The crowd burned and killed in the mansion again until every room was burned, and then they began to evacuate outside the mansion. On the way to the mansion, Cardo had already discussed the next steps with Shin Mo. That is to continue the bloody battle in the Nurgle realm until the Talons in the real universe use the psychic technology that Kaldor has seen to open the portal. There is no time in this subspace. If the Talons can open the portal will definitely appear. There is a question, that is, whether the Talons can find Shin Mo in the subspace. Shin Mo thinks it is possible, because the power armor he wears has a teleportation positioning device, and its star god essence can also be mimicked and positioned. What we need to do now is to survive in the demon realm. As for using the black crystal to teleport to the giant whale, that teleportation is a ranged teleportation, and it is very likely to bring the demon to the back of the giant whale. This benevolent entity in the subspace helped Shin Mo, and Shin Mo cannot harm it. The Grey Knight Master and the Lord of Tyrone led the army's dead souls to trek through the demon sea, gradually coming to a mountain, and immediately defended on the top of the mountain. Cardo used psychic energy to create a physical fortress, and Aisha's body was almost recovered and she immediately joined the battle. After defending on the top of the mountain for a while, Cardo, who was swinging the Titan sword to kill the big demon, suddenly realized something and looked to the side. A portal made of living metal suddenly stood 1,000 meters away. Then an Iron Man rushed out of the portal, touched his forehead with his left hand, and released thunder like psychic lightning with his right hand, killing a large number of demons. This is the new wise Iron Man scholar. Following the scholar were a large number of Iron Men, and even elite human combat teams led by the guards, as well as the Soulless Army. Direct exposure to the warp will inevitably have a negative impact on the Iron Man and the human. They should have mutated, but now they have not. A way of using the psychic matrix, similar to the psychic power of the protective field, protects them and isolates the negative effects of the warp. For the Lord of Talon, the human combat team roared and killed the demons, fighting side by side with the Iron Man. There are 2 combat teams, all of which are highly transformed warriors, elite veterans, who have fought from the battlefield of the Hive City more than 10 years ago to the defense of Talon, and have a certain degree of psychic talent. They were approved by the 7-man council to be formed to deal with the threat of the warp. Not only do they wear power armor with performance close to that of the guard armor, but the body parts are also implanted with media for exerting the power of the Star God. The first combat team, Hellwalker. The second combat team, Demon Butcher. The 2 combat teams have a total of 60 people. Although the number is not large, they have solved many warp threats that appeared in the Star Zone with the cooperation of Iron Man. The reinforcements from the Tyrone Star Zone are still emerging from the portal, but the number is still too pitiful compared to the demons. The number of big demons present is more than their total. Shin Mo can't expect them to kill through the demon army to save himself. The distance from the top of the mountain to the portal is 1,000 meters, and they must fight by themselves. Chapter 451. The Iron Man and the human race rushed to the top of the mountain where Shin Mo was, but their attack was blocked by the great demon. Shin Mo, the the army ghost, Cardo, Aisha, and their team rushed to the portal, and no matter how many great demons came, they could not stop their progress. Chi Nemo, who had the strongest combat power, marched in the front, and was responsible for opening up a bloody path, while Cardo stayed at the back of the team and fought against the demons coming from the rear with the army ghost. Cardo was not used to staying behind others, but at this moment, there was no opportunity for him to express his dissatisfaction. But soon Cardo took on the heaviest responsibility, because 3 demon princes fell from the sky. Chi Nemo wanted to help Cardo, but Cardo pushed him away with his psychic power, asking him to continue to open up a path at the front of the team. The forward formation had been set in advance, and changing the formation before the battle might end in failure. Cardo and the 3 demon princes fought and retreated. Then more demon princes came to Chi Nemo and tried to stop him. Chi Nemo and Aisha used their divine power to repel the demon princes and led the team all the way to the portal. Caldor, we can go back. Chi Nemo turned and called out to Caldor, but he could not find the figure of the Grey Knight Grand Master. Looking further away, he saw that Caldor had just gotten rid of the demon prince, who was dragging him, and was about to teleport to Chi Nemo, when he was disturbed by the vortex released by the crucible in the hands of a demon prince. Caldor immediately released psychic vibrations to clear a space around him. At this time, the 2 sides were more than 200 meters apart. Chi Nemo immediately picked up the sickle and the old woman's sword to help Caldor, but heard the scholars shouting, "The portal will not last long. We should leave immediately." Chi Nemo looked at Carter. The demon army was rushing towards the Grey Knight's Grand Master. Carter continued to fight the demon princes, who rushed over in the open space cleared by the psychic shock. Before Chi Nemo could respond, Carter's figure was covered by the demon army, and only the psychic lightning and the cold light of the Titan sword that flashed from time to time could be seen. And those souls, who were retreating under the protection of Carter, were gradually teleporting out of the Nurgle demon realm. They could not return to the real universe, and had to stay in the subspace. The portal was gradually collapsing. In a hurry, Chi Nemo twisted the weapon in the hands of the captain of the Demon Butcher squad into a medium for exerting power, then infused a part of the divine power into the medium, and finally threw the medium at Cardo's Holy Shield Terminator armor. Then a piece of black crystal that can be used to teleport back to the back of the giant whale was added to Cardo. The medium can not only help Cardo fight in the subspace, but also monitor whether he is alive and serve as a coordinate. Cardo has never used the power of the Star God, but he has seen Chi Nemo use it. When he sensed that power, he raised his sword, and the sea of fire and lightning swept around, obliterating a large number of demons and repelling the demon prince. The interference caused by the crucible still exists. Cardo tried to see if he could teleport, but found that he couldn't. In the open space cleared by lightning and fire, Cardo turned to look at Chi Nemo, smiled tiredly, and waved his hand, signaling him to leave quickly. Then Cardo fought against the surrounding demon army again, and his figure was covered by the demon army. Chi Nemo could only see the cold light and lightning. At the moment when the portal was about to disappear, Chi Nemo and others rushed into the portal, and returned to the real universe. The Council of 7 was standing outside the portal of the research facility waiting. More Iron Men were about to be sent into the subspace. Soon, a dusty soldier from the Hellwalker squad ran out. Gray and Adam stared at the portal, expecting the next person to come out. Then came the entire Hellwalker squad, and the Demon Butcher squad. Iron Men, scholars. There was even an Eldar. Chi Nemo was not among these figures that emerged one after another. Gray and Adam were disappointed, and turned around to signal the soulless researchers to try again. But the next second, a soulless person guarding the research facility knelt on one knee in front of the portal base. Then the others. Until the portal completely disappeared, the base self-destructed, and was completely isolated from the subspace. All the maintenance personnel, scientific researchers, and soldiers guarding the facility knelt on one knee. Gray and Adam turned their heads in disbelief, and saw the Lord of Tyrone standing in front of them. Chi Nemo's power armor was full of scratches at this time. He carried a scepter and a chainsaw sword on his back, and held a sickle and a white spirit bone-long sword in his hands. His face was full of fatigue. Gray and Adam knelt on one knee, just like the other human members of the Council of 7. As for Mimic and Burner, they floated half a meter above the ground, their eyes focused on Chi Nemo. At this moment, the Lord of Tyrone returned. "Thank you." Chi Nemo almost cried with joy, looking at the soulless researchers, and then at Gray and others. "Thank you for maintaining order in the Star Zone. Although it is still unknown what the situation in the Tyrone Star Zone is at this time, the place where the eyes can see is not a ruin, proving that the Star Zone is still fighting. The illusion that I had seen in the Slaanesh realm before did not become a reality. It turned out that it was the most despicable fraud illusion simulated by Tsinch through the changeling. Don't thank me. The burner stood with his hands behind his back. I just withdrew from the Baisu battlefield recently. I wiped out several Titan legions by myself. I'm a little surprised. When I was in the subspace, I thought you had already broken up and run away. Qin Mo smiled and shook his head, looking at the mimic again. The mimic now looked like a human, with an excited expression on his face. Qin Mo was even more excited than Mimic, but now was not the time to reminisce. How long have I been in the subspace? Qin Mo first found materials to instantly create a webway portal and threw Aisha in, then walked out along the road of the research facility, asking as he walked. A full 8 months. Gray answered. How is the war going? It has entered a stalemate. Gray answered. Gray then told Qin Mo about the changes in the enemy's military strength after he entered the subspace. After learning that the Blackheart King had resurrected, the demon warships had reinforced, and that the Red Pirates were fighting side by side, with the demons on every battlefield, Qin Mo stopped and looked at Gray. Sorry. We couldn't end the war. Gray said with his head down. No, don't be sorry, you've done enough. Qin Mo shook his head. This was not consolation, but the truth. If Qin Mo had known that Huron had resurrected and become stronger before entering the subspace, and that the 4 gods had given him Martian soldiers and demon warships, he would have been more worried about the fate of the star zone in the subspace, and he would have been so worried that he couldn't even sit still. And the star zone actually persisted. Chapter 452. The Necrons are helping us. Adam stepped forward and said, Yeah. Qin Mo nodded first, then froze for a second. What did you say? Adam then explained. The star zone has received reinforcements, the Ultramarines, the Blood Angels, the Cadians, the Mechanicus, all the people we have helped before are now helping us. Even Klein, he brought his family of wandering merchants, and several Freeblade Knights he had worked with to join the war. The Fleet Marshal mentioned all the reinforcements, and also mentioned the existence of the 2 reinforcements he least expected. First, the Eldar, who called themselves the Death God Army, were active in battlefields across the star zone, using the webway to assassinate the enemy's commander. Then came the Necrons. The one who led the Necron fleet was not Overlord Terrasim, who had crossed paths with Qin Mo, but Overlord of the Necron dynasty, Corrin, who had previously awakened in the star zone and left. Corrin was working with Yaoan to fight the demons inside the dead zone. Necrons. Why are they here? Qin Mo didn't think that Overlord Corrin would be interested in the survival of the star zone. It was true that he came to help, but the purpose was still unknown. This question was also a problem for the 7 members of the council, including Adam. They didn't know why the Necrons came to help, or went to the dead zone that was directly invaded by the demon army. Whatever the purpose of those slaves, they brought us what we urgently need. The burner raised his hand, and an image appeared from the leaping flames in his hand. It was a pile of black stones. Black stone is not common in the real universe. It is mined in the same way as iron or in copper ore, but there are very few worlds with blackstone deposits. There is no planet with blackstone in the Talon sector, and there are no blackstone deposits even within hundreds of light years outside the sector. And now, the Necrons have brought blackstone. Don't call them slaves, they are our allies now. Qin Mo glanced at the burner, turned to the others and ordered, Raise a large army for me. I will go to the dead zone to deal with the demons first, and then lead the army to Baisu. My return will completely end this war. Yes. Everyone saluted, and watched Qin Mo leave the research facility. Behind the Baisu galaxy, located inside the Tyrone Gate, in the galaxy of the Tyrone Star Zone, the demon army that has been trying to cooperate with Huron to take down the Baisu galaxy from the beginning of the war to the present is still raging here. In the war that broke out here, the intensity far exceeded that of any war, and the Iron Man and the Necrons appeared at the same time. However, this time the Iron Men were not at war with the Necrons, but they were fighting side by side on the same front. The Necromancer squad holding Gauss rifles slowly followed the heavy gun-wielding Iron Men that evolved in the war. When the Iron Men used their spears to break through the demon army's front, the warriors would rush forward with the giant python underworld constructs, opening up a path for the follow-up troops in the demon army's front. On the flesh plane covered with tentacles and eyes, the Necrons installed black stone obelisks to release the power to suppress the subspace, and accompanied the giant Iron Men on the left and right to provide fire cover for the conventional troops fighting the demons in front. The Dynasty Overlord Corrin sat on the throne at the head of the giant python construct, personally leading the troops forward according to the ancient Necronist etiquette of charging into battle. The entire galaxy was full of Necrons' black and green warships, and there was even a world engine belonging to the Corran dynasty. The Overlord Corran borrowed the world engine from his brother, the Emperor Corran, and quickly annihilated the demon fleet entrenched in the galaxy in the war that broke into the Talon Star Zone 6 months ago. Corran only needs to issue an order, and the entire fleet can turn the entire galaxy into an empty void. However, the celestial bodies that can be seen everywhere in the real universe have the function of suppressing the influence of the subspace to a certain extent, just as human warships using subspace engines may have extremely terrible consequences if they go out of or into the subspace near celestial bodies. Therefore, Corran did not let his fleet destroy the planets that were occupied by demons and had been corroded by the subspace into demon worlds. Even if these planets are now corroded into demon worlds, there is always a way to dispel the subspace corrosion. After the war, they will become rivets to stabilize the structure of the real universe. Unless it is absolutely necessary, no living being in the real universe should erase celestial bodies. My lord. The captain of Corran's coffin guard stepped forward and pointed at a huge red monster in the sky. It was a bloodthirsty demon. Fight. Corran stood up from the throne, and the beetle underworld structure floated over, offering a spear and a shield to his overlord. The dynasty overlord picked up his weapon, stood with his shield and spear, and faced the bloodthirsty demon that fell from the sky with his coffin guard. The black stone on the obelisk was suppressing the subspace energy, but the demons on this planet also had their own obelisks. Although the power of the bloodthirsty demon was weakened, it was only a little bit. When it fell from the sky, the blood-colored axe chopped down with a deafening roar, and the giant python underworld structure was almost split in half in an instant, and collapsed with a roar. The big demon slowly stood up from the flying smoke and debris, and laughed wildly at the destruction he had caused. But the next second, Corran and the guards rushed out of the smoke with guns, forcing the demon to focus on the current battle instead of appreciating his own strength. In the ancient etiquette of the Necroner, any commander who dared to go deep into the enemy's army and directly attack the main general must be given the highest level of courtesy. So the dynasty overlord Corran personally challenged the demon as the main force. Both sides swung the axe and chopped down repeatedly, and the other held the shield and held the gun to block continuously. But the battle was not indisputable. The demon easily cut a coffin guard in half, and took the opportunity to pick up the axe deeply embedded in the living metal body, knocked Corran's shield away, and then reached out and grabbed Corran's shield holding arm, tearing off the entire living metal arm together with the armor covering it. The injured Kaluan thrust his spear forward with one hand, and after the phase spear pierced through the demon's shoulder, he quickly turned back to distance himself. The fracture on the shoulder of the living metal body was sizzling. Kaluan recalled the feeling of pain and tried his best to simulate the way he was injured and affected his movements, so the demon could see a metal skeleton that was not much different from an Iron Man covering his arm and making a muffled groan as if he was injured. The coffin guards reformed their formation and guarded the overlord on both sides. Kaluan slowly stood up and pointed the gun at the demon with one arm. This was a serious provocation. The great demon of Corran could not tolerate the arrogant behavior of a mortal creature who dared to challenge him. He immediately raised his axe and roared with extreme anger. But just as the roar came out, a dimensional rift suddenly opened in front of the great demon, and a figure jumped out of it and easily cut off the great demon's head. The powerful entity that descended into the real universe lost its head, and its body straightened up. It fell to the ground with a plop, and its soul was swallowed. Colin looked closely, and found that it was not the human subspecies snipers who jumped out of the dimensional rift, but the Lord of Talon, who was swallowed into the subspace 6 months ago. Chapter 453. Thank you for coming to help. It was not Colin who said thank you, but Shin Mo who killed the bloodthirsty demon with one move. Hearing this, the undead overlord stood with his spear in hand, holding his head high and chest out. In the final analysis, your disaster is caused by me. I will deal with the trouble I brought. When the dynasty overlord left the Talon sector and headed for the world where the emperor was, he met another overlord, the infinite Trazyn. Trazyn explained to his old friend, who had become his enemy, what he had done in the past. He also did not trust the transformation of the body, and was dissatisfied with the Silent King's order to transform the body, but he had no choice. At that time, the necrophiles who opposed the transformation of the body were all talking about it in private, and Corran was the first dynasty overlord to publicly express doubts. His brother, the emperor of the same surname and name, was also likely to be influenced by his attitude, so the star gods were ready to take action against Corran. The Skinner Langiger was ready to go to the world of the Corran dynasty in person, and use cruel and terrifying methods that would terrify others to the point of losing control of their emotions just by hearing about it to punish those who rebelled against the star gods. That was not to torture the body, but to torture the soul, and the torture of never being able to reincarnate in the Skinner dimension. Trazyn said that he had come forward to ask the Silent King to persuade the Tan to allow him to persuade his old friend to accept the transformation. After hearing the whole story, Corrin said that the reason he hated Trazyn was that he did not watch him die as a Necron, but sent himself into the furnace to become what he is now, and turned his beloved wife and daughter into defective products that are not even as good as clockwork toys. At least the clockwork toys of Necron children can sing hundreds of millions of songs until the heat death of the universe with just one twist, while the wife and daughter, after the transformation, can only say the words "I love you," and the internal components are damaged before they can even last 20,000 years. Trazyn did not continue to persuade his old friend to reconcile with him, but told Corrin all the information he had collected about chaos since his awakening, and speculated with reason that the 4 chaos gods now exist in the War of Heaven and exert influence on the real universe. The old saint, who made Corrin sleep in the dead domain, was probably controlled by Tzeentch. This made Corrin understand the whole story instantly, and realized that he had caused a big disaster. If it were someone from another dead dynasty, they might not care how much trouble they had brought to mankind. But in the royal education of the Corrin dynasty, there is a doctrine called Libra teaching. The so-called Libra teachings are equivalent to the principle that every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its creditor. No matter what the noble children of the dynasty do, whether it is war, revenge, or playing tricks, they should not let unrelated people suffer from unwarranted disasters. Therefore, post-war looting is regarded as a great shame, and the same applies to collateral damage to innocent people. You were deceived, you caused a disaster, and you walked away, while those humans are suffering the disaster you brought about by listening to the slander of a reptile. Terrasim left this sentence before leaving. That's why Coluan led the army to deal with the misfortune of others caused by his own stupidity. At this moment on the battlefield of the demon world, Coluan did not explain so much. He just made a request to Chi Nemo. Give me a statement to prove that I did not violate the previous agreement. The so-called previous agreement was that Coluan led his subordinates to withdraw from the Tyrone Star Zone, and this agreement was established because of a duel. In the rigid Coluan's mind, leading the army to enter the Tyrone Star Zone for the second time was an act of violating the agreement. This is dishonorable and impolite. Chi Nemo could understand that Coluan was desperate to pursue the old dynasty etiquette just to feel that he was still a necrophile, so in the face of Coluan's request, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. The next thing was about the war. How much black stone did you bring? Chi Nemo asked. Use your unit of measurement, 100 tons. Coluan raised his hand, and the obelisk storing the black stone sailed towards its location. It carried the black stone with it for use. However, Chi Nemo did not ask Coluan to use the black stone, but made a request that was the opposite of what Coluan expected. Adjust all the black stones to the operating mode of amplifying the subspace energy. Are you crazy, or is there something wrong with my hearing module? Coluan asked. Before Chi Nemo gave an answer, an Iron Man walked out of the suddenly condensed psychic gate. It was the latest intelligent Iron Man scholar. The scholar walked up to Chi Nemo, saluted and reported, "The psychic matrix is ready." On the way here, Chi Nemo was not alone. He brought the scholar and the Emperor who possessed Vanessa. Relying on the control of the real universe, Chi Nemo instantly created an astronomical number of psychic matrices, and the Emperor attached the soul matter that Chi Nemo's friendly will rubbed out in the subspace to the matrix, thus producing a large number of psychic matrices. These matrices were spliced and combined with each other. They were connected to the matrix of the Iron Man named Scholar in the real universe, forming a powerful entity in the subspace. Scholars have studied the psychic matrix before and invented a use for it, generating warp shadows. The shadow will block the connection between the demons and their respective gods. The stronger the influence of the warp, the stronger the effect of the shadow. After Chi Nemo told Coluan about the warp shadow, the latter said, "I still want to use black stone. The demons want to use it just like you. When I came to the demon world, I saw countless black stone towers standing on the surface to amplify the influence of the warp. The word bearers built them, and some of the towers can even detect the orbit of the planet. How much black stone do we need to offset their influence and completely suppress them?" Chi Nemo asked. Blackstone is a double-edged sword. For the real universe, blackstone is not used to repair the damage caused by the subspace, but to patch it, and even the patch is not strong. Even in the dead zone of exorcism, the Emperor can respond to the nun's prayer. Okay. Corrin nodded, turned around and looked at his captain. Do as he says. The captain of the guard does not need to find the feeling of being alive like Corrin. It does not use words, but encrypted communications to convey orders. The Blackstones brought by the entire space Necron army all stopped suppressing the subspace, and turned to amplify the influence of the subspace. They resonated with the Blackstone built by the word bearers, instantly increasing the influence of the warp to the extreme. The demons who were able to enter the real universe, due to the shattered reality membrane, were no longer suppressed by the Blackstone obelisk. The only thing that could reduce their power was the curtain between the real universe and the warp. However, the demons soon felt a shadow covering the entire galaxy. They could no longer hear the whispers of their masters, and could no longer convey to their kind what they wanted to do with just a thought. On the demon world, word-bearers wizards, who were gathering in groups around the black stone looted from Huangquan No. 8, connected themselves to the warp, and then felt the shadow covering them. Then the surging warp energy poured into their bodies uncontrollably, and they screamed and exploded to death. Those demons who were lucky enough to find that the wizards beside them were not dead began to order the wizards to close the Blackstone Tower or suppress the influence of the Supreme Heaven, so that the shadow covering the galaxy would dissipate. But the Necrons also had a large amount of Blackstone here, and the influence of the warp shadow continued. Chapter 454. In the endless subspace, some entities responsible for recording things in the real universe noticed the shadow that obscured the real structure of the galaxy. Those crazy and distorted words recorded an event called the extinction of the dead domain. A few records revealed the final fate of the demons under the shadow. The demon army in the world soon realized that something more terrible than cutting off contact had happened. That is, they could no longer actively open the door back to the subspace, and all the demons were trapped. The demon armies from the three evil gods were forced to stop fighting under the pressure of the huge crisis. Every demon, no matter whether it belonged to the Lord of Change, the Blood God, or the Kind Father, began to howl and use language to integrate the nearby demons. No matter whose essence those low-level demons came from, they all obeyed orders driven by the crisis. Even the bloodletters had to gather around the great demon of Tsinch for survival. The integrated demon army began to advance towards the source of the shadow they could feel. These demons gathered together like gangsters fighting on the street, and then ran forward in a mess. Even the vampires, who are known for their order, are like this, because they cannot sense the existence of their own kind, nor can they sense the orders and thoughts from the bloodthirsty devils, and they cannot even maintain the most basic cue. The messy demons are like the inferior existences of plague zombies, who have no order at all, and can only rush in a swarm. They look just like the sea of corpses formed by plague zombies, which are chaotic and full of meaningless howling. The only difference between them and plague zombies is that they still have consciousness, and know that they must fight for survival at this time. The Iron Men and Soulless, who were fighting in various parts of the demon world, saw this strange phenomenon. The latter even found that the demons would actively approach them, because only in front of the Soulless, who could devour psychic energy, the demons who were extremely dependent on psychic energy to maintain their physical bodies could feel whether they were dead or alive from the pain and torture brought by the Soulless when there were no souls around, and they could not hear the cries of their own kind. On Qin Mo and Kaluan's side, the gathered demon army pressed over in a swarm, and demons of various colors crowded together and ran forward. They even had a stampede, because they could not sense each other's existence. A large unclean was knocked down by a bloodthirsty demon, because it walked too slowly, and countless bloodletting ghosts and Tsinch monsters stepped on it. The demon army now has only one instinct, which is to destroy the source of the shadow, open the door back to the subspace, and leave this ghost place in the real universe forever. Fight! Colin raised his spear and shouted loudly. Every member of the coffin guard raised his shield and slammed it on the ground. The necromancer stopped and waited for the war machine such as the underworld construction and stone tablets behind them to arrive. They were all ready to resist the impact of the demon army. The scholar held the scepter made of living metal in his left hand and raised his right hand to release psychic power for combat. Facing the demons sweeping over like a tsunami, even the Iron Men felt a sense of crisis. Qin Mo was calm at this time, slowly walked out from behind Colin and the coffin guards, and walked alone towards the chaotic demon army rushing over. Be careful, the scholar warned, but Qin Mo didn't take it seriously. A huge bloodthirsty demon that couldn't fly due to the influence of the subspace shadow was running wildly in the front. It didn't even see Qin Mo with its small eyes, but just rushed to the source of the shadow. Its huge body seemed to be able to knock Qin Mo, a human, away like a dump truck the moment it came into contact. The demon army was so vast and disorderly that even the Iron Man's observation module could not see the end of the sea of demons. Facing so many demons, Qin Mo just calmly held the old woman's sword upside down, raised the long sword, and quickly stuck it into the ground. Starting from the sword tip, the sea of fire that emerged out of thin air rushed towards the direction of the demon army. The living metal bodies of Kaluan and others made a sizzling sound of burning just by being swept by the high-temperature wave. The crew members of the Necron warships on standby in the void saw the surface of the planet in the galaxy that had been corroded into a demon world gushing out with overwhelming lava, just like a planet-sized volcano erupting, and the roaring flames instantly swept across most of the entire planet. The sea of fire even gushed out of the surface and swept across the low Earth orbit of the southern hemisphere. These flames have the properties of liquid. The inertia generated during the eruption caused the flames to splash onto the surface of another planet behind the demon world. The collateral damage instantly destroyed the ecosystem of the second planet, turning it from a blue ocean planet into a fiery hell full of lava. The place where the flames broke out was the northern hemisphere of the demon world. As the starting point of the attack, the damage suffered there was far greater than that of the second planet. After a few breaths simulated by the undead fleet personnel, the entire demon world could no longer detect the existence of any demons. And the flames soon disappeared completely. Including the flames on the demon world, the flames that splashed onto the second planet, and the flames that splashed from the surface of the second planet into the void. In the memories of the dynasty overlord Kaluan, it remembered the star god named Burner during the War of Heaven. After a fleet battle that ended in the defeat of the ancient saints, this cruel and terrifying star god used his flames to instantly kill hundreds of millions of ancient saints and Eldar civilians on the two planets. The scene at that time was similar to the current one, except that the victims were not the pointed ears of the reptiles and biotechnology products, but the demon torrent that should have been extremely terrifying in the real universe. The caster was obviously not good at playing with fire. Even though lightning and fire were the primitive abilities of the entire star god race, the impact of the terrifying flames he created far exceeded Corrin's expectations. This flame cleansed the universe. The blade of the crone sword was pulled out from the wasteland that had been burned to charcoal. The smooth sword body was rubbed by the carbon blocks and made a sound, but the sound was soon drowned out by the screams of countless souls involved. Chin Mo sheathed the sword and turned to look at Corrin. Since you are here, do me a favor and set up black stone obelisks here one by one to completely isolate the possibility of demons entering here before the reality membrane is restored. I will rush to the Batio galaxy to fight immediately. After saying that, Chin Mo thought that the Necrons might not be willing to listen to the request of a star god user, so he added a thank you. There was no expression on Corrin's metal face. He stared at the overlord of another race in front of him, who was holding his head high and didn't look like he was asking for help. After a moment, he suddenly said, "You know, the Corrin dynasty doesn't hate you. You are the noble one among your bad people." Chin Mo frowned slightly. Corrin's words were not about him or the human race, but about the Forger and its star god counterparts. So of course I will do it. Corrin turned his head and looked at his guard captain. Build a spirit-repelling dead zone. Chapter 455. Where the reality membrane is weakened, the defense work is handed over to the soulless army and the undead overlord. Corrin built black stone obelisks on every planet here, using the method taught to the entire race by the Void Dragon. The word-bearers can use black stone to amplify the subspace by praying to the gods, but their method of use is based on the subspace, and the operation of black stone is naturally based on the subspace. When the Exorcist dead domain covers the entire galaxy, the word-bearers are helpless, and can only sit and wait for death. While traveling to the Batio galaxy on a ship, Chin Mo began to learn about all the battles since the beginning of the war, and began to design a new weapon for the Tyrone army. Vanessa, who did not go to the demon world to participate in the war, watched Chin Mo design the new weapon. To be precise, it was not Vanessa but the Emperor's humanity. "What are you designing for your army?" The Emperor thought Chin Mo was designing a powerful weapon, just like the general cannon of the Mechanicus, because the scene in front of him looked really powerful. Atoms and molecules gathered and separated in Chin Mo's hands, forming unique structures or substances. After seeing these finished products, Chin Mo thought for a while, and shook his head, changing the atoms and molecules in his hands again. This ability to directly manipulate atoms and molecules is a unique ability of the gods in the real universe. The star gods were born after the Big Bang. When the powerful energy broke through the chaos and shaped the entire universe, the star gods were also born. These pure material gods have the power to play with the laws of physics. I'm designing a new standard equipment for the army. Chin Mo seemed to have a sudden inspiration, and in an instant he created a rifle made up of countless parts. This rifle has no detachable magazine, only a box that looks like a magazine, and inside the box is an extremely sophisticated and complex technological structure, and its structure itself even requires another tiny and more sophisticated part to maintain reliability. This is a powerful weapon that does not require reloading. Atoms or molecules are the bullets of this weapon. A decomposition device similar to a magazine can decompose all the materials filled in it and convert them into atoms or molecules ready to be fired. The materials will be released at an accelerated speed, breaking the target's armor and flesh from the atomic or molecular structure, which means that no non-energy equipment can withstand its attack, and the caliber of the ammunition, the amount of powder, or the power are meaningless to it. Qin Imo explained the new standard equipment he designed. The Emperor realized the purpose of this weapon in an instant. The person holding it can shoot through the Space Marine's power armor, like shooting through rotten meat. No matter how strong the material of ceramsite steel is, it loses its meaning in front of this weapon. The intertwined atomic and molecular beams will penetrate everything. This is a weapon similar to the Necron's Gauss rifle. And the magazine-like structure can decompose matter. In extreme cases, soldiers can even grab a handful of soil, grab the meat of a companion or enemy on the ground and throw it into the decomposition device as ammunition. When facing non-physical defense devices such as energy shields, it becomes no different from ordinary weapons. But equipment that uses energy to form a field or shield is not something that anyone can own. When an enemy equipped with energy defense equipment appears, it is not a soldier in the army who needs to deal with him, but armored vehicles and special weapons teams. For example, the Lifelink Dimension Sniper. A good secret weapon. The Emperor commented, "From the perspective of weapon design, you are an unqualified designer. Have you considered the issue of equipping such a sophisticated and complex weapon? The more advanced the standard weapons are, the more they treat the users as mentally disabled people. For example, the laser rifle has a battery that can be thrown into a fire to charge. In short, the simpler the better. It would be best if a soldier could hold a small gun that is several dozen centimeters long and as light as wood, and kill people by making yubu and bababa sounds with his mouth. And sophisticated and complex standard equipment, such as rifles, often bring trouble to the users. A little dust on the battlefield may cause malfunction. Furthermore, the production of sophisticated and complex standard equipment is also a problem. The Empire can develop a single soldier weapon that is 100 times more powerful than a laser rifle, but the difficulty of production will make it a rare weapon, and it cannot be supplied to the countless star army in the entire Empire. Qin Imo certainly considered these things, and the result of the consideration was that there was no need to consider them. A small printing device is integrated into the rifle decomposer. The printing device of the power armor is used to repair the printing device, and then the printing device will decompose the damaged parts of the rifle into atoms and reprint them. The Tyrone army no longer needs engineers to operate the printing device. Soldiers only need to tell the weapon to repair it. As for production, there's even less to worry about. Qin Imo drew the blueprint of the weapon he made and transmitted it to the industrial world in the Star Zone, so that they could equip the entire Tyrone army with the new rifles before he arrived at the Batio star system to lead the troops in battle. In the Tyrone Star Zone, the colloquial language for the process of producing any industrial product is not how much time it takes, but how many times it is turned on. When the printing device is fully charged, it can use materials to draw hundreds or thousands of rifles like painting, and it only takes 1 second. After the printing device consumes energy, it will charge for a few minutes, then turn on and print again. The energy they consume is amazing. All industrial worlds, including the Tyrone 2 capital industrial world, find it difficult to keep the printing device in permanent operation, and can only charge it like charging. But even so, it is enough to produce rifles for the army in a short time. The Emperor looked at the blueprint handed over by Qin Imo, and suddenly thought that although the star gods knew nothing about the subspace, they really seemed to be omnipotent in the material world. Thinking of the subspace, the Emperor asked, "What did you experience in the subspace? Why can't we find you?" Qin Imo turned his head to look at the Emperor, thinking that the "we" he said probably refers to all the will of the Emperor, all the thoughts in the cold sun. "If you can find me, then other gods can find me too. I can't leave words in Slaanesh's chamber, and come out of the warp alive." The Emperor was very surprised to hear that Qin Imo entered the chamber of Slaanesh's demonic domain and came out alive. "You actually entered Slaanesh's demonic domain and left words? What did you write?" "Well, I wrote, humans will one day enter the demonic domain and chop off Slaanesh's dog head." "What's the point of you writing such nonsense? If I were you, I would write I visited here. You simply wasted a great opportunity. Now, you will never have a second chance to write I visited here. I regret it for you." Chapter 456. Batio Galaxy. Hive City. In the ceremony square within the bombed-out lower hive walls, millions of civilians gathered and stood between the bodies of the enemy and their own soldiers. He-Chi, the governor, was sitting in front of the fountain, wiping his gun. Up to now, the entire Basio Hive City world has been mobilized to the extreme. All men and women aged between 15 and 70 were mobilized to prepare for the war. This is a militia that will be led by the world governor, He-Chi himself. Their mission is to break in from the west side of the southern continent of the planet and cooperate with the 78th, 87th, and 88th Armored Regiments of the Army to rescue the 44th Infantry Regiment of the Tyrone Army that was besieged by the enemy. Millions of people just to rescue. They only attacked with several armored regiments and played a supporting role. But this is the normal situation of an apocalyptic war. In the Hive world, the Tyrone Army and the Cadia Army and the Skitarii Army that just broke into the Star Zone to support have invested a total of 12.6 billion troops. The enemy has invested more, including the War Gang Vassal Army and many rebellious Star Army totaling 24.3 billion soldiers, not counting the Space Warriors participating in the war on both sides. Many scientific research elites in the Star Zone are doing their best to develop new equipment, just to allow a regiment of the Tyrone Army and friendly forces to survive a few seconds longer on the battlefield of the Hive world. An 18-year-old recruit in the Hive World Guard may go through the journey of an officer in one day. He will go to war in the early morning, and in the morning, because all the company officers have died, it is his turn to be an officer. At noon, he will become the head of the regiment because he is the most senior veteran in the regiment. In the afternoon, he will become ashes with everyone in the regiment. In the evening, his name and number will be collected in the Hive World Archives, becoming one of the many names of the dead in the history of the Hive. Everyone in the war was fighting head-on. Cowards were eliminated after the war began. Brave people would do anything to kill an enemy. The pilots in the Air Force, who were all officers and lived a life of luxury, often organized a whole bombing formation, loaded the most resistant bombers with the maximum number of bombs, and then other fighters acted as shields for the bombers, covering the bombers as they passed through the sky of anti-aircraft barrages and rushed into the positions protected by the void shield and crashed into them. This was a macro-scale tragedy. The microscopic tragedy is that when the war is going on today, He-Chi, the governor, heard the assistants report in the morning that the average life expectancy of all the troops in the Hive world has been shortened to 35 years old, and in the afternoon, he heard the assistant say that the average life expectancy has been shortened to 25 years old. Everyone is ready. An old man who retired from the Hive Guard came to He-Chi, hesitated for 2 seconds, and said, "I hope you don't participate in the war in person." He-Chi was shaking his head, just like he was persuaded before. In the morning, He-Chi received an order from the Star Regent Army Department under the 7-man council, asking him to raise a force to reinforce the 44th Infantry Regiment. He-Chi had no troops on hand. The defense team was either on the battlefield and could not be pulled away, or had been completely wiped out. He could only raise such an army composed of mobilized civilians. But He-Chi could still do one thing, that is, he would leave some militia to protect the Nest City, and then personally lead the rest of the militia to participate in the war. The death of the governor in the war would not cause any waves during the war, because the governor of the agricultural world of the Ivan Galaxy, who led the family guards to Baisu to participate in the war a month ago, was already dead, and no one would look at his body. But in the future, after the war, He-Chi can make the Star District pay special attention to Baisu because of his sacrifice, and give some priority to reconstruction or something. This is what He-Chi, the governor, can do for the entire destroyed Nest world. Good news. A 17-year-old soldier came out of the crowd with a radio in his hand and shouted to everyone gathered in the square. Lord Tyrone has returned. He has returned. The news sent from the war channel of the Star District capital has been certified by the 7-man council. Hearing the shouts, some people looked relaxed, thinking that the war was about to end. He-Chi was listening to the voices of the Lord of Tyrone, and suddenly recalled his training at the Governor Training School in the capital of the Star region. At the end of the training, everyone met the Lord of Tyrone and listened to his instructions. He-Chi was not able to talk to Qin Mo at that time, and did not know why he specially approved him to become the governor, until he got a chance at night. At the banquet of the Lord of Tyrone and the governors, no one dared to eat voraciously. He-Chi, who had a big appetite, woke up hungry in the middle of the night and ran to the Academy restaurant to steal food. The moment he pushed open the door, he saw the Lord of Tyrone standing by the restaurant window, with his hands behind his back. He-Chi stepped forward and told his situation, saying that he was still very young and had a bad family background. Those Nest nobles might think that they were of low status, so they would not listen to him. But the Lord of Tyrone listened to all the words expressionlessly, and he still stood with his hands behind his back, with his back to Yichijing. The face of this tough-looking man looked very deep and strong under the moonlight. It's not a shame to be born in a humble family. The voice was steady, powerful, and gentle. A man who can bend and stretch is a real man. It was this sentence that made Yichijing firm. Thinking about it afterwards, Yichijing suddenly felt that it was unlikely that the Lord of Tyrone would wait in the restaurant to meet him just to confirm his idea, even if he had the ability to predict the future. It was more likely that he was hungry in the middle of the night, and didn't want to wake up the chef of the academy, so he ran to the restaurant to find food. Yichijing even thought that when his footsteps came into the restaurant, the Lord of Tyrone should run to the window, swallow the food in his mouth, and then stand with his hands behind his back. Recalling this, Yichijing suddenly laughed. In the eyes of other people in the square, the governor was probably smiling because he thought the war would be won. The young soldier holding the radio to spread the good news ran to Yichijing and asked, "Governor, you also think the war is about to end? We will definitely win, right?" There is no doubt about it. It was not Yichijing who answered the young man. When this voice appeared, Yichijing was also stunned. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man wearing power armor holding a chainsaw sword and a double-headed eagle scepter slowly walking out from the Tyrone Army Armored Regiment and the guards, who had just been teleported. When he walked towards the crowd, everyone consciously made way and bowed. "We will win soon. We will break into the enemy's line from the southern continent and completely crush their offensive. The reason is that I will lead you personally." Qin Mo's voice was as powerful and gentle as what Yichijing heard that night. It seemed that victory in the war was as easy as a bag. Yichijing stood up and saluted Qin Mo. Qin Mo helped Yichijing up and faced the others. "You're governor, and you have made great efforts and contributions in this war. Those who are alive will be rewarded, and those who died will be recited by everyone at the Star Zone Memorial Ceremony." Qin Mo came for the war. When he went to the dead zone to clean up the demons, Gray tried his best to raise troops, but he really had no choice but to raise several armored regiments on the battlefield of the entire Star Zone, as well as soldiers from the Biso Hive world and his own guard. The intensity of the war was too high, and apocalypse-level battlefields could be seen everywhere in the Tylon Gate defense zone. Qin Mo did not blame Gray for this. He was ready to bring the armored regiment, Gray, and the soldiers from the Hive world to join the battle, and use the troops at hand to completely disintegrate the Red Pirates' main forces' attack on the Biso Hive world. Change to new standard weapons. Qin Mo glanced at the logistics machines that flew over with the new rifles they had made. "Then we will join the battle." The militiamen immediately changed to new weapons that could fire atomic and molecular beams. The side of the weapon had instructions for use, so even an illiterate Hive City civilian could learn its simple use. It was nothing more than grabbing something you could find anywhere, throwing it into the magazine, and pulling the trigger. Then the militiamen and the armored regiment that had changed their equipment walked towards the transmission platform built on the square. The 17-year-old soldier held a gun and walked with his governor on the left side of Qin Mo. Qin Mo glanced around. These militiamen, the head of the 87th Regiment, Duncan Gray. Qin Mo felt as if he had returned to the battlefield of the bottom nest of the Tyrone Hive world, with the citizens of Kato City and the planetary defense team beside him. Those soldiers who had accompanied the Lord of Tyrone to participate in the initial battle of the Star Zone considered themselves lucky. It was because of luck that they could survive in the bottom nest and fight with the Lord of Tyrone. And Qin Mo himself also thought this was a kind of luck. It was certainly a kind of luck that he could still fight side by side with his former subordinates today. Chapter 457. Northern Hive World, Southern Continent. The 44th Infantry Regiment of the Tyrone Army was surrounded and trapped in a canyon. The teleportation device used by the Tyrone Army could teleport them out of the canyon in an instant and directly return to a safe area. But it was not just the 44th Infantry Regiment that was trapped in the canyon. 3 support corps spontaneously formed by Cadian civilians, totaling 560,000 people. Klein, the only rogue trader in the Tyrone sector who held a certification issued by the sector lord or governor, and the family private soldiers he brought with him, as well as 3 free blades. The so-called free blade is a night driver who has left the family for various reasons, and drives a night mecha to support the battle in the Empire, with a large group of servants. In this case, the 44th Infantry Regiment cannot teleport away directly, leaving the militiamen, who ran all the way from Cadia to die, fight side by side, and wait for rescue. This is the task assigned to the head of the 44th Infantry Regiment by the Army Department under the 7-member Council of the Star Region, and it is also the personal wish of the head of the infantry regiment. At the forefront of the battlefield, the command group composed of the 44th Infantry Regiment and the Cadia Support Corps, and Klein, the patriarch of the family, strolled in the most dangerous areas, boosting the morale of the soldiers and making various combat arrangements in a timely manner. In this apocalyptic battlefield, there is no room for generals to show off their personal bravery. Therefore, the reason why the command group can walk on the front line of the battle is not because of their personal bravery, but because they can ensure that they will not die in a stray bullet or explosion splash shrapnel. A guard-class knight named Argus Family Glory was modified with an energy shield to protect the command group members walking in front of the knight mecha in the artillery fire. You Cadians are really... Klein looked at the Cadian soldiers in the trench inside. The 3 Cadian support corps were trapped in the valley. All of them were civilians. Creed didn't need to tinker with the corps formation work, because Cadia had already entered a state of war due to the Red Pirates looting, and the Supreme Castle Lord sent out an army of nearly 10 million regular Cadian soldiers with just one word. So the Cadians in the trenches in front of them were purely civilians. Just as they shouted that Tyrone would stand firm, these civilians came to the Tyrone Star Zone to fight to protect Tyrone, because the Tyrone people had supported Cadia before. The combat level of these armed civilians far exceeds that of the Hive Guard, and even rivals the upper middle level troops in the Astra Militarum. There are no civilians in the Cadia Fortress world. From 0 to 120 years old, men and women are only divided into serving soldiers and quasi-serving soldiers. The leader of the Cadia militia was in the command group. Hearing Klein sigh, he held his head high and was proud of the people he brought with him. Even a baker can kill the enemy. Because on Cadia, it is common for a baker to suddenly run out of the kitchen with a gun when the bread is halfway done, distribute the weapons to the customers, and then organize a formation on the spot to kill the invaders. Klein just lamented the militarization level of the Cadians. He knew what Cadia was like. He stayed in Cadia until the end of the war when he delivered a letter to Creed a few years ago. Children there often learn to aim before they learn to walk. With so many Cadians in the canyon, the battle became a little easier. At least they could hold out for a long time in the face of the enemy's siege. So, how long do we have to hold out in the canyon before we can wait for the supplies to be delivered, and then install protective equipment on our Cadian guys, and leave this damn place together? Klein said, as he looked at the leader of the 44th Infantry Regiment. In the war to clear the rebel aliens in the Tyrone Hive, every guard around the Lord of Tyrone was a survivor of the 44th Infantry Regiment, so this infantry regiment with special significance was reorganized. At this moment, the leader of the 44th Infantry Regiment, who is equivalent to the rank of general, is Groot. In the defense of Cadia, Groot killed the Chaos Lord Thorax of the Oathbreakers by destroying both sides. He was resurrected by the living saint when he was dying. He knew that he was always easily involved in events related to the influence of the subspace, so he was not very willing to announce that he had killed a Chaos Lord, but his power armor recorded everything. Groot went from being a company commander to the commander of the entire infantry regiment, and then to a general. The biggest problem now is not whether the protective devices are sufficient, but that the shipborne transmission devices cannot be put into use in time due to the large-scale battle between the enemy and our fleets in the galaxy. Groot looked at the 3 Cadia support corps commanders. You don't need to explain anything, General. The Cadia commander shook his head calmly. If I can represent all of you, I will immediately report to the Star Region Army Department that we are all dead. There is no need to waste resources on our remnants, who are besieged by the army. Groot's face turned a little ugly after hearing this. He admired the Cadians' fighting spirit and was grateful for their help, but he felt from the bottom of his heart that he couldn't get along with these Cadians. Let's take a look at the strategic map. Klein changed the subject and took out the strategic map extended from the latest scan results of the fleet. The map marked the location of each enemy army, and they could not hide under the fleet scan. It was precisely because of this realization that the enemy would invest in saturation-level troops, hoping to take down the Hive world with absolute hard power rather than tactics. There are dozens of artillery positions around the canyon, each protected by a regiment and a void shield. Between the artillery positions is the enemy army operating in clusters. The enemy space marines no longer cooperate with the mortal army to attack the canyon. They choose to cover the entire canyon with artillery firepower, and send out the army to conduct a tentative attack after the bombing that changed the terrain. The entire canyon has persisted under the bombing for a week, and it is no longer a canyon now, but for convenience, everyone still uses the term canyon to refer to the terrain that changes every day. Anyone can come up with a plan to break the situation, that is, to have the 44th Infantry Regiment teleport to the artillery position to disintegrate the enemy's long-range firepower, but in fact this is not feasible. In the previous reconnaissance activities, the 44th Infantry Regiment Reconnaissance Company found out where the Space Marines, who were supposed to cooperate with the enemy army's attack, went. They did not go to the northern continent where the battle was more intense, but stayed at the artillery position with the elite of several regiments to guard the position. Each artillery position has Space Marines, the elite regiment of the Mortal Army, and the Void Shield. Faced with such a strict arrangement, all they could do was wait. Wait for the enemy to make a mistake, wait for a gap in their deployment. Report. The command center of the Tyrone Gate Defense Zone sent a communication. Groot's deputy ran over and handed over the communication equipment. Groot took the communicator and connected it, and the voice of the messenger came immediately. Captain Duncan's armored regiment and the Hive City Militia will go to rescue you, and then the 44th Infantry Regiment will cooperate with the armored regiment to smash the enemy's line. Hearing what the messenger said, Groot couldn't believe it. How could those commanders, who had undergone psychological tests and long training, make such a stupid decision and let the messenger say such stupid things for them? They were not like this before. Did they take the wrong medicine today? Let the 44th Infantry Regiment, an armored regiment, and militia to smash the attacking front. What kind of whimsical bullshit is this? Is this an order that has been checked by the Army Department under the 7-member council? Groot asked the messenger on the communicator, what happened today? Are the high-ranking officials of the sector collectively stupid? Why don't you just let me and the armored regiment and a group of Hive civilians kill Huron? The messenger gave a response that shocked Groot. There is no longer any council of 7. For Lord Talon, man. Chapter 458. That night, a storm of lightning and fire swept around the canyon. It was like a giant sandstorm blowing over the harsh wasteland of the Hive, except that it was not made of sand and wind, but lightning and fire. The fire had the nature of a wind, whistling and blowing lightning, moving in an unnatural route with overwhelming momentum, passing through every artillery position deployed by the attackers around the canyon. Both the Space Marines wearing ceramic steel armor and the mortal soldiers wearing carapace armor would be buried in the strange storm, including those hiding in the deepest part of the fortifications. Because when the storm swept through the entire position, those who thought they were safe in the underground fortress would see lightning and fire penetrate the walls and the geology above their heads, pouring into the fortifications like a flood. Those who could not escape in the narrow fortifications would die faster than those who tried to drive on the ground to avoid the storm. Standing on the position and looking at the storm, Tyrone and the Cadians have realized who drove the storm. This godlike power can only belong to a man in their memory. The Red Corsair Space Marines and the Mortal Army did not realize who the storm came from. They only thought that it might be a sorcerer idiot who summoned a storm to kill their own people, or to sacrifice their own people. Huron paid special attention to Cheen Mo's whereabouts. He once promised his subordinates that if his gemstone eyes saw the guy appear, he would definitely tell his subordinates. But due to some special reasons, Huron failed to accurately predict Cheen Mo's return, and those who believed in him were not warned. The storm raged all night, and the nightmare of the attackers did not really begin until the next morning. The commander of the attacking force stationed outside the artillery position received eyewitness reports from 2 units of the Tyrone 87th Armored Regiment in less than 3 minutes. At first, he thought that those people were crazy because of the storm and reported blindly, but after thinking carefully about the advantages of the Tyrone army, he realized that it was not a blind report, but that 2 units were really defeated by the armored regiment that was teleported to them in 3 minutes. At first, the commander was able to try to make some arrangements, such as sending reinforcements and asking all his troops to gather together, but these measures were all useless. Reports from all the defeated troops said that a guy with great power led the armored regiment and civilians to launch an assault. They can instantly teleport to the back of the defense line. They can drill out from the cliffs. They can fall from the sky. These strange phenomena, together with the previous storm, made the commander speculate that 2 powerful creatures in the Talon Star Zone were participating in the war. For example, the guy with fire all over his body. That strange thing that can turn into a war machine. But think about it carefully, how could these 2 powerful creatures come out to rescue a besieged army instead of fighting in the northern continent where the war intensity is the highest? All this confusion lasted until 10 minutes later, because 10 minutes later, the headquarters, where the commander was located, was attacked. After everyone arranged the positions around the entire headquarters, an armored regiment drilled out directly from the center of the defense position and almost instantly collapsed the defense. While the armored vehicles were killing everyone, the Hive militia rushed into the headquarters building, destroyed the void shields, slaughtered the command staff, and collected documents. The headquarters collapsed quickly like the army that was attacked before. Under the teleportation assault of the armored forces led by a powerful individual, the enemy often cannot even figure out what happened and will be defeated. 44th Infantry Regiment. Groot didn't know what happened after the storm. He just received a message showing that the enemy forces besieging them had been completely defeated. Less than 10 seconds had passed since the first artillery fire from the enemy. The friendly forces that came to support could only be described in 2 words: powerful and efficient. And this power and efficiency also made Groot more convinced that he had the support of the Lord of Tyrone himself. The order received yesterday afternoon seemed very stupid and very difficult at the time, but now it seems very wise. If an armored regiment, an infantry regiment, and more soldiers followed the Lord of Tyrone to fight, and could not even break the enemy's front that was several times larger than their own, then the Tyrone Star Zone would have been taken by the enemy long ago. 60 seconds after receiving the message, the armored regiment, the Hive City civilians, and the Lord of Tyrone were teleported to the battlefield. Chi Nimmo was dressed in a classic style, like a statue in the Star Zone. Power armor, scepter, and chainsaw sword. When seeing the golden scepter and chainsaw sword, all the soldiers in the trenches, whether they were Cadians or Tyrone, felt that the fatigue brought by the sleepless battle was swept away, and a strong fighting spirit filled their chests. Everyone felt strange at the same time, why they suddenly had a sense of mission to fight on, and to fight on at all costs. Not only them, but also the men and women who were temporarily organized in the Nest City were the same. Under the cover of the overwhelming artillery fire, the footprints of Lord Tyrone, and the scepter and chainsaw sword in his hand were clearly visible in the senses. Chi Nimmo was not wearing a helmet at this time, and he walked on the battlefield with a smile on his face. The soldiers in each trench walked out of the trench at the same time, gathered behind Chi Nimmo, and surrounded him, and came to the front of the command group. Groot and others bowed and saluted. There is no time for complicated etiquette. Chi Nimmo motioned everyone to stand up straight, get ready and continue fighting with me. Groot and the captains of Cadia immediately mobilized the soldiers to leave the position. A Tyrone Navy warship that came to orbit sent a teleportation protection device and a new standard rifle to the position. The mobilization of a large army always takes time. The Tyrone army, which specializes in training assembly speed rather than formation, also needs a little time to assemble. The Cadians assemble quickly because of the compulsory military training they have received since birth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chi Nimmo was able to talk to Klein and Groot. Groot hesitated. He wanted to tell Chi Nimmo that he might not be suitable to be a regiment commander in general because he was easily overwhelmed in battle, but he didn't know how to say it. Your problem is no longer a problem. Chi Nimmo knew what Groot wanted to say and took the initiative to speak subspace. We are no longer just passively bearing the negative effects it brings. Hearing this, Groot breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that the stone that had been pressing on him for more than 10 years had fallen. Chi Nimmo looked at Klein again. This handsome blonde man who was elegant in his impression has changed a lot. His hair and beard are gray, he is leaning on a cane, and wrinkles have appeared on his face. Klein, how did you? It's a long story. Klein smiled bitterly and shook his head. 2 years ago, my competitor designed me to take me on his ship, and the ship encountered a storm in the warp. My daughter and wife told me that I was only missing for 3 days, but I felt like I had spent 20 years. Chi Nimmo's face showed a fierce look. Who designed you? That despicable guy is not qualified to be known by you. Klein shook his head. Anyway, I killed his whole family after I came out of the warp. Chi Nimmo nodded helplessly, took a deep breath, and focused on the current war. Chapter 459. 44th Infantry Regiment. In the past history, the 44th Infantry Regiment was considered sacred, groundbreaking, and authoritative. Because in the records of the Star Zone, Lord Tyrone himself once fought under the blue flag of the 44th Infantry Regiment. This record is correct, both for Chi Nimmo himself and the guards from the 44th Regiment, because on the battlefield where the 44th Regiment was on the verge of destruction, on the fortress besieged by the Genestealer rebels, the blue flag of the 44th Regiment was indeed planted. Historians, observers, and learners have always believed that the leader of the 44th Infantry Regiment must be a top-notch character with both ability and charm, because only such a person is worthy of commanding the Lord of Tyrone, who is not yet the Lord of Tyrone. In the Chronicle of Tyrone written by Andrada, one of the guards, the Lord of Tyrone is called the Soldier Number 444, and he showed his leadership style at that time. In the narration of Groot, a former member of the guard, to his curious sister Maya, the Lord of Tyrone is also the Soldier Number 444 of the 44th Infantry Regiment. These two evidences almost made the entire Star region confirm that the Lord of Tyrone is a soldier of the 44th Regiment. The 44th Infantry Regiment is even more valued than the 87th Armored Regiment and the 47th Infantry Regiment led by Klein, who was the first to follow the Lord of Talon. In short, during the Talon Galaxy Unification War, the 44th Infantry Regiment was rebuilt during the battle to attack Talon II. In the Cadia War, the 44th Infantry Regiment was hit by stray bullets during the Battle of the Titan Legion during the defense of Tianwei, and was almost completely destroyed. It was rebuilt for the second time. The 44th Infantry Regiment has the best recruits. The soldier numbered 444 in the regiment is the strongest and smartest in the entire regiment. He will wear power armor with more advanced performance than the standard power armor, holding a gun in one hand and holding the regiment flag in the other. The entire infantry regiment is undoubtedly elite, so they have been given a special additional number. Chosen by Lord Talon. It's my choice, but not entirely my choice. To be honest, every time I see the soldier with 444 on his power armor and the flag with 44 in his hand, I worry about him. If I were to organize the reconstruction of the infantry regiment, I would name it 8. No, 88th Regiment is not good. When the 44th Infantry Regiment and the Cadians gathered, the 3 Cadian leaders suddenly mentioned the past of the entire regiment, and the Freeblade Knights also expressed their curiosity. Grote told these people about the past of the 44th Regiment. When the Cadians thought that the 44th Regiment was similar to the Castle Lord's personal selection in the Cadian Assault Army, Chi Nemo said that the 44th Regiment was different from the Castle Lord's personal selection. Give me the latest scan results of the Navy. Chi Nemo stuck his sword into the ground, leaned on the sword and reached out to take the strategic map handed to him. This strategic map looks like paper, and it is also used, but the content displayed on it can be changed and overwritten. From the strategic map, Chi Nemo can see the entire enemy front. The Chaos Side's battle line is not special, it is just a huge battle line across the southern continent, composed of billions of people. The Tyrone army, the Cadians, and the Scutarii of the Mechanicus are fighting against these enemies. As for the Lamenters, the Ultramarines, and the Blood Angels, they are fighting with the Burners and Mimics in the northern continent. At this time, the disadvantage of the sparse population of the Tyrone sector was revealed. If the Agrippina ruler Sage Vic did not bring the Scutarii over, it would be difficult for the sector to invest a huge number of troops on a planet. This involves the Dark Past before the Star Zone was established. In the northern border of the Empire, dozens of star systems had no contact or communication with each other, but they all chose to control the population because they did not have many ships to purchase supplies. But fortunately, after the establishment of the Gate of Tyrone, the population of the world of the North Hive City was greater than that of the Star Zone, and the population of the Star Zone was also growing explosively. In order to open up a place for survival for future generations, colonial activities did not stop even during the war. The attack priority is as follows: Armored Regiment, Infantry Regiment with mobile vehicles, Infantry Regiment. These are the enemy armed forces that we will send over to destroy one after another. Of course, the 2,000 Space Marines mixed in the front line are also important targets, like the Armored Regiment. Chi Nemo drew a few circles on the strategic map. Then, the locations of the important targets marked by Chi Nemo appeared on the holographic map in each soldier's power armor, including the Cadians. The Talon Star District did not treat them as outsiders, and the power armor and other supplies were also supplied by the entire regiment. Even the Hive Militia led by He Qijing received power armor supplies after rescuing the 44th Infantry Regiment. We understand. The 3 Cadia leaders nodded in unison. Believe me, sir, we Cadians will protect this Hive world as we protect Cadia. Chi Nemo nodded and walked towards the teleportation light curtain generated in front. Cadia stands firm. Tyrone stands firm. The 3 leaders said in unison. The group entered the large-scale teleportation light curtain together. Dimensional teleportation is nothing new to everyone. Close your eyes and open them again. In less than a breath, everyone appears behind the 3 armored regiments that are attacking the Scutarii defense line. All 3 armored regiments were originally part of the Imperial Astra Militarum. They once shouted the name of the Emperor and fought for the survival of mankind, but just like those people in the Volscani industrial zone, they rebelled during the long battle because the mortal will could not resist the erosion. Another thing they have in common with the Volscani Iron Cavalry is that they surrendered to Khorne. The Blood God, who did not hate technology, arranged for his demons to bless these mortals with material things. These were not bloodthirsty demons, like Cabania or Skarbrand, but demons who were proficient in the technology of the armament industry. The weapons and equipment of the 3 armored regiments did not need to be obtained through plunder and scramble like other mortal legions, and they were even more powerful and inexhaustible. When the enemy appeared in the rear, the row of Lehman Russ tanks inlaid with spikes at the end of the queue suddenly turned backwards, without the crew members knowing. That was the reaction of their corroded machine souls. But before they opened fire, the suspension tanks of the 87th Armored Regiment led by Duncan opened fire first. The main guns of energy weapons with greater power than the Guards' power shoulder guns instantly penetrated the turrets of each tank, and the remaining tanks melted in the burning of the residual power of the energy weapons. Although the Lehman Russ in the last row did not cause any damage to the enemies that suddenly appeared in the rear, they successfully bought time for the poison blade tanks in front. The big guys, which had been renamed Blood Axe, roared and circled in place, with the turrets slightly faster than the chassis. This time, the Ogryn Guards company led by Groot fought with the 87th Armored Regiment. 30 Ogryns howled and rushed towards the 6 poison blade tanks. The intelligent programs contained in their huge power armor realized what they were going to do, so they actively generated energy shields, and used most of the power armor's energy to accelerate the Ogryns. Chapter 460. During the Cadian War, Space Wolves Lord Sven Bloodhowl once used the term Little Dreadnoughts to describe the Ogryns, who were armed to the teeth with Talonian technology. Sven was deeply impressed by this thing, because he saw with his own eyes that the Ogryns were rampaging and messing up the formation of Chaos Space Marines. After returning to the chapter, he even said when drunk that the dreadnoughts of a certain chapter that had a bad relationship with the Space Wolves were little Ogryns, and because of this, he was beaten up by an old dreadnought named Bjorn in the chapter while he was drunk and woke up. The Space Wolves were not on the battlefield in the Talon sector. If they were, Sven would have been even more impressed by the Ogryn. Each of the 6 Bane-laid tanks in the armored melee was targeted by 5 Ogryns, because an Ogryn's combat squad consisted of 5 members. The Ogryns did not discuss, but all charged at the Bane Blade tanks. They took turns to ram into the Bane Blade tanks one after another, trying to knock over the super large tanks like the Bane Blade, and with their continuous efforts, the tanks were actually knocked back half a meter. All 6 tanks were knocked backwards by the Ogryns, and the turrets could hardly remain stable in the repeated collisions. Until the smart leader of the 6 Ogryn teams felt that this might not be the right thing to do, so he aimed the heavy artillery embedded in the power armor at the tank and fired a shot. The explosion caused by the heavy artillery firing and the explosion caused by the destruction of the poison blade tank, the combined power of the two instantly shattered the energy shields of the Ogryns around the tanks, and blew their huge bodies away half a meter. But the Ogryns were able to get up as if nothing had happened, touch their heads, and laugh heartily. Each team had a modified smart head. When a smart head used its amazing wisdom to deal with a tank, the remaining smart heads would learn from their companions, and the 6 poison blades would explode one after another. The explosion of a heavy tank, like the poison blade, would even generate a small mushroom cloud. Only the Ogryn could withstand the explosion, and stand up even if the energy shield was shattered. A Space Marine with an IQ as low as that of an Ogryn would be killed by an Ogryn without power armor. Their physical talents are extremely amazing, and the talents of an Ogryn wearing power armor are raised to the extreme. They can even be used as cover that is stronger than small fortifications on the battlefield. The number of Ogryns is small, and they are not the main force in this armored war. Duncan's 87th Armored Regiment and the anti-armored infantry and other infantry regiments are. The suspension tanks improved from Lehman Russ quickly surrounded and bombarded. The enemy found that they were not only fast, but also had first-class armor. The fire control system equipped with AI can keep the turrets aimed at the target at high speed. This is a battle between a corroded Lehman Russ tank and an improved version of the Lehman Russ tank. The poison blade was dealt with by a super heavy tank called the Mobile Fortress in the Tyrone army. The Mobile Fortress is a 40-meter-long giant with turrets all over its body. With the assistance of AI, there are 20 crew members. The anti-gravity engine allows them to float 50 centimeters above the ground. The most advanced energy supply system can even extract the residual heat left by the enemy's shells on the armor and input it into the reactor, which is used to power the tank's close-range defense weapons together with other energy. As for the giant command vehicle in the armored regiment, it did not participate in the battle, but generated an energy shield to protect everyone covered by the energy shield, because a group of artillery had discovered the situation on the armored regiment's side and started shelling. Chi Nemo and Gray were not seen in the battle, and it was not until the shelling stopped quickly that the command group realized that they had gone to remove the enemy's shelling position. The battle with the armored regiment ended quickly after Chi Nemo removed the artillery and returned to join the battle. The battlefield was full of tank wreckage. The tanks that were struck by lightning and flames even strangely turned into charcoal and ash, instead of being melted by high temperature as normal. The enemy on the southern continent lost 3 armored regiments that were the main force of the attack, and the pace of the attack on the entire front had to slow down. Qin Mo continued to lead the army to teleport back and forth on the front line. Occasionally, they would encounter friendly troops that were also teleported to the vicinity of the enemy to launch an assault, and then they would join forces and continue to shuttle back and forth on the front line. Previously, the Tyrone army had to worry about whether they could hold out after being teleported out under the counterattack of enemies that were dozens of times more numerous. But now they don't need to worry, because the enemy's front line is gradually disintegrating, and collapses often occur. Red Pirate Fleet abandoned the battlefield of Bison No. 1. The Red Pirates, who were discussing how to fight, were shocked when they heard the order from the Lord of the Great Vortex. Abandon it, leave the other war bands behind to cover the retreat, and let our people withdraw first, Huron said. At first, the adjutants and the senior officers did not understand this order, until they figured it out and felt that Huron was wise. The intensity of the war in the southern continent was not as strong as that in the northern continent, but the army supply station was set up in the southern continent. Previously, in order to capture Bison No. 1 faster, most of the army was sent to the northern continent to fight, instead of staying at the supply station. Once the front line of the southern continent was collapsed, the wasteland supply line connecting the 2 continents would be cut off. Only the Tyrone army can directly deliver supplies to the frontline soldiers without any supply lines. Their latest artillery does not even have an open ammunition bay, because the shells will be transported to the closed ammunition bay by the latest built-in transmission device of the artillery. This is an advantage that the Red Pirates do not have. If the supply line is cut off, the outcome will not be as simple as a crushing defeat. More than 20 billion troops may turn to cannibalism if they lose supplies. When the senior officials went to convey the order, Huron suddenly thought, if he had left most of the troops in the southern continent when the Lord of Tyrone disappeared from the real universe, would the result be different? It would definitely be different, without a doubt. But this feeling of being one step behind did not make Huron regretful, but made him very excited. Because this proves that the gem eye that Cinch forcibly implanted in him, the eye that represents Cinch's foresight, is useless. The power of the 4 gods is not infinitely strong. Pray to me, let me give you an invincible divine weapon. You are too tired, come to my palace to rest for a while. This is part of the plan, not that my blessing to you is useless. As long as you go one step further with me, I will give you a more powerful blessing, so that you can know the past and the future, and know everything. The whispers from the dark gods annoyed Huron, and the whispers became clearer after his resurrection. Huron was used to it. He thought about his own affairs, and then thought about the possibility of failure of the entire war. And this didn't seem to be a bad thing. Brother. Huron looked at the think tank standing beside him. Let the adjutants, who once belonged to Vinger, lead the team to Bison No. 1 to assist the army in retreating. Yes, Chapter Master. The think tank nodded and turned away. Chapter 461. The Red Corsair army on Bison began to evacuate desperately. But in the minds of people other than the Red Corsair's top brass, this was not an evacuation, but a military operation. The Chaos Space Marines of other war bands were left on Baisu to continue fighting. They also realized that something might not be right, but their gods asked them to stay to cover the Red Corsairs. After Abaddon's life and death were unknown, the 4 gods' favor to Huron reached its peak, and each of them hoped to use their favor to bring Huron closer to themselves. When the stalemate of the war situation was reversed, a person who Qin Mo did not expect suddenly came to the Talon sector, Guilliman. Qin Mo could only divert his attention from the war, and squeeze out some time to arrange a meeting between Guilliman and Sanguinius. If the North Star Hive had not been relieved before, the Star Sector would always face the threat of Huron breaking through the Talon Gate, and Qin Mo would not have the leisure to do so. But now the war in the North Star Hive has ended, and the war situation is improving. The fast-moving ship equipped with the most advanced dimensional engine docked in the starport of Talon No. 1, and then Guilliman and the honor guard of the Ultramarines were teleported to the surface together. This second trip to Talon began with great eagerness, and there was only one reason for the Primarch's second visit. After Calgar resolved the war in the Alana system, he sent a message to his Gene father. Your holy angelic brother appeared in the Talon sector. Guilliman came without hesitation, even though the High Lord advised him to stay on Terra. Even though he had to openly take the Talonian ship, he still came at a very fast speed without hesitation. On the way to the meeting place, as he advanced on the vast straight road, Guilliman was extremely nervous. The honor guard noticed that the Gene father walked with his head down and looking at his feet. This was not the posture of their father. The Gene father should hold his chest high, with his broad hand on the hilt of the Emperor's sword at his waist, as if he could control everything. But they didn't know that Gilliman didn't come to the planet of Talon System Number 1 as a Primarch, but as a brother. Gilliman was thinking. Why did Sanguinius appear? He was obviously killed by the traitor Horus on the Vengeful Spirit. Is Sanguinius still the same Sanguinius? Will he be twisted by the worship of the people of Baal for nearly 10,000 years, and become like his father? When the Second Empire was established, Sanguinius was reluctant to be the leader of the Second Empire. He agreed after much persuasion from me. But later I found out that the Empire was not destroyed and my father was waiting for support in the solar system. Will Sanguinius hate me for this? If I meet him, what will he say? No matter what he wants to say. I want to confide in Sanguinius, tell him about the current situation of the Empire, and the cold and ruthless curses that my father said at the beginning of the meeting. Father. A soldier of the honor guard patted Gilliman's lower back gently, then stopped. Gilliman stopped thinking, raised his head, and looked forward. 400 meters in front of him, under the tall statue of the capital world of Talon, the ideal city, stood 3 people. Lord of Talon? Gilliman was extremely happy to see him. Just like when he first learned from his descendants that Chi Nemo not only did not die in the warp, but also came out alive to lead the troops in battle. Sanguinius. Gilliman's pupils dilated. He couldn't believe that Sanguinius was standing there. His metal body didn't affect his beauty at all. The affinity between the Primarch brothers also made Gilliman sure that it was his brother, not a war machine extended from the living metal technology of Talon. Gilliman couldn't help but want to confide in him at this time, but he saw a third person. The blonde woman who could be possessed by the human part of his father. Forget it. I'd better find another opportunity to confide in my father during the meeting. Gilliman thought so, and quickened his pace to move forward. When the two sides were only 5 meters apart, Sanguinius suddenly gave Gilliman an unexpected hug. He was also very happy to see Gilliman. Among the Primarchs, although Gilliman tried hard to maintain the relationship between brothers, he was actually not very popular with his brothers. When he first met Lion King 10,000 years ago, he could sense a hint of a negative feeling from Lion's eyes for some reason. Among all the Primarchs, Gilliman's favorites are Sanguinius, Fire Dragon Lord Vulcan, Ferris, and Krakos. Most of the other Primarchs think that Gilliman is ambitious. Gilliman was also worried that Sanguinius would hate him because of the Second Empire, but now he is relieved. Of course Sanguinius was angry, but that was 10,000 years ago. With the Empire becoming what it is today, and the entire galaxy in chaos, Sanguinius is worried about his brother's situation. Don't think about asking him to help you clean up the mess. Vanessa stepped forward and said, his living metal body can only allow him to move in the real universe for a short time. Gilliman turned his head to look at Vanessa. The woman's eyes were attached with golden light, which was a sign of the Emperor's possession. That's a pity. Gilliman turned his head and said to his heirs, it's okay now, let's go back to Terra. The Primarch was just joking. He couldn't just turn around and leave because Sanguinius couldn't help him clean up the mess. In fact, he had already thought about it before he came back, and he wanted Sanguinius to stay in the Talon sector for a while, so that Sanguinius would not see the current empire as soon as possible. Gilliman. Sanguinius reached out his hand and gathered Gilliman's golden hair, his eyes falling on some of the white hair. How long did you spend after you woke up being hit by that weapon that can speed up time? Gilliman looked helpless. Seeing his white hair, Sanguinius even thought that he was hit by the ray gun used by those alien races 10,000 years ago. This is not surprising, because Sanguinius had learned from his descendants that Gilliman had been in a static state for 10,000 years, and it was impossible for him to age. What other reason could there be for his white hair now except being hit by a ray gun? You don't know what our ideals have become. You don't know what a twisted and ugly freak the empire we fought for has become. Do you know that the powerful people in the empire now even use a freak thing similar to a service skull, a baby with wings, half flesh and half electronic parts? The origin of that freak and monster makes me shudder just thinking about it. Gilliman complained about what he saw with a hideous expression. When he faced the high lords and nobles on Terra, his tone was easygoing and his expression was always smiling. But in fact he hated everything he saw and everyone who discussed things with him. The Pope of the state religion thought he had been favored by the Son of God, and he was complacent. However, Gilliman, who was discussing the state religion with the Pope with a smile on his face, did not favor him. He wanted to smash the Pope and the twisted freak with wings, like a child flying around with his ruling hand into pieces. Chapter 462. After Gilliman finished talking about all his troubles, Sanguinius nodded and responded, I know, this is not my first day walking in the real universe. Gilliman was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand why Sanguinius' tone was so light. What we are fighting for is not some abstract concept, such as the truth of the empire, the ideal. We are fighting for the continuation and prosperity of the entire human race. Sanguinius' beautiful eyes stared at Guilliman. There are always dark and ignorant periods in human history. If we can't lead them out of the darkness, then what is the meaning of our existence? What is the meaning of being designed by the Father? We need to solve the mess. Guide mankind back to light and rationality, and then we leave. This is what we have to do. After listening to all the words of Sanguinius, Guilliman felt that his heart was comforted. No one dislikes Sanguinius. His every smile, every action, every word is full of charm and affinity. If Aaron grows up normally, he will become a person who everyone loves like Sanguinius, because he has a stronger comforting ability. But Guilliman couldn't help but complain. It's easy to say, brother, you don't have to deal with the things that have accumulated since the beginning of the 41st millennium on Terra. Sanguinius smiled and patted Guilliman's shoulder, knowing that Guilliman had taken his words to heart. Everyone has complaints. The Primarch is not a god, and he can't deal with anything expressionlessly. I have already seen my father on Terra. Guilliman patted the sword at his waist. Do you know what he called me when I approached the throne with hope? He called me a thief and a traitor, and then he said nice things to me, wanting me to continue serving him. I felt like a file handed to a prisoner. Correct. The Emperor of Humanity, who was listening to the conversation between the two brothers, raised his hand to interrupt Guilliman. It was one of the many wills that called you a thief and a traitor. Didn't I also tell you that I don't blame you for the Second Empire, and that it was the right thing to do to rebuild an empire to continue fighting Horus without receiving any news from Terra? Sanguinius also knew what Guilliman encountered after he went to Terra. He comforted him. For 10,000 years, the will of the Father has suffered 10,000 years on the throne. The beliefs of the ignorant people have distorted him. You should not be entangled in his words. He gave you the sword, which is proof that he still loves you. Yes. The Emperor nodded. I love every one of my sons. Guilliman looked at Vanessa. The purest humanity of the Emperor is in this woman, so he sometimes becomes humorous and sentimental. But this part of humanity is so fragile and small that it can be endured by a mortal, so just listen to half of what he says. But what Sanguinius said made sense. Guilliman was just talking. If he was disappointed with the Emperor and humanity, he would not deal with the mess on Terra. After the talk, Guilliman took a deep breath and felt relieved. Then he looked at Chin Mo. I learned that you were involved in the warp before. It's not that I don't believe in your ability. I asked Evelyn and the prophet named Uslan at the time, and they all said that you would definitely die in the warp. Guilliman was worried about Chin Mo. He only thought about it, and knew that Chin Mo must have experienced many extremely terrible things in the warp. Everything in the warp is enough to defeat a mortal's reason. Chin Mo looked calm at this time, but he probably didn't want others to notice his fear. But in fact, Guilliman was overthinking. To be honest, it's not a bad thing for me to enter the warp. Chin Mo smiled. I killed my way into the palace of one of the four gods, and then do you know what I did on its bed? What? Guilliman looked curious. I wrote down Chin Mo's visit here. Ha 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 ha. Chin Mo laughed loudly after he finished speaking. Guilliman widened his eyes, and gave a thumbs up. His surprise was beyond words. Cool. Guilliman was very depressed when he was crowned at the Terra ceremony, and almost immersed in the illusion woven by Slaanesh for a week. Now, after hearing what Chin Mo did, he really let out a sigh of relief. The members of the honor guard looked at Guilliman in disbelief. They were always shocked by the little humor shown by the father of genes. In their eyes, Guilliman should be a serious scholar who always keeps his sanity. They couldn't hear what Chin Mo said, because both Sanguinius and Chin Mo, who were present, deliberately concealed the details of the warp from them. Wait. Didn't you say before that you carved a useless nonsense on the evil god's bed? The Emperor asked. Ha. Ha. The smile on Chin Mo's face froze. Sanguinius knew what Chin Mo did in the Slaanesh realm, and he suggested to his father that they should see the situation of the Slaanesh realm in the warp with their own eyes. The Emperor didn't need to see it with his own eyes. He only needed to communicate with those inhuman wills to know what happened in the Slaanesh realm. The two forces of pure matter and soul intertwined with each other burned fiercely in the palace of the Dark Prince, forming 6 large characters. Chin Mo was here. These characters were left in the language of Terra in ancient times, but both the Emperor and Sanguinius recognized these characters. Your quality really needs to be improved, the Emperor commented. Compared to the quality of a guy who carved words in a Sumerian temple as a souvenir? Chin Mo asked. On the ship to Baisu before, the Emperor was very dissatisfied with what Chin Mo said about the engraving. He felt that Chin Mo should have engraved "I've been here" instead of nonsense. At that time, the Emperor even talked about an immortal named Erda, who thought he was a humorous man. The Emperor said that Erda had accompanied him to visit the ruins of Sumerian civilization, and he left a few words. I've been here in Sumerian on the ruins, and told Erda. I can see with my psychic vision that researchers 7,000 years later will spend their lives studying this string of words to try to decipher its meaning and learn more about Sumerian civilization. But they will only get one result, that is, a guy wrote here in Sumerian. Ahem. The emperor cleared his throat. Let's talk about business. You came here in person to preside over the meeting of the primarchs. It must not be just for the two brothers to reminisce about the past. Of course, I do have more important things. Chin Mo signaled the primarch and the emperor to follow him. Chapter 463. After a while. Gilliman, Sanguinius, the emperor's will of humanity, Chin Mo, for people gathered in the research facility. In front of them was a sword in the living metal containment box. An Eldar sword that looked like the finger bone of a certain god. As far as I know, the Eldar Death Army has always wanted to resurrect the Death God to kill Slaanesh, but the price is the complete extinction of the Eldar. This is also the reason why the Death Army is not welcomed by other Eldar. And the Death Army tried to resurrect the Death God in another way, that is, to find the 5 Crone swords. One of the Crone swords was seized by the Cherethy Scourge and hidden in the palace of Slaanesh. Chin Mo was talking about the Eldar. Sanguinius listened carefully, then cast a puzzled look at Chin Mo. Gilliman, who knew the Eldar Death Army best, stepped forward, carefully observed the long sword and asked, "Is this the 5th Crone sword?" "Yes." Chin Mo nodded calmly. "I snatched it from the palace of Slaanesh." Gilliman stood there in silence. He now knew why Chin Mo did not allow the honor guard to enter the research facility just now. The Crone sword was snatched out. Logically, it should be handed over to the Eldar Death Army, so that they can summon the Death God to kill Slaanesh. But the question is, what is the attitude of the Eldar Death God towards humans? As an Eldar pantheon that has fought with the Star God, it is a question whether the first sword of the Death God will be used to cut the Star God or Slaanesh after it comes out. We should destroy this sword. The Emperor looked at the Crone sword coldly. The aliens are not worthy of pity at all, let alone help. The damn Eldar are to blame for the fall of mankind from prosperity to the current situation. Shouldn't that alien race be exterminated? The Emperor looked at the others, and finally fixed his gaze on Gilliman. It is the inherent bad nature of their entire race that leads them to pursue pleasure and excitement, and then hatch the god named Slaanesh in the corruption. Their entire race should use extinction to awaken the god of death to kill Slaanesh, because this is the atonement that this damned, despicable alien race should make for humans. The Emperor hates aliens. This man who was born in Asia Minor and looked like an Indian, this man who Sanguinius noticed when they first met had countless men and women in his body. He was simply the embodiment of the concept of human beings. Cat people, beastmen, ogrins, ratlings, long-legged people. These races that looked like aliens, but were genetically human subspecies were once tolerated by the Emperor and became part of the Empire, but he was unwilling to tolerate even the least threatening alien races living in the sewers of the Empire he created. The Emperor compromised many times during the Great Crusade, whether it was with the slavers of Nicaea, who turned his son into a monster, or with the psychers he hated the most, the astropaths and navigators. But the Emperor would never compromise on matters related to the aliens. You don't have to look at me and say these words, Father. Gilliman looked at the Emperor. There is no word that can describe all the individuals in an entire race. There are those who deserve to die, and there are those who are fighting for humanity to atone for their sins. Gilliman recalled Evelyn. To be honest, he was not very happy to have this Eldar woman by his side, because she always called him Big Boy, as if she had a lot of seniority, and she had the annoying arrogance of the Eldar. But Evelyn did help humans. If she and her Death Army did not help Call, and stand with Call, he would still be squatting in the static position. You are already sympathizing with the aliens. The Emperor asked Gilliman, why don't you return from Terra to your 500 worlds, give the Eldar a citizenship title, and then let them, and your people breed a new race? My respected lord of the 500 worlds. Gilliman's eyes widened, but the anger on his face immediately dissipated. Your words are very hurtful, Father. You shouldn't say that. Sanguinius patted Gilliman's shoulder. His cooperation with the Eldar is based on practical interests. 10,000 years after you sat on the Golden Throne, the 500 worlds are still fighting for your empire. Gilliman is not only the lord of the 500 worlds, he is also your heir. The Emperor's human will is too pure. He has the idea of escaping, a sense of humor, and the problem of saying whatever he wants when he is angry. And it is precisely this human will that is the most hurtful. The anger on the Emperor's face also dissipated. I'm sorry, son. I shouldn't say this, I don't know why, I seem to have become the character I was tens of thousands of years ago. Chi Nemo called the three people to discuss not to listen to the father and son quarrel, but to hope that these superhuman decision makers can make a judgment with him. It is impossible to make a quick decision on whether to give the sword to the Death Army. Gilliman looked at Chi Nemo. I hope you can give me some time. I want to contact Evelyn and Uslan. I will ask indirectly about what happened after the resurrection of the Death God, and then judge whether the Death God will pose a threat to us or you to give it to them. Chi Nemo nodded in agreement. Gilliman continued, Believe me, if the first sword of the Death God after resurrection is to cut you instead of Slaanesh, I will destroy the crowned sword without hesitation. Of course I believe you. Chi Nemo nodded again. His eyes moved down to look at the sword in the container. After thinking for a while, he said, If it can be given, I hope you give it to them. Hearing this, Gilliman was stunned for a moment. Helping the Death God army find the crowned sword is enough to make the Death God army thank Talon profusely, and give Chi Nemo countless things he wants, even the Crystal Prophet or an ark, as long as he asks. But Gilliman could also think of why Chi Nemo wanted him to give the crowned sword. Because he represented the Empire, and was promoting an alliance with the Death Army. If the crowned sword could be given to them, then it would obviously be faster for him, the representative of the Empire, to give it to them, and he would have a natural advantage in dealing with many matters related to the Death Army in the future. When a member of the Death Army was accidentally killed by someone in the Empire, with this advantage, he could stand up and make the matter less serious. This does not mean that the Death Army does not need to repay Chi Nemo, because they must know who took the sword. Handing over the sword by himself and explaining the situation, changing the object that the Death Army needs to repay from one person to two people, and the entire human race, this is the consideration of maximizing benefits. After thinking everything through in less than a second, Gilliman bowed and thanked, Thank you. You're welcome. Chi Nemo shook his head. The key is whether the sword can be given to them. If the Death God resurrects, he will target me first, and I will stab its chosen one first. After speaking, Chi Nemo suddenly thought of something and turned around to control the device connected to the King's Gate. Perhaps we can learn about the Death God from another Eldar God, without having to ask the Death God's chosen ones in the Death Army. Chapter 464. The device made of living metal emitted a leaping electric light. At the square metal structure that looked like a door, a golden light flashed, and then the golden light curtain unfolded, and the entire door was activated. What is this? Gilliman asked. Webway. Chi Nemo only said 2 words. Gilliman nodded in a trance. In his impression, the Eldar's webway gate was very different from this square shape, so he didn't immediately realize the function of the door. The shape of the Eldar's webway gate. Very strange. Not just ordinary strange. This is the second thing I brought back from the warp. No, it should be said that it is a life. Chi Nemo raised his head and stared at the entrance of the webway. Sanguinius took a step forward and watched with bated breath like Gilliman. The Emperor who possessed Vanessa frowned and suddenly felt that things were not simple. Before the life in the webway came out, they had already noticed something was wrong. Gilliman's hair changed from mixed white hair to pure golden hair, and Sanguinius felt as if his spirit was healed. Vanessa's body, which was damaged by the Emperor's possession, was instantly restored. The 4 people waited with bated breath. After more than 10 seconds, nothing appeared. Come out. Chi Nemo said to the webway gate, I can enhance the reality structure. Slaanesh can't do anything to you. Hearing this, the people in the webway came out. One leg stepped out of the webway first, as if testing the water, and then the second leg and the whole person came out of the webway. It was Aisha who had escaped from the clutches of Nurgle. 500 worlds. Gilliman exclaimed. The life before him was like a work of art, not perfect, but exquisite enough. Every strand of her hair, every expression, every piece of her skin seemed to be shaped to highlight the word beauty. The Emperor turned his head and glared at Gilliman, but he had to admit that the beauty of this alien god was comparable to the perfect image he had condensed in the eyes of others. Aisha first saluted Chi Nemo with a smile, and then saluted everyone present, including the Emperor. She seemed very polite, not only to thank Chi Nemo for saving her, but also because she herself was the most indecisive, sentimental, and cowardly among the gods of the Eldar. After saluting, Aisha stood close to the gate of the webway, like a frightened kitten. Before arranging the meeting between the 2 Primarchs, Chi Nemo had contacted Aisha, not face to face, but using a communicator. Aisha didn't dare to come out of the webway because she was afraid that she would be captured by Slaanesh as soon as she came out. The beauty of this Eldar goddess of life had some warp elements, but Chi Nemo was not affected. He turned his head and looked at Gilliman. She can help you heal your wounds. You don't have to take a bath in the armor of destiny anymore. Aisha nodded and raised her hand to Gilliman. The divine power with the warp elements attached to Guilliman's neck, and the wound cut by his brother was recovering rapidly. This is something that material power cannot do, because Guilliman's body is not just injured, but his soul essence is damaged by Fulgrim. Can she help me relieve the torture I endure on the Golden Throne? The Emperor asked. Of course, her power can allow you to be drained of psychic energy by the Golden Throne without pain. Shin-Emo nodded, but then said, but before she helps you, you must first convince your guards not to kill her. Hearing this, the Emperor looked at his 13th offspring, Guilliman. The one who can convince the guards is not the Emperor, because if the Emperor really wants to order the guards to let Aisha go, then the guards' commander Trajan will receive many orders, one to kill the alien evil god, and one to let him go quickly. Only Guilliman can do this, at least he is not crazy, and Trajan listens to him. I understand, father. Guilliman nodded. Even if you said something hurtful just now, I will still find a way to alleviate your pain. Who makes you the Emperor? The Emperor's order is hard to disobey. I should have designed your mind to be bigger, the Emperor said. At this time, facing the Eldar goddess of life, the Emperor was not too extreme, although his human nature was gentle. The Emperor saw many possibilities in Aisha. A cowardly, stupid, and easily controlled crybaby. And the ability of this crybaby is exactly what humans need. All it takes is a bottle of antidote that Aisha has researched to save countless mortals who are suffering from the Nurgle plague in some parts of the Empire, and the cold sun formed by many wills is either crying or responding to their prayers one by one. The prayers of those mortals lingered in the ears of the Emperor, and the Emperor was willing to pay any price to save them. Let's talk business. Shin-Emo looked at Aisha. Is it true that Anad, one of your Eldar gods, can kill Slaanesh? Aisha neither confirmed nor denied. There is no god of death among the Eldar gods, so I don't know what kind of ability Anad has. It is an ancient legend that resurrecting him can kill Slaanesh. Legend has it that, after the Eldar race is completely destroyed, the god of death Anad will be born, carrying the revenge of the entire Eldar race and stabbing Slaanesh with a sword, and killing this evil god. I cannot deny that the birth of Slaanesh is closely related to the Eldar, so there is still a possibility that the Eldar gods can kill Slaanesh, especially gods like the god of death. Then Aisha said a lot more about the concept of the Eldar. As a species designed by the Old Ones, the Eldar are no longer a simple race of biological engineering products from their birth to now. The strong psychic talents of the Eldar, the prosperity and fall of the Eldar. This series of factors have an impact on the real universe and the subspace. When this race falls, the gods created may certainly have powerful power. Finally, Aisha explained by giving an example. For example, when the last human dies in front of the Golden Throne, their leader will be promoted due to the extinction of the human species, and will launch an endless war against the four gods with a desire for revenge. Every human soul will rush from the sea of souls to their species leader, and then become a powerful force. Something like this. This sentence made the Emperor fall into deep thought. Shin-Emo asked, so why didn't the Deathfearers create such a god? Aren't they a powerful and prosperous race? Whether they are prosperous and powerful is not the decisive factor in whether they can make a big noise when they perish. Aisha shook her head slowly. They have no psychic talent. They are pure real universe creatures. Shin-Emo nodded, thinking that it was no wonder that the souls of the entire race of the dead were eaten by the star god without any movement. Chapter 465. The most crucial question. Sanguinius raised a finger. Will the god of death become enemies with the star gods or other races after resurrection? Sanguinius obviously would not get an objective answer by asking an Eldar god, because the goddess of life, Aisha, is not a third party. She is one of the Eldar gods, and she may resurrect the god of death at all costs, because then she will not be threatened by Slaanesh. She may lie. But it is not because Sanguinius is naive that he asks. Just like Shin-Emo had asked cinch questions, it was not necessarily to get the most truthful answer, but just to have more reference information. I am not the god of death Anad. Aisha shook her head. Eradication of the four gods is the primary goal of all creatures in the real universe. This is not only an urgent problem that needs to be solved, but also an obligation. I believe that if the universe and the Sea of Souls were like this during the war in heaven, it would not be impossible for the Eldar gods and the star gods to join forces. But I still say that I am not the god of death Anad. I don't know what he would think. Aisha's words made the four people fall into deep thought. In essence, resurrecting Anad to kill Slaanesh is a prophecy. And Anad belongs to the Eldar pantheon. Let's talk about it later. Guilliman looked at the Emperor. To be honest, I don't really believe in the prophecies of the Eldar. Most of these alien prophecies are correct, but they always backfire. To be honest, It is still unknown whether the 5 Crone swords can summon the god of death, and the Crone sword is not the sword of death. The Emperor said, "We need more reference information." Sanguinius agreed with Guilliman and the Emperor. "It seems that we need to obtain more information. It is more convenient to ask Aisha than to ask the Death Army. At least 1 or 2 questions will not let those sensitive Eldar realize that the Crone sword they dream of is now in the Talon sector." When Guilliman, the Emperor and Sanguinius made their judgments, they looked at Qin Mo at the same time. He brought the sword back, so he has the final say. Qin Mo nodded first, then looked at the sword and said in a deep voice, "In any case, killing the gods is the primary goal, and everything should give way to this primary goal. If it is certain that a Nad can kill Slaanesh, even if it will be our enemy, then he should appear. The troubles that the Chaos Gods have brought to humans far exceed the sum of the troubles brought by any other race. Pleasure, desire for knowledge, desire for victory, desire for survival, these are all desires, and they are all the authority of Slaanesh. A space marine with a strong faith may be corrupted by his desire for power and victory. Even an ascetic scholar who has no interest in pleasure and entertainment and devotes his life to research can be corrupted by his desire for knowledge. The 4 gods are more terrible than any enemy, because they are a group of unpredictable and immeasurable warp-transcendent beings full of malicious intent. Slaanesh is now measurable, but it is also a terrible enemy with data as high as 9999999 in all aspects. As long as the 4 gods can be destroyed, even if only one of them is destroyed, no price is unacceptable. Suppose, if a Nad is born, it can really kill Slaanesh, then it wants to be your enemy. What should you do? It can even kill Slaanesh?" Guilliman asked. Qin Mo shook his head, indicating that he was not worried. If the death god Anad can really kill Slaanesh as the Eldar prophecy, and the example given by Aisha, it does not mean that the military power of a race of gods is stronger than that of chaos gods like Slaanesh. It's like the attacker has been given a powerful force against a certain existence by something or some concept. The 4 gods fought each other in the subspace for so long, but could not completely wipe out each other's demons forever, and the user of the Emperor's sword can completely kill a demon, but this does not mean that whoever holds the Emperor's sword is stronger than the 4 gods. The key is, what are the concepts of the Emperor's sword, Anad, these weapons or gods with special and powerful effects? What is their authority, what can be targeted by them, and what cannot be targeted by them? The few of them discussed for a while, and finally made a decision. The Emperor promised to collect more information about Anad in the warp together with other friendly wills. Guilliman said that he would try every means to obtain more information about the Crone sword. He could find a way to check the books and materials of the Death Army. Sanguinius had nothing to do for the time being. He planned to return to Baal after the Battle of Tyrone to meet his offspring Dante in the real universe. Qin Mo only said that if everything is confirmed, the Crone sword can be handed over to the Eldar, but he did not say one thing, that is, he would look for more star gods like the Burner and the Mimic. If Slaanesh really dies, then Chaos will be quiet for a while. At that time, the #1 enemy for the Eldar and humans may not be Chaos. Then, just like destroying the 4 gods is the #1 goal, destroying the Eldar gods will be the #1 goal at that time. At that time, releasing and fusing a few fragments of the Nightbringer are acceptable. Troubles and threats always exist, but they must be prioritized. In short, this matter cannot be rushed. Qin Mo casually threw the container containing the Crone sword into the dimensional space. "What about this god?" Sanguinius pointed at Aisha. "She is the Eldar god, Sanguinius did not finish his words. But everyone knew what he wanted to say was how to deal with Aisha. Put her back or what? This is something that needs to be discussed. Guilliman and the Emperor looked at each other, and they also looked at Aisha, thinking about things. Aisha looked at Qin Mo nervously with a serious expression. This strange star god, who could even enter the Sea of Souls, possessed the terrifying power to kill the demons in an instant. Aisha knew clearly that her fate was controlled by him. We should let an Eldar god return to her child. Qin Mo smiled. Aisha breathed a sigh of relief. But the next sentence made Aisha's heart rise to her throat again. But there is no doubt that the Eldar do not have the ability to protect their mother goddess, and they can hardly protect themselves. Under normal circumstances, the life and death of an Eldar god has nothing to do with us, but Aisha, you are different. You are a god, who can use your power to save countless people suffering from the Nurgle plague, so we should protect you. Qin Mo looked around. Thanks to the power of the star god, the reality structure of this star zone has been strengthened. Even if you walk in the star zone, Slaanesh can only stare at you and be extremely angry when extremely angry. There is nothing else he can do. Chapter 466. Aisha is the mother goddess of the Eldar, and all the Eldar are the children of her and her husband. Now that she has escaped from the clutches of Nurgle, the thing she wants to do most is to meet her children and talk to each other. So when Chin Mo said those words, Aisha didn't quite agree. The goddess of life held the wrist of her left hand with her right hand, leaned on the structure of the webway gate, lowered her head, bit her lips, and said nothing, looking very hesitant. Hesitating whether she should bravely express her ideas, or should suppress everything in her heart and choose to compromise. I just want to say that your safety is not only the obligation of the Eldar, but also ours, because we don't want the plague of the evil god Nurgle, who should have fallen into the cesspool and drowned, to take away the lives of tens of billions of people. Star gods are also gods, but we are helpless in the face of a plague with a warp component, just like I can't heal the wounds of my pre-march friend, but you can, and we should provide you with shelter. Chin Mo continued. Yes. Yes. I agree. Aisha nodded repeatedly, but she was obviously not so willing. A few ding-ding sounds were heard. Several soul stones fell on the metal floor under Aisha's feet. Those were the tears of the goddess of life. You are still free, Aisha. Chin Mo raised his hand to Guilliman. You can also choose to follow him and leave Talon. Although the Death Army is the chosen of Anad, they are also your children. If you follow this pre-march, you can see your children, and maybe they can also protect you. Aisha was really reluctant to stay under the protection of the Star God, but she was also a wise person, and knew that this protection was real protection. The webway is not absolutely safe, which makes the four gods helpless. In the Nurgle demon realm, Aisha once saw her children being slaughtered by demons and invaders in the webway that was damaged for various reasons. So hiding in the webway in the Talon sector is more of a psychological comfort. The reality structure enhanced by the star gods is not absolutely safe, but just like the curtain between the Sea of Souls and the real universe, it is neither completely invincible, but almost invincible. Because of the existence of the curtain, no matter how powerful the four gods are, they can't let the main body and the big demon descend into the real universe at will. This is a somewhat contradictory thing. Just like, the four gods and their servants may break through the veil, but it is unlikely that the four gods and their servants will break through the veil. No. Aisha shook her head and made a soft refusal. She knew that she couldn't leave Tehran, otherwise Slaanesh would follow her footsteps and try every means to break through the webway and capture her. But staying in Tehran and not being able to see the children made Aisha feel uncomfortable. The little soul stone fell to the ground like beads with broken strings. At this time, the intelligence system in the research facility printed out a basin out of thin air to collect the soul stone. Then Aisha cried out. Chin Mo could see that Aisha was really unwilling to stay in Talon, and what he needed was not Aisha's passive ability to not die and be the best drug test subject, but the active ability to study the antidote. Whether the person is willing is an important issue involving efficiency. Take her away, Chin Mo said to Guilliman. Guilliman understood Chin Mo's idea and nodded immediately, ready to take Aisha to the outside of the star zone for a walk and then come back. Aisha was reluctant to stay in Talon, but she was not very willing to leave either. However, she did not dare to resist the arrangement, so she could only follow Guilliman silently. After the two left, only the Emperor, Sanguinius and Chin Mo were left in the research facility. About the Blood Angels' warships. Thank you. Sanguinius suddenly thanked him. In the Battle of Baal, the fleets of the Blood Angels and their successors were almost destroyed. If it were not for the ships built by Talon to replenish their fleets, they would have to squeeze a whole regiment into a strike cruiser. Besides, the Empire's shipbuilding efficiency is not only shockingly low, but also extremely low. I will help anyone who fights against chaos, Chin Mo said with a smile. Sanguinius nodded, and then a trace of sadness appeared on his beautiful face. Are you worried about the Black Rage? Chin Mo asked. Sanguinius nodded. A case of Black Rage has already appeared in the Lamenters. Aisha is in the Talon sector. Maybe we can find a way to treat Black Rage together, Chin Mo said. Sanguinius thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After a few words, Guilliman, who had taken Aisha away earlier, came back. Aisha's crying sounded earlier than the heavy footsteps of the pre-march. After entering the research facility, Aisha immediately entered the webway and closed the webway door. Guilliman obviously really took Aisha out of the star zone and back. The dimensional engine has this speed. When we left the star zone, she said that she was being targeted by something. Guilliman glanced at the closed webway gate, then she begged me like crazy to take her back to the sector, so we came back. Chin Mo nodded. Do you need to spend this effort? She is already in Talon, and she can't leave if you don't allow her to leave. the Emperor said. Don't teach me, you riddle man. Shin-Emo spread his hands. It is necessary to let the protected people know how they are protected, and why they are protected. The Emperor looked at the closed webway gate. I think she knows what's going on, but she cries out of habit, which is annoying. Shin-Emo did not respond. He only knew that Aisha would be more willing to stay in this sector and create antidotes for the plagues that appear now and in the future. In the Talon sector, where the reality structure is enhanced, Slaanesh can't even target Aisha. At this time, Guilliman had already met Sanguinius and discussed things. Logically, he should have returned to Terra immediately. Guilliman is no longer the Lord of 500 Worlds and the Primarch. He is the current leader of the Empire. It is ill-considered to visit Talon in person when his identity is sensitive. But Guilliman thought about it, and decided to do a good thing, since he was already here. If you believe in me, let me join the command department and assist you in defending the Talon sector, Guilliman said. Of course I believe, but you have more important things to do. Shin-Emo did not keep Guilliman and persuaded him, return to Terra. The war brought by Huron is almost over, and Talon's victory is inevitable. The Emperor nodded in agreement. Go back, son. The war is still going on, but because of the inertia of the war itself, they have already lost. Guilliman felt relieved after hearing this, and hugged Sanguinius, then leaned over to hug the Emperor and Shin-Emo, and then walked out of the research facility, looking back every 3 steps. Sanguinius could also leave Talon and go to Baal at this time, but his descendants were still fighting in the Star Zone, and the Empire didn't know about his return. He could accompany his descendants without any worries, as a force to completely disintegrate the enemy's offensive and fight until the end of the war. Chapter 467 999.M41 The 10th Terra month of the last year of the 41st millennium. The Talonians, who had prevented the Hurons from entering the sector from the beginning to the end with the Talon Gate defense zone, now began to plan a plan to completely end the entire war. Due to the improvement of the war situation, the Army and Navy departments were able to withdraw many troops that had previously been forced to stay in many battlefields. The soldiers who had been trained in the war before were incorporated into the Army. Both the Commercial Shipbuilding Group and the Shipbuilding Department of the Star Zone have put nearly 1,000 warships built before into use, and the new crew members, who have just graduated from the Naval School, have joined the ships. Commercial trade activities have been suspended, and all materials produced from the industrial world or agricultural world are packed and sent to the military supply world on the edge of the Star Zone to provide logistics for the large-scale army and fleet activities that are about to be organized. And the flagship that did not stop construction even when Shin-Emo was sucked into the subspace was also announced and put into use. Glorious Humanity. A giant flagship with a length of 70 kilometers and industrial and combat capabilities. The entire flagship is made of living metal. The bridge is the flagship of the first battleship of the Tyrone Navy. It has a special concept and meaning. The Iron Man named Scholar, and the Taiwei 1 Solus researchers use psychic technology to purify the corrosion of the bridge. This is the largest gathering in the history of the Tyrone Star Zone. Except for the necessary army and a small number of warships left in various war zones, all the participating warships and all other star zones are assembled to the Tyrone system. 1,700 warships of various types of the Tyrone Navy. 500 warships of various types of the Mechanicum. 213 warships belonging to the Blood Angels chapter and its daughters. The Ultramar fleet had already escorted the Primarch back to Terra after the war situation turned around, leaving only 3,000 Guilliman descendants from the mother or daughter chapters and 12 strike cruisers to participate in the subsequent war. Of course, the Celestial Engine is indispensable. Then the transport fleet joined the giant fleet headed by the Glory of Humanity. The transport ships carried tens of billions of Mechanicum Skitarii, Tyrone army and Cadian people. Space Marines boarded the strike cruiser. A total of 900 Weepers, all wearing Terminator tactical dreadnoughts, and their veteran named Kalen, who replaced the dreadnought of Dressu. And the Weepers were only part of the Angels, who came to support. The Blood Angels, the Flesh Tearers that were not completely destroyed, the Blood Knights, the Blood Chalice. A total of 12,000 Space Marines, almost all of them came out. Dante, who did not come in person, expressed his gratitude to the Talon sector with the troops he raised. And these warships and armies are not all the armed forces. Lord Talon, Burner, Mimic, 3-star gods will personally accompany the assembled army to fight. Sanguinius is also with his descendants. As for the Necrons of the Coron dynasty, they are accompanying the Solus and Iron Men to clean up every world invaded by demons in the Dead Zone and build the Exorcist Dead Zone, so they are temporarily unable to get away. The army raised by the Star Zone is so large that it took a month just to draw troops from all parts of the Star Zone and assemble. Although this is much faster than the Empire's assembly time, which is often calculated in years, Qin Mo still used more main control intelligence to assist the military department in their work, hoping that the next large assembly can be faster. 999.M41. Early November. When the Celestial Engine returned to the Talon Galaxy from the front line and was incorporated into the dense fleet gathered in the galaxy, a transport plane flying from Talon No. 1 also arrived at the fleet at the same time and flew into the fleet's flagship, the Glory of Humanity. Lord Tyrone. Long live the Star Zone. For Tyrone. Qin Mo and all the guards except Yao In and the two star gods walked in the corridor of the Glory Humanity, and every crew member who passed by saluted. The group gradually stepped into the bridge. When the living metal gate opened, Qin Mo saw the thumbnail of the entire galaxy created by holographic technology, and the military leaders stood in the shrunken planetary images. When they heard the sound of the gate opening, everyone put down their work and saluted. Sanguinius, who was standing in the corner, thinking about something, and the Space Marines raised their heads and looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo glanced at everyone. This was definitely the first time he had seen such a grand scene. Cadian generals, including the Cadian staff sent by Creed, they were all in the bridge. Vic and Severn, who commanded the Pilgrim Expedition fleet, and the Skitarii, were of course also present, as the high-level commanders of the next huge battle. Adam, the fleet marshal of the Tyrone Navy, and all the generals of the army. The captains of the Space Marines and Blood Angels think tank Mephiston were also in the bridge. They would not return to their respective strike cruisers until the battle had fully begun. Before the battle begins, I would like to thank you all for your help. Qin Mo saluted everyone. Those Cadians, Mechanicus, and Space Marines were not supposed to participate in this war. The Talon sector would not be doomed without their help, but the price to win would increase exponentially. It is exciting that these forces that have been helped by the Star Zone are now helping the Star Zone. At this time, the people present should say something like, "You're welcome. It's my duty." Tyrone will stand firm, but before they can speak, a report interrupts this exchange of thanks and thanks. The Celestial Engine has built the jump coordinates, and the fleet can set sail at any time. After hearing the report, Qin Mo only said two words, "Set off." A giant dimensional rift unfolds across the entire galaxy. The assembled huge fleets poured into the dimensional rift like a military parade. Finally, the Celestial Engine. After sailing in the dimensional rift for 2 minutes, the entire fleet arrived at the place with the largest number of red pirate warships in the Talon Gate Defense Zone. The Alona Galaxy. When the fleet sailed out of the dimensional rift and rushed towards the enemy, the 600 red pirate warships and demon warships in the galaxy began to turn after 2 minutes. The slowness of the warships did not mean that the commanders were slow. Their commanders issued a retreat order almost instantly. But they must sail to Mandeville Point. The weapon array of the Celestial Engine has been fully charged, and all enemy ships were instantly annihilated after the release program was completed. The fire produced by the collective explosion of those warships even illuminated the nearby planets. The fleet continued to sail, the dimensional rift continued to open, and the Space Marine strike cruiser and the transport ship full of army were approaching the planet in the galaxy. The tail flame of the airdrop pod was enough to illuminate the night sky of the entire planet. The Skitarii was responsible for the main attack, the Space Marines were beheading, and the teleported Tyrone army and the army that was already defending on the planet suddenly teleported out near the enemy's firepower and defense points to launch an assault. This is just a small move of the fleet. The fleet will not stop. They will continue to sail forward, jump to the next galaxy, and then deploy the army after defeating the enemy navy, and repeat this cycle until there is no enemy in the Tyrone Gate Defense Zone. Chapter 468. Huron has learned of the attack of the Tyrone fleet. At this time, Huron is at the edge of Tyrone's gate, farther away from the Star Zone. It's not that Huron wants to escape, but he was driven crazy by the whispers of the four gods in his head the day before yesterday, and killed 2 other warband members who openly insulted him. In order to prevent the matter from getting out of hand and causing internal strife, Huron's think tank teleported Huron to the edge of Tyrone's gate. Little did they know that Huron was farther away from the Star Zone, and the whispers of the four gods were clearer. What made Huron even more frustrated was that in addition to listening to the whispers of the four gods, he also had to listen to the nonsense of Magnus and Carlos in front of him. He even had to figure out which head of Carlos, the 2-headed dead bird, was farting and which head was talking. The defeat is irreversible. Magnus directly made things clear. Don't listen to what Carlos said, we still have a chance of winning. He's right. Don't listen to the nonsense of this idiot Ogren. Carlos leaned on the staff of tomorrow, and one of his two heads nodded, and the other shook his head. Huron listened in silence, his mouth twitching with extreme anger. Carlos suddenly felt his throat being strangled, and his feathers gave off an unpleasant burning smell due to the burning of the purple flames. Huron, who was sitting on the throne, had purple light flashing in his glasses, and it was obvious that he had, and was releasing psychic power. We can't just leave like this. I have a way to delay time so that as many of your troops as possible can be evacuated from the battlefield. Magnus said. Speak. Huron's voice rang directly beside Magnus' ears. Magnus began to tell his plan. He first told Huron a story. In ancient times, the Eldar god of war Cain fought against the star god named Nightbringer. In that battle, the Eldar gods arranged a bad star sign. For some reason, this celestial curse had a great effect on the star god, so Nightbringer was eventually repelled. Magnus also wanted to imitate the Eldar gods and arrange a big bad star sign against the Lord of Talon in the real universe. How many people should I give you for sacrifice? Huron asked. 99 warriors, 99,999 healthy mortals under the age of 19. Magnus replied. Huron thought about it, and finally decided to sacrifice the people of the Black Legion. When he said this idea, Magnus hesitated a little. Abaddon's life and death are unknown. If he is not dead, he is dead. Huron's voice echoed in the command deck. The War Master is dead. Magnus nodded. Since Huron was not afraid anyway, he had nothing to fear either. So after Huron provided the ritual materials, Magnus began to perform the ritual. The 99 Black Legion Space Marines were captured by Huron in a previous conflict with the Black Legion. Since Abaddon's life and death were unknown, Huron's men had been plotting against the Black Legion. They often spread the news that a certain enemy had a chaos artifact that could revive the dead, and then the Black Legion, which had gone mad because of the disappearance of its commander, would rush over, and then be besieged by the Red Pirates with 30 to 40,000 Space Marines, until they abandoned the wounded and fled. As for mortals, there are plenty of mortal slaves in other war bands. Huron can exchange a lot of supplies that the Red Pirates have no shortage of for a large number of them. They can get as many as they want. The Tyrone fleet fought all the way, chasing the Red Pirate fleet. It is necessary to destroy the warships first in the battle, because once the warships are lost, the Red Pirates and other war bands who are left on other planets can only wait to die. However, because the fleet is extremely large, there is often no need to make choices. Chasing the warships and airdropping the army to seize control of the planet can be done at the same time. The fleet finally chased the largest Red Pirates fleet to a strange galaxy. There were a large number of demon warships in this galaxy, and the fleet that had escaped here earlier joined them and tried to fight here. And this was exactly what the Tyrone fleet wanted. But the demon warships alone were not surprising. The problem was that the situation in the galaxy was a complete mess. There were a total of 9 planets, arranged in an impossible way. They had even stopped rotating and began to disintegrate, but they were still bound by psychic energy and did not break apart. Scanned by the probe and the auspicious instrument of the Space Marine strike cruiser, it was found that these planets were arranged according to a certain pattern. For example, the distance between each planet is 9 light seconds, or 99 light seconds. Data such as planetary gravity and gravitational force are also approaching 9. A planet at the core of the planetary formation is wrapped in purple psychic energy. Only the auspicious instrument can scan it, which means that it has defensive capabilities, not only disrupting the physical rules, but also resisting attacks from the outside world. Just as the fleet was preparing to fight the enemy fleet and deploy the army to the planet, an Eldar ship suddenly emerged from the subspace. The flag of this Eldar ship was green, with a red heart printed on it. The alien ship hopes to communicate with us. In the bridge of the Glory Human flagship, the communications officer reported to Chin Mo. Chin Mo nodded in agreement. Then an image intervened in the bridge. The screen showed an Eldar prophet, with a red heart printed on his chest. The prophet first saluted Chin Mo, and then said in human language, "Please let our hired envoys communicate with you." Then a spirit who Chin Mo knew appeared on the screen. "Thrall, aren't you working for Uslan?" Chin Mo frowned and asked. "It's a long story." Thrall did not explain, but warned, "The star alignment in this galaxy is against you. Evacuate this galaxy. Even if this galaxy is gone forever, don't go down to participate in the war." Then Thrall explained a lot more. What curse, what bad star alignment, this and that. In short, Chin Mo understood that he had encountered the same situation as the Nightbringer. However, Chinemo had already figured out a way to crack it, so he didn't care. That involves psychic energy, and your power can't reverse it. Don't go down. Thrall warned repeatedly until the communication was cut off. There are a large number of demons, great demons, and even demon princes on the planets that were previously scanned and covered by psychic energy. Chinemo has reasons to personally participate in the war. As for the way to deal with the current bad star sign, he also has it. Let the Space Marines participate in the war. As for the mortals, this is not a war that mortals should participate in. A communication video popped up, and Mephiston's face appeared on it. No. Chinemo thought it would be best if the Space Marines did not participate in the battle. He shook his head and refused. I will personally handle the battle in this galaxy. Please take the angel descendants to the nearby galaxies to land and fight. Mephiston wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sanguinius. Do as he says. I will go down with him to fight. Sanguinius stood up and said. Chinemo looked at Sanguinius gratefully, then looked at the burner, mimic, and finally issued an order to everyone. Send the 4 of us down. The 4 people in the bridge disappeared in a flash of light. The Space Marine strike cruiser broke away from the fleet and jumped to a nearby galaxy, while the main fleet sailed towards the enemy's demon warships. After Chinemo, the 2 star gods and Sanguinius were teleported to the planet covered by psychic energy. They immediately saw countless demon armies, and those great demons sharpening their knives, and the demon prince was leading them. The great demons are extremely powerful, especially the demon prince. Even a pre-march would find it difficult to deal with more than 2 great demons in a battle. Sanguinius couldn't help but worry whether Chinemo was confident in the battle, or whether he ran down in a fit of enthusiasm. Chinemo was confident. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have come down to fight. Under the gaze of the demons, Chinemo stepped forward and stuck the chainsaw sword into the ground. The demons instinctively retreated, and the demon prince of Cinch even directly deployed a barrier to cover everyone. In their impression, Chinemo's action of inserting the sword often meant the outbreak of pure material flames, but the material flames did not appear. Chinemo raised his free hand, as if twisting something. Then the planets in the entire galaxy began to roar towards their original orbits. The fate of everyone in the entire galaxy changed at this moment, and the great evil star phase was distorted by pure material power. However, the star phase itself is based on psychic energy. Although Chinemo used material power to distort the arrangement of the planets to minimize the bad luck brought by the great evil star phase, it could not eliminate the influence of psychic energy. At this time, a psychic portal opened next to Chinemo. The Iron Man named Scholar walked out holding a scepter, holding it high, with his free hand against his head. The psychic energy that even Sanguinius was amazed at emerged, neutralizing and stirring the psychic energy in the galaxy. At the same time, Chinemo's raised hand twisted again. The 4 largest planets in the galaxy left their orbits and orbited the planet they were on. 2 Nurgle demons suddenly exploded on the demon side, and the splashing pus infected the nearby demons. The Cinch demon flying above the demon army suddenly lost control and fell to the ground. The demons were becoming visibly unlucky. Chapter 469. The Khorne Demon Prince and the Khorne demons behind him charged at Chinemo. Magnus and Sanguinius were both interested in a brotherly contest, and both spread their wings and flew into the sky at the same time, fighting in the atmosphere of the planet that had been destroyed by psychic energy. As the demon pre-march of Cinch, Magnus had a privilege that no other demon had, that is, he could directly mobilize part of the power of the Lord of Change. Psychic energy gathered on Magnus' scepter, and Sanguinius also had a strong talent for using psychic energy. Every confrontation between the 2 sides was not just a simple fight between 2 giants several meters tall. Every time weapons collided, every time psychic energy clashed, the entire planet trembled. You haven't really resurrected yet, brother. Magnus looked down on Sanguinius' body. You live in a metal body that is essentially alien to you. You look like a parasite, a twisted warp freak that pretends to exist in the real universe by parasitizing. Sanguinius' living metal body was burning under the pressure of his powerful psychic energy, and bits of metal turned into scattered golden light that drifted between the spread holy wings. The living metal body was damaged and grew. Since it was a container of some existence, the damage of the living metal body would also be reflected in Sanguinius' feelings in the form of pain. As long as he entered the container in the real universe from the warp and the cold sun, Sanguinius would always endure the pain brought by the damage and reconstruction of the container. The indifferent attitude he showed, and the smiles and frowns in front of his descendants were all forced out. Although the pain was unbearable, Sanguinius did not want to show a tormented face to those descendants or Primarch brothers who were inspired by his return to the world. The key is not the body, but the soul contained in the body. Sanguinius held the long sword made of living metal and stared at Magnus. A soul that is corrupted and twisted like a maggot, whether in its own body or in the container, is still a twisted and corrupt maggot. Sanguinius spoke in a light voice, but the calm words were more penetrating than the most hysterical roar. The only thing that comforted Magnus was that Sanguinius's expression was not so calm when he spoke. He obviously did not have no feelings about what he had just said. If you were me, you would also make choices and sacrifices. Magnus tried to act calmly. You don't sympathize with me only because your descendants have not fallen into the most terrible situation, but sooner or later, you will see it. Sanguinius knew that Magnus' corruption had something to do with his descendants, but more of the reason was that Magnus played witchcraft and looked at the demons, who greased the bold guns of his descendants, thinking that those twisted creatures in the warp would really be filial to every thousand son, like a loyal servant. He even believed that the evil god in the warp, who was eyeing the real universe, could really cure the genetic defects of the thousand sons. The Emperor once promised Magnus a new legion without defects, hoping to change his mind, but he was determined to do so. This cannot be blamed on the Emperor. Look, the thousand sons have such a despicable father. This father still uses them as a shield to degenerate into maggots. I feel sad for your descendants. Sanguinius said the most vicious words he could think of. It was good to chat with Magnus. At least he was focused on bickering and had no time to cast witchcraft. But the bickering soon stopped. Magnus raised his hand and projected several corners of the universe with pure psychic energy. Sanguinius saw the suffering of countless humans under the influence of chaos, and 1,000th of those sufferings was enough to defeat anyone with a little sympathy. And these huge amounts of suffering were pouring into Sanguinius's consciousness, and the reason why the image of suffering was accepted unconditionally by his consciousness was because Magnus only projected those sufferings instead of shaping them, as if he took Sanguinius directly to the suffering and let him see it. Then, in Magnus' eyes, Sanguinius glared at him angrily. Just like a beautiful woman with a cold and strong personality glaring at someone who harassed her. The next second, Sanguinius flew over and swung a sword with great psychic energy. Magnus raised his scepter to block the attack, and then projected a swarm of iron-eating bees shaped by psychic energy to eat Sanguinius's living metal body. He clearly understood that he didn't need to kill Sanguinius, just destroy its living metal body, and then this annoying brother would roll back into the warp. Sanguinius also knew Magnus' thoughts. He rushed forward and chopped hard, trying to prevent Magnus from using his psychic energy. The aftermath of the battle between the two Primarchs was amazing, but Sanguinius and Magnus were not the ones who created the aftermath and affected others on the battlefield. They were the ones who were affected. It seemed that the fire and lightning that could burn the whole world were raging on the planet in the past, present and future at the same time. The surface of the planet sometimes turned into a dense jungle, and sometimes turned into a primitive form composed of lava and black boulders. The three-star gods were unleashing their destructive power without scruples. Every physical law they twisted in battle could spread to the entire galaxy. The laws that restricted their power were torn apart and turned into a remaining storm that raged in the structure of reality. The Burner and the Mimic were killing the demons with pure material power. With the help of the two of them, Chi-Nemo focused on dealing with the many demons led by the Demon Prince. The war between the Star Gods and the Demon Army was enough to make the Primarch feel tragic. This idea. Those great demons, even those who were promoted to Demon Primarchs by Magnus, could not be exiled easily. The great demons who needed to use tricks and deception to deal with hostile relations were just ashes under the raging fire and lightning. Even the bloodthirsty demons would be executed in a cruel way that they themselves felt was cruel amid the roar of the chainsaw sword. When crossing the reality curtain and entering the universe, Magnus had discussed with the demon army the decapitation tactics against the star gods in the Talon sector except the Lord of Talon. But now, he realized that the Lord of Talon, who even the demon prince could not deal with, was not a stronger individual than his kind, and the other two star gods also had divine power that the great demons could not resist. The Eldar gods could fight back and forth with the star gods, and the Eldar gods, who repelled the Nightbringers in the Battle of Heaven, were killed or played by the four gods. But for these demons who made sacrifices and finally penetrated the curtain and came to the real universe, the key problem is, this is the real universe. Chapter 470. In the battle between Primarchs and Primarchs, between star gods and demons, a created individual is a neglected scholar. When the mighty power of the gods of the real universe distorted the arrangement of the stars in the great evil astrology, the scholar drew the power of the entities gathered from the psychic matrix in the subspace to distort the psychic energy in the galaxy, turning the great evil astrology into a curse against the demons. At this time, this slender Iron Man, who was not good at defense, could not intervene in the surface battles with flames and lightning flying everywhere. What he had to do was to intervene in the battles between the Primarchs. At the giant peak at the south pole of the planet, the scholar walked towards the peak with a staff. His slender body was covered by a cold-proof cloak made of psychic energy. With every step he took, there would be an extra step up in front of him. Finally, the scholar reached the top of the peak. The two Primarchs flying and fighting above were clearly visible in the observer. What the two Primarchs didn't know was that the personality matrix inside the scholar's brain was driving the thinking components to calculate. The battle between the Primarchs was integrated as a constant in the calculation program, and finally led to a calculation result. If he could help Sanguinius defeat Magnus at this time, the Iron Lord would be very happy when he learned the news after the war. For this purpose, the scholar raised the scepter with gears and a skull with straight lines on the top. In the subspace, the power of the entity gathered by the psychic matrix growing under the protection of the cold sun was affected, and the inexhaustible power in the highest sky was drawn into the real universe. The temperature within 100 kilometers around the scholar was dropping sharply, and even the gas components that made up the air condensed into frost. Matter was changing according to the scholar's wishes. Magnus, who was fighting with Sanguinius and waving the scepter in front of him, suddenly noticed something, but before he could react, he suddenly appeared at the top of the Antarctic mountain in the next second. The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Magnus saw a scepter inlaid with gears, and an Iron Man's skull catch the scepter that he had swung before he could retract his strength. It was a defense containing psychic energy. A straight head of an Iron Man stretched out from under the scepter, and the two looked at each other. At this moment, Magnus sensed the majestic psychic energy that amazed him, and saw an entity that was protected and growing safely under the cold sun in the warp. The entity looked very strange. It was huge. Like a city. A maze-like city. But when Magnus felt his will being dragged and thrown out, and the subspace entity in front of him gradually shrank in his vision, he realized that it was not a city, but a processor that was magnified countless times and extremely sophisticated. The processor in his sight shrank to the extreme, and in the end there was only darkness. There was a flame burning in the darkness, and a cold iron-like object was attacking Magnus. The pain was transmitted to Magnus' brain. It was not a physical pain, but a pain with psychic components. The illusion disappeared. Magnus lowered his head and saw a long sword burning with psychic flames that broke through his physical body and drilled out from his chest. When he turned his head, he saw Sanguinius standing behind him, stabbing with a long sword in anger. In front of him, the Iron Man was using psychic energy to erode and distort the soul of the demon Primarch. But at this time, Magnus woke up from his dream. "Brother." Sanguinius heard the voice coming from Magnus' mouth. This voice did not contain sarcasm or hatred, but was a pure expression of emotion. This word of brother even made Sanguinius stun for a moment, and then he drew his sword and caught Magnus' body leaning back. "I can feel." Magnus lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest. "Something is leaving me. But they are coming back soon." Sanguinius did not hear clearly. And Magnus did not care whether he heard it clearly or not, and continued to talk to himself. "Please convey it. Convey it to. Sanguinius listened quietly. But before Magnus finished speaking, his expression suddenly became as ferocious as before, and he used all his strength to release psychic energy to Sanguinius. Sanguinius subconsciously dodged when he saw the change in Magnus' expression, and Magnus' psychic energy could not be released. When the scholar clenched his fist tightly, and the moment the 5 steel fingers closed, the soul of the demon Primarch shattered. There are many wills in that shattered soul. Among them are kind, malicious. Some think they are still the Primarch of the human empire, and some hope to use all means to destroy the entire real universe for Tsinch. These soul fragments all have a characteristic. They don't remember everything that happened since they last left the warp. This is the negative effect of soul fragmentation. One of Magnus' souls howled hideously when it returned to the warp, cursing and threatening the real universe, and finally left behind a Rubik's Cube-like thing. Sanguinius picked up the Rubik's Cube. He saw that the surface of the thing was printed with distorted words and had spikes, which looked very evil. Pre-March. The scholar saluted Sanguinius, and the eye observation device projected a beam of light that enveloped the entire Rubik's Cube. Sanguinius nodded and handed the Rubik's Cube to the scholar. The scholar observed it carefully, tried to detect it with psychic power, and then realized that it was not a simple thing. "What is this?" Sanguinius asked. A cold mechanical voice came from the scholar's head, "Malice from the warp." Sanguinius took a look at the Rubik's Cube and flew to the place where the star god and the demon army clashed on the planet. The scholar used his psychic power to seal the magic cube. But he knew clearly that the things contained in the magic cube were purer and more terrifying than those from any of the 4 evil gods. Even if he did nothing but seal the magic cube, he could not keep the seal for too long. But the magic cube was not the problem that needed to be solved at the moment, but the demons. Sanguinius, who joined the battle, hovered in the air, searching for the most threatening individual among the demons, and then swooped down to kill them. But Sanguinius inevitably attracted the attention of the demons. The demon prince, who was fighting with Chin Imo, flew into the air, grabbed Sanguinius's ankle, and threw him into the demon army. 8 bloodthirsty demons immediately pounced on him. Sanguinius could not fight so many demons at the same time. He was knocked down after blocking 2 slashes. The demons rushed forward again, trying to get the soul out of the living metal on the spot. The dimensional lightning hit the position where Sanguinius was, and the 8 demons dissipated instantly. Then Chin Imo led the burners and mimics to break through the siege and clear the demons near Sanguinius. The fact that the demons have been able to fight to this day against an enemy that could be wiped out by fire and lightning is a testament to their courage. When Magnus was discovered to have disappeared, the helpers that the demon Primarch had brought in immediately quit. Groups of demons fought each other to quickly escape from the real universe and return to the subspace until all the demons on the planet disappeared. Chapter 471. While the battle in the star system, where the great evil aspect is located, is going on, the huge Tyrone fleet is still recovering more planets. The speed at which they drive the enemy out of the Tyrone Gate depends on the sailing speed. For those who follow the Lord of the Great Vortex, they have already lost this war when the battle in the North Hive City was determined. The war has continued until now only because of inertia. Inertia. All objects in the real universe have inertia, and not just objects, but things are the same. When Huron and his army realized that they had lost the war, they could not immediately declare the war lost and run all the way out of the Talon sector into the Eye of Terror, or the Maelstrom. In the star systems of Talon's Gate, where the war has not yet ended, the enemy is running away and fighting bloody at the same time. Some Space Marines may have fled a month ago, while others may still be fighting desperately with the Talon army and the Space Marines supporting them on the battlefield. Those rebellious mortal legions like the Volscani Iron Cavalry may have arrived at the Maelstrom at this time, or they may be being dropped into the war zone on transport ships. If you ask the latter, what are you fighting for, the latter themselves don't know what they are fighting for. Anyway, they have various reasons to continue fighting. The inertia brought by the huge war has triggered a series of events that give them reasons. It's like a huge machine that uses the flesh and blood of soldiers as fuel to start and move forward. After losing its meaning and ability to operate normally, it relies on inertia to slide forward to complete destruction. The defeat is a foregone conclusion. Whether those who have run away or not can't change this fact. For Huron, the leader, the concept of a crushing defeat was reviewed more clearly. He could not immediately order the troops still fighting to leave the battlefield because of poor communication. He also could not obtain the situation on every battlefield on the front line, because the piles of reports and messages such as requests for help had caused his command system to collapse. Some warbands looted the supplies of another warband that had fought side by side when they evacuated. The warbands that believed in Khorne helped the Tyrone people slaughter their own people, and then launched a counterattack against the Tyrone artillery fire, fighting to the death. Some conspirators and ambitious people suddenly realized that this defeat was a good opportunity for them. They tried to use the trouble brought by the defeat to kill their own fighting brothers or superiors, and to seize their Terminator armor or power. In some mortal legions, Chaos believers who tried their best to squeeze into a transport plane during the Great Retreat launched from the planet, listened to the commander's words of faith and God, recalled their dead wives, children or husbands, and then shot the commander in a collapse, seized control of the transport plane, and fled to a world outside the Gate of Talon as refugees. Some mortal soldiers were deceived by their superiors and shot and killed each other, just because their superiors wanted to use a little tragedy to scare the survivors. In the defense of Tyrone, the Bloodletters, who didn't kill enough, targeted the evacuation ship and slaughtered the Chaos mortal soldiers inside. These mortal soldiers were panicked and didn't understand why the angels of God slaughtered them. In short, everything can be seen in this situation of overwhelming defeat. As for Huron, the Lord of the Great Vortex, the Lord of 18,000 Space Marines of the Red Corsairs, the Blackheart King, he didn't care about the looting of other war bands or the chaos they created. Only when a confidant reports that a ship of the Red Corsairs was looted by other war bands, and that the ship is full of your followers, will Huron send out warships in a rage to kill all the war bands that dared to offend him, until their armor and paint were wiped off. Huron even ordered the seizure of some warband ships. Those war bands that could be won over had long been taken away by Huron's personal order, and when they came to the Red Corsair's flagship, the warband lord and Huron stood hand in hand by the porthole and smiled as they watched the torpedoes of the Red Corsair's warships blast the ships of other warbands. The Chaos warbands that once fought side by side with the Red Pirate Space Marines, who shouted for the Lord of the Maelstrom, did not receive fair treatment from Huron when they were defeated, and Huron was not afraid of their disappointment. Because in the eyes of the Blackheart King, those warbands that were not used by him, and were eyeing the Red Pirates with sufficient supplies. These livestock warbands always disappear for a while, when only a few people are left, and then suddenly a large group emerges to rob a ship or avoid stronghold of the Red Pirates. Finally, when the Red Pirates are about to make a big move, they shamelessly stand up with a wretched smile and ask the Blackheart King to give them a chance to drink soup, just like before the start of this Tyrone War. They are as tenacious as weeds, and their lives are as cheap as pigs and dogs. Just like the wild monsters that Huron had seen in a poorly made game on an ancient game console in Badaburi. But the warbands also knew what Huron was afraid of. Before and after the order to retreat was finally issued publicly, many warbands would kidnap Huron's former veterans of the Star Claws, or some Red Pirate recruits who were particularly loyal to him, or some mortals who followed Huron. At this time, Huron would personally go to the warband's ships to negotiate with them, exchange people with rich supplies, and then retreat with those warbands when his fleet had an advantage. In Huron's eyes, revenge doesn't have to be now. He has plenty of opportunities and means to kill everyone in the warband who dares to covet the person he cares about most at the lowest cost. And these warbands will think that it would be better if the person who killed them was someone as easy to talk to as Huron when they were toyed with. In short, no matter what happened to other warbands and other mortal legions, whether they stayed in Tyrone to fight or ran away, the Red Corsairs successfully evacuated. Although the number of people has been reduced from tens of thousands of people close to the size of the Legion to more than 18,000, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the Star Claws had less than 10,000 people when they defected. As long as the veterans of the Star Claws are still alive, it is only a matter of time before the Red Corsairs become larger. When riding the flagship into the vortex, Huron realized one thing, that is, the words of the four gods and their lackeys must be regarded as farts. A big hole has been made in the center of the Talon sector, and the demons can invade at any time. The entire sector is as fragile as a piece of paper. Lord Talon has been taken into the warp. Keep fighting and victory will surely be yours. Great Evil Star Sign, this is the curse used by the Eldar gods to deal with the star gods. Believe me, we can capture Lord Talon and his fellow star gods in Alona. Thinking of these words, Huron, who was standing by the porthole, couldn't help laughing. There were many veterans of the Star Claws in the bridge, and they came to report things. There were many pieces of armor of the dead Red Pirates in the corner of the bridge. These armors must be found and passed on. This was the iron rule set by Huron. Now that so many armors are here, you can imagine how much the Red Pirates paid. Ha ha! Huron was still recalling the words of the gods and their lackeys, listening to the explanations and promises that the four gods kept saying in his brain, and laughing at them with a sarcastic laugh. But his expression under the helmet was not happy at all, but twisted and painful. His moist eyes stared at the armor, and tears kept sliding down his face into Huron's laughing mouth. Chapter 472. The war ended at the end of the last month of the 999th year of the 41st millennium. There are no enemies in the Gate of Tyrone anymore. It's not that they retreated quickly, but that the unprecedentedly large army killed them quickly. The planetary defense forces of every world in the Gate of Tyrone defense zone were invited to the capital star system. What awaited them was a 1-month victory ceremony and commendation, and finally a 6-month rest in many resort worlds like Tyrone 3. The Tyrone army was naturally the same as them. Those who left the interior of Tyrone Gate during the war and fought in the Tyrone Gate defense zone finally returned home. On the day of the victory ceremony, the Navy fleet sailed over Tyrone one after another. All the army, including the reinforcements, marched on a giant long road as wide as a plain. Billions of people gathered on both sides of the avenue where the army marched, offering flowers and cheering for the winners. And those who did not leave their own world to go to Tyrone 1 also watched the victory ceremony in the media broadcast. At the highest point of Ideal City, closest to the ceremony, on the tower where the Primarch stood during the first journey to Talon, Cadians, Space Marines, Adeptus Mechanicus, Talonian Army and Navy, these high-ranking personnel gathered here, overlooking the grand scene below. Even the Space Marines were marching in the passage below. Chapters such as the Blood Angels and the Flesh Tearers, who survived the Battle of Baal, were not very willing to send people to show up, But the Ultramarines were happy to do so, and so were the Weepers. But the Blood Angels still appeared in the Space Marines, because they could not resist the request of the Gene Father. Although the current ceremony was so grand, and the joy of victory was so strong, the Space Marines, the Cadians, and the Crusaders had not yet received their share of the fruits of victory. After the ceremony was carried out for a while, the gate at the top of the tower opened, and the Lord of Talon and the Bishop of the State Church of the Talon Star region appeared side by side in front of everyone. The State Church prohibits the worship of idols other than the Emperor. The memorial activities you are going to carry out are so huge that it is difficult for me to find excuses to fool the State Church headquarters as before. If I need a bishop who follows the rules of the state religion, I only need to send a letter to the principal, and he can arrange for the Pope's apprentice to come. So shut up, do as I say, and do it according to the customs of Tyrone. The bishop saluted and turned away. Chi Nimmo came to the crowd alone, and everyone's eyes were on him. This was not a salute, but they were looking forward to what was to come. Thank you all for your help. I don't know how to thank you. If you have any ideas, you can tell me directly, and I will definitely satisfy you. Chi Nimmo said to everyone. Standing in the front were the ruling Sage Vic and the war Sage 7. In any case, the Skitarii and the Forge World made the greatest contribution in this war. Vic and 7 organized tens of billions of Skitarii to participate in the war, dispatched all warships to leave the Forge World unprotected, and the pilgrimage expedition they launched was huge and made the greatest contribution. On the front battlefield, the Skitarii fought side by side with the Tyrone army and the Cadians. Their presence made it unnecessary for the Tyrone army to organize a battle line, and they only needed to teleport to the vicinity of the enemy to launch an assault, otherwise the number of casualties in the army would increase several times. In the war, the Skitarii sacrificed 13.7 billion people. Chi Nimmo didn't know why the casualties were so high until he found out that at the beginning of the pilgrimage, the Skitarii used a desperate fight to open up a support channel with the Space Marines. That was a battle of you have a bolter, and I have an iron faith. To die in the name of Om Messiah is a reward for the dead, so this is not a death in battle, but a glorious sacrifice. We have reaped a lot, and don't need other gifts, Vic said. Chi Nimmo thought about it, and suddenly realized something, and nodded, okay. Then he looked at the others. As the mysterious existence in the Empire, the Space Marines could not squeeze out from the mortals and shout out what they needed, so the Space Marines, who made great contributions to the war, did not speak before the Cadians. The Cadians were not very embarrassed to ask for anything, because their actions themselves were to repay the contribution of the Talon sector in the previous defense of Cadia. So those who came on behalf of the Cadian generals just shook their heads silently and said, Tyrone stands firm. Just like you fought on Cadia shouting Cadia stands firm. Chi Nimmo nodded, but did not agree. Instead, he said, I will give the Supreme Castle Lord enough power armor to arm 100,000 regiments. The Lord Castle Lord will definitely cry, while smoking a cigar when he learns of your generosity. A Cadian said. I hope he didn't choke on the cigar and cry. Chi Nimmo smiled and nodded. After talking about Cadia, Chi Nimmo remembered another thing. Remember, the Charger Nye and the Cadia female soldier on his back? The people of Cadia all nodded, of course they remembered. There is a statue on the Toilco Plain, which is a memorial statue of a Tyrone soldier carrying a Cadia female soldier, and using a suicide attack to disintegrate the demon offensive. It's just a pity that no one knows the name of the female soldier, and she can only be commemorated as a daughter, mother, wife, and sister of Acadia. The name of that female soldier is Sally. Don't ask me how I know it. I just know it, Chi Nimmo said. During the war in the subspace, Chi Nimmo heard the dead souls in the garden of Nurgle calling the name of the Cadian female soldier, so he knew it. Now he can help the Cadians make up for regret. The Cadians present also believe what Chi Nimmo said, because they all knew that Lord Talon had the ability to predict the future. After saying this, Chi Nimmo looked at the Space Marines present. Mephiston, Foros, the captain of the Weepers, and Calgar. However, Chi Nimmo did not communicate with them, but just nodded. What the Space Marines need has long been decided, of course, power armor. Calgar and Mephiston hope to maintain 6 Terminator companies in the Ultramarines and Blood Angels forever, and supply Terminator power armor, missile launchers, and small Cyclone missiles as a thank you. As for why the entire regiment is not armed, large regiments such as the Blood Angels and the Ultramarines are different from the Weepers. They need to consider the tactics in the big battles. The full Terminatorization does not necessarily bring benefits. They must maintain regular tactical squads, and at most, they can stuff a Terminator into the tactical squad. As for the Lamenters, who have all been Terminators, they will get warships to form a warship fleet. Power armor is not all the rewards that the Blood Angels and Ultramarines can get. Every warship participating in the war can get all the war damage supplements except personnel, and obtain at least one large warship and 10 other types of warships. Everyone got their share of the fruits of victory, including Chin Mo, and everyone stayed in the tower until the ceremony was over. Until everyone left, when Vic and Severn were about to say goodbye, Chin Mo stopped the two Mechanica sages. Now tell me the truth. In order to raise the Pilgrimage Expedition army, how much pie did you draw for other people in the Forge World? Chapter 473. Chin Mo's words were quite penetrating. Vic still stood there, and Severn's hand dropped from the hilt of the sword. The two old friends with the same beliefs and goals in the Agrippina Forge World looked at each other, and were glad that Chin Mo asked directly. Agrippina Forge World does not need any benefits, this is what I can decide, but other Forge Worlds. Vic told about his organization of the Pilgrimage Expedition. For a ruling sage of a Forge World to convince other Forge Worlds, organizing reinforcements without the permission of the Forge General is not something that can be done by faith alone. If the high-ranking members of the Order ordered all the Forge Worlds willing to support Talon to organize their own reinforcements, there would be a total of 600 Forge Worlds willing to do so. However, in the case of serious consequences and possible excommunication from the Order, the nearly 300 Forge Worlds needed to send reinforcements in addition to their faith, and a little bit of benefit. It can be said that the organization of the Pilgrimage Expedition relied on one thing, Vic's mouth. But Vic never said what he promised from beginning to end, only that the Forge Directors of the Forge Worlds and the members of the Order above were the same as him and Severn, that is, they did not agree that the Emperor was the Olim Messiah himself, and that the Olim Messiah himself was someone else. And now they think they have found the Olim Messiah. Regarding the beliefs of the Mechanicus, even Chin Mo didn't know who the Olim Messiah and the God of all machines refer to. He could only describe it in one sentence. There is no Olim Messiah or the God of all machines, or they could all be Olim Messiah and the God of all machines. Except Vashtor. So what did you draw for them? Chin Mo raised his hand to signal Vic not to say those useless things and tell him directly what he'd promised. A shared STC template, and... Vic paused for a moment and continued, the improvement projects of all participating Forge Worlds. After listening to what Vic said, Chin Mo was silent for a while and gave a thumbs up. Absolute. The improvement projects that Vic mentioned probably refer to the improvement projects that make the Forge World more orderly and more efficient. Forge Worlds are places where magma flows everywhere and factories are stacked up layer by layer to the sky. The long-standing Forge Worlds have been continuously transformed and added for 10,000 years, resulting in these Forge Worlds being described in two words. Shit mountains. It's not the mountain of excrement, but the mountain of shit in the code. No one can understand it. No one can improve it. It's a blessing from God that it can continue to operate. Even if it has become a mountain of shit, no one dares to clean it up, otherwise it may cause huge trouble. The Mechanical Order personnel in the Forge World are not random people. Every generation of them will use the most accurate and safest plans to add or delete facilities in the Forge World. But the problem is that no matter how powerful the cyborg is, there is a limit. It is inevitable that there will be a mountain of shit in the long history. The fact that the Forge World has not become as chaotic as the Hive City is a proof that the Mechanicus advocates logic and calculation. Therefore, the STC template is not the most technically difficult thing that Chin Mo needs to realize, but improving the shit-like Forge World. Seeing Chin Mo frowning and thinking, Vic and Severn looked at each other again, and both of them thought that the big pie drawn for other Forge Worlds might not become a reality. If it were an ordinary person, they would be at a loss at this time. But who is Vic? Before becoming the leader of the Forge World, this ruling sage was with Belisaria Corps. So Vic had already thought about it during the Pilgrimage Expedition organization stage. What to do if he couldn't fulfill his promise to other forging worlds. It's very simple. Take out the STC template for making crystals that Chin Mo gave before and share it, and let Agrippina take over the improvement project. Anyway, there is no time limit in the agreement, so just improve them one by one. However, Chin Mo thought about it for a while, and finally agreed. I will make a standardized Forging World STC template, which can turn a Forging World into a standardized Forging World by filling materials. This means that everything in the improved Forging World will be in order, and there will be no areas that cannot be transformed by engineering technology, or facility structures that will collapse if moved. In addition to this STC for improving the Forge World, I will also give you an STC for producing any human body modification implant. Hearing this, the two sages, Vic and Severn, naturally hurried to thank him. The reason why Chi Nemo decided to give 2 STC templates was the same as the reason why he helped Vic become a ruling sage and gave him an industrial and combat dual-purpose ship. Gilliman may not be able to change the superluminal way of mankind within 100 years. It is actually easy to promote it, but Gilliman must first integrate the entire empire, establish his own authority, and play tricks with the Navigator family. There are many things to do. In the most extreme case, if Gilliman wants to compromise, he can also control the other head of the Empire's double-headed eagle to force the Empire to give up the superluminal method of drilling into the cesspool. Therefore, Chi Nemo is willing to help Vic fulfill his promise to other Forged Worlds. This is also what those Forged Worlds deserve for participating in the war and making sacrifices. As for the matter of superluminal speed, Chi Nemo has another idea, that is, perhaps everyone, including the Talon Star Zone, does not necessarily have to use the dimensional engine, and a more stable and large-scale navigation method is also needed. Stay in Talon for a while, I will give you 2 templates, and then you can go back to improve those Forged Worlds. Chi Nemo said. Vic and Severn performed the gear ceremony at the same time. However, Chi Nemo said urgently, your unauthorized organization of an expeditionary force may lead to criticism from within the Order. Other Forged Worlds are fine, but you probably have to find a way to move to Talon. Vic had thought of this problem a long time ago, and he had also discussed it with other Forged Worlds. Without a firm belief and differences in belief with other people in the Order, it is impossible to organize an expedition just by relying on benefits. The Order will not label us as heretics and exterminate us. If a Forged World thinks that the Messiah of Ohm is someone else, then this Forged World may be excommunicated. But if many Forged Worlds are like this, the Forged General and the Order will have to think about how to seek common ground while reserving differences for the time being. Vic said slowly. Hearing this, Chi Nemo nodded in agreement. That's right. It seems that compromise is not only the specialty of the top leaders of the Empire, but also the specialty of the top leaders of the Mechanicus. Hee. Vic simulated a few laughs. They are particularly good at this. Chapter 474. After the victory ceremony, the Space Marines left the Star Zone one after another. The body of Sanguinius was placed in a coffin and brought back to Ball by Mephiston. The Cadians left the Star Zone with their weapons and equipment and reported to the Supreme Castle Lord Creed. When Chi Nemo spent 2 days to create 2 STC templates and helped Vic fulfill the promise he made to other Forged Worlds, many Forged directors and senior executives of the Forged Worlds came to the Star Zone to thank him in person. However, among the parties involved in this war, there are still 2 parties who did not benefit. They are the 2 alien races that did not participate in the human victory ceremony. Necrons. Eldar. The purpose of the Koron Dynasty Overlord to help Talon was just to make up for the mistakes he made, and this series of actions were to make it feel that it was still the Dynasty General of the Necron race. It did not ask for anything and left quietly with the fleet. Before the reality membrane is restored, the patch of the Exorcist Dead Zone will continue to suppress the range of 400 light-years near the Dead Zone. Even the Star Gods can't immediately repair the reality membrane or the veil that can isolate the 4 gods, otherwise the Void Dragons would not have to study the Blackstone technology to patch the universe, but with the Star Gods, the reality membrane will recover faster. The Necrons didn't ask for anything, but the Eldar didn't get up early without profit. If they didn't have any purpose, they wouldn't participate in the war in the Talon sector. There was only one Eldar world that came to participate in the Talon war. Their flag was green with a full red heart printed on it. There are many strange flags in the Ark Eldar race with many Ark forces, so Chi Nemo didn't know until they revealed their origins that everyone in their Ark world believed in the goddess of life, Aisha, and most of their Eldar also practiced medicine. In the research facility. As a bridge of communication, the Eldar envoy Sal brought almost all the high-level people of the Ark world to the research facility with Chi Nemo's permission, hoping to meet their mother goddess Aisha. Not only hundreds of high-ranking officials of the Ark world, but also the Crystal Prophet, who had sacrificed for the Ark world before were carried over. Thrall also specially checked whether there were any traces of the Death God army nearby to prevent the Crystal Prophet thief Eldred from suddenly jumping out to steal things. When Chi Nemo opened the gate of the webway, Aisha slowly walked out of the webway. The scene that Chi Nemo imagined of Aisha and the children crying to meet did not happen. After the large group of Eldar met the Mother Goddess, their expressions on their faces were very exaggerated, as if they were shocked by endless grief and sadness to the point of being unconscious, and it seemed that their emotions collapsed due to the collision of extreme ecstasy and extreme sadness. Anyway, Aisha and her children met and talked in their Eldar way. It is unknown what they talked about, and Chi Nemo was too lazy to care what they talked about. Sar was obviously not an Eldar who believed in Aisha or practiced the path of medicine. When other Eldar met Aisha, Sar stood alone in the corner of the research facility. "Why don't you talk to Uslan, Lord Tyrone?" When Chinemo, who also did not believe in Aisha, walked over to talk to Sar, Sar saluted respectfully. For some reason, Chinemo could not feel the arrogance of other Eldar from this Eldar man. He always respected himself, and that was why the Eldar could let him be the bridge of communication between Talon and the Eldar as long as they found Thrall. During the Talon Unification War, Thrall led the team on the Talon II to protect humans, and then during the Cadia War, it also contributed a lot and helped to deal with a Blackstone fortress. He was qualified to be Talon's guest. "I will never follow Uslan again." Thrall called the Prophet by his name, which he didn't do before. "What happened?" Chinemo asked. Thrall looked at the elves who were close to Aisha with deep eyes. The happiness and sadness of each of them was equal to the sum of the emotions of dozens of humans gathered together. This is the gift of the elves, but also the defect of the elves. It is precisely because of this strong emotion that Thrall is immersed in the past and can't extricate himself. Chinemo found that tears flowed from Thrall's eyes, and the hot tears fell one by one and hit the floor, even making a bang. "Uslan killed my sister," Sar said. "What?" "Lord Talon, you probably don't know that the Eldar have a talent, that is, there is often a close soul connection between twin brothers and sisters, which may be manifested in telepathy, synesthesia, or something else." Chinemo listened quietly. Sar's voice trembled as he continued. "When this talent is used in war, the dead of twin brothers and sisters will be attached to the spirit bone construct, and then the living can have a strong connection and tacit understanding with the construct, thereby turning a pair of twins separated by life and death into a huge war weapon on the battlefield similar to your knights and titans. I am no longer the warrior who practices martial arts and fights enemies with a knife. I am the driver of a nether knight. Why? Because that damn Uslan deliberately let my sister die so that we can become nether knights of the death god army." After hearing what Sal said, Chinemo felt a chill on his face. Siblings such as twins and triplets of the Eldar do have a soul connection. One of them may face danger, and the other can immediately realize what happened even if he is far away. This characteristic will indeed be used by leaders, who don't care about human affairs, as a way to produce ghost knights or Eldar titans. After all, ghost knights and Eldar titans are spirit bone structures related to the soul, and they are not something that can be driven by just finding a driver. So I left the Death Army. Thrall continued, I wandered in the galaxy with my knights, and finally encountered the Eldar of Aisha's prayer arc that was invaded by orcs. I helped them and joined them. From now on, I am Aisha's knight, not a knight of the death god. Your goddess of life is there, maybe she can help you. Chinemo looked at Aisha, who was hugging the children one by one. In fact, the prophet of the Ark world has long been in contact with the goddess of life, otherwise we would not know she is here. Thrall shook his head slowly. The only way the mother goddess can think of is to let the Ark world find a way to give birth to a girl, and then let my sister live in her body. My sister refused. If she had to take over another child's body, she would rather live in the Nether Night. Hearing this, Chinemo expressed his confusion. Why? Isn't she the goddess of life? Can't your sister's body be reshaped? This involves the viciousness of that bastard Uslan. Sal's face was full of hatred. Uslan used witchcraft to completely destroy my sister's body. This is a curse. Her body completely disappeared in the real universe and the Sea of Souls. Nothing can reshape her. Chapter 475. I'm sorry, Mother. We can't keep you safe. The webways we use are all invaded by evil creatures. We have forgotten too many things, even the construction technology of the webway gate. We can't find a closed webway like the one you live in now. Chinemo didn't continue to discuss with Thrall the matter that made this Eldar so sad. Thrall shifted his attention and listened to his kind discussing things with the mother goddess Aisha. The Eldar also encountered similar problems of lost technology. Now the most advanced webway technology is in the hands of Chinemo and the Burner. One of them learned the technology of using the webway from the ancient saint, and the other learned the technology from the Burner and improved it. Although they cannot create webways out of thin air, they can search for webways that meet their wishes. For example, the closed webway where Aisha lives. This kind of closed webway is not even detected, and it is impossible for the Eldar to find it. All races in the universe have become weaker than in ancient times. The Eldar have lost too many things and are barely surviving. The Empire is a corpse that relies on the inertia brought by its huge size to move forward. The predecessor of the Necrons is dead, and it has also been damaged during its long slumber. The outer ones are staying in the galaxy, and the fragments of the star god that have escaped control are running around in the galaxy. This is not the most troublesome thing for the Silent King. They have bigger troubles. The green skins are gradually degenerating, and they are far worse than their ancestors, the ancient orcs. Arc elves who believed in Aisha, and were not good at war, could do nothing except to let their mother goddess Aisha continue to stay in the safe place of others. In the Tyrone War, the elves lost nearly 100 people, which was a big loss for the elves with extremely low fertility rate, not to mention the 100 warriors of the Aisha Arc elves, who were not good at martial arts. And these sacrifices were just to make the Lord of Tyrone allow them to see the mother goddess with their own eyes. After talking with Aisha and expressing their thoughts to each other, the elves, led by their Arc Prophet, came to Chinemo, put down the scepter or other items in their hands, bowed their heads respectfully, and bent their spines and knees. For the Eldar, this is the greatest courtesy they can show, and the kneeling of humans is only a formal difference. May you and your star regent be invincible forever. The prophet said, you brought our mother goddess out of the dark god's demonic domain. This is an inspiring feat, and it is also a favor that our craft world will remember forever. Chinemo nodded calmly. Thank you for your contribution in the defense of Tyrone. While speaking, Chinemo noticed that some Eldar entered the research facility. They were carrying various large and small bags of things, such as gems and furniture, as well as various extremely exquisite decorations of the Eldar. The strength and agility of the Eldar are amazing. One of them can carry a 3-meter-high table of unknown wood and move forward quickly. Chinemo initially thought that this was a gift for him, but the prophetess said, we hope to keep these items so that our mother goddess can live more comfortably. Of course, you can decorate the webway where she lives at will. Chinemo nodded and looked at Aisha. Aisha wiped away her tears and bowed. The Eldar began to enter the webway gate to decorate Aisha's residence, trying to make the place full of golden light look more comfortable. Maybe next time we will give you these Eldar furniture as a gift, but this time we really can't do it. Thrall explained. After the Greenskin invasion, the Ark world suffered from famine and disease. The latter did not cause too much trouble, but the former forced the Ark world to trade with other Arks, and sell most of the things to buy food. I don't care about your furniture. But aren't you too miserable? Chinemo felt a lot heavier after dealing with these Eldar. The Eldar race gave him the feeling that someone was strangling his throat, in a state of being half dead, but not completely dead. Fortunately, the Eldar did not stay for long, nor did they feel embarrassed to ask for anything. After helping Aisha to arrange her residence, they all left. Before Aisha hid in the webway again, the intelligence in the research facility sent a drone to push the soul stone that Aisha had cried out before out of the webway. Then Aisha entered the webway, and the webway gate closed. Although this was unnecessary, Aisha did feel safe under the double insurance of the enhanced reality structure and the webway. At this point, most of the post-war matters have been dealt with, and there is only one last urgent matter left. Rubik's Cube. Half an hour later. The slender Iron Man slowly walked into the research facility with a scepter and entered the core area. After passing through the 4 gates and inspections, the scholar saw the Iron Man master sitting at the table fiddling with a ring model. But before the scholar wanted to explain how he crushed Magnus' soul, Vanessa, with golden light in her eyes, walked into the room first and said, I have seen that Rubik's Cube. It is not something that can be easily dealt with. Scholar. Chinemo heard the Emperor's voice, turned his body from the chair with pulleys, and moved the chair with his feet to get closer to the Iron Man and the Emperor. You shattered Magnus' soul. That bastard must have paid a lot of price to reassemble it. At least we won't see Carlos and Magnus at the same time. This is my mission. The scholar acted very calmly and bowed. The Emperor waited quietly for Chinemo to finish praising the scholar, and then brought the topic to business. Talk about the Rubik's Cube. The scholar raised his hand, and the Rubik's Cube appeared in his living metal palm. It was an evil-looking thing, covered with hideous and twisted words. At first glance, there was nothing between those words, but if you stare at it for a long time, you will see hideous flowing faces in the twisted words. What is this? Chinemo picked up the Rubik's Cube and looked at it carefully. Of course, he couldn't understand what it was. The scholar had already found out the function of the Rubik's Cube through the subspace entity. In fact, it already knew what it was when it came into contact with the Rubik's Cube, and the re-verification was just out of the Iron Man's rigorous instinct. However, the Emperor seemed to know more about this Rubik's Cube. He raised his hand and bound the Rubik's Cube in his hand, explaining calmly, This is something I found in prehistoric Terra. It is a barracks of a race with extremely powerful psychic technology. Don't get me wrong, it's not the kind of barracks used to station troops, but the barracks that can continuously generate troops. As long as it exists and operates, it can continuously release warriors. What an advanced creation. Chapter 476. A barracks that generates its own troops? Qin Mo didn't understand what this meant for a moment. It can extract souls from the subspace, condense and transform them into something similar to biological essence, and then transport them out of the box, which is equivalent to having an inexhaustible supply of soldiers. And its call for souls is not as simple as transferring souls into a box. The psychic technology transformation and various psychic calls it has undergone are unprecedented, so it is conceivable that the one who created it should be an ancient saint. The Emperor explained his understanding and speculation about the Rubik's Cube. However, Qin Mo did not think it was something from the ancient saints, because it looked too evil, not like something made by the White Lotus race like the ancient saints. The Emperor also realized this, and he explained, I found it when I was eliminating some prehistoric chaos shamans. This Rubik's Cube has been eroded by the power of chaos, just like the black stones that were corroded by the word bearers in the dead realm, so it is now an evil creation from the malice of the subspace. The dark gods have existed in the past, and the future since their birth. The Emperor said that the Rubik's Cube was found in the prehistoric period of mankind. Obviously, the power of chaos was already eroding the real universe at that time. So what is its use? Qin Mo sat down and asked. Originally, it could create psychic soldiers, but now it can only be used to create demons. The principle is similar to the way the chaos gods in the subspace create demons. The Emperor looked at the Rubik's Cube. This thing reminded him of many past events. As long as it is not sealed, it will continue to release demons into the real universe. Qin Mo was silent. This Rubik's Cube is simply a warp artifact. No wonder Magnus left it. No wonder the Emperor called it the malice of the warp. The ability to shape souls alone is beyond the imagination of any species today, but after being distorted, they can only shape the souls of demons. As for the method of sealing it, the Emperor put his hand on the Rubik's Cube and twisted it, and a projection was displayed. Qin Mo saw Gray, Cardo Diego, Kaldar, Wolflord Sven Blood Howl, and Creed on the projection. It is to find the people at once, and then send them into the Rubik's Cube, so that they can block the demons who are trying to get out of the Rubik's Cube at all costs. The Emperor said. Then the Emperor used psychic power to create an image to show Qin Mo the inner world of the Rubik's Cube. There are a total of 18 layers in the Rubik's Cube. The first layer is a primeval forest, the second layer is a city in the Stone Age, and the third layer is a human settlement in the Bronze Age. In short, the higher the number of layers, the more advanced the world shown. The 18th floor is even a space city, extremely prosperous, as huge as the space city in the dark technological age of mankind, but there are no residents inside. The Emperor showed the scene of the inner world of the magic cube at this time, so when he zoomed in and approached the space city, Qin Mo could see the extremely terrifying scene. Countless magic armies are attacking the portal inside the space city. The feeling they give people is like standing on the track and looking down at the army of tyranid war beasts. Near the portal were nearly 100 humans. These people were dressed differently. There were primitive people wearing animal skins, and wild people with hair all over their bodies, who did not cover their bodies. There were knights wearing medieval plate armor, and people dressed like Egyptians and Romans. There were infantry squads holding Garin rifles, and a team of blonde men and women wearing black uniforms holding MG-43 machine guns. There were even some lobster soldiers holding flintlock rifles, and wearing red uniforms, and space warriors from the Great Crusade of 30K. Are these the people you sent in to intercept the demons? Qin Mo couldn't believe that those savages could kill a huge demon. Yes. The Emperor nodded. I have to find a way to seal it. How many people did you send in? A lot. Maybe hundreds of thousands, Egyptians, Romans, and even a Han Dynasty general named Pu in ancient Terra, soldiers during the World War. Hearing this, Qin Mo looked up and asked, General Pu? Did he disappear because you sent him into the Rubik's Cube? Unfortunately, this general and his army were selected, so they entered the Rubik's Cube together. The Emperor's eyes fell on the image inside the magic cube. A man wearing the armor of a Han Dynasty general was holding a ring-headed sword and slashing at the demon. He seemed to have a good relationship with a female savage. When he was surrounded, the female savage rode an extremely huge wild boar and rushed into the demon army to rescue him. The Emperor said there were hundreds of thousands of people, but Qin Mo didn't see so many. There were only humans on the 18th floor of the magic cube, and there were less than 100 in total. The Emperor saw Qin Mo's doubts and explained, some people with weak wills will collapse after entering the magic cube to fight for thousands of years, and then be assimilated into a member of the demon, So until now there are only these people left. Then the Emperor told some sad things. The fate of the people in the Rubik's Cube is to fight to death. They cannot leave the Rubik's Cube. They cannot grow old or die. They will be resurrected after dying in battle, but they will lose some of their humanity after resurrection. Over time, they will become zombies or directly degenerate into a member of the demons. The options used by the ancient saints to adjust the speed and quality of the soldiers produced by the Rubik's Cube barracks have now been corrupted into a program that trades souls for power. The people inside gain power by killing demons. While the Emperor was telling the story of the magic cube, Qin Mo observed the battle inside. The demon army was repelled by the humans, and the survivors sat on the ground, resting and eating among the demon corpses. The red-clad lobster soldiers loaded the flintlocks with oversized magazines containing hundreds of lead bullets. The people dressed as crusaders walked among the demon corpses holding crosses, pulling the power to burn these corpses. The 30K Space Marines stood on the demon corpses to preach to the crowd, cheering them up with the truth of the Empire. Pu Jiangjun and the only remaining personal soldier sat next to the wild boar, and the female wild man cooked hot food for the wild boar and his companions. These people had a common emotion, numbness and suffering. What's the difference between this and hell? Qin Mo looked terrified. This is the hell of eternal damnation. They can't even die if they want to. After saying that, Qin Mo looked at the Emperor. He suspected that the Emperor deliberately kept the magic cube so that it fell into Magnus' hands. Now he knew why the dead zone had never been lost, but there were Martian soldiers and demons who were brushed out to help Huron fight. It turned out that those demons were transferred from the magic cube by Magnus. Since the magic cube could be corroded, it must be affected by the psychic energy of the outside world. Perhaps Magnus had a way to play with the human warriors inside and let some demons slip through their defenses. Chapter 477. After the Horus Rebellion, this Rubik's Cube was lost. I didn't expect that Magnus got it, the Emperor said, as he placed the Rubik's Cube in front of Qin Mo. It was obvious that the problem of this Rubik's Cube was handed over to him. Qin Mo had to find a way to deal with this devil thing that could spawn demons. He first thought of a simple and crude method. Is it okay if I bury it in a place with a spirit exorcising dead zone? Maybe, but it's best not to let this thing get out of control. If you just put it somewhere, the demons inside it will sooner or later kill all the guardians inside, and then accumulate for tens of thousands of years, and there will always be a chance that someone will take it out, the Emperor said. Qin Mo had to change his approach. What if we destroy it? If this ancient artifact can be destroyed, it will not fall into Magnus' hands in the end. The Emperor shook his head. Qin Mo was a little confused, rubbed his face, and suddenly felt that he had encountered the biggest crisis in history. But then again, if the Rubik's Cube is really an ancient artifact, then it will be used in the War of Heaven. The Star Gods and the Necrons must have dealt with similar things. However, the Necrons are not as good as before, and almost all the Star Gods have turned into fragments. It may not be so easy to find a way to crack the Rubik's Cube. After thinking for a while, Qin Mo had to change his mind and thought about cracking the Rubik's Cube with other means, or purifying it, or using the technology of the real universe to deal with it. But this is not something based on the real universe after all, and even the material of the Rubik's Cube cannot be sensed. Leave this thing to me, the silent scholar on the side suddenly asked. What do you mean? Do you have a way? Qin Mo handed this block creation with extremely high subspace concentration to the scholar. Although he had not agreed yet, he had handed it to a more professional person to deal with. As a psychic Iron Man, the scholar is always dealing with psychic-related matters. Adding a warp shadow to a child who awakens psychic power in the star sector to block his connection with the warp. Or purifying the corruption left by the demons at the Gate of Talon, and completely destroying the wreckage of the demon warship. It's like the Nikkei conference disbanded the think tanks of various legions. But after things like warp corruption occurred, legions with psychic talents were better able to deal with emergencies. The fact that think tanks are common except for the Black Templars also shows that the best way to deal with the warp is still the warp. The scholar is such an Iron Man, with a great mission and role. Believe in your creation. The scholar stuffed the Rubik's Cube into the storage module of his arm. I, an Iron Man who specializes in dealing with psychic energy, have thought of a good way. What way? Although the Emperor's pure human will have the problem of escaping, he was also concerned about whether the Rubik's Cube would be destroyed or continue to generate demons. The scholar did not answer. He bowed and said goodbye, and turned to leave the research facility. The Emperor glanced at the scholar's back, turned his head, and looked at Qin Mo worried, thinking that he might as well find a way to deal with the Rubik's Cube himself. But Qin Mo was not so worried. He had full confidence in the scholar. He even stopped thinking about the Rubik's Cube and motioned the Emperor to come forward to observe his new invention. An iron ring? The Emperor looked at the circular metal model on the table. No, 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 it's a door, an interstellar gate. Qin Mo fiddled with the model, inputting energy into it, and then a crack opened in the center of the model. This is not a subspace rift or a dimensional rift. It is like tearing a crack in the concrete entity of space and distance in the real universe. But in Qin Mo's feeling, it is not a torn crack, but the superposition and compression of space and dimension. The way the star gods communicate and move at superluminal speed inspired me. Of course, I also referred to the superluminal method of the Tyranids. Qin Mo picked up a ship model and placed it on the Stargate model. Then the ship model appeared above the two people's heads, floating for a long time in a dim energy package of indescribable color before falling down. The Emperor saw at a glance that this was actually a substitute for the dimensional engine. Of course, the Talon sector also needs this thing, because they have more and more ships, and civilian ships often have to sail in groups. This is not because they are united, but because they must open many dimensional engines at the same time to form resonance in order to sail faster and farther. And for the Empire, Gilliman may be able to use this Stargate to stop humans from sailing in the subspace, which is a good thing for the entire real universe. Many people and materials are often lost during the warp voyage, resulting in not only the humans who enter the warp contributing to chaos, but also the materials contributing to the chaos war bands. As for why it is easier for Gilliman to promote the Stargate, it is not a dimensional engine, it is that simple. However, the Emperor thought for a moment, but frowned. Have you ever thought that this thing is not only used in Talon? What if it is corroded in other places? If the demon can get out of the Stargate, which is based on the principle of folding space, then I will take the Talonians to hide in the dimensional space to survive, and I will not need the real universe at all. Qin Mo smiled. The Emperor's expression immediately became serious. The subspace will turn your Stargate into a subspace rift gate, just like the Barracks Cube of the Ancient Saint. The anti-corrosion technology they implanted in it has benefited me a lot, but they still couldn't prevent the cube from being corroded. Don't be nervous, I'm kidding. Qin Mo shook his head and took out a piece of black stone. Overlord Corrin is a good man. If I have the chance in the future, I will try my best to reshape his body. It left after doing its job, but for some reason it left me a lot of black stones. Seeing the black metal, the Emperor was instantly relieved. He could imagine that the Stargate created by Qin Mo was not only a superluminal tool, but also a good thing for suppressing the subspace of the galaxy. Perhaps there was not enough black stone for the Stargate to play the role of a black stone obelisk, but it didn't matter. It was enough to prevent the Stargate from being corroded. The Stargate technology made the Emperor very happy, and he couldn't help but start thinking about a sentence. Every profession has its own specialty. This sentence is really a universal truth. The Emperor thought that if humans could also have a human individual similar to himself, then the role he played would be extremely huge. Maybe this person could not create a superhuman army that unified the human territory, but it didn't matter, as long as he could rely on his talent to casually develop an artificial intelligence that was superluminal and uncontaminated. As he thought about it, the Emperor thought of the Rubik's Cube again. How do you plan to deal with the barracks of the Ancient Saint? If it doesn't work, send some people in? Qin Mo recalled the situation of the humans in the Rubik's Cube and shook his head solemnly. I won't compromise. The Emperor frowned and had to use all his brains to think of a way to deal with the Rubik's Cube without sending people in. In fact, you and I both have a way, don't we? Qin Mo said, throw it into the subspace, throw it next to you and the Iron Man entity, and then use your psychic energy to destroy the demons pouring out of the Rubik's Cube. I guess the scholars have the same idea. The Emperor nodded. Chapter 478. After saying everything, the Emperor left the research facility and quietly waited for the result of the treatment by the Iron Man called Scholar. Qin Mo continued to improve the Stargate in the research facility. Not long after, the Scholar suddenly entered the research facility and reported, "It's solved. It is no longer the malice of the subspace, but a gift from me to you." Qin Mo wanted to ask why it was so fast, but considering that there is no time in the subspace, the Scholar probably took the magic cube into the subspace to deal with it, so there was no time to worry about. The Scholar was only here to report, and he did not expect the Iron Lord to take some time to observe his masterpiece, but he still saw Qin Mo stand up from his chair and put down all the work at hand. Come on, take me to see your contribution. Yes. In the research facility, the Scholar summoned a psychic gate and took Qin Mo into the subspace. On this side of the psychic gate was the research facility, and on the other side was a giant entity. When he walked out of the psychic gate and looked up, Qin Mo was stunned. Heart-wrenching screams echoed around the entire entity, as if someone was using a loudspeaker to play the howling of evil beings in horror movies on a loop. Billowing black smoke enveloped the subspace entity, and the screams were the sounds of gears and mechanical structures working. In front of him was a factory. Far away was the cold sun that protected the psychic matrix entity. Under Qin Mo's feet was the factory formed by the psychic entity. It seemed to be a processor, but now it is not. This entity looks like a giant biological factory made of steel structures, stacked up to hundreds of kilometers, like an industrial nest. The conveyor belt is the tendon of this giant. But unlike Vashtor's domain, this factory does not look so twisted, but full of industrial style and unbearable coldness. Cold, rational, and well-organized, these mechanical concepts exist in every corner of the entire subspace entity. Qin Mo lowered his head and saw a steel fence outside the giant factory. The magic cube was placed in the fence. Countless demons had already poured out of the magic cube. They gathered in the fence and looked around in confusion. Then a giant round sphere similar to a logistics machine flew in groups, gathered above the fence, and used its tentacles to roll up demons one by one and stuff them into different prisons in its stomach. Even the demons were classified. Ordinary demons were locked in iron cages, and powerful demons were classified according to their colors or abilities, and were locked up alone or sent to prisons with fewer demons. The subspace entities are constantly releasing psychic energy to suppress the demons, forcing them to be captured by the logistics machinery. A team of giant logistics machinery goes back and forth between the factory buildings and the demon fence. After the logistics machinery arrives at the factory, it will send the classified demons to the factory assembly line, and then some workers, who look like iron men, will come out and stand near the assembly line to operate the mechanical equipment for more detailed classification. The demons are sent to different assembly lines according to different classifications. This is not just as simple as classification, but to let the giant steel structures on each assembly line only deal with the demons they can deal with. The demons will be beaten by different steel structures until they cannot move, and continue to circulate in the factory along the assembly line. Disinfection. Peeling. Finally entering a huge furnace. The front of the furnace is connected to all the assembly lines, and the back is connected to a pipe. The processed demons will be tempered into the purest soul material in the furnace. This is not a soul, but it is almost like a soul, but their will is exhausted in the furnace. Finally, the pipeline transports the soul material into those industrial equipment that look like fermentation towers in a winery. The pure soul material is fused in the fermentation tower, further refined, and finally becomes a colorful gel that flows out from the bottom of the fermentation tower. Then it is sent to the assembly line. The equipment on the assembly line reshapes the gel into a soul crystal similar to a sugar cube, and then injects taste factors that match their colors on the way to the end of the assembly line. For example, the red demon born from the magic cube will be injected with pepper or apple flavors when it becomes a soul crystal, and the yellow demon will be added with orange taste factors. Finally, the soul crystal entered the packaging part at the top of the factory, and was packaged in a container that looked like a can. What the hell? Qin Mo was extremely shocked. He could guess that the scholar's idea of dealing with the Rubik's Cube was probably to put it into the subspace, and then find a way to kill the demon that came out. However, this way of processing the demon as raw material was beyond Qin Mo's imagination. This was not something that could be done with a strong imagination, but only a being like the psychic Iron Man could have such an amazing brain circuit. The first product has been produced. The scholar raised his staff. A giant logistics machine flew over, and after a small part of the shell was opened, a can fell into Qin Mo's hand with a bang. Qin Mo lowered his head and looked at the can. On the front was a demon with a smile and a thumbs up sign. On the back was the ingredients. This product contains 90% high-level demon souls. Qin Mo read out the ingredient list above. High-level demons were obviously the way scholars classified demons. After all, the demons that emerged from the magic cube were not the demons of the four gods. They were of all types. High-level demons may not be as good as the big demons, but they are much stronger than the little demons under the four gods. This soul crystal contains the souls of tens of thousands of demons. The scholar gently unscrewed the lid of the can, took out a red soul crystal, and handed it to Qin Mo with both hands. This is a more efficient way to eat souls. Qin Mo took the soul crystal with a blank look and put it in his mouth. This tastes like apple. Then Qin Mo felt an extremely pure soul power pouring into his body, even stronger than the feeling of eating the soul of the big demon in the Slanish demon realm. Because it has been purified, just like the factories that purified sugar in the 3K era, The sugar they produce does not contain impurities and naturally has a stronger sweetness. In the future, you don't need to hold a sword to hunt demons. Just sit in the star zone and wait. This fully automatic soul processing factory will supply you with demon souls that can only be absorbed in several major battles. The scholar said. Shin Mo stared at the subspace entity in front of him. It represents the characteristics of the Iron Man. An orderly, clean, cold, efficient, but not completely ignoring service soul processing factory. Efficiency and service are the characteristics of their servants as a species. This packaging. Shin Mo lowered his head and looked at the can. The demon on it was smiling and giving him a thumbs up, praising the product made by the demon. It was obvious that the Iron Man also had some characteristics of their creator, black humor. Chapter 479. Those humans in the Rubik's Cube, they? Shin Mo couldn't help but think of those humans in the Rubik's Cube, who were sent into it by the Emperor, to resist the demons. He wanted to ask if there was any way to get these humans out. After all, they have been fighting in it for tens of thousands of years, even longer than the Grey Knights have been fighting the demons. But considering that the demons are now pouring out of the fence, those people may have died. I have no way to get them out of the Rubik's Cube. Unless an ancient saint is still alive, it can purify the magic cube and add human characteristics to the protection measures so that they can return to the real universe through the protection measures. The scholar tried it, but it really didn't work. Then the scholar explained why it didn't work. Because there is a safety measure in the magic cube to prevent the soul soldiers inside from pouring out of the magic cube uncontrollably. It can be said that this is a world-destroying weapon, and the ancient saints should not have intended to use it as a conventional weapon. However, the cube suffered from irreversible and severe corrosion, which caused the safety measures inside to target all creatures except demons. The scholar also said that he had conducted research in the subspace for thousands of years equivalent to the real universe, and the only thing he could do was to exert some influence on the cube. I created a safe area inside, and those survivors who have fought against demons until now can live in the safe area. I used other methods to create the death rules, that is, they will die after 100 years of lifespan, but not completely, but their souls will be reincarnated after the memory is cleansed. I also created rules for them that mimic the real universe. These carbon-based creatures can reproduce. Although their children are just creatures created by the souls extracted from the subspace by the Rubik's Cube, their biological nature has returned. That's all I can do. The scholar actually didn't want the Iron Lord to ask about the humans in the Rubik's Cube, because there was really no way to get them out. He could only use a series of deceptive behaviors to create the rules of death and reproduction. But Shin Mo's reaction was beyond the scholar's expectations. He did not force the scholars to find a way to get those people out. He did not rebuke the scholars for using deception to shape death and reproduction, bringing false biological nature to the people inside. Shin Mo was silent for a moment, and suddenly looked up at the empty sky. This is the best for them. There is no doubt that the world in the magic cube is also a world with demons, but the demons cannot affect the humans in it. It is a pure world, without having to face the four gods of chaos, and without having to face the many cruelties in the real universe. Perhaps those human warriors, who survived the demon war that lasted for tens of thousands of years, can reproduce a civilization with rise and fall cycles in their pure land. The people in the Rubik's Cube are the lucky ones. Can you find Cardo? Shin Mo sighed, and suddenly asked about the original master of the Grey Knights. Of course, he is fighting in the subspace, fighting demons. The scholar nodded. The subspace entity formed by the psychic matrix provides shelter and power for him and the dead souls of the Talons, but he is unlikely to return to the real universe, which is related to why he was sent to the subspace. Shin Mo nodded. It's okay as long as Cardo Diego is alive. As long as he is alive, there will always be a way to get him out in the future. Speaking of the Grey Knights, the scholar suddenly thought of something and asked, demons have appeared in every world in Tyrone's Gate. The Soulless Guard and I are cleaning up the influence of the warp corruption, but we have to worry about other forces intervening in the affairs of the Star Zone. You mean the Grey Knights? Shin Mo looked at the scholar. Of course. The scholar nodded. Shin Mo didn't care. In a sense, the Grey Knights are the same as the Inquisition, but they are not stupid like the Inquisitors, and they are not as bad as some Inquisitors. They will not come to the Star Zone to cause trouble. But the scholar also has some measure for the Grey Knight, and he mentioned that the Grey Knight has other considerations. Shin Mo thought of something, looked at the scholar, and said what the psychic Iron Man was thinking. Of course, nothing is absolute. If the Grey Knight really wants to intervene in the affairs of the Star Zone, I allow you and the Soulless to do whatever you think you should do. Hearing this, the scholar nodded and bowed, raised his hand to open the psychic gate back to the real universe. Night. Chi Nemo perfected the star gate in the research facility. But now, he will not be completely focused on one thing like before, so he sent a meeting request to the 2 star gods in the star zone. Star gods don't need to come sitting like humans or Iron Men. They can distort the space they are in an instant, just like a chess player from a higher dimension moving his chess pieces to where he wants them to go, faster than scholars who can open psychic gates. Praise the Lord of Tyrone. The burner stood with his hands behind his back and floated half a meter above the ground. It seems that you have finally distributed the fruits of victory to your compatriots. It's our turn to be rewarded for our merits. I really want to kowtow to you. Mimic, who was originally in a good mood, was very dissatisfied when he heard this. Reward according to merit? You almost burned hundreds of thousands of Cadians and the enemy to death in the war. Just a little bit. You deserve to be rewarded according to merit. Chi Nemo didn't think there was anything wrong with what the burner said. He did ignore the 2 star gods, but apart from the star god fragments that he couldn't find for the time being, he really didn't know what else could be given as a reward to the fragments of the 2 real universe gods. But since they were called here today, there must be something to reward. The dimensional rift opened, and 2 cans fell into the hands of the burner and the mimic. The burner caught the can with telekinesis, controlled the can to float in front of him, looked at the devil with a thumbs up and asked, "What is this? Devil's meat?" "Wrong, it's the soul." Chi Nemo stood up and took out 2 detectors made for the star god, put them on, and then tasted the food. The burner and the mimic put the detectors on their bodies without hesitation, and then tore open the lid of the can, just as they were eager to eat the soul of the Necroner before. The soul crystal with taste factor was specially made by Iron Man for Chi Nemo. It was meaningless for pure star gods, because they had no senses when they were creatures similar to cosmic dust, and the living metal bodies made by the death-fearing ones did not have taste perception. But just the soul is sweet enough for the star god. High-quality soul. The burner threw the can into his fiery dimension and sucked his fingers. "It tastes good, I have to cook it slowly." Chi Nemo checked the data of the 2 star gods when they ate souls, and finally confirmed one thing. Souls really have no function for star gods except snacks. These 2 star god fragments will not increase their strength by eating souls like themselves. Chapter 480. Purely realistic universe gods, star gods, they love to eat souls. This is as puzzling as the fact that they can eat souls. I don't know why they can eat and love to eat. Perhaps for star gods, they can feel the same pleasure as living creatures by eating souls. Or perhaps souls can bring a different stimulation to the gods of the realistic universe than normal foraging. Through data monitoring, Chi Nemo found that the energy replenishment brought to them by souls is not even as good as the energy replenishment brought by absorbing stars for 1 millisecond. "Where did you get the soul?" the burner asked. Chi Nemo then told the burner about the ancient saint's cube. The burner was shocked after hearing this. It didn't expect that there would be something left by the ancient saints at this time. If it was during the War of Heaven, how would you deal with this kind of cube? Chi Nemo asked curiously. "Kill the user, shut down the cube, and then throw it away. Under normal circumstances, the ancient saint's death cube will also lose its function." Burner answered, "But to be honest, not many people would care about this kind of magic cube. It just spawns tens of billions of psychic soldiers in a second, and they are just cannon fodder in a corner of a battle that is affected by the power of the gods and then killed." This answer did not surprise Chi Nemo. After all, the star god is not a psychic god, and there is probably no good way to deal with this kind of pure psychic creation. The Void Dragon also studied the Black Stone after the war in heaven, trying to patch up the damage caused by the real universe. I think the magic cube that the Emperor found should be the one thrown away by the star gods. Since the magic cube has become the source of raw materials, Chi Nemo no longer bothers about the magic cube and brings up another matter. "Mimicry, I want you to help me search for the fragments of the star gods scattered in the galaxy." Mimicry instantly realized what Chi Nemo wanted to do. The power displayed by the star gods in the defense of Tyrone is amazing. More star gods can not only bring more powerful combat power, but also bring a wider range of real structure strengthening effects. Star gods cannot repair the reality membrane or the curtain, nor can they directly repair the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom. Otherwise, the Void Dragon, one of the 3 giants of star gods, would not study the Black Stone to patch the universe. But as a god of the real universe, the pure material existence of star gods can have a positive effect on the real universe. This positive effect is not enough to suppress the influence of the subspace, like the Exorcist's dead domain, but even if it is just to strengthen the structure of reality, it is enough. "I will." Mimicry nodded in agreement. Its special ability can help Chin Mo find any fragments of star gods scattered in the universe, as well as fragments in the hands of the Necrons. But Mimicry was not very willing. It just wanted the reunion of the 7 secluded gods, which was a small group consisting of it, the caster, and 5 other weak star gods. So Mimicry wanted to persuade Chin Mo to only look for the other 5 star gods. Star gods are divided into strong and weak. Strong star gods can overwrite the past and the future, while weak star gods may be so weak that they can do nothing but write words. So it is conceivable that there is often no cooperative relationship between star gods. Mimicry said. Chin Mo thought for a moment and asked, "Didn't you say that the 7 star gods, including you and me, once worked together? That's because we were all equally weak, and we exchanged our essences with each other, and we helped each other survive the battle in heaven, and we have emotional ties." Mimicry said helplessly. "So, part of the essence of the forger is also in the hands of others?" "That's not the case. You are the last one to join. I exchanged essences with the 5 star gods to establish an unconditional trust relationship. I believe in you, and they believe in me, so you became a member of this small group without exchanging essences." Chin Mo understood what Mimicry meant. It meant that except for the 7 gods, who had survived together, no other star gods were trustworthy. This of course also included Burner, who was once one of the 3 giant star gods alongside Nightbringer Void Dragon. Found that Chin Mo and Mimicry suddenly stopped talking and looked at him, Burner said calmly, "Small group, always a small group. This is the shortcoming of Mimicry. It dreams of forming a small group that cooperates with each other, but in fact this is precisely the key to its being broken into pieces, and having difficulty staying in a corner." The Burner ignored the angry Mimic and continued, "This period is not the time of the war in heaven. Are there any star gods other than the outer ones, and the forgers that are complete? No. If even star gods like the Nightbringers and the Void Dragons give up their essence just to exchange for the opportunity to make themselves more complete, then what is the difference between them and the 7 star gods including you back then?" Hearing this, Chin Mo nodded in agreement. He felt that what the Burner said made sense. The essence of a star god is the lifeblood of a star god. Unless they are willing, no one can take away their essence. So whether it is the Nightbringer or the Void Dragon, as long as they are willing to hand over part of their essence, they can be trusted because they are under control. But the problem is, how many gods are there like the Burner, who are willing to hand over their essence in exchange for trust in order to become as complete as possible? The Burner saw Chin Mo's concerns and said calmly, "If you are also an incomplete fragment, you will understand the mentality of the fragments. This is no longer a question of whether the power is complete or not." The Burner lowered his head and stared at his body. A sense of emptiness, loneliness, and separation. "Even my memory is not complete, and my senses are problematic. I felt like I was in the war of heaven in the last second, and found myself a fragment in the next second. It's like a mortal body with insanity and hysteria." The Burner murmured about his feelings. He couldn't even think of a way to express his feelings other than inefficient language. "Actually, there's nothing to worry about." Chin Mo shook his head. "I will trust a star god fragment that is willing to hand over its essence, but the essence is only used to exchange for trust. Only if it obeys my orders will I help it merge the fragments and become complete." As soon as the voice fell, Mimic suddenly realized that he had never exchanged his essence for trust like the Burner. Then something flew towards Chin Mo in front of him. That thing had no color, but it seemed to have countless colors at the same time. It had no form, but it seemed to have countless forms at the same time. That is the essence of Mimicry. It even includes the name of this star god, Mimicry, which was born with great power from the moment of its birth. "Mimesis, you..." Chin Mo wanted to say something, but swallowed it back, just accepting and retaining the essence of Mimicry. Then, Chin Mo stood up and said to Mimicry, "Find your fragments first, and don't look for other star gods before you merge the 3 fragments. No matter where your fragments are, I will bring them and merge them with you." Mimic nodded. But in fact, Mimic didn't really want to do what Chin Mo said. It had found its own fragments, more than one. But none of them were as lucky as the Burner to be lost in the galaxy. Some of them were no longer in the hands of the Necrons. They were in the most dangerous places in the galaxy. Mimic didn't want to cause trouble for Chin Mo, especially at the stage when the defense of Talon had just ended, and the Star Zone needed some time to recover to its pre-war state. Chapter 481. Holy Terra. The tall Primarch was drowned in a sea of documents. Gilliman felt uncomfortable dealing with the documents that had accumulated decades ago, because the last time he ordered the mobilization of supplies from Ultramar to a world in famine, he received a report from Felix, one of the heroes in charge of this matter. He said that the world in famine collapsed due to famine 20 years ago, and countless corpses brought plague, and then the whole world was left with only zombies after the arrival of the Ultramarines. When dealing with these matters that had been piled up until now, Gilliman felt that he was not making decisions and judgments, but reading history, because those worlds were often forgotten because of the low administrative efficiency of the Empire without support, and the only thing that could prove their existence was a piece of parchment that had been preserved from decades ago to the present. My lord, wake up! The shouts came from the magnificent building courtyard where the Primarch was located. Gilliman stood up and walked to the window, and through the stained glass with the image of the God Emperor printed on it, he saw a large group of state church personnel in a panic in the courtyard. Those people tried to speak as quietly as possible so as not to disturb the Son of God, but Gilliman still heard what they said through his superhuman hearing. It was a big deal. The Pope of the state church, who was handling the affairs of the Empire next door, had 2 hearts purchased and implanted on Mars that broke down after working for 1,240 hours. When Gilliman turned his eyes away from the exhausted Pope and looked at the magnificent building opposite, he saw the High Lords. All the High Lords stood by the window and watched the excitement with numb expressions. While watching the excitement, they took out the potion that could boost their spirits and reduce sleep and inserted it into their necks full of needle holes. Obviously, the High Lords were on the verge of collapse, and watching a big event was their way of entertainment during work. Gilliman originally thought that these High Lords never did anything, but he later discovered that the place with the highest mortality rate among the High Lords was not their giant mansions, nor a certain garden world, but the workplace of the High Lords' Council. These mortals did what they could, but the abilities of these 1 in a billion people and workaholics were really limited. Even if they worked themselves to death, they could not alleviate the many problems of the Empire's affairs that had been accumulated for hundreds of years. My lord! A dull call sounded behind Gilliman. When Gilliman turned around, he saw a warrior wearing silver Terminator armor. Obviously, he was a Grey Knight. The decoration on his body showed his identity: Grey Knight Grand Master and Bookkeeper Votos. You have been promoted to Grand Master? Congratulations. Gilliman gathered his hair and sat back to continue handling affairs. Votos did not say anything polite, but only bowed respectfully to thank the Primarch for his attention, and then got down to business. The Tyrone War has just ended. According to credible reports, a large number of demons appeared in the center of their star zone during the war, and demons in the defense zone called Tyrone's Gate have appeared on many worlds. Hearing this, Gilliman stopped writing with his quill. Votos noticed that the Primarch was not writing but staring at the parchment on the table, and then he slowly raised his head, his breathing heavier. So what do you want to do? Gilliman asked Votos. The Grey Knight's mentors gathered on Titan to discuss matters related to the appearance of demons in the Talon sector. Votos responded, the result of the discussion is, the key is not what we want to do, but what we can do. Gilliman's breath blew the parchment off the table. When Votos wanted to pick up the paper with his psychic power, Gilliman, who had taken off his armor of fate, bent down to pick up the paper, then put down his quill and looked at Votos. In the Primarch's mind, he thought of many things the Grey Knights had done, those cruel but necessary things. However, the extermination order and the massacre of survivors were unnecessary in Talon, because the Talon sector had plenty of ways to deal with corruption. I believe that the Lord of Talon must appreciate a group that has been fighting against demons until now, but... Gilliman paused for a second. If you want to deal with Talon's affairs in your own way, I must advise you to weigh your own weight. This is for your consideration. Gilliman has already thought of the consequences of the Grey Knights if they act rashly. They will disappear quietly outside the gate of Talon, and become an unsolved case for the ages. Perhaps only the Grey Knights themselves know how they were destroyed by a cruel freak with fire all over his body, and various black stone technologies. Thank you, we have indeed considered it. Vados said, as he took out a book, we hope to use your communication channels to send this book to Talon. After that, Vados handed the book to Gilliman. Gilliman took a look and found that it contained some cases and experiences of the Grey Knights in dealing with the warp corruption and demons. If possible, the Grey Knights would like to rush into Talon and force it, but the reason they want to do so is that they are really worried about the terrible consequences of demonic corruption, so they choose to change another way, and use the method of providing help to ensure that Talon will not have bad things like demonic outbreaks in the future. I thank you on behalf of the people of Talon. Gilliman accepted the book and prepared to find someone to send it to Talon later. Votos also finished his business and bowed to leave. Gilliman continued to handle his affairs. During this time, a servant came in to provide water and food for the Primarch, And then, he was ordered to deliver the book to the ultramarine strike cruiser. Gilliman didn't know how long he had been working. He only knew that he had experienced countless times of light becoming brighter and darker, until he felt that he was about to collapse. He put down the quill, and stood up, and walked to the mirror. A man who looked a bit sloppy in the mirror. His thick blonde hair, which was restored by the Eldar goddess of life, had grown a lot of white hair again. Gilliman gathered his hair and looked at himself in the mirror, thinking how good it would be if Sanguinius was here. But then he thought again, if Sanguinius wanted to come to Terra to deal with these matters, he would definitely let him return to Ball. Sanguinius couldn't waste his short stay in the real universe to deal with the accumulated affairs. He should be with his heirs. It would be great if there was another brother who could help me. Gilliman muttered to himself in front of the mirror. His adoptive mother's words from 10,000 years ago suddenly echoed in his ears. Even Russ? Yes, mother, even Russ. Gilliman muttered to himself in front of the mirror. For some reason, the Primarch suddenly recalled the meeting with his father. The content of each memory is different, and this time is no exception. In the memory, Gilliman and the Emperor discussed his Primarch brothers. A vicious voice accused his own children with vicious curses, blaming the stupidity and ignorance of the Primarchs, and causing himself to suffer for 10,000 years. A miserable voice told Gilliman about his own actions, saying that he loved every child, and if he could have the courage to stand up with Malkador to lead mankind and say I love you to the children, I'm afraid that the father and son would not have turned against each other. In short, these words are confusing. And one of the voices told Gilliman that one of his brothers would return soon. Gilliman was initially confused about who the returning brother his father was talking about, but when he went to Talon and met Sanguinius, he was no longer confused. The returning brother was obviously Sanguinius. Although Sanguinius was not a real return, strictly speaking, but was living in the container of the real universe. I hope Sanguinius and his descendants get along well. Gilliman rubbed his face, and returned to his seat to deal with affairs. Chapter 482. In a forest, a man slowly woke up. He heard the sound of running water, the sound of the wind whistling through the forest, and smelled the fragrance of soil and grass. The man instinctively recalled his past and identity, but he found that he knew nothing. He appeared inexplicably in this forest, and woke up inexplicably, as if he was a thing that was shaped rather than a naturally grown life. Without knowing anything, the man walked towards the sound of running water, and he soon came to a river. There was a small wooden boat parked on the calm water, and an old man was sitting on it. The old man was wearing a crown, and holding a fishing rod in his hand. What was completely inconsistent with the peaceful scene in front of him was that he was covered with scars. The man was very puzzled. How could this guy still have the mood to fish here when he was so injured? Where is this place? The man asked. The old man did not react at all. Even if the fishing rod in his hand was shaking because of a fish biting the hook, he did not react at all. This is as puzzling as why he is still in the mood to fish despite being covered in wounds. What is this place? The man asked again in a hoarse voice. The old man still did not respond. The man jumped into the river, trying to get close to the old man and ask questions so that he would not be ignored. While swimming, the man suddenly thought of something and asked inexplicably, "Why did you wake me up?" This question was like a correctly entered key, and the old man who was fishing finally responded, turned around and said two words that made the man extremely puzzled. "You shouldn't have woken up so early, but everything has changed. Leave here, you have a special mission. Go do what you should do." The voices made the man-named man feel painful. Some information was emerging in his mind. He instinctively fled, jumped onto the shore, and ran along the path in the forest. Finally, a roar from a beast stopped the man. The man immediately lowered his body and hid in the bushes, just like he did when he was a child. But after hiding, the man found that the roaring beast was not targeting him. About 2 kilometers ahead, at the junction of the forest and the wilderness, a huge beast was biting a piece of farm machinery into pieces. It didn't like eating iron, so it spit out the parts and fragments in its mouth and turned to attack the two men in front. The two men looked like hunters. They had weapons in their hands that could shoot red energy arrows without arrows, just by pulling the bow. But even with such weapons, they couldn't fight the beast. The size and ferocity of the beast were obviously beyond their expectations, otherwise they would not have been so panicked. "Ah!" The beast's roar angered the man, who also roared, jumped out of the bushes and ran towards the beast. He ran 2 kilometers in an instant, and even pulled off vines and leaves on the road to cover himself. Finally, the man ran behind the beast, howled, picked up its heavy tail like an iron chain, and swung it vigorously. The beast, which was larger than a Lehman Russ tank, was thrown out and smashed into the jungle, breaking more than a dozen towering trees. The two hunters were stunned. No one would see a man over 3 meters tall, covered with leaves, running out, throwing a beast the size of a Lehman Russ tank, and being calm about this series of scenes. Especially the giant who jumped out of the forest was showing his ferocious appearance, baring his teeth and howling in the direction where the beast was thrown. He looked more like a beast. However, when the man bared his teeth, a memory suddenly emerged from his mind. Through this memory, the man understood what civilization was. He lived like a beast in the forest until he met a group of people who taught him civilization. The man closed his mouth and faced the beast with dignity like a warrior. And during this trance, the beast had already drilled out from another direction, and its huge palm slapped the man's head hard, causing the man's upper body to lean back. The man gnashed his teeth, grabbed the beast's mane and pulled its head, then hit the beast's head with his head. The next scene was like a hammer hitting a watermelon. The beast's headless body shook a few times and fell to the ground. The two hunters had been in a daze since the man rushed out, and only reacted when they were stared at by the fierce eyes, and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for helping us." "Thank you." The fierceness in the man's eyes quickly disappeared, and he looked at the two of his kind and asked them, "What are your names?" The hunters were puzzled by this question. They didn't know why the man asked their names first at this time. But since he asked, "My name is Sudik, sir." "My name is Harlan." The two hunters said their names one after another. The man nodded after hearing it, and suddenly felt familiar. This was the kind of name he often heard in his memory. It was inconspicuous, and had no characteristics. It was just like their father murmured a few syllables when naming them. But at this time, it sounded particularly close. "What about you, sir?" Sudik asked. The man was really stumped by the question. He stood there and thought for a long time, trying to find his name from the broken memory fragments. "Lion." The two hunters were a little surprised when they heard it. "Lion? Lion? You really fit this name very well." "Sorry, sir. Harlan didn't mean that you are the same as a beast, but that you are very brave and have the strength and courage of a beast." After listening to the two hunters talking for a long time, Ryan turned around and picked some wild fruits from the trees beside him. He didn't know why he was so skilled, as if he had made his home in the forest before. Anyway, he could tell which fruits were edible and which were not. The two hunters also took advantage of it, but they really felt that the fruits Ryan found were hard to swallow. Ryan didn't care, sitting on the carcass of the beast and chewing the fruits, and asked from the chewing sound, "Where is this place?" Sudik immediately came forward and sat next to Ryan, taking out a small square box from his pocket. When the button on the box was pressed, the star map projection was released from the box. "This is Karis, our home." Sudik pointed to a galaxy. Ryan looked at the galaxy and found that he was in a straight line with a place called Terra in his memory, but the distance was too far. In the territory marked as the Human Empire on the star map, Karis was in the far north. So many stars. Ryan took a bite of the fruit and asked curiously, "So where is Karis among the stars?" "At the gate of Talon," Sudik said. Defense Zone Number 1. Chapter 483. After filling his stomach with fruits, Ryan was taken back to the residence on Karis by Sudik and Harlan. The residence was a fortress city. The city was surrounded by solid bastion walls, and countless artillery fire was bombarding the beast tide rushing towards the wall. "I don't know what those beasts are crazy about." Ryan saw those huge beasts like tanks attacking the wall in groups, as if they were commanded by something. The hunters told Ryan that they were sent by the city to find the beast's lair, but they didn't find it. But it didn't matter, anyway, the beasts were not about to attack the city. The hunter took out the communicator and said a few words. Then a transport plane flew out of the city, and the heavy artillery and heavy bolts on it repelled the beasts that were gradually surrounding Ryan and his men, and then carried Ryan and the two hunters and flew back to the city. When the transport plane landed on the apron, the hatch opened. A deep and dissatisfied voice came into the hatch. Gunships should be used for defense, including transport planes converted into gunships. A man who was nearly the same height as Ryan walked towards the apron, surrounded by several city defense team members. The moment Ryan saw the man clearly, his brain exploded, and he froze in place, with more memory fragments emerging from his brain. The hunter saluted the man who was approaching. The man was tall and strong, wearing rough black armor, with a winged sword decorated on his chest and shoulders. It was obviously a space marine. At least before. After seeing Ryan clearly, the space marine was stunned for a moment, then pulled out his double guns and fired. The movement of Ryan's huge body was as sudden as the space marine's shooting. He dodged two explosive bombs in an instant and rushed in front of the space marine, hitting the sides of the ceramic helmet with his fists just as the Space Marine's hands were on the sword. The ceramic helmet was cracked, but Ryan obviously held back. The Space Marine felt as if his head was hit directly by Ryan. His brain was down for 2 seconds, and his body knelt on the ground weakly. He was not dead. After regaining consciousness, he still tried to shoot, but Ryan pressed him to the ground with one hand, and he could not move. "Let go of Commander Zabril. You're a mad beast." The soldiers near the landing pad rushed over immediately, their bodies shrouded in power armor bent slightly, and they raised their rifles that could fire atoms and molecules to aim at Ryan's head. The 2 hunters who brought Ryan back were also targeted. But no one opened fire, because the one who was holding down the commander at this time probably didn't look like an enemy, but a pre-march. Lion heard that the person he was holding down was called Zabril, and he could see that Zabril, who he was holding down, had a high status in the city, but he still didn't let go until someone scolded those hunters as traitors who brought back the enemy. He roared and refuted, "The one I'm holding down is a traitor." Lion's memory returned to the eve of Caliban's destruction. Zabril wanted to kill him, whether it was in the past 10,000 years ago or now. Lion remembered it clearly. "Liar!" A dull sound came from the Space Marine's helmet, and the words that came out were like a knife stabbing Lion's heart. "You are the traitor. You betrayed Caliban. You betrayed the Legion. You betrayed the Empire." "Nonsense!" Lion roared. "Nonsense? Where have you been for the past 10,000 years? You ask me? I want to ask where you went and what you did. How can a Space Marine live for 10,000 years? Are you like me, the pre-march? Caliban, the warp storm at that time. We just escaped from the warp 400 years ago. We are hunted down for your good deeds. Once we are found, we will be punished with the most cruel excommunication." "Nonsense. 10,000 years ago, I returned to Caliban from Terra, and you fired at me. You ordered us to go to Caliban and the fleet fired at us. Our brothers landed and prepared to fight us. The first time I saw you in all these years was when you were killing recruits from your own home planet. Their first real battle in the armor of the First Legion was against their pre-march and his executioners. Others simply couldn't understand what Lion and Zabril were talking about. Only the senior officials who came with Zabril and those who had studied the history of the Empire knew that they were arguing about what happened when Caliban, the home planet of the first pre-march, was destroyed 10,000 years ago. After talking to Zabril for a few words, Ryan suddenly stood up and let him go. Zabril was relieved from the pressure of the Gene Father, stood up and took 2 steps back, shaking his shoulder armor to massage his painful shoulder. The two looked at each other. After a long silence, Ryan looked at his offspring in amazement. "What the hell are you talking about?" A moment later, in a tavern in the city, Ryan and Zabril sat face to face. There was a glass of wine in front of both of them. Zabril stared at Ryan fiercely. Ryan looked at the offspring, who no longer acknowledged him, with a blank face. In any case, the two of them sat down and had a good talk. Things that easily caused arguments between the two of them, Caliban's past, were not mentioned again. After all, neither Zabril nor Ryan wanted to destroy the tavern because of a quarrel. The two talked about recent events. About this planet, about why Zabril appeared here. Ryan learned that Karis was a defense zone in the north of the Tyrone Gate, which was the gateway to the Tyrone Star Zone, just like the Cadia Gate. The planet of Karis is located at the border of Talon's Gate. It is a forest planet full of terrifying beasts, and it can be called a small catachan. The Talon sector is extremely independent. Even the Inquisition cannot insert personnel into the sector. It is even more impossible for the Imperial Navy and Space Marines to enter the sector without permission through the cordon established by the Talon Navy. Due to this feature, Karis gathers many weirdos. This makes Karis a slightly special planet. Some Eldar, who made mistakes in their home craft world and were exiled. A small order of Silent Sisters that was persecuted decades ago and had nowhere to stay. A special forces branch of the Blood Axe clan that could not get along with other clans and was slaughtered until only a dozen guys were left. Some warbands were destroyed in the Atonement Expedition, and there were no places to go, and they didn't want to join the chaos. Even fallen angels. Originally, these short-term gatherings of weirdos would be directly eliminated, but in the period when the Red Pirates invaded the Talon sector and Karis was isolated and helpless, these weirdos helped the local civilians defend the planet. Zabril led several fallen angels and space marines, as well as the Eldar and Greenskins. Their team assassinated many high-ranking Red Corsairs, and even cooperated with the Tyrone army to completely expel the enemy from the star system where Karis was located during the counterattack. Due to these merits, they were allowed to stay in the star zone under surveillance and registration, but only on Karis. Zabril would work with the local defense team to deal with any aliens found by the logistics machinery that showed uncontrollable tendencies, including space marines without a chapter, crazy green skins, Eldar, who wanted to make small moves, or some outsiders suspected of being spies of the Inquisition. This damn place looks pretty good. The living standard should be considered as the middle and lower level among the many worlds in the Empire. Lien grabbed a plate of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He looked around, and his eyes swept over the Eldar and greenskins who had just withdrawn from the city wall in the tavern, and finally fixed on Zabril. Huh? Zabril had a stern face and said nothing. Chapter 484. How could those greenskins be so honest? Seeing that his offspring had no reaction, Ryan found another topic. This topic was indeed what Zabril was willing to talk about. Blood Axe Clan. Zabril just said these 4 words. Blood Axe Clan? And then? Ryan asked. Zabril looked at the former Gene father in surprise, and couldn't believe that he didn't even know what the Blood Axe Clan was. A greenskin clan that would trade in the worlds on the edge of the Empire, and even serve as mercenaries for the Inquisitor. They are different from other greenskins. They like to use special tactics, pursue order, and pursue military discipline. They even buy the Empire's weapons and uniforms. Can you believe that they can make plans in battle and find ways to sneak into a ship instead of rushing in with a big fanfare? Zabril kept staring at the greenskins while speaking, obviously caring about them. And Ryan looked confused. Are you talking about the greenskins or some loosely disciplined Imperial Planetary Defense Forces? I'm talking about the Blood Axe Clan. Zabril emphasized. Okay, Blood Axe Clan. Ryan turned his head to look at the greenskins. They were indeed different from the greenskins he remembered. Very unlike greenskins. They were wearing human military uniforms that they got from who knows where. The captain-like leader wore a political commissar hat. I suspect they are not here to seek refuge. Zabril said, I just killed an Inquisitor the day before yesterday. I suspect they are a special forces team hired by the Inquisition, just like the Blood Axe Clan special forces hired by humans on the border of the Empire. As long as you pay them, they will do anything. Hearing this, Ryan's eyes widened. You killed an Inquisitor? You still feel that you were wronged and should not be hunted by the Legion? Zabril retracted his gaze and looked directly at Ryan. So you are now a member of the Inquisition? You think your descendants have signs of betraying the Empire, so you killed your descendants for the Inquisition and destroyed your home planet? Ryan's anger rose sharply. Zabril saw his anger and immediately prepared to defend himself, but saw that the father of Gene suddenly calmed down after his rage. Ryan was not as violent as he was 10,000 years ago. After calming down, he picked up a cup of coffee, pointed at the cup and said, This is the disagreement and dispute between us, but I can't talk nonsense with you now because my memory is not complete, so let's put it aside for now. After that, Ryan put the coffee on the other side of the table. Zabril nodded. Okay, put it aside for now. Ryan continued to eat, thinking about things while eating, and then he couldn't help asking Legion. How is the Legion? There is no more Legion, pre-March. Zabril shook his head. Lien felt his heart was gripped, and asked in shock, the Legion was destroyed? That's not the case. Zabril was very puzzled why Lien didn't know about the Legion, but seeing that he was not pretending, he patiently explained. According to him, Lien abandoned the First Legion and disappeared. Then the First Legion was split up by the 13th Primarch, Robert Gilliman. Split into war bands, which means the First Legion is gone. Lien's descendants have become war bands of thousands of people. Tell me again who split the Legion? Lien shouted. Gilliman did it, Zabril said with a smile. Lien's palm fell on the metal dining table, and the entire table deformed instantly, and all the plates fell to the ground. In front of everyone, Lien roared. Why was it Sanguinius who died on the vengeful spirit instead of Gilliman? What on earth has possessed him to do such a thing, splitting the Legion into individual chapters? I'm surprised he could think of that. Times have changed, pre-March. Zabril picked up his coffee, and slowly talked about what had happened in the past 10,000 years. He had not experienced the past 10,000 years, after all, he had only emerged from the warp 400 years ago, but he knew these things. The imperial truth no longer exists. This lie disappeared completely in the Empire, with the emergence of the state religion and the Emperor's transformation into the God Emperor. No one believes in the imperial truth except for some space marines and old antiques. Now people openly worship the Emperor and think he is a god. When you leave here, you can see many people kneeling in front of the statue and praying. The state religion is like the word bearers. I heard that someone collected the scriptures left by the word bearers and preached them everywhere as the classics of the state religion. These words stimulated Lion. Lion was not furious, but disappointed and depressed. The truth of the empire that was once preached in the Great Crusade is now abandoned by humans. This news alone surprised Lion. Not to mention what Zabril said later, that the ecclesiarchy is the same as the word-bearers. Lion felt that if he had been sent to destroy the perfect city, the home planet of the word-bearers, he would have done it better and more resolutely than Guilliman. Regardless of whether humans believe that the Emperor is a god, they can't find any trace of the word-bearers. I can already hear the bastard named Logia, the leader of the 17th Legion, laughing wildly in my ear. Lion complained. Zabril continued to tell what happened in the Empire. He found that Lion knew nothing about it, which made him wonder, where has Lion been all these years? The doubt did not stop Zabril's story. He kept talking about all those bad things into Lion's ears. Lion began to think that now that he is awakened, he might have to face these bad things. There is no way. He is the lord of the First Legion, and the eldest brother of the Primarch. But the problem is that the Emperor has never taught him what to do in such a bad situation. The only way Lion could think of was to take the Legion. No, the chapter. Take those guys who were split into chapters because of Guilliman's good deeds to Terra and kill the ecclesiarch directly. But thinking that doing so might cause many innocent casualties, Lion suddenly didn't want to do it so drastically. Lion thought about these things completely according to the Emperor's thinking, and then realized that his father on the Golden Throne might not even be able to speak now, and could not give him any guidance. Although things are so bad, there is one good thing. The Lord of the 500 Worlds, who was stabbed into the static position, has awakened. He probably won't have any mercy on those of us who were abandoned and slaughtered by the Primarch, but he will definitely help you. Zabril said. What did you say? The 13th Primarch has awakened. Are you sure? I'm sure. I watched the live broadcast of the Star Zone welcoming the Primarch on this planet. After confirming again and again that Guilliman was still alive, Lion looked up at the ceiling and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately, it's really fortunate. Guilliman is alive. I have never been so grateful for his existence as I am now. Chapter 485. Thank God. Zabril heard Lion muttering non-stop. His eyes and words were full of brotherly love. But in Zabril's eyes, Lion was not so kind. In the thoughts of this space marine, who was once slaughtered by the Gene Father along with other recruits, Lion wished that it was Guilliman who died on the spirit of vengeance, and he was very happy that Guilliman was still alive, for only one reason. Lion was like a person who was punished to clean the toilet in the Karis army. When he found that there was another unlucky guy who had already shoveled manure here, the two people would immediately become friends even if they didn't know each other. This is the mutual sympathy in the face of adversity, and the relief of having an unlucky guy to accompany you. Guilliman was the one who was first in the shoveling manure. Zabril then told Lion more about the present, 10,000 years later, but he deliberately concealed many things about the Talon sector. Because some things in this sector seemed a bit heretical to Zabril, he didn't want another Primarch to know these things, especially a Primarch who liked to make trouble and was extremely irritable. When the two put aside the past disputes due to Lion's incomplete memory, the conversation was still quite pleasant. Ryan after 10,000 years is obviously not as domineering as he was 10,000 years ago. This is completely different from the Ryan in Zabril's impression. The conversation continued until a group of space marines and aliens came to the tavern to find Zabril. Ryan found that these space marines were very strange. Some space marines had bone spurs on their bodies. 3 space marines with flames burning on their bodies. As for the aliens, they were not that strange. They were just some Eldar people wearing Eldar Ranger armor, with the Arcworld logo on their chests scraped off with a knife. Ryan didn't know why Zabril started to introduce these space marines to him. A combat squad of the Black Dragon Regiment, they were born in the 21st founding, and their bodies will grow bone spurs and other things due to mutation. 3 combat brothers of the Burning Falcon Regiment, they were also born in the 21st founding, and were purged by the Inquisition, killing only 4 people. The mutation made their bodies burn with flames that would not harm themselves. Sons of Antaeus. When Zabril introduced the last battle squad, Lion found that the height of the space marines named Sons of Antaeus was not much different from that of the Primarch. Zabril and his men were as tall as the space marines of the Sons of Antaeus. Obviously, the mutation of their gene seed would make them particularly tall. Where are your battle brothers? Lion asked. The Primarch was of course talking about the fallen angels. They don't want to be slaughtered by you, so they hide. Zabril didn't tell the truth, but he didn't give Ryan a chance to ask more questions. He walked straight towards the greenskins. There were 12 greenskins in total, all wearing human military uniforms. with Red Axe logos printed on their weapons or shoulders. Blood Axe Clan Special Forces. Follow us, aliens. Zabril looked down at the greenskins who were drinking. These greenskin Special Forces boys looked at each other, and then the Special Forces boss stood up and shouted, "What qualifications does Ning, a big shrimp, have to order us? How many teeth can you take out?" Zabril put 2 grenade launchers on the head of the Special Warfare boss. "I can't take out a single tooth, but if you don't do as I say, Admiral Karras will no longer have green skins." The Special Warfare boys and the boss looked at each other, and finally all stood up and followed Zabril. Lien still didn't know what this was for, and Zabril didn't explain. He left 2 throne coins to the tavern owner and led everyone out of the tavern. Lien wanted to follow, but Zabril and his group walked too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "What are they doing?" Ryan looked at the tavern owner. The tavern owner had the emblem of the state religion and a pendant representing his belief in the God Emperor on his chest. There were also many symbols representing the state religion in the tavern. Obviously, this owner is a believer in the God Emperor. Facing the Son of God, the owner thought for a while and replied, "I guess. Every large-scale action they take should be to do one thing. Kill the Inquisitor. This is not a secret on this planet. You dare to deceive the eldest son of the God Emperor?" Ryan's eyes widened. "If you dare to fool me with such nonsense again, I will call my father to excommunicate you." The boss blinked and finally pointed out a place on the map hanging on the wall behind him. In the south of the city besieged by beasts, in an abandoned underground facility. The green-skinned Special Forces team forced by Zabril to come to the underground facility began to sneak into the facility. The bodies of the Special Forces boys were hidden under the box with 2 holes dug out. The whole team moved while listening to the boss's explanation of tactics and mission objectives. "Our goal is to kill all those shrimps who believe in wontons. We sneak in quietly, shoot, and then jump out in front of those shrimps, shoot, shoot, shoot." After listening to the boss's explanation, a Special Warfare boy asked curiously, "Boss, why are there shrimps who believe in wontons on this ball? If so, why don't those big shrimps rush in with us and shoot, but wait outside?" "I don't know." The boss shook his head frankly. "Those big shrimps told me, we work for money." The Special Forces team sneaked into the deepest part of the underground facility with the box on their heads. Although the Blood Axe clan and its branches advocate military discipline and special tactics, they are greenskins after all, and do not have the meticulous thinking and tactics of humans. The Chaos followers were ordered by Zabril. And these greenskins could not figure out why the enemy appeared in the underground facilities of the fortress city, why those big shrimps did not follow them to fight, and why they went deep into the enemy's nest, but did not see any enemies on the way. There was only one thing they could figure out. They would do whatever they were told to do, no matter who paid them. Finally, the greenskin Special Forces sneaked into the deepest part of the underground facility. There were no Chaos believers worshipping the blasphemous totem, only 2 men and women tied to chairs, looking very miserable. They held hands when they were tied up with iron chains, and looked like a couple. And the couple's bodies were full of marks left by the branding iron. That was the logo of the Inquisition. The Special Forces who had worked for the Alien Inquisition recognized the logo at a glance, so they didn't shoot immediately when they got out of the box. And the disguise of these green skins was also very clever. When they jumped out, the couple with the logo of the Inquisition all over their bodies discovered the Special Forces. Then, they showed complicated expressions on their faces. Chapter 486. "Huh? How did you 2 get caught by the enemy?" The Special Warfare boss walked up and cut off the chains on the 2 humans. "You have to pay us more money when this is over." More money. The Special Warfare team obviously knew the couple, and they did not untie them out of sympathy, because they were already talking about money. However, the couple who were being untied did not feel any relief at this time, and both looked ashen. After untying them, the Special Warfare boss wanted to continue to complete the task assigned by Zabril, but he found that there was no way forward. Just when the boss and the boys were confused, Zabril and his group, who had said they would wait outside, walked in. "Excellent lurking plan, judges." Zabril applauded as he walked. Behind the fallen angel, a team of sons of Antia's Space Marines came out, propped up their heavy metal shields on the ground, and held their bolt pistols on their shields with their free right hands. The green-skinned boys instinctively raised their guns, but found red spots on their foreheads. Following the light, in the ventilation duct at the top of the deepest part of the underground facility, the Eldar Ranger, who had been ambushed there, was lying down with his gun aiming. The Special Warfare boy and the boss looked at each other. "Boys, plan B." "What?" The war roars of the green-skinned orc stopped abruptly after the Eldar Star Dart weapons, and grenade guns opened fire, and all the greenskins were shot dead. Just as Zabril was about to shoot the couple, a figure from the group behind him ran out. This moment reminded Zabril of what happened 10,000 years ago, when the Lion King ran towards him, but he was not wearing armor at this time. The lion broke through the defense line formed by the sons of Antaeus, and the burning falcons behind Zabril, and finally rushed in front of him when Zabril raised his sword to block, but he just missed him. The sound of the wind produced by the Primarch's running rushed into Zabril's ears. When he reacted, he saw a greenskin being pushed against the wall by the lion. The whole body had been smashed into a pulp, and the broken arm flew out in a spiral, holding a grenade with the safety pulled out. The lion reacted before everyone else, grabbed the grenade that flew out of the air with his arm, took off the helmet of an Eldar Ranger, and dumped the grenade on the ground. This series of actions were completed in a few milliseconds. When the explosion sounded from the inside of the Eldar Ranger's helmet, everyone reacted. Zabril realized that the Gene Father was not rushing over to kill him, but to protect him from the Greenskin's suicidal attack. The Eldar helmet was not enough to completely offset the power of the grenade explosion. When Ryan turned around and faced everyone present saw that the Primarch was full of shrapnel, but these shrapnel were just like thorns to the Primarch's body. "Why didn't you notice that the greenskin wasn't dead yet?" Ryan asked as he pulled out the shrapnel from his eyelids, and rubbed his body to remove the other shrapnel. Strangely enough, Zabril and the others really didn't notice that the greenskin wasn't dead yet. Just like they were fooled by the Greenskin Special Forces' poor camouflage technology. While Ryan was waiting for an answer, Zabril raised his hand and shot the couple with the Inquisition logo printed all over them. 2 bombs came out of the 2 bolt guns, accurately blowing up the upper bodies of the 2 people. "Why do you want to kill people?" Lian rushed forward and grabbed the armor of the offspring. "What are you doing here? Why do you want to kill people and those green skins? What happened?" Zabril looked at the Gene Father calmly. "Put me down and I will explain." After a while, the Space Marines of the Burning Falcon used the flames on their bodies to burn the bodies of the green skins and the couple. Lian sat in a corner with Zabril and learned the cause of this series of events from the offspring. This involves the Inquisition's investigation of the Talon sector. In the entire sector, the entire Talon Gate, the only planet that the Inquisition may investigate is Karis, because it is a relatively chaotic planet by Talon standards. The Inquisitor who was killed by Zabril before appeared in the war with the Greenskins. They helped Karis, and thus obtained the right of residence. Then the Inquisitor was exposed and killed during the investigation. But the Greenskins who came with him did not run away, but continued to work honestly, so Zabril suspected that there were still people from the Inquisition on the planet. Finally, the tavern owner reported 2 people from the Inquisition, the couple who were killed now. Zabril suspected that they were hired Greenskins, so he set up a trap, and what happened later proved Zabril's guess. The special operations team of the Blood Axe clan was paid to do things, and the couple was indeed from the Inquisition. No wonder the boss was able to show me the way. Ryan looked down on this kind of bastard who reported on others, and he was also upset about his offspring killing the Inquisitor. In short, he was very unhappy. Then Lion recalled what the heir said during the previous conversation. "Didn't you say that Guilliman has ordered the Inquisition not to investigate Talon?" "Yes, but the Primarch cannot completely control the Inquisition, so his order only means that he and the Empire will not recognize the Inquisition's investigation activities, and the Talon sector can also kill the Inquisitor, because the Inquisition does not conduct investigations on the surface, and any Inquisition member in the Talon sector will become an unrecognized Inquisitor." "Well, okay." Lian has always been disgusted by these twists and turns in the art of ruling. In his opinion, if Talon is hostile to the Inquisition, then the Talonians should rush directly to Terra to ask the High Lord's Council for an explanation. If the Inquisition is hostile to Talon, then the Inquisition should fight in, either win or shut up forever. "Child." Lian was silent for a moment, and suddenly said to Zabril, "Do you know how I feel when I look at you now?" "What feeling?" Zabril shook his head blankly. "A running dog." Lian stared at his offspring and said, "A bastard who turned from a lion into a hound. How could I have such a useless offspring like you?" Hearing this insult, Zabril understood that Ryan hated himself for escaping from the First Legion, unwilling to accept the Legion's honor code and the judgment of the fallen angels, and escaping like a coward. Even to do things against the Empire for a star region in order to survive. Zabril knew what he had done, but he never regretted it, so he directly refuted the father of genes. "You can't judge whether I am a lion or a running dog, because you don't care about me and other people who are called fallen angels by your descendants. If you don't care, don't pretend to care and make judgments. But I care about my brothers." I care about whether my fighting brothers are safe, whether they are in constant fear of being hunted down after being branded as fallen angels, and whether they have to accept the olive branches offered by the running dogs of the dark gods in desperate situations. Chapter 487. Lion, the Lord of the First Legion, Lion King. This once extremely irritable Primarch now has a completely changed personality. He can even listen to Zabral's extremely disrespectful words with gritted teeth, and then respond to this bastard with a grinding sound. Lion's tongue is not very sharp. He thinks that Zabral is just a coward who lives in shame. No one can tell what happened on the eve of Caliban's destruction 10,000 years ago. However, if Zabral and other so-called people who they don't want to betray are labeled as fallen angels, then what they should do is definitely not to be dogs for a certain star region and do things that are no different from rebellion, such as killing the Inquisitor. Ryan thought that Zabral should charge the enemy with his battle brothers, the so-called loyal fallen angels, and use their own and the enemy's blood to prove their loyalty to humanity and the Empire. Moreover, if Zabral really cared about his battle brothers, who were hunted by the Dark Angels regiment, then why did he always act alone and didn't see other fallen angels on this planet? In short, Ryan didn't say these words directly. When he organized his words and wanted to speak, the warrior of the Burning Falcon Regiment came forward to report something. The Star District has learned what happened here. They said they will come to Karis immediately and give us the rewards we deserve. After listening to the report, Zabral stood up and led everyone out of the underground facility and onto the ground. When Ryan followed everyone out, he found a warship parked in low Earth orbit. That warship was completely different from the warships of the human empire. In Ryan's eyes, its decoration and style revealed rebellion. Soon, something even more difficult for Ryan to accept happened. When a horizontally expanding energy suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of everyone, all the Space Marines gathered together, took off their helmets, and knelt on one knee facing the light released by the energy. This made Ryan more certain that Zabral was a lackey. When the energy expanded again and turned into a crack, 3 people walked out of it. 2 Ogrins and 1 normal person. Ryan had never seen an Ogrin like that. He was armed with extremely heavy armor, and the heavy artillery operated by an artillery team had to be embedded in the back of the armor, like 2 dreadnoughts. Between the 2 Ogrins was a man in a blue uniform. "Good evening, everyone." The man bowed to all the Space Marines, then glanced at them, and suddenly saw Lion. Lion stared at the man with fierce eyes. The man suppressed the shock of seeing the Primarch, saluted Lion respectfully, and then walked towards the Space Marines, who were kneeling on one knee. "Commander Zabral, you did a good job. This is the reward you deserve." As he spoke, the man took out 10 blue cards and gave them to Zabral. Ryan looked at the cards and found that they should be something similar to registration cards. Praise Talon 260 worlds. Zabral excitedly took the cards and carefully stored them in the armor storage compartment. The man continued to distribute cards to others. Those Space Marines who were persecuted in the Curse founding army and did not want to join the chaos basically received cards, and they were all 10 cards. Only the 3 Space Marines of the Burning Falcon returned the 9 cards, leaving only 1. There is only 1 survivor of the Burning Falcon chapter besides us, and he is serving in the Death Watch, so we only need 1 registration card. "Oh, that's really a pity. Maybe you can put forward some other conditions of gratitude, and we will try our best to meet them." Not only the Space Marines, but also the Eldar exiled from the Craft world received the cards. Finally, the man who looked like a Star Zone bureaucrat said a few more words of thanks, and then left with 2 Ogrin guards armed as fearless. The way to leave was the same as the way they came. Just teleport away. In the eyes of Ryan, this star sector was obviously very tricky. At this point, everything was over, and the Space Marines and Eldar left one after another. After everyone left, Zabral stroked the storage compartment on the armor, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. "Those cards can make more people like you work as running dogs for the Talon Star Sector?" Ryan asked. "No, Master Primarch." Zabral looked directly at Ryan and said slowly, "The cards can allow those who cannot return to the Empire because of persecution by the Inquisition, and do not want to degenerate into running dogs of the Dark Gods, to come to the Talon Star Sector and have a place to settle down, and then these people can continue to fight for humanity, and at some point in the future, die gloriously for the continuation of the human race." Ryan was speechless. He now understood why those Space Marines acted like lackeys in the Star Zone. They did not do this to survive, but to help their brothers, who were still stranded outside the Empire, return to the Empire. Then those Space Marines who were in desperate situations due to gene seed mutation or other reasons, who could neither return to the Empire nor become traitors, could come to Talon and continue to fight for humanity. Ryan, who had just woken up, did not understand why space marines like Zabril, who were desperate and unwilling to join the Empire, would fall to the point where they could not return to the Empire. Shouldn't the Empire welcome these warriors with noble character? Why are these warriors being persecuted? 10,000 years ago, the Lion would hack to death these space marines who killed the Inquisitors, and then rush into Terra, asking and hacking people in front of everyone in the High Lords Council and the Inquisition. But 10,000 years later, the Lion only has a deeper understanding of the current situation of the Empire. He doesn't know what he should do now, and that impulse is gone. Just like Zabril, if he was facing the Lion 10,000 years ago, his head would have flown hundreds of times. Goodbye, Primarch. Zabril bowed and said goodbye. I'm going to tell my brothers a good news, and then let them become part of the Karis Planetary Defense Force to protect the people here. If you don't want to kill me, then let me go. After saying that, Zabril turned and left. Lien followed silently. After walking for a distance, Zabril turned his head and looked at Ryan. What are you going to do? Lien was thinking about what happened on the eve of the destruction of Caliban 10,000 years ago. From Zabril, he could see the character of a warrior who continued to fight even if he was not tolerated by the Empire and the Mother Corps. He did not believe that Zabril would be a traitor to the Legion and the Primarch, otherwise he would have entered the Eye of Terror with those hateful traitors. 10,000 years ago, Zabril and other recruits of the First Legion raised their weapons against the Primarch, perhaps for other reasons. Do you dare to swear to me? Swear on what you cherish most. Lion said, You, Zabril, you love humanity and the Emperor, and have never betrayed the Empire. You and your brothers raised your weapons against me 10,000 years ago, just because you felt that you were betrayed by me? I swear to the Emperor. Zabril took off his helmet and nodded vigorously. Lion also nodded. Take me to see your brothers. No, unless you also swear that you have never betrayed Caliban, betrayed the Legion, and betrayed humanity. Zabril said, I can't let my battle brothers see an executioner who will kill them. I swear I have never betrayed humanity and the Emperor. I attacked you 10,000 years ago just because I felt you betrayed me. Lion said seriously. After the voice fell, Ryan saw Zabril's eyes full of tears. This space marine, who was older than his gene father, was now full of tears. Don't do these disgusting things. Lion rubbed his nose. Take me to see my other descendants, child. Chapter 488. In the military camp of the fortress city of Karis, the Lion King and his descendants met. There were a total of 19 fallen angel space warriors, including Zabril. 9 of them, including Zabril, had been hiding in Karis before the Battle of Tehran. The other 10 were found by Zabril, or came to Zabril after the victory of the war. 19 fallen angels. So many fallen angels are enough for the dark angels to make hundreds of years of performance. When these fallen angels saw Ryan, their first reaction was not to salute their genetic father, but to immediately look for weapons they could find and then confront him. One of the space marines who had just withdrawn from the city wall and was lying on the bed in the dormitory without armor even picked up 2 bottles of wine nearby instead of running to the door to get his weapon. If Zabril hadn't been in front of Ryan, Ryan would have been hit by the bolter. Why, brother Zabril? A space marine holding a bolter stood up. Why did you bring this traitor here? Ryan was pointed at by so many guns, and a low roar came out of his throat at first, proving that he was a little angry, but he didn't yell or fight. In Ryan's eyes, his descendants were like frightened kittens. They had been struggling in danger for too long, so it became their instinct to show their teeth and flare their fur when they saw the gene father or other people from the mother group. We should sit down and talk with our father. Zabril stepped forward and slowly took down the weapons of the fighting brothers. But the fighting brother thought that Zabril was being coerced, so he took the opportunity to kick Zabril behind him and continued to confront the Lion King. Why don't you each give me a sword? Lien faced the gun without fear, walked to the table as if he was at home, pulled out a chair and sat down. The fallen angel said nothing. If you don't want to give your father a sword, then sit down and let's talk. Lien patted the table. The table printed out of a special alloy especially used by space marines, and it was slightly deformed after being patted twice by Ryan. Lien's attitude is not like Ryan at all. But Lion's power showed that he was the Lion King, the Lord of the First Legion, the Lord of Caliban, and the Emperor's eldest son. The fallen angels finally sat down and had a good talk with Lion. Both sides broke down and discussed the events of 10,000 years ago. Lion's personality was no longer as irritable as it was 10,000 years ago, and this really made him realize the benefits. Some conflicts can be resolved by just talking, and there is no need to intensify the conflict by hitting someone's head off. The Lion King told his descendants about his trip to the mother planet 10,000 years ago, on the eve of Caliban's destruction. I attacked you not because I betrayed humanity and the Emperor, but because I learned that Caliban had been corrupted by chaos, and that a ship fired at my ship at that time. The Lion King said it very simply. In fact, the destruction of Caliban was definitely not as simple as someone being deceived. And Zabril and his brothers explained why they attacked the Lion King. At that time, the new recruits on Caliban had just put on their armor and picked up their weapons. They saw the Gene Father attacking friendly forces, and then fought back. Zabril discussed with the survivors afterwards, and thought that it was the Lion King who betrayed, but now it is clear that the Lion King should be the one who feels betrayed. After clearing up the misunderstanding, the Lion King and his descendants talked about the destruction of Caliban. Even he and his descendants could not fully reconstruct the reason for the destruction of Caliban. I saw the orbital bombardment destroy Caliban, Zabril said. Impossible. Ryan shook his head and denied, I have issued so many extermination orders. What kind of orbital bombardment can destroy Caliban? Don't I know? The descendants had nothing to say, thinking that this was the case. The information that the Lion King, Zabril and others had was very one-sided. Somehow, Ryan felt that the reason for Caliban's destruction was not simple, and it involved many factions. Just like there were factions within the fallen angels. This was a very, very complicated matter, and it might even involve some ancient secrets, the Black-robed people of the Dark Watch, and the prophecy of Sanguinius. In short, this was not something that could be sorted out now. In addition, there are the fallen angels who are being hunted down. Obviously, not all fallen angels are good people, and there are also complex factions. In short, the destruction of Caliban and the fallen angels are like a tangled ball of threads, which are difficult to sort out and complicated. At present, Zabril and others have resolved the misunderstanding with Ryan through a conversation, which is the most important thing for them at this moment. I have to go back to Terra to see my father. Ryan stood up and made a decision. Your safety is the first priority, but I see that you are living well here, so I will not go back to the stone fortress to help you clear your suspicion. Zabril did not expect Gene Father to clear his suspicion. The Dark Angels have been hunting the fallen angels for 10,000 years. They may ignore the lion and continue to hunt the fallen angels if they think it is necessary. Whether it is the chapter or the legion, the relationship between the Dark Angels and the lion is quite subtle, which is different from the relationship between the Blood Angels and the Ultramarines and their respective primarchs. We will arrange a ship to take you to Terra immediately. Zabril stood up and said, as the commander of the Karis Planetary Defense Force, Zabril has this right. He can mobilize a ship to take Gene Father to where he wants to go. There is no need for a fleet, just an extremely fast boat with a specially optimized dimensional engine. Your identity in the star zone is quite sensitive. Although you don't say it, I can guess that you are a guarantor or something like that. Otherwise the star zone would not let you be the commander. Leon walked in front of the air and put his big hand on the shoulder armor. The star zone will definitely arrange a ship to send me away, but before that I still have some things to do. Hearing this, Zabril turned his head and looked at his fighting brothers. The fallen angels who still chose to fight for humanity looked at each other. 10,000 years ago, the lion was the Emperor's executioner, and the First Legion was the executioner's knife. It was obviously reasonable that the lion had to eliminate any trouble for the Empire, but the question was whether the lion would think that the Talon sector was a problem. What are you worried about? The lion asked. He had seen the worries of his descendants, but he just wanted to ask. Zabril and others were speechless, and all lowered their heads. Don't worry, in my eyes, the Inquisition is also quite extreme. I won't be the same as them. Leon smiled and shook his head. You warriors, who are still loyal to humans and the Emperor. Not just you, but also those guys with fire all over their bodies, especially the tall guys. You guys must have chosen to continue fighting here for a reason. I don't need to conduct a second inspection. I believe in all of you. After saying that, the Lion King turned and left, leaving with the respectful eyes of his descendants. Chapter 489. The communication efficiency of the Talon sector is the most extreme. When Lion was discovered by the Stone Man of the Karis system, the news of the return of the first pre-march was immediately passed to the high level of the sector. Then this news was conveyed to Guilliman by Chin Mo using the communication station in the dimensional space. There is a communication device that can be directly connected between the pre-march and the Lord of Talon. Guilliman was still very happy when he received the communication request. The work pressure during this period made him breathless, and Chin Mo was also a person with a sense of humor. When Guilliman talked to him, he didn't need to worry that his little humor would be solemnly responded to by others because of his identity as a pre-march. But after the dimensional communication was connected, Gilliman saw Chin Mo with a serious expression. Did the Red Pirates attack you again? Of course not. Someone more difficult than the Red Pirates appeared in my star zone. Gilliman became serious and listened quietly. Chin Mo opened his mouth, pondered for 2 seconds, and closed his mouth again, obviously organizing his words, and thinking about how to say something. After a few seconds, Chin Mo organized his words, and said with a smile, "You will not be the only one dealing with the mess alone in the future. Sanguinius may have just met his offspring. I can't drag him to Terra to deal with the mess." The only person Gilliman could think of who could handle the affairs of the Empire with him was Sanguinius. But Gilliman had thought about Sanguinius before. He didn't want his brother to leave the embrace of his offspring so soon to deal with the many matters that might make the angels grow white hair and lose feathers on their wings. In addition to Sanguinius, Gilliman could only think of the stone assistant. During the first trip to Talon, Chin Mo said that he could arrange a stone man assistant. Super artificial intelligence is indeed very tempting, but it is difficult for Gilliman to immediately accept the use of artificial intelligence in violation of the Crimson Agreement, even if reason tells him that the AI created by the Star God will be very useful. "No, not Sanguinius, but Lion," Chin Mo said. After hearing the name Lion, Gilliman's face seemed to have a capital letter confused. When he stood in front of the mirror and looked at his white hair before, Gilliman thought it would be nice if he had a brother to help him. He heard the question from his mother Lady Yuden, when he expressed the same sentiment 10,000 years ago. Even Russ? Gilliman thought, yes, even Russ. And now Lion is also okay. Gilliman was silent, thinking, and did not reply for a long time. During the Horus Heresy, when the 500 worlds lost contact with the Empire, the 3 Primarchs formed the leadership of the Second Empire. At that time, Lion was the War Master. But Gilliman would not think that Lion had a good relationship with him. Lion had no choice at the time, and he had a very good relationship with Sanguinius, so he agreed to be the War Master. Assuming that Sanguinius had not been there at the time, Gilliman speculated that Lion would most likely stab him. Don't worry, he is not so irritable now. Although Chin Mo has not seen Lion after he woke up, he is very sure that Lion is not as extreme and irritable as he was back then. When the Gate of Tyrone was established, Andrada reported that he went to a planet called Karis and persuaded the locals to join the Gate of Tyrone Defense Zone. Chin Mo just listened but didn't take it seriously. It was not until now that he was sure that the planet where Lion would wake up was a planet in his own Talon Gate Defense Zone, not a planet with the same name. Assuming that the Battle of Cadia was not won, Cadia was destroyed, and a large rift across the galaxy opened up, then the Talon Star Zone was located on the dark side of the Empire. As for why Lion woke up early, it is unknown for the time being. I hope he is not so irritable. Gilliman sighed. The Lord of the 500 Worlds is still very happy that another brother has returned now, but he can't help but worry about what Lion will do later. For example, the Codex Astartes that split the First Legion. Then Gilliman and Chin Mo fell silent. The former was still thinking about the Codex, and how to make Lion understand its importance, when he met him later. Chin Mo was thinking that the return of Gilliman and Lion was a foregone conclusion, and Sanguinius's return was not a return because he had made it happen. This was simply to gather the 3 giants in order to summon the Second Empire. Send my brother here as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid he will cause trouble at your place. Gilliman broke the silence. Of course. Chin Mo nodded. He will arrive at Terra soon, and with him will be 5 engineering ships for building the Stargate. Gilliman instantly became alert when he heard about the Stargate. Humanity must quickly get rid of subspace navigation. Since the promotion of the dimensional engine is temporarily difficult, why not use another superluminal method? This is definitely not as good as the dimensional engine, but... Chin Mo smiled, but you obviously need this. Gilliman was so excited that he didn't know how to thank him. Although the dimensional engine and the Stargate are both technologies from Talon, the difference in form alone will lead to different views from others. Reaching another galaxy through an unknown dimension? No. Reaching another galaxy through a door? Okay. No need to thank me. Chin Mo pressed the end button on the communication device with one hand and knocked his chest twice with his fist. I support you. The communication ended. Gilliman smiled and opened the drawer and gently put the communication device in it. Chin Mo also put down the communication equipment. At this time, in the research facility, the scholar was sitting cross-legged on the ground, sensing the Lord of Caliban's every move. Did the fleet I said pick up Ryan? Chin Mo asked, picked up a soul crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. The Tyrone Navy has already dispatched the First Fleet to pick up Ryan. The Glory of Humanity and the Lord of Tyrone are both in the First Fleet, which can be said to be a great honor. No. The scholar shook his head. He is not on Karis. What do you mean? Will he not take a cargo ship and run away? Shinimo knew that some merchant ships would go to Terra to install dimensional engines on the ships of the bigwigs in the High Lord Council. However, this was not the case. The scholar used psychic power to sense Ryan's every move and confusion. In his sight, Ryan was shuttling around, not even in the real universe all the time. But Ryan soon stabilized. He had an extra shield in his hand, and an extra set of armor on his body. The scholar informed Shinimo of this situation, and Shinimo was not surprised. He got the Emperor's shield. Navigate the fleet to the world where Ryan was when he finally stabilized. That was his special ability. That's why he woke up in Karis instead of the stone fortress. Chapter 490. The place where the Lord of the First Legion last awakened was not within the sphere of influence of Talon, but outside the gate of Talon. Lian woke up from his sleep in a daze, and found that there was an extra shield in his hand. It was a shield from the Emperor, and the name was as simple and direct as Guilliman's Emperor's sword, called the Emperor's Shield. Lian found this shield when he was unconscious and running around last time, and he was hanging in the dream. Just like those myths and fables in the ancient times of Terra, the protagonist reached out for the shield, and then found the shield in his hand when he woke up. Even now he was wearing armor. It was a dark green armor with a knight style, and the helmet was a bit like the ancient Terra animation Aral, with two wings on both sides of the helmet. But Ryan knew that this armor was not the same one he wore before he fell asleep, and the so-called lion helmet on his body did not have a defensive position that could be activated automatically when no one was wearing it. That old guy fishing. Ryan sat up, trying to hold back the headache and recalling the dream. In many times of sleeping and waking up, Ryan could see the old king sitting on the calm river fishing, and he could be sure that he saw the same one, because those old kings were all covered with wounds. Ryan had a hard time figuring out what the old king meant. Could he represent his father, bruised all over, sitting there motionless? Very similar. But how could his father still have the leisure to fish? The lion was puzzled, and then simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, things that could not be figured out for a while would have answers later. Ryan looked around. This looked like a state church, and the statue of his father stood not far away, but the church looked very shabby. There was nothing good except the statue. And Ryan himself was lying on the bed under the statue, just overlooked by the statue of his father. The face of the statue was carved very kind and loving, and the eyebrows were full of God loves the world. But Ryan swore that the Emperor did not look so kind and loving. When the news of the pre-march waking up spread outside the church, a large group of people ran in. These people had all kinds of food and drinks, as well as various religious worship utensils in their hands. They served the Son of God with all their heart and soul, lining up to offer Ryan food and drinks in turn. Where did you find me? Ryan opened a lunch box with the word supply from the Tyrone Star region printed on it, threw away the broken spoon that was not even as long as his little finger, and ate the food directly with his hands. No one answered Ryan's question, as if they didn't care about anything about the Son of God, but they offered all kinds of food and drinks, and their eyes were full of concern for Ryan. This is very strange. Are you all dumb? Everyone looked anxious and wanted to respond to Ryan, but seemed to be frightened by something and dared not respond. That ruthless guy is my father. Ryan pointed to the statue of his father, and I am his child. If you believe in the God Emperor, you should answer all my questions. Ryan did not agree with the state religion. He knew what people 10,000 years later did not know. The Emperor was seriously injured by his favorite son. How could a real god be injured? But even if he disagreed, Ryan was still happy to use the convenience brought by his identity. Because once you speak, terrible things will come. A ragged priest with a Mediterranean hairstyle walked up to Ryan and prostrated himself in front of him. Stand up and speak, man. Ryan ordered the priest to stand up, and then asked him, You said it would attract terrible things? What do you mean? The priest then explained the rules of this planet. On this planet far away from the gate of Tyrone, everyone must abide by the rules set by the planetary governor. You can't talk, or you will attract the devil. You can't cook, or you will be punished by God. You can't reproduce, or you will be burned by fire. Huh? A typical tyrannical little planet. Ryan didn't care about the rules. The pastor said, Why do you listen to the governor? Instead of gathering a group of people to kill this bastard governor. The pastor looked at Ryan helplessly, and shook his head vigorously, because the governor made these rules for us. This is an evil planet. We can't survive if we don't follow the rules. The priest seemed ready to die, because he broke the rules. But he didn't care. There was a fanatical light in his eyes. He was willing to dedicate his life to the Son of God just to talk to him. Do you really think the governor is doing this for your own good? Ryan looked at the others. Everyone nodded vigorously. Okay. Ryan took a deep breath and looked at the priest blankly. So you plan to live like this, not talking, not cooking, and not reproducing. After saying that, Ryan pointed at the statue of the emperor. Why doesn't he care about you? The priest saw Ryan pointing at the statue of the emperor. If it was someone else, their hands would be chopped off. But since it was the Son of God who did this, he could only not watch. After a moment of silence, the priest said, Our life will end, and that is when the servants and messengers of the emperor in the Talon sector come here and assign our world to their sector. Nonsense, they don't care about you at all, otherwise you are so close to the gate of Talon. Why doesn't the sector that claims to be righteous come to help you? Ryan refuted mercilessly. The pastor did not dare to argue with the Son of God, so he could only remain silent. Then the pastor began to explain his affairs, asking his wife to remarry someone else and his children to take his savings, and go out to start a new family. The family hugged each other and cried. Don't cry. Ryan stood up, grabbed the pastor by the collar and pulled him out of the church. Come on, just stand here. Let me see who will kill you. The pastor felt that he was going to die, and he didn't care anymore. He collapsed on the ground and waited quietly. Ryan was guarding on the side with the Emperor's shield. In Ryan's speculation, the governor of this planet was probably a psychic, a bad psychic. If he really released psychic power to kill the priest, then Ryan thought he would notice it, and the Emperor's shield would protect him, and then he would have sufficient reasons to kill the governor. The devil is coming. They are coming. A few shouts came into Ryan's ears, and he turned his head to see the civilians in the church with fear on their faces, staring at the direction of the priest. Ryan turned his head and stared at the priest. The priest covered his neck with a horrified expression. His body stretched straight, twitched a few times, and then died. Ryan was stunned. He, a man who had cleared out countless psychic tyrants during the Great Crusade, now had no idea how this priest died. The temperature did not drop. Ryan did not sense psychic energy. Everything was normal. But the priest who had spoken was dead. The two people in the crowd, who had shouted that the devil was coming, were also dead. Chapter 491. I also spoke, kill me. Lien was furious, raised the Emperor's shield and smashed it everywhere, trying to kill the invisible demon. But everything returned to normal in the end. Lien did not die, but the others who spoke did die. The pastor's son and wife knelt beside the corpse. They covered their mouths tightly, and almost cried out. Lien knelt on one knee and covered their mouths, hugged the two mortals in his arms, with guilt in his heart that his mouth could not express. People gathered around the Son of God. Only in this way could they find a sense of security. Ryan even began to pray to the Emperor, praying that he would protect these mortals. He did not think that doing so would really make his father bring down a miracle, but simply believed that as a child of the Emperor, praying to the Emperor would bring the greatest sense of security to these mortals. Until everyone calmed down. Ryan stood up and walked to the side of the priest, using his shield to dig the soil and bury the priest's body himself. After quickly digging a deep pit, he thought of something and took out a triangular device from the lining of his armor. This was picked up from a Tyrone world. A medical device. When Ryan placed the triangular device on the body, the cause of the priest's death was displayed in the form of a holographic projection. Died of cardiac arrest caused by extreme fear. In short, scared to death. He was not killed by the devil. Ryan stood up and said to everyone. Everyone was half believing and half doubting. First, they did not believe that there would be devils where the Son of God was. Second, the priest was really dead, just as the governor warned everyone, because he was killed by the devil for speaking. Use your brains. Ryan tapped his helmet. As far as I know, only psychics can kill people from a distance. I have seen and killed psychic tyrants like your governor. Although the temperature here has not dropped, I think it was the psychic who killed the priest. Because the matter was too strange, Ryan still believed that psychic power caused the priest's death. Psychics can indeed scare people to death, and if he uses intimidation instead of directly crushing someone's head, then this method will not show much psychic power. Then you come and test whether I am a psychic. When Ryan finished speaking, another sentence sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a man wearing the governor's uniform. That was the governor of the planet. No one knew his name, only that he was called the governor. Ryan closed his eyes. The Primarch could more or less sense the psychic reaction, but the governor in front of him did not have any psychic talent. He gave Ryan a feeling that was even more pure. Pure, clean, like a silent sister. No, even cleaner and purer than a silent sister. It's not like Ryan had never seen the Sister of Silence before. He thought that the Sister of Silence was the purest person he could see, and the one who was least likely to have anything to do with psychic energy. But now, he saw a human being who was much purer than the sister. Master Primarch. This planet is obviously not normal. I am trying my best to ensure that these people are alive. What are you doing? The governor pointed to the corpse. You are using your identity to force these people to speak, and then you still don't care when someone dies, and blame everything on the illusory psychic energy. Facing the accusation, Ryan lowered his head and said nothing. The governor continued to accuse Ryan, and became more and more angry, as if the life of a citizen he valued was lost because of Ryan. Every word of the governor was like a knife stabbing Ryan's heart. For some reason, the governor's words were penetrating, and his words seemed to be materialized into some kind of reality, which was very scary. Ryan's emotions were mobilized. The emotions of the civilians were mobilized. The governor's words seemed to materialize into some kind of vortex and storm, and Ryan was in the center of the storm. The civilians surrounded Ryan and looked at him with hatred. Ryan repented in tears, regretting his arrogant attitude when he woke up on this planet. When the civilians were about to launch a trial, the eyes of the emperor's statue in the church released golden light. The storm formed by the governor's language dissipated. It was invisible, gathering invisibly and dissipating invisibly. The civilians were not as excited and extreme as they were at the beginning. They used sign language to tell the governor that Ryan was innocent, and he just wanted the people of this planet to live a normal life. The governor was slightly surprised at this time, but soon calmed down and looked at Ryan. Only a few people on this planet can speak, you and I are one of them. In any case, your heart is good, Master Primarch. Ryan wiped away his tears, and suddenly found that he had just shed tears. How could this be possible? Ryan recalled the atmosphere just now, and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Can we talk somewhere else? The governor made a gesture of invitation. This sentence seemed to contain an irresistible magic in itself. It did not contain psychic energy, but it was more powerful than words that contained psychic energy. Ryan nodded in agreement instinctively. The Primarch and the governor sat on the ridge between two farmlands. The governor explained his behavior and motives again, stating that he was not a tyrant, nor a psychic as Ryan imagined. He really cared about the humans on this planet, and just wanted people to persist on this strange planet. Ryan would not easily believe anyone's words, but at this moment, he completely believed the governor in front of him. After listening to many words that seemed to be materialized into powerful entities, Ryan even apologized to the governor for his reckless behavior. Every word the governor said was extremely credible and powerful. I don't know why. It's like every word has turned into a square monument deep into the surface of the earth, naturally carrying undeniable credibility and power. I will take these people to the Talon Star Zone, where the problems on the planet will not be a problem, the governor said. Why? Ryan asked. The governor was waiting for the Primarch to ask questions, and then he began to describe. In those powerful and inexplicably credible words, Ryan seemed to be in a fantasy. It is not quite appropriate to call it a fantasy. It is like a story with a sense of picture described by an extremely powerful storyteller. Ryan saw the Tyrone Navy. A naval force composed of more than 2,000 huge warships. This is the basis for Tyrone to ignore the Inquisition. Advanced dimensional teleportation technology. Unscrupulously applying artificial intelligence, and even using the iron troops that interrupted the golden age of mankind. These absolutely taboo things in the Empire are not avoided in the Talon sector. A utopia built on the basis of powerful gods. Everyone there lives extremely happily. If they are not happy, the three gods of the sector will make them happy by distorting reality. Listening to the governor's story, Ryan's eyes were covered with a layer of black light. He looked up at the sky. In his sight, the utopia called the Talon sector was there. Of course, as long as the Talonians are willing to offer their souls to their gods, they can be protected like livestock in a fence. There are 3 alien gods in the Talon sector. As the 2 sentences entered his ears, Ryan saw an image. 3 alien gods sat on the throne and laughed, playing with human souls. The souls of the dead wailed under the throne. The living people were unaware, and lived sweetly in the utopia created by advanced technology. Ryan gnashed his teeth, a rage surged in his heart. Before he almost made the decision to go to the Talon Star Zone to kill the god, something suddenly hit Ryan's brain hard. The black light attached to the lion's eyes dissipated, replaced by golden light. Ryan looked at the governor. The governor in front of him was no longer a graceful man, but a god with 4 long horns and a fraudulent smile on his face. The fraud, sir. The voice describing the identity of the god echoed in Ryan's ears. Chapter 492. That Tyrone Star region. The deceiver continued to instill its lies into Ryan. But Ryan did not hear the deceiver's words, only a familiar deep voice introducing the alien god in front of him. He is a star god. Just like his name, he is a star god who likes to deceive others. Don't believe anything he says. But it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Anyway, the deceiver has the ability to deceive people at the level of what he says, which means you have to believe it. The deceiver has set rules for the people on this planet. Violating the rules will indeed lead to punishment, just like the priest. But there are no real demons on this planet. The deceiver just told everyone that if you speak, you will die. Then those who hear his lies will really die, because they speak. They are just scaring themselves to death. Don't use your will to resist what he says, Ryan. Leave it to me. I will keep you from being influenced by the deceiver. The voice echoing in Ryan's ears is also persuasive, but this voice obviously comes from someone Ryan can absolutely trust. The deceiver continued to tell lies, not knowing that in Ryan's eyes he had lost his disguise and turned into a bastard god full of lies. You are? So right. Ryan gritted his teeth and responded to the deceiver. If it was Ryan 10,000 years ago, he would immediately stand up and punch this star god. But Ryan 10,000 years later was more mature, and he knew that he should not expose himself now that he would no longer be deceived, but should be patient for the time being, at least to stabilize the deceiver first, to prevent it from escaping or doing bad things to the people on this planet. A single word from the trickster can make mortals believe that speaking will really kill them, and then scare themselves to death. If it finds itself exposed, it will definitely do something terrible. So what do you want to do, Ryan? Ryan heard the voice in his ear asking him, and he answered with his mind. I want to kill this liar called the trickster. Father. But you are alone, you are old, and this star god has gathered an army with lies. You can't kill it. Ryan. I know. I hope you can protect the thoughts of those mortals. I will return to those mortals, arm them, train them, and then defeat the army of the star god with them, and kill this alien god who is full of lies. The right choice. Lien stood up and interrupted the deceiver who was telling lies non-stop. He saluted it and thanked it for protecting everyone on the planet, then turned around and left, walking towards the direction of the church. The deceiver looked at Ryan's back, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. The pre-march was deceived. At least the deceiver thought that the pre-march was deceived, and this powerful warrior created by the warp and biotechnology would serve its goal. When Lion returned to the church, everyone was still afraid to speak as before. Lion gathered everyone under the statue of the emperor and declared to them that he had received the revelation of his father, and the people on this planet had regained the right to speak, and everyone no longer had to remain silent. People didn't dare to believe what Lion said, because the emperor had never set his sights on this planet, nor had he appeared before. Until a fanatic came to Lion and loudly praised the emperor and the Son of God. Then many believers came to Lion and loudly praised the emperor together. They talked for a long time, but no demons appeared to kill them. So more people began to try to speak, and then they were surprised to find that they really would not attract demons by speaking. Ryan then told the story of the planetary governor in public. That's not a governor, not even a human. That's a supernatural creature called the Deceiver. It deceived you, and showed off its power to you. You dare not speak, cook, or reproduce. The reason is not that these will provoke it, but simply because it wants to show off its power, and enjoy the feeling of driving the mortal body. As Ryan told the story, people felt very angry. Ryan even had an unexpected gain. Son of God, you're right, that guy is not the governor at all. The believer who first responded to Ryan's words stood up, and stepped on the wooden barrel to tell the original body, and everyone what happened a week ago. A man fell from the sky and killed our governor, and everyone in the governor's family with lightning. Then it stood on the ruins, and told us in a voice that everyone on the planet could hear that it was the original governor of this planet, and it had been the governor for 100 years. We actually believed it. Why? Why are we so stupid? As the fanatics told what happened on the day the deceiver came, more and more people recalled that incident. Then they found out that they were really stupid. A person who fell from low Earth orbit killed the governor and then declared himself the governor, and used a voice that could be heard by people on the entire planet at the same time. And then everyone believed it. How stupid was this? People all have a feeling of sudden awakening. However, only Ryan knows that people are not stupid, nor are they stupid enough to suddenly wake up now. Rather, a magnificent spiritual energy is covering the entire church and a large area around it. People under the protection of spiritual energy are no longer affected by the power of material gods. In addition, the role of spiritual energy is more than that. It not only protects people's will and spirit, but also acts as a deception against the material god called the Deceiver, making it think that nothing has happened in the church and that ordinary people are still living in its lies. We have to destroy that bastard. Ryan spoke, drawing everyone's attention from the fanatics to himself. I will personally train you until you become an army that can help me destroy that so-called God. Hearing the call of the Son of God, everyone became serious and full of high fighting spirit. However, there were only a few thousand people on the church side, which was not enough. But fortunately, Ryan did not need to carry the statue of the Emperor around to let those who were still deceived on the planet wake up and join his team. At this moment, Ryan heard the familiar voice echoing in his ears. The voice promised Ryan that he would use dreams to drive more civilians to the church and raise a large army for Ryan. And he also told Ryan that the fraudster was not something Ryan could deal with now, but he could challenge the star god in the name of mankind for all humans on the planet. There was no need to worry about failure, because reinforcements were on the way. Chapter 493. Under the protection of psychic energy, more and more people on the planet woke up and rushed to the church. The fraudster who had been staying in the governor's mansion didn't even know what was going on. He used his consciousness to check the vicinity of the church, but didn't see anything wrong. Ryan trained every young man who went to the church and taught them how to use weapons. With the fraudster completely ignoring everything and waiting for the planet to be incorporated into the Tyrone Gate, it was not difficult to obtain weapons. Even the state religion on the planet presented Ryan with a warship, which was used for pilgrimage to Terra, equipped with a dimensional engine and a small amount of weapons. But there was only one warship, and Ryan did not take it seriously. Under the protection of psychic energy, and under the eyes of the deceivers, humans trained and prepared for future wars. Even the church that was originally located in a small town was expanded, and the town near the church gradually changed from a small town to a city. The people on the planet called this city the City of Words. Because there is no need to follow the commandments near the city, even if you speak, you will not die. Some people in the city began to build statues of the Emperor, wear the Emperor's nameplate, and then spread these things to every corner of the planet. Ryan hated this act of wasting materials to build statues, but he was surprised to find that people could live and speak in places with the statue of the Father, and were not affected by the lies of the deceiver. This also made Ryan question the imperial truth. Zabril said that the imperial truth was a lie, and he did not believe in the imperial truth. This was Ryan's only dissatisfaction with him. The imperial truth denies the existence of gods and respects materialism. But when faith and gods exist objectively, the imperial truth that still denies their existence is materialism or idealism. This is a question. Days passed by. Perhaps due to the Emperor's protection, Ryan found that people were training very quickly. Those civilians who were farmers the day before yesterday became like veterans after a few days of training. And those weapons that looked very broken could still be used normally. The flow of time seemed to be accelerated. All this made Ryan more suspicious of the imperial truth. Zabril's words that the imperial truth was a lie kept lingering in Ryan's ears. Ryan couldn't figure out whether the Emperor was a god or a human, and there was no way to use the imperial truth to explain what he saw and heard. In the end, he chose not to think about it, and focus on solving the problems in front of him. On the day when the army training was completed and ready to go, Ryan came to the church in the City of Words alone. He walked slowly to the statue of the Emperor, knelt on one knee, took off his helmet, leaned on his sword, and lowered his head. "Father," the primarch called softly. The Emperor's statue slowly opened his eyes, and the loving expression disappeared from the stone face, replaced by coldness. The Emperor looked down at his offspring. "Is it really a miracle? I just came here to try it out under the persuasion of the priest." Ryan roared in his heart. He came to pray in front of the Emperor's statue only because of the priest's persuasion. Those priests and the people in the army hoped that the Son of God would go to pray in front of the Emperor's statue, and then come out to announce to everyone, "The Emperor told me that we will win." Speech. The mouth of the Emperor's statue did not move, but it could make sounds. "Father." Leon bowed his head respectfully and asked softly, "Is what the deceiver said about the Talon sector true?" What Ryan wanted to know most was Talon's affairs. His descendants were still helping people fight beasts on Karis. If that place was really a false utopia created by the three gods, then Zabril and the others would be in danger. In addition, if the Talon sector really used artificial intelligence, or even Iron Men, it would be absolutely intolerable. Among the many secrets of the First Legion are Iron Man and artificial intelligence. Ryan knows how terrifying those extinction machines called Iron Man's inferior descendants are. If they are really real Iron Man, they will be a fatal threat to the entire human race. Half true and half false. The Emperor replied. Ryan raised his head and wanted to ask carefully, But thinking of the Emperor's habit of not finishing his words, he lowered his head again. At the moment he raised his head, Ryan saw that the expression on the statue kept changing, which showed that his father's will was not unified. Ryan didn't want to ask any more. He judged in his heart. Deceiver. Just from the name, that bastard doesn't seem to be someone who can tell the truth. How can these gods, who are led by star gods, care about the life and death of humans? As for those powerful and advanced technologies, STCs are probably dug out from somewhere. After answering himself, Ryan asked the Emperor the second question. Are you a god now? No. First a cold answer. Then the face of the Emperor's statue changed many times, and a violent rebuke came into Ryan's ears. Why do you think I am a god? I hope you wake up to spread the truth of the Empire, but you ask me if I am a god on this planet? Has your brain been damaged in 10,000 years of slumber? Why do you ask me such a stupid question? After the violent accusation, there were calm and kind words. Don't ask me if I am a god, do what you should do. We all have our own responsibilities. Hearing these answers, Lion nodded silently. He felt that he should do his own thing. Compared with Gilliman, Lion did not complain so much. Now the imperial truth has been thrown into the trash can. Most humans, and even space marines, think that the Emperor is a god. The Empire has become corrupt, ignorant, and cruel. But so what? You still have to live. The imperial truth is gone, the Empire has fallen, there is nothing you can do. It is the Empire of mankind after all, and mankind must continue to survive. I can't just give up and let everyone die. Thinking of this, the Lion King stood up, put on his helmet, and walked out of the church. Outside the church, hundreds of thousands of people gathered and surrounded the church. Facing the people with expectant eyes, Ryan roared with all his strength. I asked my father. He asked us to act in his will and name. He will bless us to victory. All humans on this planet can be liberated from the oppression of aliens. Praise the God Emperor. Morale reached its peak. Although the army trained by Lion only had a few 100,000 people, under the Emperor's various blessings, fortunately, there were not many planetary defense teams. Lion's strategic arrangement was thought out long before entering the church. Let the army attack the planetary capital, and then the soldiers will preach the location of the pre-march everywhere to attract the deceivers to directly confront the pre-march. This is not a good strategy, but it is the strategy that can resolve the battle as quickly as possible and reduce the number of deaths as much as possible. Those planetary defense teams are not aliens, they were also deceived by the deceivers. So Lion did not want to fight a god on the battlefield where mortal armies were fighting. Let's go! The Lion King raised his sword and ordered, and went in the opposite direction of the army. Chapter 494. In the dense primeval jungle, Ryan broke a towering tree with one punch and sat on the stump. The helmet and shield were placed aside. As various battle reports continued to be transmitted on the communication channel, Ryan picked up a fruit and ate it, waiting quietly. This was a war against the gods, but only the makeshift team that Ryan had assembled and the planetary defense team participated in the war. And what Ryan had to do was not to drive countless powerful armies and advanced weapons. He did not have these. He could only find a place that would never affect mortals, and then wait for the deceivers to come. Report, we have captured a city. Report, the gate of the capital has been captured. The war progressed very quickly. Ryan could hear that the planetary defense forces did not have much combat power after being deceived, and were not as good as the army composed of people who believed that the Emperor would bless them with invulnerability. In addition, it is conceivable that people spread the location of the pre-march during the war, and the deceivers will soon come. Well done, the Emperor is blessing you, keep going. Lian picked up his helmet to respond to the army's report, and then spit out a fruit seed. Until a voice that did not belong to the communication channel sounded. It's coming! Lian's heart trembled, and he quickly threw away the fruit, put on his helmet, picked up the Emperor's shield and a power sword found on the planet, and then straightened his body and waited quietly for the enemy to arrive. In Ryan's imagination, the deceiver would fall from the sky and hit his shield hard. Then he ran wildly in the forest, using his unique jungle combat experience to fight the fraudster. But the reality was beyond imagination. The originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit Ryan's head. Ryan raised his shield to block the lightning, and he was fine, but when he recovered from the tremor and surging current brought by the lightning, he saw that the terrain he was in had changed greatly. The forest disappeared, replaced by lava. Lightning kept bombarding around. The star god named Deceiver was suspended in the air 20 meters away from Ryan. He stretched out his finger and tapped, and a bolt of lightning bombarded Ryan's body. And this was obviously not the full strength of the deceiver. With a smile on his face, he released lightning as if he was playing with a beast. Ryan pretended to hide, and when the deceiver was not paying attention, he jumped up and smashed the deceiver's head with the Emperor's shield in his hand, knocking him to the ground. This blow even made Ryan himself stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he could really hit the god of this real universe hard. If I were still intact, I would just raise my hand and release lightning that would erase you and your timeline. The deceiver's voice was like thunder, echoing over the lava wilderness. I don't believe it, you must be lying. Ryan shook his head. The deceiver was enraged by this sentence, and in an instant he appeared behind Ryan, slashing at him with a long sword made of lightning and fire. At this moment, Ryan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but he suddenly found that his body was not as sensitive as it was 10,000 years ago. He had to raise his shield to block the attack, and then was blown away by the shock wave generated by the lightning. The deceiver appeared behind Ryan in an instant. Ryan wanted to turn around and stab the power sword, but found that his body could not react in such a short time. The lightning hit Ryan's armor and knocked him over again. He was powerless. Ryan felt his body in pain and shock. He couldn't believe that he was old. This kind of aging was so weak that it was extremely weak even in the body of the original body that had been sleeping for 10,000 years. Ryan, who was fighting the star god for the first time, had to admit that even if he had encountered the deceiver 10,000 years ago, he would never have been able to escape the attack of this strange creature, but he still felt his aging, even if this aging was very, very weak. The difference between Ryan 10,000 years ago and now is like the difference between 1 and 0.999999999. The deceiver was not complete, although it had some initial strength when it was complete. As a pre-march, Ryan was not weak either. He quickly found the deceiver's attack logic, and used the purest melee combat skills to chop the deceiver several times in a row. The battle between the two sides lasted for a long time, until the deceiver raised his hand, and the armor and sword on Lion's body twisted into a cage that bound him. Lion struggled to break free from the cage of matter, raised the Emperor's shield and prepared to hit the deceiver again. At this time, two towers suddenly fell from the sky and inserted into the north and south poles of the planet. Then the hyperdimensional sky rose, anchoring all real matter on the planet, including flesh and blood, in the real universe. The deceiver was not affected, and it quickly distorted the operation of the hyperdimensional sky to ensure its freedom of movement. But the rise of the superdimensional sky announced the arrival of the Lord of Tyrone. Ryan looked up at the sky and saw a new planet near the planet's orbit, as well as a huge fleet of more than 2,000 warships. And this artificial planet and huge fleet were not the main forces that would soon join the war. Ryan had a premonition that the reinforcements his father had mentioned had arrived. A dimensional rift appeared in front of the deceiver, and Chi Nemo, wearing power armor and holding a scepter, walked slowly out of the dimensional rift. Ryan recognized Chi Mo's identity. He had seen Chi Mo's statue on Karis. 25% complete. Chi Nemo simply couldn't believe his perception ability. The fragment of the star god called the deceiver in front of him was 25% complete, which was why it could be hidden outside the Talon star zone. Even the mimicry would be deceived, and then skip the deceiver fragment, making it difficult to detect its existence. If it weren't for the reminder from the Emperor possessed by Vanessa, Chi Nemo would not have come now. Goodbye. The deceiver immediately flew to the orbit. Chi Nemo stood there and waved the scepter, and the fraudster who was escaping to the track was instantly transferred in front of him, and was hit hard by the scepter. The scepter was covered with lightning and fire. These two material forces, which were more powerful than the material forces driven by the fraudster, burst out with extremely strong destructive power the moment they came into contact with the living metal body. Ryan, who was standing by, was knocked back 10 meters by the impact. The fraudster's head was smashed, and the living metal attached with the power of the star god was recondensing. While the fraudster had not yet recovered his ability to move, Chi Nemo took out the red and white sphere and threw it at the fraudster. That was the hypercube maze that was once used to capture the Night Holder. The maze made into a red and white sphere sucked in the fraudster, bounced twice on the spot, and then stabilized, projecting holographic text. Capture successful. Chapter 495. You can't beat it not because you are old, but because it is too strong. Of course, you are a little old, but not so old that it affects your fighting ability. When the red and white hypercube maze floated back to Chi Mo's hand, Ryan stared at the hypercube maze, listening to Chi Mo's words that sounded like comfort, but were not comforting at all. The star god who could call the wind and rain, and turn the forest into lava, had half of his head smashed by the scepter, and then was taken away. It's that simple. Even when the words captured successfully were projected from the hypercube maze, Ryan was still thinking about how to fight next. Your special ability is teleportation, unconscious teleportation, but it's better not to teleport next. Gilliman is waiting for you on Terra. Chi Nemo stepped forward and raised his hand to the fragments on the ground. Those fragments were originally Ryan's armor, which was twisted into a cage by the deceiver and then broken free. And now, those fragments, the hard armor fragments, gathered together like water, and turned into a set of armor again, and attached directly to Ryan's body. Ryan was still a little dazed at this time. He looked up at the sky. The huge fleet almost filled the entire galaxy. The artificial celestial body, that had done nothing from beginning to end, had torn open the dimensional rift, and gradually jumped into it. Ryan couldn't help but recall what the deceiver said about the Talon Star region. Deceiver. If a bad god directly uses the word deception as his name, then a person, who is not affected by his divine power, cannot listen to anything it says, let alone believe it. Ryan did not believe what the fraudster said. Before, he thought that the Tyrone sector was just a lucky one that found many STC templates, and established a rational sector in the cruel universe. But now, Ryan looked at Chi Nemo, stared at him for a few seconds, and suddenly asked, "Are you a human or a god?" Chi Nemo guessed that Ryan would ask this question. He raised his hand, decomposed the power armor on his body into a group of atoms that looked like mist, revealing his body. Ryan looked him up and down. The man in front of him had a body that was no different from that of a human, except that he was tall among normal humans, nearly 2 meters tall and muscular. The only thing that made people feel strange was the black lines covering the surface of his body. "Of course I am a human." Chi Nemo picked up the chainsaw sword and gently scratched his arm. With Chi Nemo's willingness, the skin and flesh were broken, and a trickle of blood flowed down his arm. Red blood. "Look, I can bleed." Chi Nemo pointed to the hypercube maze in his pocket and said, "Will the star god called the deceiver bleed?" "Of course not. And I have human desires. The star gods don't have that. So, I am a person who uses the power of a star god, not a star god who has become a human." Ryan squinted his eyes, and listened to Chi Nemo's words, then shook his head vigorously. "No, you are not a human." The smile on Chi Nemo's face froze for a second. Ryan raised the Emperor's shield, ready to give himself a lightning strike if Chi Nemo got angry. But Chi Nemo did not get angry, just opened his hands, and showed his body. Is a person who is nearly 4 meters tall, and has lived for 10,000 years, and only has white hair, and a white beard like a human, is a person who can use psychic power to pinch a planet into the size of a ping-pong ball, and automatically become a perfect image in the eyes of others, like a human? Ryan narrowed his eyes, and stared at Chi Nemo. "My genes come from the Earth in 2000 AD, and my soul also comes from that moment. I am more human than you and any human you have seen." Chi Nemo said something that puzzled Ryan. Ryan thought for a moment, wondering if the guy in front of him, like his father, was a superhuman offshoot of the human species in the long history of evolution. This was the first time Chi Nemo met Ryan face to face, but he could figure out what Ryan had experienced before just by Ryan's attitude. The trickster must have said something bad about Tyrone to Ryan. This is a star god named Trickster. Chi Nemo took out the hypercube maze. It has written all its characteristics in its name. If a person believes what it says without being affected by its divine power, how stupid must this person be? I thought it would lie as soon as it opened its mouth. Ryan said in a low voice, but now it seems that it is half true and half false. Chi Nemo spread his hands helplessly. Ryan looked up and scanned the sky again. Those huge warships were definitely not in low Earth orbit, but their figures still covered the entire sky. Ryan could tell with his eyes that those warships were much more powerful than those of the Imperial Navy. Ryan only thought they were more powerful, but the mortals on those planets felt that a calamity was coming. The troops trained by Ryan had finished the battle, and took control of the planet's capital. Some of the senior officials came to Ryan on a transport plane. They stood with Ryan, nervously looking at the warships in the sky and Chi Nemo standing in the lava. "I only asked 3 questions. Ryan lowered his head and raised 3 fingers. Chi Nemo nodded. "First, are there 3 star god commanders in the Tyrone Star Zone?" Ryan asked. Chi Nemo shook his head. "The one standing in front of you is the master of the entire Tyrone Star Zone. The other 2 star gods are just guests and helpers. They do not rule the Star Zone." Second question. "Will you eat human souls?" Ryan asked again. "No, if you don't believe me, go ask your father. He will tell you where the souls of the Tyrone people are and what they are doing." Chi Nemo answered calmly. Third question. Ryan took a deep breath, and then asked calmly but forcefully, Why do you dare to use artificial intelligence and Iron Men on a large scale? Chi Nemo did not expect this question. He did not know that Ryan knew Tyrone so well, even though he had just woken up not long ago and was not in Tyrone most of the time, but on this planet. After thinking about it, Chi Nemo answered truthfully, because I can ensure that the artificial intelligence and Iron Men I use will not rebel. They have no principle of existence in the real universe. They should not exist, but I forcibly created them. In this question and answer session, Chi Nemo did not deceive Ryan or hide anything. Just like when he received Gilliman. Secrets that are bound to be discovered will only lead to misunderstandings. After Ryan learned the answer to the last question, he pondered for a long time and asked thoughtfully, in other words, those artificial intelligences and Iron Men will absolutely obey your orders? What else? Then, what will these dangerous things do? It all depends on your idea. If you want them to deal with the enemies of mankind, they will deal with the enemies of mankind. If you want them to slaughter humans, they will do it without hesitation. Chapter 496. The First Legion is the Emperor's sword. They are full of secrets, and then deal with secrets and keep secrets. As the master of the First Legion, the lion has to bear and keep more secrets than his brothers can imagine. When others are immersed in superficial harmony and prosperity, the lion must consider more and darker things out of habit and responsibility. So the lion asked, "Will your Iron Man fight for humanity, or fight to destroy humanity? Is it all up to you?" Faced with this repeated question, Chi Nemo pondered for a moment. The answer is, correct. In Chi Nemo's deepest imagination, if there is no chaos, but only aliens such as the Orcs and the Eldar, then Tyrone will definitely attack the Empire until humans are saved from tyranny, cruelty, and ignorance. Putting himself in Ryan's shoes, Ryan's worries are not unreasonable. This is why Chi Nemo thinks Ryan is difficult to deal with, and why the person supported in the Mechanicus is the unknown Vic, not Belisarukar. From a certain perspective, Ryan and Call are the same kind of people. Guarding many secrets, no matter where they are, they only follow the Emperor. I don't have time to argue with you. Chi Nemo did not answer Ryan's question, raised his hand and pointed to the sky, pick a ship to get on, and then go to Terra. Ryan smiled and said, I might be thrown into the void by your ship halfway. Believe me, it won't, because the conflict has not intensified to that point. Chi Nemo shook his head. The Emperor has sat on the golden throne, and you are no longer the irritable executioner 10,000 years ago, but it is obvious that you still need some time to adapt to your current identity and life. Hearing this, Ryan shook his head slowly. He did not think that his identity and responsibilities had changed. The Tyrone sector is now undoubtedly the helper of the Empire, or a collaborator. This is a foregone conclusion. Ryan had learned from Zabril about various things in the past 10,000 years, including Tyrone's support for Cadia. But Ryan habitually thought of things in the worst possible way, because he knew the Emperor would do this, and the Emperor would definitely make himself ready to be his executioner after thinking of the worst possible way. Those navigators and astropaths at the top of the Empire probably couldn't imagine that the Emperor had a plan to completely exterminate them 10,000 years ago. Those Mechanicus, who thought they were collaborators of the Empire, would not have thought that the First Legion had a duty, which was to destroy the Mechanicus, when the Mechanicus showed an uncontrollable situation. This was the Emperor's backup. In order to make the First Legion and the First Child better executioners, the Emperor even gave many taboo things to the First Legion, such as the Extinction Relic, and many other taboo, terrible and powerful prehistoric relics. When the astropaths and navigators were all obedient, and their family representatives, and the Imperial high-ranking officials were enjoying themselves, Ryan had to stand aside and think about how to kill these people. When the Mechanicus offered many Titans and ships to the Empire, Ryan had to think about how to destroy the Mechanicus in the future, when the Mechanicus could not be controlled. As for Talon, a star region led by a god, who looked like a god, acted like a god, but did not admit that he was a god. Full of various forbidden technologies. Those teleportation technologies were even civilianized. The style of ships and weapons are completely different from that of the human empire. The productivity is even strong enough to equip ordinary soldiers with power armor. The cost of one infantryman may be higher than that of a platoon of the Astra Militarum. The ban on artificial intelligence is ignored. The Universal Population Registration and Artificial Intelligence Management Database. This technical means make the various infiltration methods of the Inquisition a joke, and the investigation activities cannot be carried out at all. The Inquisition, an institution established by the Sigillite Malcador, such a high-level institution's personnel were arbitrarily executed by Talon. This is what Ryan saw from his subjective perspective. Ryan thought about his brother, who was the Lord of 500 worlds. It was hard for him not to think that Gilliman had a good relationship with the Talon sector for other reasons. After thinking it over again and again, Ryan said to Chin Mo, "I won't take your ship. I will find a way to go to Terra myself." "Okay." Chin Mo turned around, and a crack formed in front of him. When the Lord of Talon was about to step into the crack, Ryan suddenly said, "About Zabril and him. I must thank you for this matter." Chin Mo paused for a moment, and finally entered the rift without saying a word, and disappeared after the rift closed. The fleet above also entered a planet-sized rift and disappeared. Huh? Ryan exhaled a long breath, feeling that all the pressure on his body disappeared. Is the Talon sector really a threat? Alone at this time, Ryan asked himself. The answer is, of course. Whether it is a threat does not depend on intention, but on the power it has. But Ryan can also see that the Talon people are definitely not bad, otherwise they would not take in those space marines, who have nowhere to go, let alone help the Cadians. As for the matter of fighting against the Inquisition, it cannot be said that they did something wrong. Ryan himself felt that he should be careful of the Inquisition. A moment later, Ryan sat in the meeting hall of the planet's capital and met with the senior officers of the army he trained, the priests of the state church, and the representatives of the families who had contributed to the war before. This was a meeting, but when the meeting began, Ryan said nothing, just frowned and thought. Ryan was thinking about how the planet would function normally next. The planet was paralyzed when the governor was killed, and Ryan didn't want this to happen again. "Sign a contract with me." Ryan said to everyone, "Each of you forces will select a representative to form a 13-member council to jointly manage this world. This is an order from the Son of God, and no one has any objection. Unless this planet is destroyed by war, no one will dare to destroy the 13-member council." Now, 10,000 years later, most people who grew up under the influence of the state religion, regardless of their status, believe that those who dare to disobey the Emperor and the Son of God will be punished by God. "Sir." The priest stood up and saluted Lion. "I suggest you take the ship of the Talonians to Terra, because you are the Son of God, and you need an entourage that matches your status, otherwise." The priest did not continue, but Lion knew that he meant that the Inquisition would think that he was pretending to be the Primarch. It is not very difficult to find a tall person pretending to be the Primarch in a galaxy full of psychic power and witchcraft. "I will have such an entourage." Lion glanced at the soldiers. "The most elite among you can follow me. You are my Lion Guard. As for the ship, don't you have ships? Embroider the flag of the First Legion and hang it on the ship. The ship I am on is the flagship. And the Inquisition. If they dare to stop me, I will take their heads to Terra and announce the return of the Primarch together." Hearing what Lion said, everyone present was stunned. The Lion Guard is similar to Gilliman's Honor Guard, and can only be served by the most elite space marines in the First Legion. At this time, under the appointment of the Lion King, those mortals will become the Lion Guard and accompany the Primarch back to Terra. This will be unprecedented, and will never be repeated. As for hanging a flag on the small broken ship of the state religion, and declaring it to be the flagship, it seems that there is really no problem. The ship where the Primarch is the flagship, because he is the genetic father of the Space Marines and the heir of the God Emperor. Chapter 497. The decision of the Son of God was immediately implemented. The most powerful elite regiment in the entire planetary defense force was selected to become the Lion King's Lion Guard. And the ship belonging to the state religion was also hoisted with the flag of the First Legion and became the flagship. With the farewell of everyone on the planet, the Lion King took his Lion Guards on a transport plane to board the flagship. The interior of the flagship can only be described as shabby. Originally, this ship belonged to people who went to Terra for pilgrimage. The pilgrim team had just returned, and the ship had not had time to clean up. The road leading to the command deck was full of state religion symbols left by pilgrims. Even when passing through the cabins used for ordinary pilgrims, Ryan saw feces everywhere in the corridors. But fortunately, the Primarch didn't care much, and led the Lion Guards forward in the corridor with his head held high. This is definitely the weirdest Lion Guard in the history of the First Legion. A group of people wearing tattered armor and carrying long swords that were pieced together. The only decent thing is that each of them has a proud look on their faces. With a mortal body, he served as a Lion Guard to protect the Primarch. How could he not be proud? The Primarch enters the command deck. The state church priest, who served as the captain of the flagship, shouted to everyone on the command deck, "Go and welcome the Primarch." The captain shouted to the stunned crew. Then 2 crew members ran to the gate, grabbed the chain that pulled the gate and turned it hard. 2 people were not enough, so the captain shouted 3 more people. 5 people worked together to pull open the gate, that had been in disrepair for a long time. The Primarch, who was blocked outside for 10 seconds, led the Lion Guards and walked into the command deck with their heads held high. In the center of the command deck, the captain ordered 2 or 3 people to take away the wooden chair that was not as wide as the Primarch's lower body and replace the seat with a wooden box. The flagship will conduct a pre-sail inspection. Ryan sat on the wooden box and gave orders, with domineering gestures. Final inspection before sailing. Everything is normal in the engine compartment, and the dimensional engine is running well. The Auspex is started, everything. The Auspex is not normal. The warship's propulsion system is not functioning properly. Someone has gone to repair it. Except for the engine compartment and the dimensional engine, nothing on the entire ship is working properly. The captain yelled and ordered his men to go and repair it, and at the same time, he felt very remorseful and guilty. Escorting the Primarch to Holy Terra was supposed to be a very honorable thing, but it was messed up before it even started. Son of God. I really deserve to die. The captain came to Ryan, knelt down, and put his forehead on Ryan's shoe, begging for the Son of God's forgiveness. However, Ryan was not angry at all. He reached out his hand to support the captain. Don't blame yourself. I know you have provided the best you have. The captain was grateful, and reached out to shake the hand that the Primarch extended. Bang before the 2 hands shook, the sound of breaking resounded throughout the command deck. The busy crew members looked back, and were immediately frightened and pale. The wooden box where the Primarch was sitting was broken, and the Primarch was sitting in the wooden residue. The Lion Guards were also startled and rushed forward to try to pull the Primarch out of the residue. I'm fine. Why would I want to sit on a wooden box? I'm crazy. It's fine, I'm fine. Ryan stood up and signaled the Lion Guards to continue standing beside him. Ahem. It's fine, continue doing what you should do. Ryan signaled the captain not to panic and to do serious things. The captain quickly got up and commanded the crew to repair the ship. And Ryan was no longer sitting at this time, standing in the center of the command deck with his hands behind his back. The auspicious instrument has been repaired. The propulsion system is normal. A series of reports sounded. The captain looked at the original body. At the same time, the dimensional engine projected the star map onto the command deck. The dimensional engine was installed when the pilgrimage ship entered the Talon Star zone to modify the dimensional engine. Not only will it not have any problems, it also has many additional functions. The star map in front of him is one of the additional functions. Go to the nearest trading station first. Lien looked at the star map and saw a marked trading station 200 light-years away from the flagship, set sail. There were not many supplies on the ship at this time. Ryan did not want to take away the few food and polonium fuel on the planet, so he had to find a place to beg for alms. Set sail. The captain turned and shouted to a child working as a handyman on the command deck. Set sail! Set sail! The child ran out of the command deck and shouted loudly, while running towards the engine room. After waiting for a few more minutes, the ship was gradually wrapped in a light curtain, and then a dimensional rift opened in front of the ship. The propulsion system was running at full speed, pushing the ship towards the dimensional rift. This was Ryan's first experience of dimensional navigation. He also knew that this dimensional navigation was developed by the Talon sector, but he just wanted to see the superluminal navigation method. Make sure the protection system is working properly, otherwise I will skin you. The Anglican priest who served as the captain was a little irritable and a little neurotic. After warning the crew, he whispered, No. No, no. If the protection system doesn't work properly, we will all die. The ship entered the dimensional rift. At this moment, Ryan felt that his senses had changed, and everything he saw with his naked eyes was lines. Those invisible time, probability, fate, and all other information became lines visible to the naked eye. However, due to the limitations of his senses, Ryan could not interpret these lines. The ship sailed in the dimensional space for a few minutes, and the star map on the command deck showed that the ship had sailed a distance of 10 light-years. This thing seems to be much more useful than the subspace engine, Ryan said. Of course, this is a gift from the Emperor to mankind. The state church priest and captain responded. Ryan took a deep breath and raised his eyebrows. The captain continued, If we can meet the Tyrone Navy on a mission, we can also use the webway, which will be faster. Webway? Ryan scratched his ears. You mean the webway? Yes. The captain nodded vigorously. The last time we went to Terra for pilgrimage, the Emperor guided the Tyrone Navy to meet us, and then they took us along the webway. Praise the Emperor. The captain added. You should thank the Tyrone Navy. Lien glanced back at the captain, and then said in his heart, They may care about you more than my father. The ship continued to sail. The dimensional engine will not allow the ship to reach its destination directly. The ship must cross the dimensional space after sailing a certain distance, then recharge and sail again. Some Imperial worlds along the way, and starports with dimensional navigation ship management systems installed discovered the flagship of the Primarch. Unknown to Ryan, a legend was circulating among the stars. A broken ship that dared to fly the flag of the Primarch of the First Legion was running around, rushing to deliver performance to the Inquisition. Chapter 498. The flagship of the First Legion finally stopped at the star system, where the trading station was located. The captain picked up the communicator and shouted to the manager of the trading station port. "This is the flagship of the Primarch. We will be given priority to enter the port immediately." The manager also responded to the captain. "What is your identity, and what is your equipment? A 10-kilometer broken ship as a flagship. Shut your stinky mouth. I didn't call the Inquisition personnel here to give you face. If you bark again, I will destroy you." This elegant and easygoing response made the Lion King furious. He rushed to the captain, snatched the communicator and cursed. But there was no response after cursing for a long time. He lowered his head and looked at the information screen. The other party hung up. There was no way. Now the Lion King and the Lion Guards could only wait obediently for the ship to be pulled over by the tractor beam of the starport. During this period, Ryan stood in front of the porthole, boredly checking the entire galaxy. This is a blood-red galaxy. The light of the stars and the surface of the planets are all blood-red. This reminded Ryan of the home world of a good brother. "Does this remind you of a sentimental scene, son of God?" the captain asked. Lion's performance at this time was enough for mortals to guess what he was thinking through his emotions. The Primarch trembled slightly, blinking his eyes constantly, very sad. 10,000 years ago, Lion did not participate in the defense of Terra, let alone go to the spirit of vengeance, and he didn't even follow Guilliman to clean up the aftermath on Terra. That's why he didn't know about the Astartes Codex. If he was on Terra that year, he would definitely stab Guilliman with a sword. In short, Lion didn't know what happened on Terra before he fell asleep, but he occasionally had a premonition. When Ryan was traveling uncontrollably among the stars before, he had seen Sanguinius next to the Fisher King. Sanguinius was not beautiful at that time, and his whole body was like a mass of paste. "Sanguinius, my best brother," Ryan said to the captain, "his home planet is as fucked up as the planets we see." "But," the captain was stunned for a moment, "is this Ball?" "Huh?" Ryan was surprised, and walked to the star map to observe it carefully. The star map did not have the word Ball written on it, but only marked the trading post and other icons of the planets where resources were collected. "Here, sir." The captain took his portable device and marked the name, laws, and customs of the current area on this device with the Talon logo. Ryan shook his head silently after reading it. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, Sanguinius is gone, and there is no need to disturb his descendants. What Ryan wants to do now is to slowly queue up to enter the starport, and then personally land on the trading post with the family emblem full of craftsman style, show up in front of the management and the wandering merchant family, then borrow some things and set off again." However, just as the Lion King's flagship was slowly lining up, a Blood Angels chapter strike cruiser slowly approached the queue in front of the trade station. Since the Battle of Ball ended, Dante asked Klein to permanently deploy the trade station next to the gas giant called Set in the Ball Galaxy. First, it was convenient to have a trade station, and second, he wanted Klein to help organize gas mining matters and provide an additional income for Ball, which was in ruins after the war. Klein naturally agreed, and operated the trade station on Ball in the same way as the trade station in Talon. He asked Dante to arrange for the Space Marines to patrol on the strike cruiser, and Dante agreed. He asked Dante to arrange workers to the gas extraction station, and Dante agreed. He asked Dante to formulate trade and industrial laws, and Dante agreed. That's why the strike cruiser appeared near the Lion King flagship. Because this flagship, which looked nothing like a flagship except for the flag, was too strange, the strike cruiser immediately dispersed the other warships in the queue, approached the flagship, and aimed all the main guns at the hull. "My lord." The captain panicked and raised the communicator to Ryan. "They want to talk to us." Ryan took the communicator. "This is the strike cruiser of the first company of the Blood Angels chapter. I am Captain Kareen. Your warship is disguised as the flagship of a Primarch. This is a great disrespect, but it is not something that needs to be punished in the rules of Ball. But you are in Ball. I suspect you want to defraud the merchants in the trading station, so get down to the boarding point and kneel down. Put your head on the ground to welcome the inspection." The veins on Ryan's forehead popped up after hearing these words, But after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that the descendants of the angels could not be blamed for this matter, so he endured it. The Blood Angel transport plane then boarded the ship at the designated boarding point. When everyone in the flagship except the Lion Guard and the Lion King went to the boarding point to kneel and greet, the transport plane hatch opened, and Kareen led the Battle Brothers and Blood Slaves into the ship. A whole Terminator battle team. More than 20 Blood Slaves. Kareen, as the company commander, personally stepped forward, took out a feather pen and parchment to record the number of people present and the warship information. While staring at the words he wrote, he scolded these mortals. Who gave you the courage? Who allowed you to pretend to be the flagship of the pre-march and parade around? How dare you? I told them to do it. A vicissitudes of life voice sounded, followed by heavy footsteps. Karan turned his eyes away from the parchment and looked at the visitor. Who are you? You let them use the Primarchas. The captain of the first company of the Blood Angels was stunned. When he turned his head, he saw not a face, but a person's chest. When he raised his head with difficulty in the Terminator power armor, he saw a vicissitudes of life old face. That was none other than Lion King Lion. Kareen had never seen a Primarch other than the father of Genes, but the father of Genes had told the whole group about his past, and explained every Primarch to his descendants. Lion was the most irritable one in the father of Gene's mouth. Kareen even remembered what the father of Gene said at that time. Deep in the Holy Blood Fortress, Sanguinia sat in the container containing his living metal body, and preached to the descendants sitting around him. You are unlikely to meet Lion, but if you meet him, respect him as much as you respect me. What else, father? We really don't get along with those guys of the Dark Angels, including their pre-march. Karen asked the Gene father. Sanguinius grabbed Karen's hand, and put his big hand on Karen's head, otherwise he will punch your head in the Terminator armor and fly it out. Karen took a breath when he recalled this. However, Lion did not use his fist that could blow people's heads off, but just looked down at Karen. So can you get out of my flagship now? Are you really the first pre-march? Karan was a little skeptical. The Lion King in front of him was obviously completely different from what the Gene father had said. The difference was huge. I have a way to prove my identity. Lian stretched out his hand to hold Karan's head, and clenched his other hand into a fist. As long as you agree, I will prove it immediately. The Blood Angel Space Marines and Blood Slaves immediately raised their guns and aimed at Ryan. Lian may be the pre-march, or he may not be, but whether he is or not does not mean that he will attack a company commander while others can only watch. Karan signaled the brothers to calm down, and then looked directly at the Lion King. In fact, we have another way to verify. Chapter 499. Lian was actually very unhappy on this journey. When the angel descendants tried to verify the identity of the pre-march, the captain apologized to Ryan. The nearest trading post to the Talon sector is only here in Ball. Orcadia, but that's too far. People in other places will not allow Talon's wandering traders to set up trading posts. So, Lian listened silently, but his attention was not on the captain's apology, but on Kareen and his party. Things got out of hand. Blood Angels think tank Mephiston arrived on the flagship by ship, bringing a coffin. The angel descendants came forward and opened the coffin together, and inside was a metal body of Sanguinius. At first, Ryan thought it was a statue, until Mephiston began a ritual in front of him, as if calling for the soul. Then, in Ryan's surprised eyes, the statue-like metal body released light. The wings spread. The muscular body stood up from the coffin. The beautiful face looked at Ryan affectionately, with an expression of disbelief. Ryan, my brother, you are awake. Ryan was also very shocked, but he was not good at speaking, so he just rushed over to hug Sanguinius. Sanguinius was a little surprised. He didn't expect that it would be Ryan who took the initiative to hug instead of himself. If it were 10,000 years ago, Ryan would probably be very excited, and then pretend not to be excited and stand there, and even say a few foul words. As a pre-march with a twisted personality, Ryan keeps a certain distance from any pre-march. It is hard to say who is his good friend. Sanguinius is relatively the better one. This was also inherited by the Dark Angels, who had never had a good relationship with any chapter. But things are different now. With the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne, the Primarchs and the imperial truth that the Emperor fought for being abandoned, the Primarchs either dead or missing, and the Empire stepping on the accelerator on the downhill road. Even if Lion saw Russ, he would be excited. My brother, what's wrong with you? Lion could not feel the warmth on the living metal body. Apart from the angel's soothing talent, he could hardly find the characteristics that originally belonged to Sanguinius. Even the wings won't drop feathers. It's a long story. Sanguinius signaled his sons to check every corner of the ship. Lion signaled the crew to return to their posts, and said to the mortal warriors he brought with him, "Lion guards, go and rest." "Yes, Primarch." The lion guards, who were 1.7 meters tall, walked away with their heads held high. When there were only 2 Primarchs left near the boarding point, Sanguinius began to tell the story of 10,000 years ago. "My father and I fought Horus on the spirit of vengeance. I tried to wake him up. But he..." Sanguinius recounted how he was killed by Horus. His wings were torn off. This was not a battle, but an execution, an extremely cruel execution. This is how Horus killed Sanguinius cruelly. Leon gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He wished he was on the vengeful spirit at that time, and stabbed the body full of dirty power before Horus, the bastard, killed Sanguinius. But now it's useless to say anything. Leon felt very sorry, thinking that he was deceived and killed his own offspring on Caliban. The Lord of Talon created a living metal body for me. Sanguinius took a step back and showed his body. You probably don't know what a star god is. The bodies of those powerful material universe gods are made of living metal, but my body is mixed with some psychic components, allowing me to live in the body. I know, brother, I know. Leon nodded repeatedly. Then, in the surprised eyes of Sanguinius, Ryan told how he woke up on a planet called Charis in the Tyrone sector, met his offspring, and then fought with the Deceiver, and saw the Tyrone navy come out in full force, and the Lord of Tyrone crushed the Deceiver with the scepter. That guy is so powerful, can you believe it? A navy with more than 2,000 warships with an average length of 30 kilometers, an army that can send power armor everywhere, and their leader is so powerful that it is amazing. Ryan recalled what happened at that time. A worried look appeared on Sanguinius' face. Sanguinius paid special attention to Ryan's personality and experience. Sanguinius was the one who understood the difference between Ryan 10,000 years ago and now. Times have changed, brother. Sanguinius put his hand on Ryan's shoulder, as if to comfort and also as a warning. The Empire needs partners, and the Talon sector is the best partner. The Lord of Talon has come up with many ways to help humans get rid of the warp navigation method, which is enough to prove that he stands on the side of humans. Don't force him. Don't doubt him either. I don't know if you've heard, but the people of the Inquisition will be killed if they are caught in Talon. It is conceivable that the Lord of Talon is not a person who will accept it. Sanguinius' voice is gentle and pleasant. The syllables of his words have the ability to soothe people's hearts, and are inexplicably very persuasive. I know he won't accept it. Leon looked into Sanguinius' eyes. How could a living true god accept it? So I didn't escalate the conflict at that time, lest he kill me, and then let his artificial intelligence and iron army kill Terra. Don't say that. Sanguinius shook his head. Leon wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he paused for 2 seconds and closed his mouth again. But at this time, in front of Sanguinius, Ryan wanted to speak and confide, so he still opened his mouth and spoke his inner thoughts. I know that Lord Talon is a good person. There is no doubt that he dared to protect the burning Falcon Space Marine Talon sector, who was killed by the Inquisition, and only 4 people were left. As long as those Space Marines, like the son of Burning Falcon Antaeus, do not rebel against humans, and their skulls are still pure, they can get protection and continue to fight for humans. He even protected my children, who are called fallen angels. The people in that sector are like we have successfully established everything that our father and I have worked for: rationality, science, prosperity, and abundance. But you have to understand me, I have always been my father's executioner, and it is difficult for me not to see Talon in his way of thinking. Whether they are a threat does not depend on whether they are hostile to the Empire, but on whether they have the power to become a deadly threat. But I won't do anything, seeing as they gave my brother a body. Leon said a lot of things. Sanguinius didn't know if the lion 10,000 years later was sentimental. All he could do was give his brother a hug, letting him know that he was not alone, and he didn't need to be suspicious like a cat. Chapter 500. Using psychic power to hear that the conversation between the 2 Primarchs was almost over, Mephiston led his men back to the vicinity of the embarkation point. The lion's lion guards also followed the angels to the embarkation point. Although they were all mortals, and were afraid of the Emperor's angels, they still really cared about their duties. When the Space Marines returned to the embarkation point, they thought they had to go back as well to prevent the Primarch from encountering an accident. Thank you for always protecting my brother. Sanguinius thanked the Lion Guards. It's our duty. The Lion Guard captain returned the greeting. Sanguinius was not joking. He admired these mortals. They certainly understood what it meant to be the Primarch's Lion Guards, and these mortals were not the elite of the elite among the Dark Angels. All they could do was use their lives to delay time when the Primarch was attacked. The mortal Lion Guards were not here to join in the fun. They were a group of brave men who were willing to protect the pre-march with their lives, including the crew of this ship. The crew must understand the risks they take. They encounter the Inquisition or the Dark Angels, and are bombarded by a ship less than 10 kilometers away flying the Lion King flag. I plan to get some weapons and equipment for my Lion Guards. Ryan looked at the Blood Slaves. They are like this. The Blood Slaves are wearing full cover power armor with a double-winged angel printed on it instead of the Talon logo, but Ryan knows it must be Talon goods. Pure power armor, not force feedback armor. Equipped with an intelligent system, the device in the servo joint will work with the system to increase the wearer's speed several times. Of course. Sanguinius nodded and ordered Mephiston, the flagship that protects my brother enters the trading station. He can choose the goods in the entire trading station, and Ball will pay for it. Then I won't be polite. Leon laughed and nodded. Sanguinius returned to the coffin and fell asleep. The flagship where Ryan was accompanied by the Blood Angel strike cruiser into the trading station starport. When the strike cruiser asked the starport staff to arrange for the ship to enter the port immediately, the one who responded was the staff who had rejected Ryan before. The staff only said one sentence and replaced a colleague to receive Ryan and the Blood Angels on the grounds of illness. The two ships were brought into the trading station near the gas planet set by the tractor beam. When leaving the ship and passing by the starport workstation, Ryan saw many people queuing up to fill out reports. What are they writing? Write an application. As long as you apply, you can modify the dimensional engine for free. It's all free. There is no equipment fee or installation fee for the dimensional engine. Kareen responded to the Lion King's doubts. Has the dimensional engine been verified by the Empire? Ryan asked again. No, but the user has verified that this dimensional engine is indeed safe and easy to use. Karan shook his head in response. It's not good if it's not verified. What if it has safety hazards? If there are safety hazards, we would have been gone long ago. Didn't you also come here on a dimensional engine ship? Ha, that's true. Karan is very familiar with the trading post and took Ryan directly to the place where weapons and equipment are sold. In addition to the latest Army standard rifles in the Talon Star Zone, almost any equipment and weapons can be seen here. Even the Terminator power armor worn by Space Marines. But the Terminator is not for sale, it is only used to trade with the Blood Angels. Other customers cannot buy it except for the authorized war bands. Opposite the place where weapons and equipment are sold is another shop for buying and selling creatures. The merchants in the Ball system bring the Ogren and Rattling people collected from all over the place to the shop and sell them to the purchasing boss. Slave trade? Ryan pulled Kareen and pointed at the chained Ogren people in the shop. It's trade, but not slave trade. They will become the officer guards or Ogren combat teams in the Tyrone army, the Lightling sniper team. Karan explained. Lien recalled the Ogrens he had seen on Karis. The Ogrens who looked like the little dreadnoughts. I guess that's how they came about. Lien retracted his gaze and walked into the weapons shop, and then found something extremely surprising. The space inside the shop was larger than it looked from the outside. From the outside, the store should be just a small place with an area of more than 70 square meters, but the space inside is extremely large, enough to display all the goods. The power armor here is not the same as that used by the Tyrone army. The styles look the same, but the performance is very different. Even such power armor needs a license to be purchased. Kareen introduced the power armor in the store. The boss stood aside, and he looked more like a handyman. Anyway, only people with a license can buy the things here. People with a license usually know how much the goods cost, and there is no need for introduction. Power armor is divided into those with self-destruction function, and those without self-destruction function. The latter is cheaper than the former. Karan continued, but you don't have to consider the price. Ryan nodded, but looked at the power armor without self-destruction function. In the impression of the Lion King, his brother's home planet has always been quite poor, and power armor should not be cheap. It would definitely not be good to spend his brother's money lavishly, so he picked the cheaper ones. Sir, we hope to use power armor with self-destruction function, and it would be better to equip it with more hot melt bombs. The captain of the Lion Guard stepped forward and whispered to Ryan. Ryan subconsciously asked why, but he immediately knew why. The mortal Lion Guards knew that they were not qualified to serve as guards for the pre-march, and if the pre-march was really in trouble, all they could do was launch a suicide attack on the enemy. Rifles and other things were redundant. Ryan looked at the people in the guard, was silent for a long time, and said impatiently, "Don't take my brother's money as money." After speaking, Ryan looked at Kareen, indicating that he needed to arm the entire Lion Guard with non-self-destructive power armor. Kareen nodded and took out the license to buy 100 power armors and 100 laser rifles. This is the number of mortal lion guards. After the lion guards were armed, Ryan led his men back to the flagship and prepared to leave. This time the flagship was not alone. There were 12 strike cruisers parked outside the starport, all of which were ships equipped with dimensional engines and energy shields. The show looked quite grand. Kareen received the order and immediately said to Ryan, "Master Premarch, we will arrange 12 strike cruisers and 2 companies to escort you to Terra. If this is my brother's arrangement, I accept it." Lion nodded in agreement. Even Ryan himself felt that it was somewhat unbecoming to take a 10-kilometer flagship to Terra. He originally planned to stop by the stone fortress halfway and call his descendants. But now that the Blood Angels have arranged a fleet, there is no need to take a detour.